After the bidding meeting, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned to the old house. As soon as they entered the door, they heard two bangs, and the heads of the two were covered with ribbons. Tuanchuan and Lele stood beside the entrance, holding two empty streamer tubes in their hands. Congratulations to Mom and Dad for their successful return. The whole family applauded, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue couldn't help laughing. After entering the house, Su Chen found that the first floor of the old house had been decorated, and the entire first floor looked beaming. This can't be ready in a while. It is estimated that they have been preparing at home since they set off. Everyone knows that the winner of the bid today will definitely be their home. Second Master Su came forward and said happily, Chen, Bingxue, thank you too for taking care of this matter for the Su family. Although all this was expected, everyone in the Su family was very happy. Third Master Su and Su Haoshi said with smiles on their faces, Chen has finished the last step, and we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's been really tiring these days. It's all right now, and we can be shopkeepers again in the future. Su Jianqing looked at them angrily and said, now is not the time for you to relax, third child, don't think about resting all day long, Haoshi is still so young, don't ruin him. Second Master Su said on the side, that's right, Chen has brought such a good opportunity to our family, we old men can't fall off the chain, we must do a big job this time, and hand over the Su family to the family later. When we are in the hands of Chen, we can also have a clear conscience. Third Master Su smiled and said, come, big brother and second brother, you all said so, then I will continue to work hard. Chen, don't worry, that's what the third grandpa said, the opportunity you brought to our family, the third grandfather knows in his heart that the third grandfather will definitely work hard. Second Master Su prepared a celebration wine at home, as well as a table of good dishes, red wine, white wine, and fruit wine. He said that he would like to celebrate today. During the meal, Second Master Su asked Su Chen, Chen, I heard that people from the Su family also went to the auction today. They didn't say anything, did they? Su Chen briefly and concisely said what happened when he went to the tender meeting. Second Grandpa, the Su family seems to be desperately ill and goes to the doctor. It seems that they still don't know me very well. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Haoqian said immediately, how can the Su family do this? It's too rude, we Chen are already married, what are they thinking? Lin Xiao raised her head to look at Yan Bingxue opposite, but saw that she was looking at her husband with gentle eyes. Hearing these words, it seemed that there was no difference, and she felt relieved. Su Chen said, since the last banquet, what the Su family has done is really unacceptable. I think their family style is unacceptable. When Su Iri heard Su Chen say this, he immediately took out his mobile phone, called his assistant, and instructed, tell the senior management of the group, and all future contacts with the Su family must be strictly controlled. Drain the water like before. After instructing this matter, Second Master Su looked up at Su Chen and said, Chen, don't worry, we won't have much contact with the Su family in the future. Most of our Su family's industry has now been transferred to the mecha side, and there will be less overlap with the Su family in the future. I will let them strictly control the rest, and I will not give the Su family any chance. Well, Second Grandpa, you can handle these things. The family happily drank and celebrated, and talked about the grand future of the Su family, and everyone was very happy in their hearts. Su Haoqian drank a lot of wine, this was the happiest day after he got home. seeing that his son is so promising and can lead the Su family to a more successful peak, he feels extremely proud and satisfied in his heart. The adults were drinking and chatting happily, and the two children, Tuanchuan and Lei, were sitting at the table eating, and no one noticed them. "Brother, everyone is so happy, let's have a drink too," Tuanchuan said. Happily. Lei nodded, held a glass full of juice, and toasted with her sister. "This juice is delicious, sweet." Tuanchuan took a sip of the juice and blinked happily. Although the two children didn't quite understand the significance of winning the bid today, they were also happy to see the adults so happy. The atmosphere at the dining table was very good, knowing that Su Chen's out of the corner of his eyes saw the faces of the two little guys getting redder and brighter, which made him vaguely feel that something was wrong. So Su Chen focused some of his attention on the two children. Seeing that they were eating obediently, there seemed to be nothing unusual. And the two little guys seemed to be very excited. When the adults are toasting, they are also toasting with juice, and the more they drink, the more excited they are. Tuanchuan's small body swayed on the chair, looking extremely happy. The opposite, Su Haoqian said, "Our family Tuanchuan and Lei are also very happy today, their faces are flushed with excitement." The big guy looked at the two little ones, and Tuanchuan and Lei immediately showed happy smiles, but this smile looked a little silly compared to usual. Su Chen felt that something was wrong more and more, picked up the juice in front of Tuan, and put it to his mouth to smell it. When even frowned. "What is this? Why does it smell like alcohol?" "Ah? Alcohol?" The opposite Lin Xiu asked suspiciously. Mrs. Su immediately asked someone to call someone and ask what was going on. Tuanchuan was a little confused at the moment, and when she heard her father's words, she grabbed his father's hand and seemed to want to get her cup back. "Dad, this is juice, give it back to me quickly, this juice is delicious. Sweet and sour, and tastes like sparkling water." Su Chen is now more and more certain that what is in it is wine. The servants came over quickly, and Mrs. Su asked, "What's in the two children's cups?" "It's juice." Before the servant could finish her words, she suddenly saw two unopened bottles of juice lying on the ground over there. Her complexion suddenly changed, and she said in a panic, "This doesn't seem to be juice. The juice over there hasn't been opened yet, so this is." Lin Xiu immediately said, "Damn it, Tuanchuan and Lei are probably drinking the fruit wine prepared in the kitchen." As soon as he said this, the servant immediately knelt down in fright. The people at the table were also nervous, staring at the two little guys. Yan Bingshui immediately took the cup from Lei's hand. Lei looked at her mother anxiously. "Mom, I want to drink juice, why did you take my cup away? Everyone is so happy today, can't I drink more?" The little guy said that he was going to get it, but his body was crooked, and he almost fell off the stool. Fortunately, Su Chen was quick-witted and hugged his son. The two little guys were drunk, and Su Chen held them both firmly in his arms, not daring to relax. But the two children didn't seem to realize that what they were drinking was not fruit juice at all but fruit wine. They sat in Su Chen's arms and looked at each other silly. "Brother, was your juice also taken away?" He, I seem to know why Mom and Dad took our juice away." Lei narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why?" Tuanchuan said mysteriously, "Because they also want to drink our juice. Our juice is super delicious, right? Mom and Dad must have found that our juice is delicious, so they don't want to drink anymore, they want to drink it our juice." Lei laughed happily. "Mom and Dad are so cute, how can you grab the juice from the children? Mom and Dad, if you want to drink the juice, go get the cup and pour it yourself, don't grab my sisters and my sisters. In the past, the two of us have to continue to toast. Seeing the two little guys like this, Lin Xiao said worriedly, Chen Chen, the two children are obviously drunk, what should I do? The old lady Su said, Old Su, go and call the family doctor. They are still so young, what should I do if they drink like this? Su Chen had already seen the pulses of the two little babies, but there was nothing wrong with them, just a little drunk. The degree of fruit wine is not high, and the two of them only drank half a glass. There is no need to go to the hospital at this level, and it should be fine after a sleep. So Su Chen said, it's okay, Mom, Grandma, don't worry, Tuanchuan and Lele don't drink much, and the degree of fruit wine is not high, so their bodies can digest it. But these two children are so drunk now, why don't you send them upstairs, to sleep first? Lin Xiao said. Tuanchuan and Lele immediately shook their heads. Tuanchuan was in Su Chen's arms, twisting his body restlessly, pouting his mouth, and saying loudly, no. Tuanchuan don't want to sleep. Tuan Tuan is going to play. Dad, let go, I want to go down to play. Tuan Tuan is full. The little guy tossed hard. Su Chen was afraid of hurting her, so he could only put her on the ground. Yan Bingxue stood up immediately and guarded the little guy, afraid that she would walk crookedly and fall down later. After a while, Lele also got off his father's body and ran to the living room to find his sister. The two little guys had a pillow fight on the sofa, but with their drunken eyes, they couldn't see where the other was at all, and all the pillows hit the air. The adults watched this scene helplessly, hurriedly finished eating, and went to take care of the two little guys. The two children were obviously not used to alcohol for the first time and seemed a little overexcited. Originally fighting with a pillow, Tuanchuan suddenly froze for a moment, staring at the pillow in his arms, his big eyes staring. Qiao Qiao? Qiao Qiao, why have you grown so big all of a sudden? My sister has only left you for 2 days, and you've become a big dog. The little guy seemed to regard the pillow in her arms as a ball, and even put his face in and rubbed against the pillow. He muttered in his mouth, how come the fur on your body has become so short? Qiao Qiao? It's not as soft and comfortable as before. Is this what you look like when you grow up? Lele over there waited for a long time, and found that his sister no longer played with him. The little guy frowned, suddenly stood up and went to the big vase over there. Seeing him pick up the vase, Yan Bingxue hurried forward, trying to take the vase away. This thing is too dangerous. But Lele refused to let go no matter how he held it, and even held the vase in front of the crowd, and said with a smile, Grandpa, did you see it? This is a big mecha made by recognition. This mecha is very powerful. Like the big mecha that Dad made, it can fight on the battlefield. Lele finally made a mecha, hee. After the little guy finished speaking, he placed the vase heavily on the ground. Everyone was startled. Lele himself seemed to be startled, looked at the big vase and said, this big mecha is different, so heavy, Lele can't hold it anymore. However, Chongkai is amazing. Dad, you said Lele, right? The little guy rushed to Su Chen's feet, hugged his thigh, raised his head, and said with a smile. He could be considered to have put down this dangerous item, and everyone was relieved. Su Haoqian said with a smile, these two babies in our family, the wine seems to be really good. Let's go to have a sweet dream without being noisy or noisy when drunk. Lele really wants to make a big mecha in her dreams, just like her father. After Lele finished speaking, she didn't wait for Su Chen to answer, and fell asleep directly while hugging Su Chen's thigh. Su Chen hurriedly picked up his son and put it on the sofa over there. Equally fell asleep, and then moved the two children to the bedroom upstairs. But Tuanchuan is obviously not sleepy, and still plays happily with the little pillow. She regarded the pillow in her arms as a ball, and kept chattering with her small mouth. After being drunk, my hands were a little unsteady, and the pillow fell from my arms accidentally. Tuanchuan was stunned for a moment, then frowned and shouted, "Chocho, where have you gone?" The little guy got up and walked crookedly towards the edge of the window. Yan Bingxue carefully guarded her behind, only to see Tuanchuan walking in front of a stuffed teddy bear, hugging the teddy bear and saying, "Chocho, my sister has found you, hee. But why do you seem to have grown up again? You looked like a big dog just now, but now you are big like a lion. Are you a big lion originally? Chocho, your fur has become so soft and soft again, and it has grown a lot. My sister likes your soft fur, it's so comfortable to rub against. Chocho, will you grow up in the future? Did you grow up to protect your brother and sister? Chocho, you are so nice, my sister likes you so much." The little guy was lying on top of the big furry bear, and slowly stopped talking. He closed his big eyes, and seemed to be asleep. The two little guys finally quieted down, and the adults breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue carried them to the bedroom upstairs. As a result, just after putting the two little guys on the bed, Yan Bingxue planned to go downstairs to cook some soba soup and give the two children a drink later. Su Chen stayed upstairs to watch the two little guys, afraid that they would wake up suddenly. The two little guys didn't sleep for a long time. Lele would do it for a while, and found that he had been transferred to the bed with his father lying beside him. Lele crawled over happily, his little head lying on his father's chest. "Dad, are you going to sleep with Lele today?" Su Chen gently touched his son's head and said warmly, "Well, Dad will sleep with you." Lele closed his eyes and said cheerfully, "Great, Lele likes to sleep with Dad." The voice of the two people's conversation also woke up Tuanchuan. The little guy got up, frowned and looked up, seeing her brother lying in his father's arms. She immediately crawled over and lay on the other side of Su Chen. Holding his neck, he said, "Dad," and giggling badly, "You two secretly hug each other, and don't bring Tuan." Lele glanced at her sister and said with a smile, "I didn't take you. Tuanchuan, it was you who fell asleep." Tuanchuan said unconvinced, "I didn't fall asleep, I was testing you, and you didn't call me, Su Chen looked down at the two little guys and smiled helplessly. Tuanchuan and Lele were drunk, and they looked like this. Tuanchuan got up and looked at his father, his eyes almost narrowed to a slit. "Dad, Tuan hasn't slept, can you play with Tuan? What do you want to play?" Su Chen knew that if he forced them to sleep at the moment, he would probably lose his temper, so he simply followed her. Anyway, the two little guys were drunk, so they should be tired from playing in a while, and now they are awake. Exactly, the wife's soba soup will be served later, let them drink some and then sleep. "I want to play hide and seek, Dad, play hide and seek with me." Hearing this, Lele immediately got up, raised her hand and said, "Dad. Tuanchuan, I want to play too, let's play hide and seek together." Seeing the state of the two of them, Su Chen couldn't open his confused eyes. He still wanted to play hide and seek. So he said, "You can't play hide and seek." Tuanchuan pouted and asked cutely, "Why? Dad, don't you like playing hide and seek with Tuanchuan?" "Of course not. Dad likes to play hide and seek with Tuanchuan Lele, but he Can't play it now, because he's tired and he doesn't want to get up and move. He just wants to lie down on the bed. Well, since Dad is tired, let's stop playing hide and seek, let's play. Driving a train on the bed, Dad Tuanchuan immediately changed his mind. Even if the little guy is drunk, he is still very considerate of his father. And doesn't want his father to be too tired. Suchan asked, drive a train, Dad can't play. Tuanchuan explained, Dad rides the locomotive in front, and my brother and I pull behind Dad and drive the train on the bed. This kind of childish little game, it is estimated that Tuanchuan and Lele will only play when they are drunk. Usually they play more advanced than this when they are at home. It was rare for Suchan to see such a childish side of her daughter and son. And she suddenly became childish. Okay, Dad will accompany you to play the train. Suchan got up and stood on the bed. Tuanchuan and Lele also stood up. Tuanchuan was in the middle, Lele was at the end, one by one hugging the waist of the person in front. Tuanchuan shouted loudly, drive the train. Lele dubbed at the back, woo woo woo, the train is coming. Suchan smiled and looked back at the two little guys, raised his head and reminded, Dad, the train is about to start, you hurry up. Suchan slowly walked forward. The group happily followed. Yan Bingxue came up with the hangover soup, and when she saw the three of them playing this kind of small game, she couldn't help laughing. Tuanchuan, Lele, don't play for now. Mom has prepared something delicious for you. Come and drink some. Yan Bingxue waved at the two children. Tuan Tuan shook his head, hugged his father's waist tightly and said, don't. Mom, Tuan Tuan won't drink, and Tuan Tuan will hug Dad. You come over first and drink the delicious food that your mother cooked for you, and then go and hug Dad later. No, I don't want to let go of Dad, Tuanchuan pouted. Dad is there, and he won't leave. Come and drink these 2 bowls of soup. Mom. And Dad will play with you later, okay? Tuanchuan still shook his head. Lele whispered from behind, Tuanchuan, don't. Let go. If you let go, you won't be able to find your father. Tuanchuan nodded, I know brother, I will always hold my father, and I will never let my father leave us again. I think of this little game, I can always hold my father. Am I very smart? Well, Tuanchuan is the smartest person in the world. From now on, we have to hold my father all the time, so that my father will always be with us, and my mother, our family lives happily together. The two little guys could keep their voices low, thinking that others couldn't hear their whispers, but in fact, Suchan and Yan Bingxue could hear them clearly. The smiles on Suchan and Yan Bingxue's faces faded a bit. Suchan originally thought that the two little guys liked this kind of childish game because they drank too much, but now he found out that the two children were just to hug him and not let him go. Yan Bingxue didn't expect the children to have such thoughts. She put the hangover soup aside, walked over and pulled the arms of Tuanchuan and Lele, and said softly, Tuanchuan, Lele, you guys are good. Dad won't leave, our family will always be together. Lele pouted and looked at her mother aggrievedly. Mom, you lied, didn't my father go away for a long time? My sister and I have never seen my father, and now my father is finally back, and our father is so good, I don't want to be separated from my dad again. Brother is right, our family can't be separated, we don't want to be separated from Dad again. Suchan turned around, held the two aggrieved little guys in his arms, and said softly, Tuanchuan Lele, Dad will not leave, Dad will never leave you again, our family will always be there together. Really? Dad, then you have to pull the hook with us. Tuanchuan stretched out his hand, and Lele also stretched out his little finger. Suchen also stretched out his hand, and the three people's fingers were hooked together. Tuanchuan seemed a little dissatisfied, and thought about it with a wrinkled face, and then pulled Yan Bingshua's hand over. When the four people's fingers were hooked together, she finally laughed. Okay, it's enough to pull it now, hanging on the hook, it can't be changed. For 100 years. Lele shouted, seal. After the stamp is finished, our family will be together forever. After tossing for a long time, the little guy finally drank the hangover soup with peace of mind, and fell asleep on the bed. Suchen looked at their sleeping faces, and his eyebrows became gentler. He originally thought that for him, Tuan Lele was the most important treasure in his life, but now he realized that he was a more precious existence in Tuan Lele's life. Children's love for their parents is no less than that of their parents. The two little guys had just fallen asleep for a while, when there was a sudden uproar downstairs. Suja, who had been at the training base for a whole month, finally got a 3-day vacation today. Knowing that his cousin was back, he hurried back. As soon as I entered the door, I didn't see my cousin and sister-in-law, nor did I see the two cuties Tuanchuan Lele. It was only after I asked that it turned out that Tuanchuan and Lele accidentally drank it as juice. For how long? Suja laughed immediately. It's better to come back early than to come by coincidence. It seems that I came back at the right time today. I didn't expect to be able to bump into the appearance of our Tuanchuan Lele, getting drunk for the first time. This is amazing. I'm going to go see them now. Suja ran upstairs, knocked on the door, and just pushed the door open. He only had time to see the cheeks of Tuanchuan and Lele, and if he wanted to take another look, he was directly pulled out by Suchen. Xiaoxia, Tuanchuan and Lele finally fell asleep. Don't go in, or else they will wake up later and have to play with them again. Ah? What a pity, it seems that I came back a step late. I thought I could see the cute appearance of the two little guys. Suchen dragged him downstairs with a smile and asked, why are you back today? Isn't the base closed for training? Suja didn't see the cute appearance of Tuanchuan and Lele drunk, but he was very happy to see his cousin. Cousin, don't worry, I didn't sneak back here by myself. The base has given us a holiday. It has been closed for a month for training. If we don't have a holiday, I think everyone will be crazy. When Susan heard what he said, he clicked his tongue. Xiaoxia, how come? You have been training for more than half a month, and you still haven't made any progress? How can you look like an adult when you talk like this? Suhaoshi glared at his son angrily. Just like your mouth, I really don't know how you came here in the military area, in such a serious place. I originally thought that when you came back, my family would have a soldier son, but I didn't expect that, or same. Suja looked at his father and grandfather. How can you two be like this? You know how to tear down your own children's stage all day long. You still think of yourself as a child. You are in your 20s. Look at Chinchin, he is 2 years older than you. Can you learn from the school, speak and act calmly? Cousin is my idol. Of course I have to learn from my cousin, but I will just learn the part of my cousin's mecha. If the character is the same, it will be boring. Every child in the family does the same, doesn't it? Like a clone. Grandpa, Dad, don't talk about me. My performance in the base was pretty good this time, Suja said with a smile. Suchen asked, it's been a month since you went to the base for training. Do you feel that you have gained a lot? Suja nodded quickly. Big cousin, the training organized by the military region is very professional. Thank you for giving me such an opportunity. I really learned a lot. Dad, Grandpa, they all said that Sherbet will be impressed with you for 3 days. Now Xiaojia is no longer the Suji you knew before. I am now a qualified mecha operator, Suja said very proudly. Before this holiday, the training department organized an exam for us. All the exams were based on what I had learned recently. There were more than 30 people, and I won the first place. Really? Su Haoshi was amused, looking at his son with surprise and joy. Suja nodded immediately. Of course it's true, Dad. How can my son be such a fool to lie to you? Besides, I will never lie to my cousin. Suchin said, Xiaojia, your performance is very good. I know you are interested in this area. In this training class this time, I also believe that you can learn a lot. Hearing his cousin's words, Suja's eyes lit up. Cousin, I knew that you are the person who understands me best in this family. My cousin helped me to have this opportunity to realize my dream this time. Naturally, I will not disappoint my cousin, nor will I disappoint myself. The teacher in the training class said that I am the best in the class. Promising. Students, there is still a month of training. After a month, we can officially try to control the mecha. Only the first place can get access to the mecha made by your cousin, so for me, I have only one goal, and that is to be number 1. In the past, my goal was to become a mecha operator, but now my goal has changed a little bit. I hope that I can become the royal operator of every generation of mecha that my cousin studies. When Su San and Su Haoshi heard this, their eyes were filled with relief and expectation. Suchin encouraged, Xiaojia, cousin believes that you can do it, and cousin has always hoped that my mecha can be controlled by you. Don't worry, cousin, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Seeing this scene, Su Haoshi sighed lightly, and said to Su Chen, Chen. After you came back, our Su family has really gotten better and better, even Xiaojia, after meeting you. It's a lot more reliable. We always thought his dream was unrealistic, but now, he has really taken a big step. Seeing him like this now, I feel relieved in my heart. I used to worry that Xiaojia would be like my father and me, with no ideals. He stayed at home all day, relying on his uncle and second uncle to eat and wait to die. I have been close to your second grandfather since I was a child. I was afraid that he would be like me in the future, but fortunately he met you. Second uncle, Xiaozhou, was originally a very good child. Before the mecha came out, he could carry such a dream and work hard for it. His firmness has surpassed many others. And you don't need to belittle yourself. Everyone has different pursuits in life. Although you and the third grandpa didn't take the road of business, you are taking care of everything in the house. We are all members of the Su family. If the Su family leaves anyone, it will definitely not be as good as it is now. Su Jianqing said, Qinchin is right. We are a united family. Only by working together can we develop better. Cousin, I think you are the pillar of our Su family and a beacon in the vast sea. As long as we see you, we can all find our way forward. When I came back, I heard that our family got the business from the military region. It seems that during the time when I was not at home, my cousin has already done everything, so that in the future our family can have a clear division of labor, and my cousin is responsible for the research. Mecha, the second grandfather, and my grandfather are in charge of the family business. And I am in charge of opening the mecha that my cousin studies. Come on, relatives of the Su family. Suja shouted. Because of the Su family's winning bid, after the news spread, the family's phone was hit every day. Second Master Su's cell phone also kept ringing, and he could receive dozens of calls every day while he was having a meal. Everyone called to congratulate them, but they actually wanted to take this opportunity to have a good relationship with the Su family, so each phone call would not be too short. Second Master Su really took the trouble, and the people at home felt it was too noisy. So Second Master Su found the big guy and discussed it with the big guy. I think in this situation, our family must hold a celebration party, and there are too many people who want to contact us now. We must find an opportunity to give they have a chance, otherwise we will be surrounded by phone calls every day. Everyone agreed. Second Master Su looked at Su Chen and said, Chen Chen, when are you going to leave when you come back this time? To hold this celebration banquet, it is estimated that the family will have to prepare for a few days. I hope you can stay and participate. I know that the person those people want to make friends with is no longer an old man like me. The person they want to meet is you. If they don't see it, they probably won't give up. Su Chen understood what the second grandfather meant, nodded, and said, no problem, second grandpa, just do as you said. Okay, I will try to prepare as quickly as possible. I know that you and Bing Xue are busy with work, and Tuanchu and Lei is about to start school now. I will solve this matter before they start school. You will stay in Zhonghai these few days. Have fun. Su Chen went back to the bedroom, and his wife was still looking after Tuanchuan and Lei. After the two little guys finished drinking, they slept until the next morning and didn't wake up. However, they breathed evenly, and their bodies didn't look any different. They were simply sleeping. Wife, the second grandpa just said that our family is going to hold a celebration banquet. I hope we can stay and participate, but this banquet will take a few days to prepare. It happens that we are free these days. Do we want to take our two children out to play for a while? Trip? The summer vacation of the two children is coming to an end. Our family has not had a good time going out during the whole vacation. It was the last time we were in the imperial capital, and we strolled around here. This time we will find a good scenery. Let's travel somewhere. Yan Bingxue nodded immediately, okay. Thinking of the family's honeymoon trip last time, Yan Bingxue was looking forward to the family going out to play again. Then do you have a place you want to go? Su Chen asked. You can go anywhere, as long as you are with your husband and children. I think all places are very interesting. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Chen said, then I'll decide on a place. Let's go to Yunqing. The scenery there is good, and it has always been called a romantic city. We go to play with our family. Okay, I haven't been to Yunqing yet. I've been to many places for business over the years, but I really haven't been to Yunqing. I see many people on Douyin say that the scenery there is very beautiful, and it's super easy to live in. Comfortable. Well, in recent years, many people have indeed recommended going to Yunqing. The main reason is that the commercial atmosphere there is not too strong. We can play for leisure and entertainment. The two settled the matter, and then Su Chen went downstairs to tell his family about their plans to travel. Suja heard that his cousin was going on a trip and still go to Yunqing. Yunqing is far from the imperial capital. If you go to such a far place, you will definitely have to play for a few days before returning. He only has 3 days off this time, and there are so many things he hasn't said to his cousin. Cousin, I'm so sad when you are like this. I just came back. Why are you taking the whole family on a trip? I haven't seen Tuanchuan and Lele yet. Third Master Su glared at him angrily. You stinky boy, I only praised you a few words yesterday, and today I was beaten back to the original shape, isn't it? It's like a little child. Your cousin will take you with you going out. With my cousin and 2 children to play, what are you doing for fun? Chin Chin, you don't need to pay attention to it as a stinky boy. There's nothing to do these days anyway. Tuanchuan and Lele's vacation is coming to an end, and your family should go out and play. Su Jianqing also said, your third grandfather is right. The 2 children have learned a lot during the summer vacation, and they probably don't have much time to play. Now the vacation is about to end, you should really take the children to relax. You guys, I'm going to Yunqing. The scenery there is pretty good. Just play for a few more days, and when your second grandfather is ready for the celebration dinner here, you can come back. Well, Su Chen nodded and asked, do you want to play together? Su Jianqing shook his head. Let's forget about your grandma and I. We both have old bones. We really can't afford it, and it will affect your young people's mood to play. Third Master Su also shook his head. Chen Chen, go play by yourself. My old bones are similar to your grandfather. I'd rather lie at home for a while, and your second grandpa has been very busy recently. I have to help him if I have nothing to do. Woolen cloth. The 2 grandfathers didn't go, and the second grandfather definitely didn't have time, so Su Chen asked Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu, Mom and Dad, why don't you go with us? Last time you went to Sanya for our honeymoon trip, when you were there I didn't go, and when I came back to look at the photos, didn't I say it would be nice if I went with us? This time I have a chance, let's go out as a family. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu glanced at each other. Lin Xiu waved his hand and said, Chen Chen, your dad and I will not go. You and Bing Xue, 2 young people, are going to play with their 2 children, and we, the old man and the old lady, will join us. What a fun! Your third grandfather said it well. Your second grandfather has been busy recently. I finally got home. After the children start school, we will go back with you. I also want to take advantage of this time to help you too. Grandpa is busy, son. Take Bing Xue and 2 children to play together. We will wait for you to come back in the imperial capital. Su Chen asked around, but no one went, so he decided to take his wife and children to play together. Suja said next to him, Cousin, if I have time, I will definitely go with you. The scenery of Yunqing is very good, and the air quality there is also good. This time you go, have a good time. God. Su Chen nodded and said to him, Xiaozhe, you are now focusing on training, and the time cannot be missed. Next time we have a chance, let's go out and play together. Cousin, rather than we go on a trip together, I still want us to meet at the training ground of the military region in the future. Suja said. Su Chen said, Don't worry, this day will come soon. Tuanchuan and Lele didn't wake up until half the morning. The 2 little guys were surprised to find that they slept in their parents' big bed last night. And when they woke up, their parents were sitting in the room with them. Tuanchuan and Lele were a little surprised, and most importantly, they didn't seem to remember how they fell asleep last night. Tuanchuan pouted and asked, Dad, Mom, did we sleep in the same bed as a family of 4 yesterday? Yan Bingxue nodded, yes. But why don't I have any impression at all? I clearly remember that we ate. Downstairs, woohoo, it feels so bad, I finally can sleep with my parents, but I still don't remember anything. Lele said from the side, sister, I seem to be the same. I remember that the two of us were eating and chatting downstairs, but then why did we go to my parents' bed to sleep? Seeing that the little guys were a little shy, Suchin said to her, to Anchuan, Lele, let me tell you some good news, my mother and I are going to take you on a trip to Yunqing, and we will leave after dinner at noon later. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard the news that they were going out to play, their big eyes suddenly widened. The confusion and regret just now were all swept away. Really? Great. Our family can go out to play together again. Tuanchuan likes to hang out with mom and dad. Lele's happiness is also beyond words. The family had a great time in Sanya last time, so Lele's heart is also looking forward to this trip. The two little guys got up happily, brushed their teeth and washed their faces, but when they went downstairs for breakfast, the two of them became confused again. Mom and Dad, I think it's weird, Tuanchuan said while drinking white rice porridge, frowning. What's the matter? Yan Bingxue asked. Why can't I remember at all what happened last night? It's never happened before, although sometimes I'm very sleepy at night, but the next morning I will remember how I was going to bed, even if my father carried me to bed. Then I should remember how I fell asleep, but how can I remember that I was eating? And last night, I also had a lot of dreams. I dreamed that Chocho grew very large, and became a dog like a lion. Her fur is very soft and soft. It's super comfortable, and Chocho said he wanted to protect me and my brother. When Lele heard what her sister said, she suddenly showed an incredible expression. Tuan Tuan, I'm the same as you? I don't remember how I fell asleep last night, but I also had a lot of dreams, and they were all weird dreams. I dreamed that I really made a mecha, and it was a super powerful mecha. I held it and showed it to everyone. As a result, the mecha was too heavy, and I couldn't hold it anymore. I was able to put the mecha on the ground, and I asked my father if I was great, but I don't remember what my father said. Suchin said with a smile, Dad didn't have time to say anything, you fell asleep hugging Dad's leg. Lele's eyes widened suddenly. Dad, how do you know what happened in my dream? Tuanchu and Lele, the things you two just said were not your dreams, they actually happened last night. Yesterday, because the servant aunt was not careful, what you brought to you was not fruit juice, but fruit wine. The two of you drank some wine, and both of you were drunk. The scenes you saw in your dreams were actually what happened in reality. The two little guys stared blankly at their father. Dad, do you mean that Ball has really turned into a dog the size of a lion now? Suchin smiled and said, of course not. What you thought Chocho was actually the big bear over there. You hugged the big bear and called Chocho, and said she was very big. Then what about my mecha? Lele asked with blinking eyes. Yan Bingxue smiled and pointed to the vase over there. Hey, that's your mecha, Lele, the big vase you held yesterday, saying that it was the mecha you made, but she couldn't hold it anymore, and she didn't. I almost smashed the vase that the second grandpa likes. The two little guys listened to their parents' description with embarrassed expressions, and their cheeks suddenly turned red again. But soon they both laughed. It turned out to be so fun after drinking it. Unfortunately, I can't remember it at all. Suchin patted Tuanchuan's head and said, yeah, you two don't even remember What you did after drinking, so when you're outside in the future, you must never drink without your father and mother by your side, did you hear that? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded vigorously. Speaking of Chocho, I really want to beg, can my mother send a video to Grandma? I want to see Chocho. Yan Bingxue nodded, of course it's alright. It just so happens that we're going to play in Yunqing soon, and we have to tell my grandfather and Grandma. It will take a few days before we can go back. Yan Bingxue dialed her mother's mobile phone. After the video opened, Tuanchuan Lele waved to her grandmother. Grandma, hello. Tuanchuan Lele, why are you two still having dinner so late? Because Tuanchuan and Lele slept too long last night, they couldn't get up this morning. The two little guys didn't tell Grandma that they drank too much, because they were afraid that Grandma would be worried. Adults always say that children can't drink. Grandma, where is Chocho? I want to see Chocho. Chocho is all right, Grandma will take you to see her now. Tang Shiyun also deliberately used a room as Chocho's residential area. All the things that Yan Bingxue brought were placed in that room. Chocho was also lying on his stomach in the room, basking lazily by the window. Seeing Tang Shiyun coming in, Chocho raised his head and glanced at her, then lowered his head again. The little guy looked a little melancholy. Grandma, why is Chocho a little unhappy? Tang Shiyun said, Chocho should miss you and your brother. After you left. Chocho stood in the courtyard for a long time. Every time I let her out, she would wait for you in the courtyard. Always lying by the window, looking out at the yard. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard this, they felt heartache immediately. The two shouted in the video, Ball ball. Hearing the familiar voice, Chocho, who was lying on the ground, immediately stood up, frantically wagging his tail and walking towards Tang Shiyun's mobile phone. Tang Shiyun put the phone in front of Chocho, and Tuanchuan and Lele waved to Chocho on the screen. Chocho seemed to have seen them, and he yelled at the screen twice, and kept stretching out his claws to grab the phone. Seeing it, Tuanchuan felt more distressed, and coaxed, Chocho, brother and sister will go home in a few days. Would you like to have a good time at Grandma's house? Chocho, brother didn't leave you, brother will pick you up in a few days, you have to be obedient at Grandma's house. Hearing the voices of the little masters, the little guy immediately burst into tears, cried out twice, and fell down in front of the screen. Generation of Mecha. After eating at noon that day, Su Chen's family set off for Yunqing. At the same time, the Push Tea group of Daying Country was also holding an emergency meeting. Chairman, I just got the news that the Dragon Academy of Sciences has announced a research plan to start the second-generation mecha a week ago. Ike frowned, why did such important news reach us now? What are you all doing? Chairman, we just got the news about this matter. Since long were released the news about the advent of the mecha, they have blocked all the news. This time, I know that the Dragon Academy has launched the second-generation mecha plan. We finally found out. Ike was very angry and wanted to get angry, but looking at the group of people with their heads down, he felt that it was meaningless. Getting angry won't solve any problems, now you have to find a way. How can the action of the Dragon Academy be so fast? The first generation mecha of the Dragon Kingdom has just come out, and now the research on the second generation mecha is started? Ike asked. Yes, the news is very accurate, and I heard that Su Chen is going to start the research plan of the second generation mecha, and he seems to have already started. Everyone was very surprised when they heard the news. Everyone was talking quietly. What kind of genius is this Su Chen? The first-generation mecha of Longwa was already so powerful, and now he is going to make a second-generation version. If the second-generation mecha comes out, wouldn't it be better than the first-generation mecha? The mecha is even more powerful. It's terrifying. What kind of structure is in the head of such a person? The first-generation mecha released by the Dragon Academy, our researchers can't study it. If they are researching a second-generation mecha, wouldn't it be even more powerful? As long as Su Chen is in the Dragon Academy, then it's simply invincible. Hearing these words, Ike patted the table hard, and everyone immediately quieted down. Now you know how powerful Su Chen is? What did you do earlier? I said at the summit that this Su Chen is very talented, but unfortunately I couldn't win him over at that time, otherwise a generation of mechas would not be born in the Dragon Kingdom. Hasn't our research department given a research strategy yet? Longgua's mecha has been around for so long, what is the research department doing? The head of the research department said, Chairman, recently the entire research department has been working overtime to study the Dragon Kingdom's mecha. This is only from the appearance. Everyone really has no clue. Su Chen's mecha is too precise. Now, we can't imitate the outside, let alone the internal system we don't know about. Waste thing. It seems that it is useless to count on you. In this situation, we can only pin our hopes on Su Chen. But Chairman, didn't you say when you came back from the summit last time that this Su Chen was simply incompetent? He is determined to serve the Dragon Kingdom. What can we do? Even if he really can't get in, we have to find a way. Before Su Chen makes the second-generation mecha, we must dig Su Chen to our T group. If the second-generation mecha is also in the Dragon Academy of Sciences born, then we really can't get along internationally in the future. Everyone was silent, and they all knew that Ike was right. The only way now it is to win Su Chen, because only Su Chen in the world can make mecha. The first-generation mecha is already perfect and has excellent combat effectiveness. This really makes Su Chen complete the second-generation mecha. In the Dragon Academy of Sciences, it is impossible for them to catch up with the Dragon Kingdom and the Dragon Academy of Sciences. I'd immediately ordered, now send someone to check Su Chen's whereabouts. This time we can't hesitate any longer, and we will take Su Chen down anyway. The person sent out soon came back, Chairman, we have already checked the whereabouts of Su Chen. He just set off from the imperial capital a few hours ago, and took his wife and children to Yunqing in the Dragon Kingdom. It seems that he was going to play. Ike called Rika, I'll give you one last chance. If you can't even take this chance, then you don't have to come back to see me. Remember, this time to find Su Chen, the goal is to bring him back to the Push T group, only success, not failure. Rika immediately said, as ordered, Chairman. I will send you some assistance. This time you will go to Longwa in secret and find Su Chen. If you are not sure, you can ask the assistants I sent to go forward to explore the way. I will fight Su Chen. After dealings, he is very loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. It is very difficult to win him over, so you can try other methods. My purpose is only one, either bring his people back, or bring back the accurate data of the mecha. Of course, I prefer the latter. Rika nodded, I understand, Chairman. I will rush to Yunqing right now, and I will find a way to find out the research data of the mecha from Su Chen. Well, let's go. Half an hour later, Rika was waiting for the plane at the airport, and the people Ike sent her were also in place. In addition to the usual bodyguards, Rika also saw several very conspicuous girls in the crowd. There are yellow races, black races, white races, and they are all different in height, short, fat and thin, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they are very beautiful and belong to completely different types of beauties. Rika remembered what the chairman said in the conference room. So is this the assistant the chairman said to him? He wants to use the beauty trick for Su Chen, so as to find out the data of Su Chen's research on mecha? Rika felt from the bottom of her heart that this method is really unreliable. She and Su Chen met twice in total, once in Haigua, and the other in Sanya, in Longhua. The first time Su Chen went to Haigua with his wife, the two behaved very closely and lovingly. When he was in Sanya for the second time, although Su Chen's wife only picked him up at the end of the final dinner, as far as Rika knew, the reason why Su Chen went to Sanya at that time was to take his wife on a honeymoon trip. From what Rika sees, the relationship between Su Chen and his wife should be very good. Is it possible to use beauty tricks on such a man? Rika was a little suspicious, but this was Ike's order, and she didn't dare to disobey. After getting on the plane, Rika looked at the scenery outside the window and had some expectations for this trip to the Dragon Country. In fact, Su Chen's family had already arrived in Yunqing. They have already booked the presidential suite next to Arai Lake in advance. Online. This is the best hotel in Yunqing. It is opposite to Arai Lake with beautiful scenery. It is an excellent place to live in Yunqing. The presidential suite they booked opened the door of the balcony, and they could see the Arai Lake outside. This was the best suite in the hotel. The air quality of Yunqing is indeed much better than that of Imperial Capital and Zhonghai. When you look up, you can see a blue sky with blue sky and white clouds. This is a scenery that is hard to see in big cities. Coming to a new place and about to start a sweet family trip, Tuanchuan and Lele are very excited. The two little guys stood on the balcony, raised their mobile phones to take a picture of the sky, and then pointed the camera of the mobile phone at the Arai Lake over there. Gu Yusen swiped on her phone boredly, and suddenly saw two similar circles of friends, which were posted by Tuanchuan and Lele at about the same time. This place looks familiar. Ms. Gu usually has no hobbies. She likes to stay at home, but she likes to watch other people's travels online. So she could see at a glance that this was the Arai Lake in Yunqing. Huh? Didn't Schwer and their family Mr. Su take their two children to the imperial capital? Why did they go to Yunqing again? Call our family Schwer to condolence. Gu Yusen called Yan Bingxue. Hey, Schwer, what are you doing? Did you go to Yunqing? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Ms. Gu, do you have any positioning software installed in my mobile phone? I just arrived in Yunqing, and your call came. I don't have that kind of weird hobby. I saw the circle of friends of Tuanchuan and Lelefa. The photo looks like Arai in Yunqing, but didn't your family go to the imperial capital? Why did you go to Yunqing again? Went to the city? I went back to the imperial capital before, but my husband wants to play with the whole family before the two children start school. TSK, I really envy the dead. Your Mr. Su is really a husband who came out of an idol drama. How long has it been since your honeymoon trip ended? Some time ago, the family was still playing in the imperial capital, and now he is taking you out again. Travel. When Yan Bingxue heard what Ms. Gu said, the corners of her mouth lifted up. He said proudly, my husband is gentle and considerate, and he is very kind to me and the children. He will take us out to play whenever he has time. How about Ms. Gu, are you jealous? Yes, what I envy is about to lie flat. How come the relationship between you and your Mr. Su is getting better every day? Others say that after getting married, love will gradually fade away. I think you guys are you and me, it's getting sweeter and sweeter, between the two of you. It's estimated that even Tuanchuan and Lele will not be able to tolerate it soon, Gu Yusen said on the other end of the phone with a smile and joking. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she suddenly pursed her lips. Seeing that she didn't speak, Gu Yusen blinked and said, what's the matter? Swear, did I say something wrong? No. Yan Bingxue's voice was muffled. Is this still called? We have known each other for so many years. Even if we are on the phone, I can distinguish your tone of voice. Come on, what happened? It's really nothing special. You just said that to me, and it reminded me of something. Yan Bingxue told Gu Yusen what happened at the bidding meeting. After Gu Yusen listened, he roared on the spot, this Su Ruhue, why is this so arrogant? When I apologized to you the other day, I pretended to be a grandson, but she still didn't give up? She really did, knowing that you and Mr. Su are both married. The two of them even have children, yet they still have such a wishful thinking for Mr. Su. I don't know what she thinks, but I know that my husband must have no idea about her. That day, Suchin ignored her at all. Your Mr. Su is so good, so why are you not happy? Gu Yusen asked. I'm not unhappy, I'm just thinking, you said my husband is so good, should I work harder to become the woman who can stand beside him? Swear, you are finally enlightened, I'm so relieved. I think your idea is right, but it's just a little wrong. Gu Yusen's voice on the other end of the phone became excited. Yan Bingxue always felt that what she was going to say next might be beyond her expectations. But he couldn't help but ask, what deviation? You think, your husband is so good, and he told you that he would not like those women, what can you do at this time? You must not be jealous, because your Mr. Su has done a great job, so the only thing you can do is to show your charm in front of your Mr. Su at all times, so that he has no time to see other women. Prison grab his heart firmly and bind his people. When Yan Bingxue heard her remarks, she couldn't help frowning. Ms. Gu, have you read any strange novels recently? No. I'm serious. Men like women to be dignified and generous when they're outside, but in front of them, it's better to be enchanting. Didn't you say that your Mr. Su is a unique, good man? He is both excellent and dedicated. If you think you must be worthy of him, then I think your current strength is already very good, although compared with Mr. Su, a little bit worse, but you're better than 99% of women. So I think you don't need to work hard for things like strength. What you need to work hard now is in your married life. Shui listen to me. Gu Yusen on the other end of the phone chattered nonstop. Yan Bingxue's face slowly turned red, and her heartbeat continued to accelerate. Uxian, why do I think your method is not very reliable? I haven't tried it, how do you know if it's reliable? Shui believe me. Based on my years of experience in romance novels, if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to first cough. You know well, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave the rest of the time to Shui to play freely. I believe in your ability, and even more in your charm. After hanging up the phone with Ms. Gu, Yan Bingxue swallowed her saliva. She walked back to the room slowly, and saw Suchin sitting there, with Tu Anchuan and Lei Lei playing on their mobile phones. Yan Bingxue thought of what Gu Yusen said, so she said to Tu Anchuan and Lei Lei. Tu Anchuan Lei Lei, I just saw there is a children's playground on this floor. Just turned right when we went out, the hotel said that there is a children's playground here. It's free, do you want to play for a while? When the two little guys heard that there was a children's playground, they ran out immediately. Su Chen looked up at his wife, looking at her with a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. The wife gave away the two children, what did she want to do? Husband, the air here is really good and the sky is very blue. I haven't seen such blue sky and white clouds for a long time. Well, the altitude of Yunqing is higher, so the air is better. Su Chen nodded. When Yan Bingxue heard this, her expression changed a bit exaggeratedly. Really? Yes, Yunqing's altitude is much higher than Zhonghai. No wonder I feel a little uncomfortable, and my chest is stuffy. She caressed her chest gently, and carefully peeked at Su Chen over there. Su Chen looked at her calmly, not understanding what the old lady wanted to do. Recently. Husband, don't you think that the ultraviolet rays here in Yunqing are stronger? The sun is so big, and the house is so hot. As Yan Bingxue said, she took off her sun protection jacket and wore a halter top, which was a little too revealing for her usual clothes. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue's white collarbone and tender shoulders, and pursed his lips lightly, and the corners of his mouth raised inaudibly. Is it hot? Wife, don't you have altitude sickness? The central air conditioner is always on in the room, and the temperature is 22 degrees. I don't feel hot. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she coughed awkwardly. Then maybe I'm really suffering from altitude sickness. Her heart was about to go crazy. Depend on. Why should you listen to Ms. Gu? The novels that Ms. Gu read are simply unreliable collections. Yan Bingxue tried many kinds of novels that Ms. Gu recommended to her before. But she failed to push Su Chen down successfully. Why did she believe Ms. Gu's nonsense again today? It's really embarrassing. Is it too late to put on the sunscreen now? However, does the husband really dislike himself in less clothes? In Yan Bingxue's heart, she couldn't help being aroused a little bit of desire to win. She is very confident in her appearance, and her figure is also first class. It is impossible for her husband not to respond. It must be not close enough. So, Yan Bingxue pretended to walk a few steps forward unintentionally, and simply sat next to Su Chen. Husband, what are you doing? She sighed softly, raised her eyes slightly, and looked at him tenderly. Su Chen looked at her eyes, his eyes were a little deep. I'm reporting to my parents that they are safe, and I also sent a message to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Oh, Yan Bingxue replied absent-mindedly, seeing her husband still so calm. She felt more and more annoyed in her heart. Doesn't it mean that men like women to be more charming when they are in front of them? Wasn't she charming enough just now? Husband didn't respond at all. Yan Bingxue stood up and walked behind her husband. After thinking for a long time, she finally gathered up the courage to reach out and hug her husband. But before the outstretched hand touched her husband's neck, Su Chen suddenly turned around. He took Yan Bingxue's hands and gently took her into his arms. Wife. Well. Yan Bingxue responded nervously. Cancel the play plan this afternoon. What? The play plan that afternoon was really cancelled. Tu Anchuan and Lei Lei spent an afternoon in the children's playground, while Su Chen and Yan Bingxue stayed directly in the room for an afternoon. When he woke up in the evening, Su Chen, beside him, was still sleeping. Yan Bing Shue opened his eyes and looked at his handsome husband up close. It seems that what Ms. Gu thought of this time is still somewhat useful. Ms. Gu is right. In terms of work strength, she has done a good job now, and there is not much room for improvement, but in terms of husband and wife, she can indeed do a lot. The next morning, Su Chen's family wore sportswear and sneakers and drove to the foot of Songshan Mountain. There are many tourist attractions in Yunqing, and they also have a lot of time, so they plan to play them one by one. Irai Lake is right in front of the hotel. After dinner last night, they had already sat on the balcony and enjoyed it. Today's second stop is Songshan. If you want to climb Songshan, you have to take the cable car to the middle of the mountain first, and you have to walk up the rest of the distance by yourself. Their family of 4 happened to be riding a cable car. The speed of the cable car was slow, and they could enjoy the beautiful scenery for entertainment. Below is a dense forest, almost no roads can be seen, only a few trails stepped out by human footprints in the forest. On the high cable car, the scenery in the distance is unobstructed. Yan Bingxue sat beside Su Chen and pointed to the beautiful scenery outside and said, "Husband, look at it, the scenery here is really beautiful." "Husband, is that where our hotel is located? Is that water from Irai Lake?" "Husband, look over there, it looks like a rice field. Does Yunqing also grow rice fields?" "Husband, I heard that there are a lot of wild mushrooms on the mountains in Yunqing, and even the locals can't tell whether these mushrooms are poisonous or not, so when the mushrooms grow, many people will eat mushroom poisoning." "I heard that people who are poisoned by mushrooms will have hallucinations. Do you think there are also these mushrooms in Songshan?" "Husband." Along the way, Yan Bingxue was active. It was almost outrageous. Dao Longfan's wife, since yesterday, seems to be unusually enthusiastic and active towards herself. This was a novel experience for him, and Su Chen silently enjoyed it. Tuanchuan and Lei sat on the high cable car, not feeling afraid at all. When we got to the middle of the mountain, the family got off the cable car, and we had to climb up by ourselves for the next half of the journey. Songshan is a natural mountain. The roads above have been repaired for some years. There are wide and narrow places. The wide places can walk side by side, and 10 people are no problem. In the narrow places, some can only accommodate 1 person. Looking up from the mountainside, the braking potential above is steep, and the more you get to the top of the mountain, the longer and more difficult the road is. Su Chen is planning to set off with his wife and children to challenge the summit. As a result, before he left, he was stopped by 5 women. These 5 women are very distinctive, including 3 whites, 1 yellow, and 1 black. It was quite shocking to see 5 foreign women of different races standing together. And these 5 women, as if they were carefully selected from the crowd, each one is very beautiful. The characteristics of different races give their bodies different advantages. The only thing that is the same is that any of the 5 of them is placed in the crowd and is a beauty with a score of more than 9 points. "Hello, can you do us a favor? We don't speak the language of the dragon country." The other party spoke the language of the Great Eagle country. To be able to gather such 5 women together, and to speak the language of the Great Eagle country. Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Su Chen did not immediately answer the other party's words. The 5 women saw that he didn't speak, so they continued, "Hello, we are not bad people, we are tourists from the Great Eagle country, we don't speak the language of your dragon country, but now we want to go up the mountain, we need to be there, buy some water and other supplies at the store next door, can You help us communicate with the boss? After speaking, the 5 women's eyes looked straight at Suchin again. The expressions on everyone's face are different, but the same message is conveyed in the eyes. Suchin looked them up and down, thinking that this acting was too clumsy. Moreover, the acting did not do a full set. Since you are here to climb the mountain, is it really appropriate to wear such fancy clothes one by one? It is understandable that girls love beauty, but climbing mountains in high heels is a bit unreasonable. Suchin smiled and said in pure Longwoo language, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you are saying. The women were dumbfounded, completely not expecting such a result. Strangely, Rika told them that Suchin spoke the Great Eagle language very well, and he had no problem communicating with them in Haigua before. How could he not understand the language of the Great Eagle country? Just when everyone hadn't reacted, Suchin took the hands of his wife and children and walked towards the mountain. Yan Bingxue looked back at the 5 women, then at her husband, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Husband is the best man in the world. However, Yan Bingxue still took a peaked cap and handed it to her husband. Husband, the sun on the mountain is too hot, and the ultraviolet rays in Yunqing are very strong, so you should wear a hat, or you will get tanned again when you go back. Suchin said, didn't you apply sunscreen to me in the morning? I put sunscreen on you, but wear a hat, double insurance, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Suchin didn't take her hat, but looked at her instead. Yan Bingxue couldn't hold back herself, she smiled and said, okay, actually I'm selfish. I think my husband wears a hat to cover up your beauty. With such a handsome face, it's too dangerous to walk outside. I feel that the girls on the road are thinking about you. Suchin knew that the stupid wife was because of the 5 women just now. He took the cap, put it on his head handsomely, looked up at the sun above his head, nodded and said, it's really good to wear a hat, I really can't get a tan with this beautiful face. They walked up holding hands all the way, a family of 4, 2 babies in the middle. The picture is very friendly. When tourists saw Tuanchuan and Lele, they were instantly attracted by the 2 little cuties. Hello, may I take a photo with your babies? Your babies are so cute, aren't they star babies? Yan Bingxue explained to others many times along the way. Tuanchuan and Lele are not star babies. After walking for more than half an hour, the road above gradually narrowed. But there was a built road next to it, leading to the mountain spring wishing pool there. Suchin and the others decided to walk over to take a look, and rest there for a while. But even after the rest, the 5 women just followed. Just when Suchin and Yan Bingxue were sitting beside the mountain spring pool to rest, the 5 women found Suchin in the crowd, and immediately came over in groups. The plan to strike up a conversation in the last round failed. In this round, they changed their strategy. In order not to arouse Suchin's suspicion, they decided to use their beauty to attract Suchin's attention. The 5 women played beside the mountain spring pool and played splashing games with each other. The sound of laughter and slapstick attracted the attention of many tourists. 5 beauties of different styles gathered together to play in the water. This picture is the scene of many men's dreams. More and more people gathered by the mountain spring pool, most of them were male compatriots. But Suchin was resting by the pool, but it seemed like he couldn't see them. The women played for a long time and found that Suchin didn't even give a look, and suddenly felt a little bad in their hearts. I was afraid that Suchin would leave after taking a rest. One of the Caucasian beauties gritted her teeth and simply pretended to slip her feet and fell into the water. The companion immediately pulled her up, but his body was still soaked by the spring water. This was the woman wearing high heels. She was wearing a white dress. She was soaking wet right now. In the sunlight, she could even clearly see what color the other party was wearing. Many of the spectators in the periphery turned their heads in embarrassment, while others stared intently. The huge movement just now naturally attracted Su Chen's attention, but he just glanced at it and retracted his gaze. Are you still playing wet? The women of the Great Eagle country are really more open, but unfortunately, their acting skills are so poor that Su Chen can't stand it anymore. Yan Bingxue paid attention to the girls over there. As a woman, she was keenly aware that these girls seemed to care about their husbands. It seems that it is a fan attracted by her husband's prosperous beauty. Woo, these 3 days and 2 ends, it's really unbearable. Yan Bingxue took out 4 coins from her bag and handed them to her husband. And 2 children, 1 for each. Husband, to Anchuan Lele, there is a small wishing pool over there. Let's try it out and see who can throw coins into the wishing pool accurately. Only those who put it in can make a wish. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard this rule, they held their coins firmly. There is only this one in total. If you lose it, you will not be able to make a wish later. The family left like this again, leaving the 5 women looking at each other. Looking into the distance, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled and talked. The family happily threw a coin and made a wish at the wishing pool. The 5 women couldn't help but sigh. Tell Rika, our plan failed, and this Su Chen won't take the bait at all. Next to the wishing pool, Yan Bingxue successfully threw the coins into the wishing pool. She closed her eyes, put her hands together, and silently made a wish in her heart. I hope that my husband and I will be in love forever, be together forever. And Tuanchuan and Lele, our family, will always be happy. Tuanchuan held the coin, but did not dare to throw it out for a long time. Dad, I don't dare to throw it, you can throw it for me, I don't think I can. Throw it in. Tuanchuan handed the coin in his hand to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, took his daughter's coin, and threw it forward forcefully, accurately throwing it into the wishing pool. Wow, Dad is amazing. Then I want to make a wish. Yan Bingxue said softly, husband, you helped to throw the ball, so her wish will come true? Su Chen smiled and said, the wish that Tuanchuan made, you don't need the wish value to help her realize it, I'll help her realize it. After Tuanchuan made the wish, Su Chen asked, Tuanchuan, what did you wish for? Dad, can't you say your wish? It won't work if you say it. It's okay, your wishing coin was thrown for you by Dad, so it's okay for you to tell Dad. Okay then I'll tell you secretly, I can't let my mother and brother hear. Tuanchuan whispered in Su Chen's ear. In the afternoon, when they returned to the hotel, they brought a large box of ice cream cakes in the hotel room. As soon as Tuanchuan saw this ice cream cake, he immediately shouted happily. Wow, my wish has really come true. The wishing pond is so cool today. My wish is to eat ice cream cake. I didn't expect it to be delivered to me. The little girl happily rushed to the table, and Su Chen smiled softly behind her. Yan Bingxue looked at her husband with love written in her eyes. The 2 little guys went to climb the mountain today. They were probably exhausted. After eating the sweet ice cream cake, they went back to their room to rest. Su Chen was taking a shower. Yan Bingxue was sitting on the sofa, chatting with Gu Yusen on her mobile phone. Yan Bingxue, Yusen, I really feel more and more that my husband is really excellent. She told Gu Yusen about the 5 women she met on the mountain today and wanted to strike up a conversation. Yan Bingxue. At that time, the 5 women were obviously here for her husband, but her husband was unmoved. Uxin, I am really happy and uneasy in my heart now, and I always feel that I should do something more to be worthy of such an excellent husband. Gu Yusin, Schwer, your idea today is very correct. I gave you a good idea that day. Isn't your husband very happy? Cough cough. Yan Bingshua's cheeks flushed, and she replied, he is quite happy, but you can't use the same move twice, right? Gu Yusin, every change is inseparable from its origin. Schwer, don't you just want to make your husband happier, then change the way and do it again? Anyway, the final result is that you take the initiative to send yourself up. Yan Bingxue, well, my husband rejected so many temptations for me, of course I have to meet all my husband's needs. Gu Yusin, Schwer, I think your Mr. Su is really eye-catching now. Not only is he handsome, but he is also a super rich second generation, and his ability is super strong. If you are guarding such a man, you can afford it. Hit hard. Yan Bingxue looked at this sentence silently. The next trick? She was so active that day, isn't that cruel enough? Gu Yusin, you go to such a romantic place in Yunqing, how can you choose to go climbing a mountain? Yan Bingxue, Sangshan Mountain is a famous scenic spot in Yunqing, and it was a meaningful thing to take a group of Lele to climb the mountain, stand on the highest place, and leave a family photo. Gu Yusin, you're right, after all, you two brought Tuanchuan and Lele over this time. It's really inconvenient to do something during the day, but Tuanchuan and Lele sleep at night, so don't you have it? Is there a chance? Yan Bingxue, you mean let me throw my husband down again? But wouldn't it be too obvious? That day my husband rejected Su Ruhui, and I already took the initiative once. Today, my husband is still stubborn in the face of the temptation of 5 big beauties. If I use this trick again, it always feels like nothing new. Gu Yusin, then let's put it another way. Listen to me, the Qing Bar in Yunqing is very famous. Close your eyes and imagine the streets of the ancient city, the breeze in the evening, listening to the soft music, and taking a sip, the little wine in my house, and my beloved beauty sitting opposite. Can your Mr. Su not like this kind of scene? Yan Bingxue looked at this sentence, and this picture couldn't help but emerge in her mind. She thinks her husband will like it. Yan Bingxue, Ms. Gu, I officially announce that you have now won the title of my Doghead Military Division. These 2 proposals are very powerful. Okay, I won't tell you, I'm going to prepare, I will talk to you tonight. My husband is going on a date. Gu Yusin, Schwer, why don't you talk to me a few more words, just leave. After hearing this, it's too ruthless. Yan Bingxue, it's not the first day you met me, I've always been ruthless. I only have affection for my husband. After Yan Bingxue finished sending the message, she put her phone aside, went to the closet to pick out a light blue dress, and put on a little makeup on her face. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yan Bingxue smiled with satisfaction. Humph, when she dresses up, she is much prettier than the 5 women today. Going on a date with my husband in such a beautiful state, my husband should be very happy. After Suchin came out of the shower, seeing that his wife had finished dressing, she even changed into a beautiful dress. Wife, are you going out? Yan Bingxue walked over with a smile, took his arm and said, Husband, it's not that I want to go out, it's that we want to go out together. Where? Suchin smiled. Since you've all come to Yunqing, you can't miss Qing in the alley. Tuanchuan and Lele are already asleep, let's leave a small note for the 2 of them, and Then go to a small bar. I'm so tired to climb the mountain today. I'll have a drink later, just in time to come back to sleep comfortably. Yan Bingxue looked at him expectantly. Su Chen looked at the bathrobe on his body, and said with a chuckle, okay. Then I'll change my clothes. Yunqing is rich in flowers. Walking on the streets of Yunqing, there is a flower shop every 10 meters or so on both sides of the street. There seems to be a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. No wonder they say that Yunqing is the most romantic place. There are so many flower shops here. I feel like walking through every street. I can smell different flowers. Husband, this store seems to be good. Let's go to this store for a drink. Su Chen raised his head and glanced at the signboard. Alley Tavern. It's a simple name. The two walked in together and found a quiet place to sit down. The female singer with a guitar on the stage, with a slightly hoarse voice, sang folk songs slowly. Yan Bingxue took the menu and asked Su Chen, husband, what kind of wine do you want to drink? Yunqing's flower wine and fruit wine seem to be very famous. Since we are here, should we follow the local customs and taste the wine here? Su Chen looked at his wife and felt that Yan Bingxue's recent behavior was always strange. Then let's have a pot, and then order after drinking. Okay, I'll listen to you, husband. Yan Bingxue's eyebrows and eyes curled with a smile. After the waiter took the menu away, Su Chen held his wife's hand on the table, looked at her seriously and asked, wife, what happened to you these 2 days? How do I feel, after you came to Yunqing? Is everyone different? Is there? Yan Bingxue raised her hand and touched her face, her eyes dodging a little. Of course there is. From what I know about you, wife, although you have always been daring and like to take the initiative when dealing with work, but in some things, you have always been passive. Active, why? Yan Bingxue's cheeks were slightly red. She raised her eyes and looked at him with a bit of shyness. It's nothing, just seeing my husband's attitude towards other girls. I feel that my husband is the best man in the world, so I should also take the initiative to be nice to my husband. Be nicer a little. Yan Bingxue licked her lips gently, as if she was a little shy when she said these words, but she finally said them and looked at Su Chen firmly. Husband, I know that you are a good man, good husband, good father. You have rejected a lot of temptations for me. I am very aware of these, so I will also work hard to be a good woman, good mother. In this way, to match you. It was because of this. When my wife came here yesterday, she suddenly took the initiative to treat herself, probably because of her attitude towards Su Ruhui at the tender meeting. Tonight, my wife took me out on a date and drink again, presumably because I turned a blind eye to the 5 women outside during the day. There's nothing wrong with Su Ruhui's matter, but today's 5 women, their wives really misunderstood. Su Chen could see at a glance that those people were sent by the Great Eagle Nation, which was too obvious. But because of the misunderstanding of this matter, the wife rarely took the initiative to speak out her innermost thoughts. Her shy and sincere appearance was really cute. Su Chen doesn't want to miss such an expression, nor does he want to miss such a beautiful night. If this is a misunderstanding, it is also a beautiful misunderstanding, so let his wife continue to misunderstand. He nodded solemnly. Wife, if you are so considerate of me, everything I do is worth it. When Yan Bingxue heard what he said, her heart became more and more moved, and she quickly said, husband, I will work harder. Su Chen suppressed his smile, kept the expression just now, and nodded. lightly, with a little grievance and forbearance in his eyes. Yan Bingxue saw that he took the initiative to pour him a glass of wine, and raised the glass and said, "Husband, I toast you. I wish our relationship a long-lasting relationship. The love is white-headed." Another wonderful night. When she woke up the next day, Yan Bingxue couldn't open her eyes. When she heard the alarm clock, she rolled in the quilt and wrapped herself tightly. Su Chen was full of energy, got up and turned off the alarm clock, and then gently lifted the quilt over her head. "Wife, do you want to continue to sleep in? If you want to sleep, then our plan to go to the ancient city this morning. Let's go to the afternoon." When Yan Bingxue heard this, she closed her eyes and sat up, shook her head, and said, "No, since I promised, you will go to the ancient city in the morning, so you must not break your promise. Husband, give me another 2 minutes to wake me up." Seeing her bewildered look, Su Chen smiled and kissed her on the cheek. Yan Bingxue immediately smiled and forced her eyes open. "Okay, with my husband's good morning kiss, I instantly feel full of energy." She cheered up, got up, brushed her teeth, washed her teeth, dressed up beautifully, and went to the ancient city with Tuanchuan Lele and her husband. The ancient city of Yunqing is very famous, with several streets and old city towers. There are old shops on both sides of the street, some selling handicrafts from Yunqing, as well as specialty flour cakes here, as well as various snacks. With Tuan Tuan and Lele, the two little guys didn't stop talking all the way. When they encountered something new and delicious, Tuanchuan couldn't walk. Yan Bingxue was a little tired all the way, but for the sake of her husband and children, she still worked hard to support her spirit. Seeing her husband full of energy, Yan Bingxue couldn't help feeling a little depressed. "Obviously I fell asleep before my husband last night. Why does my husband seem more energetic than him? He is too strong." On the side of the street, there is a girl selling flowers, carrying a basket of flowers, watching the passing guests. When I met young tourists, I shouted twice. When Su Chan and the others passed by, the little girl said sweetly, "Handsome big brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for the beautiful sister beside you." Tuanchuan, holding marshmallows in his left hand and candied haws in his right, stopped beside the road. "Dad, you buy a bunch of flowers for Mom, my brother and I have something in our hands, but Mom's hand is empty." In fact, Su Chen had just heard the little girl selling, and originally planned to stop and buy a bouquet of flowers for his wife, but now that her daughter said the same thing, she naturally wanted to buy it immediately. "Wife, come and see what you like." Yan Bingxue came over, bent down and looked down at the flowers. These bouquets are all prepackaged, and each one is beautifully matched. Yan Bingxue took a fancy to a bunch of sunflowers and pink and white roses. "Husband, I want this. I want this." Su Chen paid without saying a word. The little flower girl has never met such a cheerful customer, and said with a smile, "Big brother is so kind to my sister, I wish you happiness." Su Chen took the flowers and put them in Yan Bingshue's hand. "Okay, now my mother has something in her hand." Yan Bingxue looked down at her husband's hands, "But there is nothing in my husband's hands." Su Chen said, "I don't need it." "No, I'll give it to you," Yan Bingxue said sweetly. Saying that, she stuffed her hand into Su Chen's palm. "Okay, now Dad's palm is full, let's find a place to have lunch." Su Chen looked down at his hands, opened his fingers, and clasped them tightly with his wife. Tuanchuan and Lele followed behind, giggling wantonly. "Brother, I think I am very happy every time I come out to play. This time I am especially happy. I feel that the relationship between my father and mother seems to be better." Lele nodded, feeling the same way in his heart. Near noon, the restaurants in the scenic spot are almost full. Su Chen and the others happened to be there by coincidence, and there was just one last table left. There is no privilege here. There is no private room, so we can only eat together in the hall. After ordering the food, the four of them had just had some tea when suddenly a pair of twin sisters came across. The clothes are very eye-catching. One of them is a cute little loli, with delicate facial features, wearing a cute skirt, and a pair of ponytails on her head. With delicate makeup, it is not strange at all. The other one, although the facial features are the same as this one, but the style is completely different. At first glance, it is the style of Yao Yue Ye, noble and glamorous, and her flaming red lips have her own aura. When they entered the store, they immediately attracted onlookers. Many people took the initiative to vacate the surrounding seats, because the table is almost full now, and the new guests either choose to leave or choose to join the table. Everyone wanted to sit at the table with these two beauties. But unfortunately, the sisters came to Su Chen and the others. There is a table and 4 stools, Tuanchuan and Lele each sit on one side. Although there is one person sitting on each stool, the table is full no matter how you look at it. But the 2 girls didn't seem to see it. Among them, the little girl dressed as lowly had a very sweet voice. She looked at Su Chen and Yanbingxue and said, "Hello, may I ask you to move your position and let me and does your sister make a table? There are too many tourists in the scenic spot. We have already visited several restaurants, and we can't move anymore." Seeing the 2 girls, Yanbingxue subconsciously supported her waist. Is my husband's peach blossom luck a little too prosperous recently? If it goes on like this, her heart can't stand it, but her body can't stand it either. Su Chen said calmly, "I'm sorry, our table is full. If you want to make a table, you can look at other tables." Handsome big brother, both of our sisters are girls, we can't just share a table with others, but you and your sister came together, and there are 2 cute little babies. I believe you must be good people. We just need a stool is enough, and my sister and I can help pay for your lunch today. No, Su Chen said indifferently. Seeing that Su Chen couldn't speak at all, the little girl turned to look at Tuanchuan and Lele, reached into her bag, and 2 lollipops instantly appeared in her hands. 2 lovely little friends, can you make a stool for the 2 sisters? The sisters have been away all morning. They are really hungry. These 2 lollipops are for you. Tuanchuan looked at the 2 women in front of him, shook his head, and said firmly, "Auntie can't do it, our table is full. Although my brother and I are children, we have to eat." The girl didn't expect that Tuanchuan didn't take the bait, and called her Auntie? She is only 20 years old, okay? The little loli failed miserably, and the sister next to her made a color at the waiter over there. The waiter immediately came over and said to Su Chen and the others with a smile, "Guest, I'm really sorry, there are more tourists in the scenic spot recently, and almost every one of them is in a state of table clustering. Well, this table is relatively large, and I'm next to it. Add a stool to these 2, can you please accommodate a little bit? Our small shop is also a small business, it is really not easy." Seeing that they were so persistent, Su Chen wanted to see what they wanted to do. "Okay, then add 2 stools for them." "Thank you, bro." The 2 girls stopped beside the table. After seeing the group, they immediately squeezed to their father's side and sat down. Lele also sat beside her sister, not giving these 2 women any chance to get close to their Father. There are many people in the restaurant, and the speed of serving food is inevitably slower. After the two girls sat down, they started chatting with them. Brother and sister, are you here to travel? There are a lot of people coming to Yunqing at this time. Suchen didn't speak, turned his head to pour water for Lele, and wiped Tuanchuan's mouth with a tissue. Everything was natural, but he just ignored the two people on the opposite side. The girl dressed as a loli twitched the corners of her mouth and closed her mouth silently. The dishes on both sides were ready, and the little girl pushed some of the dishes she ordered to the middle of the table. Handsome big brother, thank you for accepting my sister and I's table. Sharing. These are the special dishes we ordered for you. They are all Yunqing specialties. Let's try them. Eat your own. Yan Bingxue said. These two girls are too reserved, can't you see that they came out together as a family? To be so blatant with other intentions towards her husband, the girls today are really more eager than each other. The little loli was scolded for a while, but after being quiet for a while, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but glance at the royal sister over there. She didn't talk much from the beginning, but when she was eating, she happened to be sitting opposite Suchen, and she glanced over several times, and Yan Bingxue could see it clearly. There was no movement on the face, no words on the mouth. Could it be down there? Thinking of this, Yan Bingxue looked down at her chopsticks, and then accidentally knocked the chopsticks to the ground with one hand. When she bent down to pick up the chopsticks, she quickly glanced at the bottom of the table and saw one foot stretched out recklessly, groping under the table. Yan Bingxue raised her head, her delicate brows were slightly wrinkled, and a bit of coldness appeared on her face. She stretched her feet forward and blocked her husband's legs. The other party knew that he was caught on the spot, but his face remained unchanged, and he didn't even stop the small movements under the table. When her feet stretched out again, Yan Bingxue kicked them directly. This kick took 70% to 80% of the effort, and even made a thud. The girl opposite frowned slightly in pain, and a cold breath came out of her mouth. The little loli next to her turned to look at her. Sister, what's the matter with you? Sister Yu quickly sorted out her expression, shook her head and said, It's okay, I accidentally bit my tongue. Loli glanced at her, feeling a little anxious. Today, Suchen and Yan Bingxue are together, obviously it is not a good time. But their family is inseparable every day, and there is no chance at all. Suchen was too indifferent. When the four older sisters went back to talk about it yesterday, she still didn't believe it. At that time, she said boldly, you don't have enough charm, don't say that others have good concentration. Let's see my sister and I tomorrow. I promise to get Suchen in one round. Thinking about yesterday's lofty ambitions, and looking at the current situation, Loli couldn't help but sigh. No, you still have to figure out a way. Otherwise, they might have to leave after they finish their meal. So Loli got up and went to the bathroom, put on her makeup again, and came out of the bathroom gracefully. She deliberately walked on Suchen's right. Although there were Tuanchuan and Lele next to her, the two children didn't sit next to her, which gave her a chance. Yan Bingxue's attention was always on the two sisters. The older one was kicked by herself, and now she is a lot more honest, but the younger one suddenly went to the bathroom, and Yan Bingxue always felt that something was wrong. So she kept an eye on it and took out the powder compact box to pretend to touch up her makeup, but in fact, she was actually observing the state of the bathroom in the back on the mirror. Seeing little Loli coming out of the bathroom, her eyes still staring at Su Chen's back, Yan Bingxue entered a state of preparation. The little Loli held a glass of water in her hand and looked straight at Su Chen. Seeing this, Yan Bingxue gently sat up straight, ready to fight at any time. At this time, the girl dressed as Loli was rehearsing her plan over and over again in her heart. Since Su Chen doesn't take the bait because of the temptation of words, let's change to actions. It's a pity that my sister's actions just now were seen through by that Yan Bingxue. She must have blocked her sister's legs under the table, otherwise Su Chen couldn't be so calm. Sister failed, she must be responsible for saving the situation. Today, no matter what, she has to leave an unforgettable memory for Su Chen. It is the best to get her phone number. This time all 7 of them came with Rika, but they were also in a competitive relationship with each other, including with Rika. Only the 2 sisters are truly together. Ike has given each of them a separate task. In the end, whoever can take down Su Chen and get the mecha data in his hand will be the main player in pushing T. Therefore, this matter can only be successful and not allowed to fail. Su Chen's hearing is much more sensitive than ordinary people, even in this noisy restaurant. He felt the sound of footsteps approaching him with purpose. When he was about to react, his left hand was suddenly pulled by his wife, and Yan Bingxue sat down in his arms. At this time, the little Loli's water glass had been released from her hand. She made a tactical flop, the whole person fell towards Su Chen's arms, and the glass of water was completely poured on her chest. Originally, this plan was seamless, anyway, we had to have a close contact with Su Chen anyway, and the clothes on his chest were wet, Su Chen would definitely be able to see it when he lowered his head. But no one thought that Qing Yaojin suddenly shot out halfway, and Yan Bingxue didn't know what was going on. She was sitting well, and suddenly she sat on Su Chen's lap. When she fell, Yan Bingxue's hand just pushed, this sudden force instantly pushed her to the other side. In order to make this fall look more realistic, she just stumbled on her right foot with her left foot, but now she was pushed by Yan Bingxue and she sat on the ground with her buttocks. Yan Bingxue stood up from her husband's arms, looked at the little Loli on the ground and said, "You should be careful when walking, fortunately I just reacted quickly, otherwise you will not only hit yourself, but also others. Already." After saying this, Yan Bingxue looked down at her husband. "Husband, I don't think this dish is very appetizing, why don't we eat at another restaurant?" When the girl turned upside down just now, Su Chen could actually react immediately, and it was impossible for her to fall into his arms at all. But now that his wife is making such a fuss, Su Chen is quite happy. Seeing that silly girl was jealous, defending herself carefully, kicking other people's legs under the table quietly, and holding a mirror to observe her words and deeds, Su Chen had a panoramic view of these actions, and the corners of her mouth, held back, kept rising. "Okay, let's eat at another family." After coming out of the restaurant, Yan Bingxue held her husband's arm with a thoughtful expression. She thought about it for a long time, but still felt that something was wrong. It is understandable that her husband is excellent. She also knows that if she chooses a man like her husband, she must have many rivals in love, so she didn't think about eating vinegar at first, but hoped to impress her husband with her sincerity and love. But what happened in the past 2 days is too strange, right? Yan Bingxue can understand Su Ruhui's matter. At first, she had delusions about her husband, and later, people in the family supported her in doing so. But the timing of the appearance of the 5 girls yesterday and today's pair of sisters was too strange. Could it be that Yunqing is really a place full of beautiful women? That's not right. The 7 women I met yesterday and today all said they were tourists. And their goal seems to be very clear, that is, for her husband. Realizing this, Yan Bingxiwei immediately frowned and grabbed her husband's arm. Husband, let's go back to the hotel. Su Chen asked, what's the matter? Don't you want to change to another restaurant for dinner? Yan Bingxiwei hurriedly shook her head, I don't want to eat it, we are almost done visiting this ancient city, let's go back directly, I have something very important to tell you. Su Chen guessed what she was going to say, but deliberately didn't say anything. After returning to the hotel, Yan Bingxiwei closed the door and immediately drew the curtains. The inside of the room was dark. She took her mobile phone and turned on the flashlight and looked at it several times in the room. Su Chen looked at her behavior, sat leisurely on the sofa, and said with a smile, wife, I booked the presidential suite in this hotel online in advance. And a 6-star hotel like this shouldn't be. It's going to happen what you think. Yan Bingxiwei confirmed that there was nothing wrong, and then opened the curtains. Husband, I know there won't be any problems with the hotel, but it's hard to guarantee that people nearby will have problems. Don't you think something is strange in the past 2 days? Su Chen chuckled, you mean the 5 girls from yesterday and the sisters today? Yan Bingxiwei was slightly taken aback, husband, you know? It's so obvious, of course I've seen it long ago. Yesterday, the 5 women had different skin colors, different heights. Shorts, fats and thins, but they all said the words of the Great Eagle Kingdom, and all of them were very good-looking. They were obviously going to climb the mountain, so they dressed beautifully. What's more exaggerated is that some of them one was wearing high heels. And today's twin sisters, there are so many places in the store, but they come to our table to make a table, and that little girl, although she has learned Longwood dialect well, she always speaks with an end note. If you listen carefully, you will find that it is very strange. And her sister, she did not dare to speak from the beginning to the end, because she was really not very good at what Longwa said. Yan Bingxiwei listened to her husband's analysis in a daze, and looked at him with a calm look, husband, since you all know that they have problems, why do you tell me every morning? I'm still holding your hand and saying those words to you. Husband, are you kidding me on purpose? Yan Bingxiwei said angrily. Su Chen quickly stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms, lowered his voice and said, wife, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but your reaction this time is so cute. My wife finally took the initiative to embrace her hug. As a man, how can I say something that spoils the atmosphere at this time, don't you think? You, husband, you are so bad. It's a shame that I made a serious confession to you yesterday and said a lot of sensational words, but from the beginning to the end, you were so indifferent to them because you knew that they were sent by the Great Eagle Nation. That's not it, my wife, whether they are sent by the Great Eagle country or not, I will not pay attention to them. If it wasn't because the 2 sisters were sent by the Great Eagle country, I would not have been able to fight with them. Table, I just want to see what the old fox Ike wants to do. When Yan Bingxiwei heard her husband's words, she was no longer angry. Although my husband has already seen everything, but didn't tell her, but his attitude towards this matter is very good. It's so rare to see a man as good, smart and principled as her husband. Husband, those people have already chased them here. It must be the recent Events in our family that made them feel the crisis. First, your husband's mecha was officially launched, and then our son won the first place in the youth science and technology competition, and then the Sioux family got the business from the military region. I guess they were anxious when they saw these things. Yan Bingxue thought about the recent events at home, and indeed every one of them was a happy event. Su Chen said, they are so panicked, probably because they know that I have started the second-generation mecha plan. Yan Bingxue felt reasonable when she heard it. She nodded and looked at her husband and said, Husband, since their people have already come, although they didn't get any advantage in the past 2 days, they certainly won't let it go. Shall we go back first? No, wife, we can just stay here and have a good time. Don't worry about their little tricks, let alone affect our family's travel plans because of these things, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded, believing her husband very much in her heart. Since my husband said so, it must be no problem. The weather is very hot today. Originally, their plan for the day was to go to the ancient city, but the morning was over, and there was not much time left in the afternoon, so the family decided to go to the swimming pool downstairs of the hotel and play some indoor projects. There is a large water park downstairs in this hotel. The adult area is a huge swimming pool, and the children's park is a shallow water area. The area is very large, and there are some water amusement facilities on it. Of heaven. Seeing this, Tuanchuan and Leilei's eyes suddenly lit up. Mom and Dad, we're going to the children's playground over there. Su Chen felt that this place was good. The 2 little babies were playing in the children's playground, and no one would disturb himself and his wife's couples playing in the water. Yan Bingxue was a little worried about the 2 babies. Can you 2 go there to play? Mom and Dad are in the deep water area here. Of course you can, I'm already a big friend, not a child mom, don't worry. Su Chen held his wife's hand. Don't worry, my wife, Tuanchuan and Leilei, can take care of themselves. The 2 little guys' fathers told you that you will go there to play later, and you must always bring your watches with you. Call Mom and Dad if anything happens, do you hear me? Got it, Dad. The 2 little boys ran towards the children's playground over there impatiently. Yan Bingxue's eyes followed his son and daughter. Su Chen said with relief. Wife, don't worry about the 2 children, our family Tuanchuan and Leilei are very smart, there will be absolutely no problem. Yan Bingxue nodded, looked at the pool in front of her, and looked at her husband in a swimsuit beside him, and said with red cheeks, Husband, let's go swimming too. The 2-day itinerary was disrupted by the women sent by Ike. At this time, they are in the hotel, and they can finally have a good time and enjoy the 2-person world. After Tuanchuan and Leilei arrived at the children's playground, they happily ran up the big slide over there, slid down from the top, and splashed a pool of water. Brother, are we going to compete well? Whoever climbs up first will win. Tuanchuan pointed to the tallest slide next to him. Leilei said no problem, okay. The 2 little guys stood on the same starting line. After the group shouted 3:21 to start, the 2 rushed out happily together. Now Tuanchuan and Leilei are almost the same height. Although Tuanchuan is a girl, her running speed is no slower than her brother's. The 2 reached the steps almost at the same time and started running up. 2 energetic little guys, lively and cute, quickly attracted the attention of the children. That little girl is so cute, the little boy next to her looks like her. Are they twins? I've never seen twins before. I really want to play with them. They seem to be competing. The children all stopped and saw that Tuanchuan and Lele were competing. The children on the slide automatically stood aside and gave up their seats, wanting to see who could win. I think little boys should be stronger. My father told me that girls are very weak. Not necessarily, that cute little sister looks very good too. The two of them run on the same level. I don't know who will win. I hope the little sister wins. I like cute little sisters. I think the little brother will win because the little brother must run faster than the little sister. Who said that? Girls can be more powerful than boys. I'm not saying that girls are weaker than boys, I mean that boys have to protect girls in the future. This little brother will definitely protect his little sister in the future, that's why he must be stronger than the little sister. Tuanchuan and Lele were competing, and the children were watching, and they almost quarreled with each other. Tuanchuan and Lele on the field were not affected at all, and they focused on the game between the two brothers and sisters. This slide is very big, and there are many obstacles in the middle. Although the starting speed of Tuanchuan and Lele are almost the same at the beginning. But in terms of endurance, Lele is even better. But Lele didn't seem to want to leave her sister behind. After realizing that she had surpassed her, her pace slowed down and turned back to wait for Tuanchuan. Seeing that his brother was waiting for him, Tuanchuan pouted and said, "Brother, this is a game between the two of us, don't let me. Even if I lose, it's based on strength. If you let me, it won't be honorable to win." The little guy shouted these words on the slide, watching the children below applaud her. Little sister is amazing. I think even if she doesn't win, she is still amazing. When Lele heard her sister's words, she started to turn around and continued to run forward. In the end, Tuanchuan was only one step slower than Lele. Lele's forefoot had just fallen to the bottom, and Tuanchuan came after, and the splashes drenched Lele. Moisture permeable. There was a burst of cheers in the children's playground. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at each other and smiled in the water. "Brother, you won, but there is no reward, hee." After this round of competition, many children paid attention to Tuanchuan and Lele, and came to play with them one after another. "Hello, cute little brother, little sister, can I play with you? You guys are so cute, can we be friends? Let's play the slide together." The two little guys seem to be the focus of the crowd wherever they go. Especially among the children, the world of children is very simple, they like to be with good-looking people, and the looks of Tuanchuan and Lele are too dominant. Suchan and Yan Bingxue over there were swimming holding hands, floating leisurely on the water, watching Tuanchuan and Lele surrounded by everyone. It seems that our family is having a good time with Lele. I'm afraid we will make a lot of good friends when we return from Yunqing this time, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Last time, the two little guys attended the Su family dinner in the imperial capital, and they made a lot of good friends. After returning to Zhonghai, not only did they chat with them on WeChat every day, but the first thing they did when they returned to the imperial capital was to have a party with everyone. From this point of view, the ability of the two little babies in the family to make friends is really powerful. I've said it for a long time, our family Tuanchuan and Lele are so smart and cute. There will definitely be many children who like them. Wife, don't keep looking at the children, let's have a match. There, Tuan and Lele were playing happily with their new friends. Halfway through, Tuan was a little thirsty, so he took the bracelet and went there to buy drinks. Tuanchuan bought a cup of frappuccino for himself and his brother, and walked back happily with both hands, but when they reached the corner, they suddenly heard unfriendly voices from several children. Haha, it turns out to be a mute. You can't even speak, why are you so stupid? You can't speak at such an age, what a fool. Little fool, is there any money in your bracelet? We're thirsty, give us your hand back, we're going to buy drinks. I heard that there is no little fool, don't hide your hand behind you, if you don't take it out, be careful we beat you. Hearing this, Tuanchuan couldn't help frowning. This is clearly bullying people. Of course, Tuanchuan, who has a strong sense of justice, cannot allow this kind of thing to happen under his own eyes. So Tuanchuan walked over, frowned at the little boys over there and said, "What are you doing?" The little boy turned around and talked, only then did he notice that the humble one in the middle was a little girl. She should be about the same size as her, thin and small, not tall, with a double ball head. She looked like so cute. The little girl's eyes were red, but she didn't shed any tears. Her body shrank in the corner, trembling constantly. Seeing this scene, Tuanchuan became even more angry. How can you boys bully a little girl? It's too much. The boys hesitated a little when they saw Tuanchuan. Little sister, I advise you not to mind your own business, this is a matter between us and this little fool. You are very cute, I don't have to care about you, you can go quickly. Not only did Tuanchuan not go away, but he also approached them, pulling the little girl over to protect him behind him. The little boys who were facing each other frowned slightly and said, "You can't bully her." "Why? We don't bully her, do we bully you?" "Cute little sister, I don't care about you because of your good looks, but don't mind your own business, this little girl is a little fool, you can't even speak, what are you doing to protect her?" Hearing this, Tuanchuan became even more angry. Little sister can't speak, you shouldn't bully her. Hurry up and go away, or I won't be polite. Although Tuanchuan was the only one protecting his little sister, he was not weak at all. The little boys on the opposite side seemed impatient. We didn't bully her either, we just wanted to use her bracelet to buy some drinks. This little fool has just been in the children's playground for so long, and he doesn't care at all. No one is playing with her, we are kind enough to play with her. Since we are all friends, why let her invite us a few drinks? You want to drink and buy it yourself, you buy it with her bracelet, you are robbing her. Tuanchuan said righteously. Little sister, if you don't let go, we will start. You are a girl, you can't be our opponent. You should leave quickly. Today we just want to bully this little fool, but if you keep protecting, if you are like this little fool, don't blame us for being rude. Hearing this, Tuanchuan shouted loudly, "Brother!" At the corner over there, Lele saw that her sister hadn't come back for a long time and she couldn't be relieved, so she came to look for her sister, and when Tuanchuan saw his figure, he immediately shouted loudly. Lele heard her sister's cry, and ran over quickly, protecting her behind her. Tuanchuan, what's going on? Lele didn't come alone. He said he wanted to find his sister, and many children also said they wanted to come together. Because the lovely Tuanchuan has been away for a long time, everyone is very worried about her. Those little boys who bullied people originally thought that Tuanchuan and the little mute were both little girls, not their opponents, so they were so arrogant. As a result, Lele suddenly came, followed by a group of children. And they were all cowardly. Tuanchuan said to his brother, "Brother, these children bully others, they bully this little sister." When Lele heard this, she turned her head to face the boys. "What do you want to do?" I won't let the person who bullied my sister go. The little guy clenched his fists and made a creaking sound. When the little boys saw that the situation was not good, they glanced at each other and ran away without saying a word. After Lele saw them leave, she turned to look at her sister, looked at her up and down. Tuanchuan, they didn't bully you, did they? Tuanchuan shook his head and said with a smile, brother, how could they bully me with just these cowards? But this little sister seems to be very scared. When I came, several of them were bullying the little sister, and they even took the little sister's bracelet to buy drinks. It's just too hateful. Seeing that her sister was all right, Lele breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned to look at the little girl behind Tuanchuan. The little girl clung to Tuanchuan's clothes tightly, her eyes full of cowardice and fear. Tuanchuan turned to look at her and said, it's all right, little sister, they have been scared away by my brother, and no one will bully you again. Hearing this, the little girl was still timidly clutching at Tuanchuan's clothes, not willing to let go of her hands. Lele glanced at her and felt that the little sister was a little strange. At this time, the children next to her all said, Tuanchuan, this little girl has something wrong. Her brain doesn't seem to work well. You should not play with her. Looking at the child who was talking, Tuanchuan frowned and said, she is also a very cute child, why can't you play with her? The child seemed to be a little confused, but still whispered, Tuanchuan Lele. Today is your first day here, I haven't seen her, but she has been here for several days. This child is very strange and doesn't speak, and don't play with everyone, she seems to be dumb, and her mind doesn't seem to be very smart, we all don't play with her. Hearing this, Tuanchuan frowned even more tightly. Lele said directly, how can this be? She can't speak. Although she didn't speak, he was very good. He didn't bully other children like the children just now. Why can't we be friends with good children? My brother is right. This little sister is just a little introverted. We shouldn't reject her. We should help her play with her and make her more outgoing. But she's really weird, Tuanchuan, don't play with her. Those children didn't seem to accept this child. Seeing her sister's expression, Lele took her sister's hand and said, it's okay, Tuanchuan, let's play with this little sister. Tuanchuan nodded, turned to the little girl and said, little sister, shall we play together? The little girl neither nodded nor shook her head, just looked at them timidly. The children next to her said, you see, she doesn't speak at all. Even if we want to play with her, she ignores us. Let's play by ourselves, leave her alone. Seeing this, Tuanchuan and Lele glanced at each other. Although they really wanted to play with this little sister, but the little sister didn't speak, and her personality seemed to have some problems, and they didn't want her to feel embarrassed, so they went back together. But before taking 2 steps, Tuanchuan found that the little sister was following behind him. The little girl was holding on to Tuanchuan's clothes from beginning to end, and she didn't let go when they left. Do you want to play with us? Tuanchuan asked again. The little girl still didn't speak, but the hand holding Tuanchuan's clothes never let go. This time, Tuanchuan and Lele also felt a little strange. But the little girl didn't do anything to hurt them, and Tuanchuan and Lele didn't say anything either. Later, when we played together, the little girl kept following Tuanchuan. Probably because she felt that it was inconvenient to play, the little girl released her hand, but she still followed behind. But she just followed, didn't speak, and didn't play with them. When the group was playing the slide. The little girl just stood below and waited for them. I watched them climb up, and then slowly walked down to wait for them to slide down. Tuanchuan invited her to play with her several times, but the little girl didn't speak. "Brother, there seems to be something wrong with this little sister," said Tuanchuan on the slide. Of course Lei also found out. Looking at the little girl below, she said to her sister, "Tuan Tuan, this little sister should be different from normal children. If you don't like to play with her, then brother will take her to find her family members." Tuanchuan shook his head. "Forget it, brother, little sister is also very pitiful, let's just play like this. If she wants to play with us later, then we'll play with her." "Okay, listen to you," Lei said with a smile. The little girl played with the group for a long time, and finally got up the courage and followed them up the slide. Tuanchuan happily took his brother's hand and said, "Brother, look, little sister is coming up with us." "Well, it seems that the little sister is just a little introverted. Let's take her and she will play with us slowly." Bao's group. Lu Shi is having a meeting with his subordinates. Push T has resorted to the beauty trick this time. It seems that Ike is really in a hurry. Lu Shi sneered and said, "Ike, that person who bullies the soft and fears the hard, always thinks that they are the best at pushing T. Every time I see us, I can't wait to turn my nostrils up, but I didn't expect to meet Suchen now. And there is no way to do it, even using a beauty plan. There is news from Longhua that the Dragon Academy of Sciences has launched the second-generation mecha research plan, and the leader is still Su Chen. Mr. Lu Shi, this time, we can't let Longhua lead again." Of course I know that Old Man Ike is also anxious about this matter. Definitely yes, it's just that the T group's ass hit the horse's hoof this time. The people they sent out are just trash, and the women who want to rely on Suchen are simply whimsical. Mr. Lu Shi, shouldn't we also think of countermeasures as soon as possible? The Push T group has already started to take action, and we can't be too far behind. This is very clear in Lu Shi's heart. Since the last Mecha Summit, he and Ike have completely fallen out. That guy Ike is really merciless. After returning from the last summit, he pushed T group no longer supports their Treasure S group. Although it doesn't seem like anything on the surface, Lu Shi's heart is very clear that the recent situation of Bao's group is getting worse. In this case, they must ensure that they can take down Su Chen and get the second generation mecha dominance, so that it is possible to fight back. Don't worry, I have already arranged these things. After finishing speaking, Lu Shi took out his mobile phone and made a call. How are you doing over there? Don't worry, Mr. Lu Shi, everything is going well here. We have met Mr. Su Chen today. We will follow your plan and there will be absolutely no problems. We must make sure that everything is safe. The people who pushed the T group are also there. We must get ahead of them and gain Su Chen's trust. Mr. Lu Shi, you don't have to worry at all. You don't know what happened when you pushed T this time. Those people sent are useless at all. They approach Su Chen in the stupidest way, not to mention gaining Su Chen's trust. I can't even get close to Su Chen, but with your plan, we can definitely get close to him smoothly. Okay, this time the plan can only succeed, not fail. If it fails, you don't have to come back. Lu Shi said. In the hotel, Rika is on a video call with Ike. Mr. Ike, the ladies you sent, all plans to approach Mr. Su Chen failed. When Rika said these words, her brows were furrowed tightly, and she looked like she was hesitant to speak. Ike said, "Just say what you want to say." "Mr. Ike, I really don't understand, why did you send these women to meet Su Chen? Their approach is too straightforward. Su Chen is a very smart person. Using this method to approach him, it is completely impossible to succeed." Rika even felt that the chairman sent these people to cause trouble for herself. She has no chance to implement her plan now, and the money has been disrupted by these women. Now Su Chen must already know that they are here, and he will be vigilant in his heart. If he wants to approach him again and listen to the secrets of the mecha, I am afraid it will be even more difficult. After hearing these words, Ike didn't seem angry at all, but laughed at the end of the video. "Very good. Chairman, I don't understand what you mean. Didn't you ask me to come here to get close to Su Chen and find out the secrets of the second-generation mecha? Now that we are doing this, we are stunned. Why do you still say it's good?" The role of those women was originally to frighten the snake, Rika. Now Su Chen is hot in the world, it's not just our group that pays attention to him. Lucia Bao S. and Gu Wei, they must also want to get close. Su Chen, I heard about the mecha from Su Chen. We can use the beauty trick, and they can use it too. That's why I sent those women to make trouble. I believe that after the past 2 days, Su Chen should have understood that everyone wants to use the beauty trick against him, which is equivalent to giving him a shot, and the others if you want to use the same strategy against him, no matter how clever you are. I am afraid that Su Chen will also take precautions in advance. Chairman, Rika still doesn't understand, so you can remind Su Chen by doing this, but in this way, don't we have no chance to get close to him? Now those women have met Su Chen. If I appeared in front of Su Chen again, I would definitely be recognized at a glance, and I brought no other beauties, Rika said. Ike looked at Rika in the video, who said that there are no other beauties in our team? Rika, have you forgotten, you are prettier than them. From the beginning, only you were in my hand's whole card. Rika looked at him in surprise. Yak said solemnly, Su Chen is a smart person, whether this trick of beauty will work for him is still unknown, and the Yan Bingxue beside him is a first-class beauty, even if it is you. It can't be compared with her. With such a beauty on the side, it is not easy to impress him with a beauty plan, so this beauty plan requires not only a beauty, but also a certain emotional foundation and brain. Rika, I've met Su Chen several times before. I believe there should be some friendship between you two. Rika's heart was very surprised, and at the same time there was a little cosmic joy. Knowing that she was going to use the beauty trick against Su Chen, she actually felt a bit of anticipation in her heart. Although I have only met Su Chen a few times, from a woman's point of view, Su Chen is really a very good man. No woman can resist the temptation of such a man. Chairman, but the first few times I met Su Chen, it wasn't a very pleasant experience. It doesn't matter, it's enough to have your first friendship at the auction. I watched the video you sent back, and your performance at the auction was very exciting. I believe Su Chen should also be impressed. Rika, you are a very good woman, not only beautiful, but also outstanding in ability. For a man like Su Chen, a woman who can stand beside him is not only beautiful, but also powerful. This is the vases I sent in the past are completely inferior to yours. Therefore, this time close to Su Chen, the only person who can get back the mecha plan can only be you. This is the task I sent you, and the last time I will give you. You must cherish the opportunity. After hanging up the video call, Rika walked to the window, looked up at the sky outside, and the corners of her mouth slowly raised. She has always admired Suchen in her heart, and she will definitely work hard if she has the opportunity to complete this task this time. If she can really bring Suchen back, not only will she complete the task of the chairman, but she will be by Suchen's side in the future, then she will definitely become the happiest woman in the world. In the children's paradise, Tuanchuan and Lei played for 2 or 3 hours. And Suchen and Yan Bingxue also swam in the pool for 2 or 3 hours. Yan Bingxue really had no strength, and hooked her husband's neck with both hands, hanging on him like a koala. "Husband, I'm really tired, let's go upstairs to take a bath, get some rest today, and I have to go out to play tomorrow." "Wife, your physical strength still needs to be improved." Suchen hugged her and walked to the shore. Yan Bingxue lay on top of him. "Husband, I have no problem with my physical strength. It's because I've been tossed around by you these past few days, so tired." "Okay, you bastard." Thinking of the happiness of the past few days, Suchen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The two went up to take a shower, put on clean bathrobes, and went to the children's playground over there, to pick up Tuanchuan and Lei. After a long distance, they saw a little guy behind Tuanchuan, Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "It seems that we have made new friends again." Suchen smiled and said, "Let's play together is to attract people's liking." The couple walked to the edge of the pool and waved to Tuanchuan Lei over there. "Tuan Lei, it's almost time, do you want to go upstairs to rest for a while? We'll have dinner later." Tuanchuan and Lei slid from the slide to the parents in front of them. The splashes wet the skirts of their bathrobes, and the two little ones giggled. "Tuanchuan Lei, you two naughty bastards, Mom and Dad have just taken a bath," Yan Bingxue said. Tuanchuan stuck out his tongue. "Hee, Mom, we'll come out now." When the two little boys came out, there was a little follower behind them. It was the girl just now. She silently followed behind Tuan, her little head lowered. Only then did Suchen and Yan Bingxue realize something was wrong. It seems that this new friend is a little strange. Tuanchuan Lei walked to the front, and Tuanchuan took the initiative to turn around and said to the little girl, "Little sister, we are going back with my parents. Let's play together again when we have a chance." Ordinary children should say goodbye to Tuanchuan Lei at this time, and polite children will say hello to Suchen Yan Bingxue. But this little girl didn't do anything, just looked at Tuanchuan with her eyes, as if she had recognized her, and no other people could be seen in her eyes. Suchen felt that something was not right, so he lowered his head and asked his daughter gently, "Tuanchuan, is this your new friend?" Tuanchuan nodded. The expression on his face was not as cheerful and lively as he usually made. "New friends, Dad, this little sister was picked up by me behind. When I went to buy a drink, I met several little boys bullying her alone, so I rescued her, and she followed me and my brother all the time." Yan Bingxue also realized that something was wrong with her daughter. She bent down and said to the little girl behind her, "Little boy, we are going back. Where are your parents? Are you going to find them? Or do you want to stay and continue playing for a while?" The little girl heard Yan Bingxue's voice and hid behind Tuanchuan in fear, burying her head even lower. Seeing this, Yan Bingxue looked back at her husband suspiciously. Lei explained to her mother, "Mom, this little sister seems to be a little special. After my sister rescued her, she followed her, but she didn't talk to us. At the beginning, when I went to play with my sister, she was there. Stand below and wait for us, and then slowly go to play with us. The child's problem is obvious to the naked eye. But since it is a problematic child, how can he be left alone in this water park for an afternoon without his parents? Suchen was slightly puzzled. At this moment, a young woman suddenly walked over there. Nan Nan, so you are here. After the woman came over, she walked directly to the little girl, held her gently in her arms, and stroked her back. About to find someone around, the woman raised her head and looked at them. Hello. She nodded lightly. My family didn't cause you any trouble, did I? The woman's voice is very gentle, but the facial features are delicate and beautiful, and she looks very young. Yan Bingxue shook her head, took Tuanchuan Leilei's hand, and brought them to her side. Seeing that Tuan Tuan was gone, Nan Nan immediately became a little anxious and followed her with small steps. The woman saw this and hugged her gently. Nan Nan, what's the matter? Nan Nan did not speak, but there was an anxious look in her eyes. The woman seemed a little surprised, turned her head to look at Tuanchuan and Leilei. Children, our family seems to like you very much. Are you guys playing together this afternoon? Tuanchuan nodded, yes. There was a surprised expression in the woman's eyes, and her eyes were even red with excitement. Seeing this, Suchen couldn't help but look at Nan Nan more. Yan Bingxue also noticed the abnormality, and saw the other party say, you too, you should have seen it too, our family's daughter. She is not the same as ordinary children, so I saw her and your two children. It was really surprising that we played together. Nan Nan has autism. It turned out to be autism, and Yan Bingxue showed a little pity in her eyes. Such a small child, suffering from autism, somewhat pitiful. Since the child has a special situation in this regard, I think you, as a parent, should pay more attention to it. My daughter just told us that she met Nan Nan later, and Nan Nan was bullied by several children at that time. Little girls don't like to talk, parents need to give more company. When the woman heard Yan Bingxue's words, she nodded gently, I understand. In fact, I deliberately wanted to let Nan Nan stay with the children for a while. She was dependent on me when I was by my side. This time, she could the two friends really surprised me. Since the parents of the children have come, we will leave first. Suchen took his wife's hand and prepared to leave with his two children. At this time, Nan Nan suddenly wanted to follow, but was pulled by the woman next to her. Nah, your friends are going back, shall we play with them again tomorrow? As if she couldn't hear these words, Nan Nan anxiously walked towards Tuanchuan. Seeing that Tuanchuan and Leilei didn't stop, she made an ah sound in a hurry. Ah. Ah. Nan Nan's anxious voice made Suchen's family have to stop and turn to look at them. The woman seemed a little embarrassed, looked at them apologetically and said, I'm sorry, this child is in such a hurry, it seems that she really likes the two children in your family. I have never seen our family outside playing with other children so well, I can't bear to part, although I'm sorry, but can I invite you to have dinner together? A few of you should also be tourists in this hotel, right? I don't know if you guys are planning to have dinner at the restaurant upstairs tonight. If so, can we be together later? Nan Nan seems to want to play with the two children. Tuanchuan gently pulled her mother's hand. Mom, why don't we have dinner with them? Nan Nan seems to be a little anxious. Yan Bingxue didn't answer right away. After all, it was a special period, and everyone who suddenly appeared beside them was questionable. She turned to look at her husband and asked Suchen's opinion with her eyes. Suchen said, okay. Then we'll see you at the restaurant later. Do you want to leave a contact? The children should have a bath. The woman still stood there, with a little Excitement in her eyes, but this excitement seemed to just being happy for the kids next to you. See you in the dining room at 7 o'clock. Okay. The woman turned her head to face Nan Nan next to her. Nan Nan, don't worry about it, okay? Let's go upstairs to take a bath first, and then we can have dinner with these two children after taking a bath. Then you can see them again. Nan Nan seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence, although her eyes were still full of reluctance when Tuanchuan and Lei Lei left, but she didn't shout as anxiously as just now. Back in the room, Yan Bingxue asked Tuanchuan Lei Lei, Tuan Tuan Lei Lei, did you have a good time with Nan Nan this afternoon? Tuanchuan lay on the bathtub and said, casually, it's good, but Nan Nan doesn't seem to have any sense of participation, mainly because my brother and I play together. She is just behind us. Mom, what is autism? Lei Lei asked. Yan Bingxue explained autism to them. After listening to the two little guys, their eyes were a little uncomfortable. It should be very difficult for Nan Nan to suffer from this kind of disease. Right? Yeah, I thought she couldn't speak. Those children also said she was dumb. It turns out that she was just sick. At 7 o'clock, Su Chen's family went downstairs to the hotel restaurant. The woman and Nan Nan in the afternoon were already waiting there. Seeing Tuanchuan and Lei Lei, Nanan's expression didn't seem to have changed much, but the person had already stood up and followed Tuanchuan's figure. The woman also stood up and looked at Su Chen and his wife with a smile. Hello, I'm really sorry. I just remembered that in the afternoon, I forgot to introduce myself, and I forgot to ask the surnames of the two of you. Hello. My name is Yuli, and this is my family's Nan Nan. Yan Bingxue said, my two children are called Tuanchuan Lei Lei, and my husband's surname is Su. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are really lively and lovely, like two little angels. Yuli said with gentle eyes. Yan Bingxue said, Nan Nan is also very cute. Speaking of her own family, Yuli's eyes changed slightly, and there was a bit of sadness in her gentle eyes. But she recovered quickly and seemed used to the situation. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, sit down. Tuanchuan Lei Lei, you can order whatever you want. Auntie will pay for it today. No need for Miss Yuli. Yan Bingxue raised her hand. Yuli shook her head. Mrs. Su, I know that you and Mr. Su are not ordinary people at first sight. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei are also extravagant, but today, I am really happy. It is rare for my family to meet someone they like outside children, so this meal is what I want to invite you to. When Yan Bingxue saw her say that, she stopped talking. Seeing the chocolate tower over there, Tuanchuan licked his mouth and said, Mom, I'm going to get ice cream. Yan Bingxue said, okay, but I can only eat one ball. I have to eat later. It's not good to eat too much at this time. Do you hear? Tuanchuan nodded, and took the initiative to ask Nan Nan, do you want ice cream? Nan Nan didn't nod, but her little body slid off the stool. Yuli saw that she went with Tuanchuan Lei Lei behind her, and there were tears in her eyes. Turning her head to see Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, she wiped her tears. Embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, I made you laugh. I have never seen my Nan Nan so actively play with the children. It's okay. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Is it born like this? Yan Bingxue knew that some children were born with autism, but it was very rare. Yuli shook her head. No, my Nan was also a very lively little girl at the beginning. 2 years ago, her parents had a car accident when she was only 2 years old. She was also in the car. In order to protect her, her parents couldn't make it to the ambulance, and they gasped in front of her, and the little girl has had this disease since then. When Yan Bingxue heard this, there was a little sadness in her eyes. Su Chen asked, then Miss Yuli and Nan Nan are not mother-daughter relationships? Yuli nodded, Mr. Su, I am Nan Nan's aunt. After her parents passed away, Nan has been with me. There are very few relatives at home, and the children are too young. Although I was still in college at the time, but, see Nan alone. I took her to me. Yuli and Nan Nan look a lot alike. If it wasn't her mother but her aunt, she would have said it in the past. During dinner, Yuli seemed very active and took the initiative to take care of the 3 children. She was only 25 and 6 years old now, but when she took care of the children, she seemed very gentle, especially for the children. She was meticulous. This child is indeed pitiful. He didn't say a word while eating, and looked at Tuanchuan silently. Yan Bingxue heard what happened to the little girl and felt very sympathetic in her heart, so at dinner she took the initiative to ask Nan Nan, do you like our family? Nan Nan still didn't speak, but her eyes looked at Tuanchuan. Yan Bingxue said to Tuanchuan, Nan Nan is not a little sister, she is 1 year older than you. Tuanchuan was a little surprised, ah? Is Nan Nan bigger than me? I saw that she was so thin and small, I thought she was a little sister. This afternoon, she and her brother always felt that Nan Nan was a little sister, and when they introduced her to her parents, they said she was a new little sister. Yuli heard the words. Nan Nan has grown a little slowly in the past 2 years. And due to autism, she is a little thin and looks shorter than Tuanchuan, but she is more than 4 years old this year. Special children are always pitiful. Yan Bingxue is a mother herself. Seeing this situation, it is inevitable that she has a little more sympathy for Nan Nan. Su Chan's attitude towards Nan Nan was also good, and she took the initiative to put Nan Nan's favorite dishes in front of her. But to Yuli, Su Chan and Yan Bingxue, they didn't say much. After dinner, a few people went upstairs together. When they arrived at the door, Yuli said in surprise, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, do you live here? It's a coincidence, so we have been living next door. Saying that, she took out her room card and opened the door of the adjoining suite. Yan Bingxue was also surprised. What a coincidence. Yuli nodded, yes, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, how many days are you going to spend in Yunqing? My family really likes Tuanchuan and Lei. If there is a chance, I wonder if the children can play together? Actually, this time I brought Nan Nan to Yunqing to let her change the environment and see a different scenery. I hope her condition will get better. The doctor said that the child still has a chance to get better at this time. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she nodded and said, okay, we should still play for a few days, and the children should still have the opportunity to play together. Yuli looked at her gratefully. Thank you, Mrs. Su, it is her greatest luck that Nan Nan can meet a cute little angel like Tuanchuan Lei. It's not too early today, let's go back and rest first. Yuli has a degree of advance and retreat, and after getting Yan Bingxue's consent, she stopped talking immediately. Yan Bingxue went back to the room and settled the 2 little guys before returning to the master bedroom. Husband, that child is so pitiful. She sighed softly. Su Chen circled her from behind. Well, it is really distressing and regrettable that the child has autism. Yeah, I ate for so long today, and I didn't say a word. When we were happily eating together, I saw Yuli's expression and really envied us, tisk, it's really uncomfortable to see people. Wife, don't think so much, everyone has their own destiny. Suchen said softly. His eyes were slightly deep, so that people couldn't understand what he was thinking. In the next room, Yuli looked at Nan Nan, sighed softly, and said to herself, Nan Nan, tomorrow morning, let's go to Tuanchuan and Lele to play, okay? Nan Nan didn't answer her, she lowered her head and played the Rubik's Cube in her hand silently. The next morning, Su Chen's family just got up and was packing up to go out to play. There was a knock on the door of the suite. Yan Bingxue opened the door and saw Yuli standing at the door with a smile on her face, holding a lunchbox for breakfast in her hand. Mrs. Su, didn't you disturb your family? Yan Bingxue shook her head. Nan Nan got up early this morning and ran to wake me up. She stood by the door and motioned to me. I know she wanted to find Tuanchuan and Lele. Although I'm a little sorry, I still want to ask, Su Mr. and Mrs. Su's play plan today? If possible, can we go together? Seeing the expression on Yan Bingshue's face a little embarrassed, Yuli immediately said, It's okay if you can't, I know, this request is a bit abrupt, but it's really hard for my family to meet such a favorite child. Tuanchu and Lele is like two little angels. I was really surprised when I saw Nan Nan playing with them yesterday. Usually, my family is never too close to other children, but she likes Tuanchuan very much and is willing to follow her. I think this is a turning point, so I want to fight for it. When Yan Bingxue heard this, she looked at Nan Nan, who was standing behind Yuli. Looking timidly into the house, she said, Today we are going to go to Irai Lake to take a boat tour, and go to other places a few days ago. Well, if it conflicts with your game plan. Yuli shook her head, It's all right, Mrs. Su, in fact, I came here this time mainly to bring Nan Nan to relax. As long as Nan Nan is happy, I will have fun, then let's go out today. Yan Bingxue nodded slightly when she heard the words. Going back to the house and talking to her husband, Suchen didn't say much. Tuanchuan and Lele knew that Nan Nan was going to go together, but they were very happy that they could help the poor little sister. There were suddenly 2 more people in the 4-person team, but the boat was packaged by Suchen before, and Yuli wanted to pay, but Yan Bingxue refused. On the boat, Yan Bingxue carefully observed Yuli and Nan Nan. Nan Nan has been with Tuanchu and Lele all the time. The 3 children lie on the deck fence to watch the scenery and sit on the deck to play with toys. Although Nan Nan does not speak, she is very well behaved. Toys just follow them silently. Yuli also knows how to avoid suspicion, never chatting with Suchen alone, and every time she sits down, she sits next to Yan Bingxue, as if deliberately keeping a polite distance from Suchen. It's normal to do this, but the timing of Yuli and Nanan's appearance was too coincidental, and Yan Bingxue had to guard against it. If they are really ordinary tourists, it is nothing to play with this poor girl, but if they are the group of people that the international Mecca stopped after a day's play, the team of their family did not seem to have changed anything because of the arrival of these 2 people. Yuli doesn't talk much, she always looks at Nan Nan gently, and chats with Yan Bingxue from time to time, but there is nothing too much. The performance of Nan Nan was also very good for a day. In the afternoon, Tuan and Lele were sleepy, but she was still in good spirits. When Tuan Lele went to sleep, she was neither noisy nor noisy, and sat there silently, to clean up toys for Tuan. When Yan Bingxue saw this scene, she felt more and more distressed for the child. Back at the hotel in the evening, Yan Bingxue lay in her husband's arms, and talked about their affairs. Husband, I think Nan Nan is really a good and sensible child. Although he has autism and doesn't like to talk, he is obedient and obedient. Looking at it this way, the little guy is really distressing. I saw her playing with Tuanchuan Lele today. The little girl is timid and wants to blend in. It's really pity. Suchin said, well, Nan Nan is indeed a poor child, and she is not bad for Tuan Lele. During dinner today, I saw her secretly giving the drumsticks to Tuan. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, I saw it too. Husband, although Nan Nan is indeed a distressed child, the timing of Yuli and Nan Nan's appearance is a bit too coincidental. You said, will they be sent by the mecha organization? Ike, that person, does not achieve the purpose. I swear not to give up. I failed a few days ago, and it is very likely that I will make another move this time. Suchin said, wife, let's play our own way. As for the other people, let's watch as we walk. We've only known them for 2 days. It's a bit arbitrary to define so early. Yan Bingxue nodded thoughtfully when she heard her husband's words. Yes, it really needs to be observed again. Yuli told me today that they are also from Zhonghai. Various factors are a bit too coincidental. Yan Bingxue said, her voice gradually lowered. Suchin turned her head and saw that she had fallen asleep. Wife. He called softly twice, but Yan Bingxue did not respond, breathing evenly, as if she had fallen into a sweet dream. It seems that she is indeed a little tired after going out for a day today. Suchin gently pulled his arm out from under her head, turned around and got out of bed, bent over to straighten the quilt, and then went out with the phone. He sat in the living room, looking at a text message on his phone. Mr. Su, I'll wait for you tonight at the bar downstairs. Suchin put away the phone, got up and left the room. There is a bar on the 2nd floor of the hotel. Although the rooms above have been quiet now, the liveliness of the bar has just begun. The DJ on the stage is frantically playing discs, and sexy women are dancing on the stage. On the dance floor below, a group of young men and women are swaying their sweat and youth recklessly. The bar is the quietest place. As soon as Suchin entered, Rika over there waved to him, Mr. Su, here. Suchin walked over, and Rika said to the waiter, get a cup. She poured wine for Suchin herself, and said with a smile, I'm honored that Mr. Su can come. I thought I'd have to wait for nothing tonight. Miss Rika went out to invite me, of course I want to come. He said so, but he didn't take the wine glass she pushed over. Rika smiled and said, what? Mr. Su, are you afraid I will give you medicine? Suchin said, I don't think you would do such a stupid thing. After all, even if you take medicine, you can't get what you want from me. I don't drink. Because I have to go upstairs to accompany my wife later. Sleep. When Rika heard this, her hand holding the cup couldn't help tightening. She raised her head and said, Mr. Su and your wife have such a good relationship. No wonder all the people I photographed came back without success. It's really hard for you, Mr. Ike, to gather so many beauties with different shapes but not very good brains. Suchin said. Rika smiled, it seems that Mr. Su understands what my chairman means, so it's better this way, Mr. Su, you are a smart person, and I don't like to sell things. Mr. Su should be very clear about what I want, as long as Su the gentleman can push tea, and all the conditions are up to you. Chapter 476, Hua Xinji of the Hua family. Hearing this, Suchin chuckled softly and said, "You guys really don't give up. When you love to see Mr. Yu, can the conditions you drive out are better than the conditions he used to drive?" Rika knew that the conditions offered by the chairman when he chatted with Su Chen at the Mecca exchange meeting last time were full of sincerity. In his own right, he had no conditions at all, and promised Su Chen more. Mr. Su Chen, I really don't have the power of the chairman. I came to you. This time, on the one hand because of the tasks issued by the chairman, and on the other hand, it was also out of my own will. From the first time I saw you, I admired you very much. At the auction, you played Lucas all over the place, and you were decisive in killing what you wanted. If we didn't meet in the form of opponents, I think I should become good friends with Mr. Su. Rika looked at Su Chen sincerely, rubbing the wine glass with her fingers. She is not a woman who is good at lyricism, and what she said to Su Chen was sincere from her heart. Rika felt that her words should be able to move Su Chen. She felt that there was a kind of sympathy between the strong. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Rika in front of him playfully. Rika was a little shy when he looked at him, took a sip of wine, and said, "Mr. Su Chen, although the scenes we met a few times before were not ideal, I never regarded you as my opponent in my heart, on the contrary. Yes, I admire you very much. Your talent in Mecca is unparalleled, but what impresses me more is your ability. Whether it's the layout of Lucas or your performance at the summit, I'm impressed. Heroes like you should have a brighter future. The background of the Dragon Kingdom is really good, and the Dragon Academy is also very kind too. Mr. Respect, but pushing T Group is capital operation after all. If Mr. Su is willing to push T Group, he will definitely get more, whether it is glory, wealth, or even the highest power. These things only we can do." Heh. You really know the T Group very well, but unfortunately, you still know very little about me. I'm not interested in the things you said at all. What Su Chen wants to get, I can easily do it with my own hands. Get it? It's not your turn to push the T Group, Su Chen said confidently. Rika felt that such Su Chen was too dazzling. Rika felt very proud and fortunate that the chairman could entrust such an important task to her. To be able to have an upright reason and identity to approach Su Chen. To pour out all the love in her heart, she must firmly seize this opportunity. "Mr. Su Chen, I know that you don't like the conditions given by the T Group. I asked you out today, and I didn't intend to use these conditions to impress you. The chairman entrusted me with this task. To be honest, I am very fortunate in my heart, because from the first time I saw Mr. Su Chen, I already understood that you are the type I like and admire. It's just the two of us. Before different positions, I can only look at you from a distance. This time I have this opportunity, then I will say these words in my heart, whether it is successful or not, I feel it is worthwhile." When Su Chen heard this, he chuckled lightly. "This is Ike's trump card? You?" The doubts in his words made Rika's eyes flicker. "Mr. Su Chen, this is the third time we meet. You may not know me well. I didn't intend to get to know you," Su Chen said. Rika licked her lips embarrassedly. "Mr. Su Chen, do you think I am inferior to Miss Yanbingshué? I have also inquired about Miss Yanbingshué's deeds. She took over the extraordinary group in her 20s and is indeed a rare woman. Strong man, but on this point, I don't think I'm worse than Miss Yanbingshué. I was in the Great Eagle country, and I became famous at a young age. I joined the TT group at the age of 15, and now I can be regarded as a veteran. Although I am not good at mecha research, I am superb in force, and by the side of Master Su Chen, I need someone like me, and Miss Yan Bingshua's business skills will not help Master Su Chen much in the future. Master Su Chen is destined to do research, and will stand at the top of this world in the future. Looking up, at that time, a small extraordinary group was not worthy of your appearance. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes instantly turned cold, and he turned to look at Rika, staring at her with sharp eyes. Rika, where did you get the confidence to compare with my wife? Your so-called talent skills can only be replaced by a bodyguard, not even worthy of my wife's shoes. Su Chen got up and left indifferently. Rika frowned, not knowing why her words touched Su Chen's bad head. She was just clarifying her own point of view. Could it be that in Su Chen's heart, Yan Bingxue was so important? If so, Mr. Su Chen, stay. Rika hurried up to catch up, but Su Chen's footsteps did not stop for a moment. She could only try to keep up, and said anxiously, Mr. Su Chen, I didn't mean that. I just thought that a good man like you shouldn't have only one woman to accompany you. In your future life, you need. Su Chen's footsteps stopped, and Rika's words were stuck in her throat. Because the two of them had just come out of the bar, a group of ferocious, scarred men walked up the corridor, all wearing black long-sleeved jackets with bulging sleeves, which was very inconsistent with the weather. They obviously came for Su Chen, and after seeing Su Chen, a pair of eyes glowed green. Are you Su Chen? The man in the lead looked to be about 1.9 meters tall, with a burly stature and a face full of flesh. There were two age-old scars. One slanted through the corner of his eye, which could be seen from the scars. Dangerous when it came out. These two places looked like stab wounds at first glance. All of these people were from practicing practitioners, and what was hidden in their sleeves was probably their usual weapon, a long knife. Su Chen didn't show any fear. The other party frowned in dissatisfaction, and said with a crooked mouth, Su Chen, be wise, hand over the data of the mecha by yourself, otherwise you will suffer some hardships when our brothers do it. It's gone. Su Chen sneered and ignored them. As he was about to leave, the scarred man stretched out his hand to block his way. Didn't you hear what I said? Hand it over. Otherwise, today, don't think about this, get out of the hallway. Su Chen, I warn you, don't take a toast or eat a fine drink. The buddies come here today with knives. The man standing behind him lit up the things in his sleeves, and the clean and sharp knife edge reflected terrifying light under the crystal lamp. Su Chen looked at the hand that was standing in front of him, and then looked back at Rika, who was following behind him. Did she teach you that? End of this chapter. Rika's face changed slightly, and she said quickly, Mr. Su Chen, it has nothing to do with me. These people are not sent by Mr. Ike. This time you came to Yunqing, Mr. Ike can find out, and others can also find out. Su Chen sneered, and without saying a word, he directly twisted the big man's arm with one hand, and suddenly exerted force. The big guy is not a vegetarian. Although the incident happened suddenly, his body's on-the-spot reaction was not bad. He knew that Su Chen's posture was not good for him. If he was controlled, the people under his hands would definitely not dare to do it. The scarred man made a decisive decision and immediately forcibly withdrew his arm. This time, his right hand was directly dislocated, and it was attached to his shoulder. Seeing that the elder brother's hand was dislocated, the people under his command immediately became angry. Brothers, give it to me. More than a dozen people attacked. Su Chen calmly moved his wrist and neck. His fingers clenched fists and made a strong creaking sound. But before Su Chen made a move, Rika suddenly rushed out behind her. She was really good at punching with one hand, but the opponent was not weak. Not so easy. Su Chen, who originally planned to take action, was now calmly leaning against the wall to watch the play. He took out a cigarette and lit one, and he smoked it leisurely. Seeing this scene, Rika couldn't help but get a few drops of cold sweat on her forehead. She didn't dare to be distracted. The people in front of her were very powerful, so she just glanced at Su Chen and got a fist on her arm, which made her take a step back. His eyes became fierce. The other party took out the long knife weapon, and Rika also took out the nunchaku from his waist, and the sound of metal collisions could be heard endlessly. Su Chen glanced at the monitor above, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was very difficult for Rika to deal with it, but seeing that Su Chen had no intention of stepping forward to help, she didn't dare to make a sound, and continued to fight with her through gritted teeth. Rika's ability is outstanding. After all, he is the king's thug who pushes tea. It's no problem to deal with these more than 10 people. Get out first. After the opponent ran away, Rika supported the wall with all her strength. She was also injured. She was slashed in the arm, and the blood flowed non-stop. There were some blows and injuries all over her body. More importantly, she struggled. Exhausted, leaning against the wall to breathe slightly. She looked up at Su Chen and asked weakly, "Mr. Su, why didn't you take action?" Su Chen just finished smoking a cigarette and stomped on the cigarette butt. He smiled and said, "If I shoot, wouldn't I be wasting this good show that Miss Rika specially arranged?" Rika frowned and asked, "Mr. Su Chen, how can you be so sure that these people were sent by me? If they were really sent by me, how could they be so hard on me?" She showed her bleeding arm. There was a slight anger in his eyes. When ordinary people saw this scene, they would be grateful to her for giving her life to save her. Unfortunately, facing Su Chen, this trick is still too weak. "I have to ask Miss Rika, why do you use this kind of bitterness?" Su Chen said. Rika frowned more and more tightly, pursed her lips, and said, "Mr. Su Chen, it's really not me. It doesn't matter, I don't care." Su Chen finished with a smile and planned to leave. Rika couldn't help it. She followed curiously, stood in front of Su Chen, and asked, "Mr. Su Chen, can you tell me why you think these people were sent by me?" "Just because they were in the bar just now, I told you that only I can protect you." Su Chen glanced at her impatiently. "This is the corridor of a star-rated hotel." A group of people who appeared to be making trouble came in with knives. "You played in the corridor for about 10 minutes. Miss Ka thinks these are reasonable?" Rika was speechless, and Tang Duo looked at the surveillance over there with a look of annoyance. "Mr. Su Chen is really smart. I can't deceive you with this little trick. However, I didn't intend to let these people hurt you. I arranged all this just to let you know that if I am by your side, I will definitely protect you. Even at the cost of my own life." Rika looked at Su Chen firmly. Although the matter was exposed, she still did not panic, because these people were carefully arranged by her, and they were not to deal with Su Chen. A powerful bodyguard organization, and they are required to attack with all their strength at other times as long as they do not hurt their lives, without showing any mercy. It's not to play hard tricks in front of Su Chen, but she knows that Su Chen is smart, and if she cheats, she may be seen through at a glance, but after all calculations, Rika still missed this monitoring problem. Miss Rika, don't waste your efforts. Go back and tell your family, Ike, that Su Chen, are impossible to cooperate with Tweet Group. Su Chen turned around and left without even looking at Rika's injured arm. Rika covered her arm and frowned as she watched his leaving back. I didn't expect Su Chen to be so indifferent to her. Tonight, he really lost his wife and lost his army. Not only did he hurt himself, but he couldn't pull long Su Chen. With such a result, how can I change my life? Rika went back to her room and took out the medicine box to clean the wound. When she was about to bandage, she suddenly stopped, took out her mobile phone, and made a video call to Ike. In the video, Ike saw the wound on Rika's arm, frowned and asked, "What's going on? I asked you to use the beauty trick, why are you still injured?" Rika said, "Chairman, I'm sorry, I failed to convince Mr. Su Chen, he seems to have a soft spot for his wife, my advantage is force, so I arranged a play, in order to make the effect realistic, I let the other party with all his strength, he hurt his arm, but even so, Su Chen still. This Su Chen is really a tough bone." Ike said angrily. "Okay, hurry up and take care of your wounds, don't come back yet, stay by Su Chen sighed, this time our plan won't work, Lu Shi is also taking action, keep an eye on it, what we can't do, we can't let the other mecha groups take the lead." Understood, Chairman. Rika hung up the phone before continuing to deal with her wound. Today's bitter plan did not impress Su Chen, but fortunately, Ike could see that he did his best. Next, she must stop the plans of other mecha groups. If other people get Su Chen's mecha data, she may really lose her life after returning. Rika sighed heavily and said softly, "Su Chen, do you really have no affection for me at all?" Su Chen returned to the room, and when he was lying on the bed, Yan Bingxue woke up in a daze, hugged his waist and asked softly, "Husband, where did you go at night?" Su Chen hugged her and said warmly, "I went to see a play." "What drama?" Yan Bingxue opened her sleepy eyes and looked at him. Su Chen gently placed a kiss on her eyelashes. "It's nothing, it's just a less exciting scene, wife, go to sleep." Yan Bingxue was slightly puzzled, but she trusted her husband very much. "Okay, then you can sleep too, good night, husband." She kissed the corner of Su Chen's mouth, closed her eyes, and continued to sleep. The next morning, Yuli brought Nan Nan to visit early in the morning, and brought a small cake for dessert. At first glance, she went out to buy it. Especially, not the breakfast prepared by the hotel. "Mrs. Su, did you disturb your rest?" "Nan Nan, this child got up early in the morning. We both went out to buy breakfast together. When we came back, she stood at the door of your room and didn't leave. I had no choice but to take the liberty of knocking on the door. We bought a delicious cake. Are Tuanchuan and Lele up? Can we let the 3 children eat together?" Yan Bingxue let them in. The 3 children sat on the small table in the living room and ate dessert. Yuli sat on the sofa and looked at Nan Nan with tender eyes. Yan Bingxue took a look and went back to the bedroom. Su Chen was getting dressed. Yan Bingxue went over to help him tidy up his collar. "Husband, why does this Yuli come to see us every day? Aren't you going to hang out with us again later?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Aren't you very distressed? Nan Nan is quite pitiful, but I think we meet by chance, and Yuli's performance is too enthusiastic. Although it is difficult for Nan Nan to meet good children who can play with To Anchuan Lele, but Yuli is an adult, no matter what, she should understand that it is inappropriate to come to us early in the morning. Seeing her like this, Suchin no longer hides his inner thoughts. Wife, you don't have to worry about these things are what you think. Yan Bingxue raised her head and looked at her husband in surprise. She lowered her voice and said, so Yuli and Nan Nan were also sent by Ike? It's not Ike, it was sent by other mecha groups, it should be Lu Shi's. Lu Shi? Bao's group? Husband, how do you know? Yan Bingxue asked, curiously. The people Ike sent have already met with us. As for the last one, I also met. Last night. Since he has prepared a trump card, it is naturally impossible for these two people to act. As for Govey, I talked to him very clearly at the last summit. After the summit, there was no news about them in the world. He must have listened to my words and went to improve his technology seriously. Govey, it's clear that this kind of trick won't impress me. The other small groups, even if they want to curry favor with me, can't get past them and do something to me. Su Chen and his wife analyzed. When he lowered his head, he saw Yan Bingxue staring straight at him. This look was not what he thought. Husband, you just said that you saw the last trump card sent by Ite last night? Why don't I know about this? Could it be the moment you left last night? Su Qingyuan didn't want to hide it from her last night, but she just saw that. She was too sleepy at the time. Now that he said it, Su Chen told Yan Bingxue what happened last night. Wife, I was firmly on your side last night, and I didn't pay attention to that Rika at all, so you don't have to be jealous. Yan Bingxue's originally serious face turned into a smile. After helping her husband tidy up his clothes, she wrapped her hands around her neck and said with a smile, I'm not jealous. I believe my husband. Ike sent so many people before, which one is not a beauty? And when I was in the imperial capital, my husband didn't take them seriously at all, just Eureka. I naturally don't worry. Really? So my wife believes me so much? Seeing Yan Bingxue being so generous, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded firmly, of course, and it's pointless to be jealous, my husband is so good, he will stand higher and farther in the future, and there will be more women who can see you. If every time I meet a rival in love, if you are all jealous, won't you be jealous every day from now on? I think, instead of eating dry vinegar here, it's better to work hard to become stronger, strong enough to stand beside your husband, and let all women understand that I am enough to match you. When Su Chen heard Yan Bingxue's words, he lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Then I look forward to seeing my wife become stronger and stronger. Don't worry, husband, with a good example like you, I will definitely get better and better. Our family will also get better and better. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door interrupted the conversation between the husband and wife. Yan Bingxue walked over to open the door and found Yuli standing at the door. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, do you have any plans to play today? It was really fun to go out with you yesterday, but yesterday was Mr. Su who chartered the boat, and I've been feeling bad in my heart. If you don't have any other plans today, I want to invite you to go to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain to play together. Yan Bingxue looked back at her husband and asked his opinion with her eyes. Su Chen said, okay. Seeing her husband's attitude, Yan Bingxue turned to Yuli and said, let's go together later, but since we are going to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, we may need to change our clothes and prepare thicker clothes for the children. You should also need to go back to prepare, right? Yuli nodded and said with a smile, well, then I'll take Nan Nan back to the Room to change clothes first. I have already rented the car to go out to play with. Let's go together later. After they returned to the next room, Yan Bingxue asked her husband while packing up, "Husband, since you already know that they were sent by Lu Shi, why should we go to play with them?" "Who said we were going to play with them? Our destination today is mountain rafting," Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue was puzzled. "Since you didn't plan to go with them, why didn't you reject her when Yuli said it?" "Even if we reject her, she will still go with us. This time our family came out to play together. I was disturbed by those people a few days ago. Today I want to take you to have a good time." Yan Bingxue suddenly realized, looked at her husband with a smile and said, "Husband, you are too bad, then you tricked them into the snow mountain, Yuli can't see us, don't you get angry? What's up with us? Wife, you better hurry up and get your things ready, we'll be off later." Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest. Update. No ads. Yuli returned to her room and immediately called her boss. "Boss, everything is going well here. Neither Su Chen nor Yan Bingxue found out about my identity. Yesterday we went to the lake to swim together, and this afternoon we went to Shuashan. Before they return to Zhonghai, I will definitely be able to gain their trust and follow up with me." They became good friends. Lu Shi laughed on the other end of the phone. "Very good, that old man Ike would never have imagined that my technique is much better than his. Boss Wise, your approach is really great. This little girl with autism can just move to Anchuan and Lei, as well as Yan Bingxue's sympathy, and I didn't focus on Su Chen, but according to your order, be friends with Yan Bingxue first, so that they will not refuse our approach. Although this method is slow, it is effective. That old man Ike won't understand it. There is an old saying in their dragon kingdom, which is called, 'I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry.' Let's take it step by step. You are now with them. Friends, go back to Zhonghai with them and find a way to be a guest at their house. You have to remember that your ultimate goal is to get the data of Suchen Mecha. Don't worry, boss, I have never forgotten my mission. Well, you try to contact me as little as possible over there. Suchen is a very smart person. Now that you haven't been discovered, you must know how to hide your identity. The little girl with autism must be optimistic, although she don't dare to betray us, but you also try to avoid letting her and Su Chen's children get along alone. We have to make sure nothing goes wrong. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely pay attention. I have to pack up now and go to the snowy mountain with them later." Yuli hung up the phone and happily started packing. Half an hour later, the luggage was ready, the thick clothes were put in the suitcase, and the rented car was already downstairs. But Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's family hadn't come yet. "Why did you prepare for so long?" Yuli was a little dissatisfied, but she didn't dare to go next door to urge. He could only continue to wait. After another half hour, it was already 9 o'clock, and the Suchen family still didn't move at all. They have to drive to climb the snow-capped mountains. If they don't set off, it will be a bit late. And changing clothes and packing a little luggage, did it take so long? Yuli thought about it. Decided to ask next door. As a result, she stood next door and knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. At this time, the hotel's waiter came over with the car, and Yuli said, "Hello, can you help me ask if the guests are there? I just knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response." Excuse me, ma'am, are you sitting in this room? No, I live next door. The person in this room is my friend. We made an appointment to hang out together, but they have been preparing for a long time. I just knocked on the door. There has been no response. I am a little worried. Can I trouble you for a favor? The other party looked at Yuli with a little suspicion in his eyes. Ma'am, I came to clean this room. The guest has already left. I received a call half an hour ago and asked us to do the housekeeping service. You said you were a friend of the owner of this room and you agreed to go out together. Didn't your friend tell you? Su Chen and the others have already left. Yuli went back to the room and sat on the sofa with her brows furrowed. How could this be? Didn't they agree to go to Snow Mountain together? Why did Su Chen and his family leave half an hour ago? Did you forget to go with me? No, since you remember to call room service, how can you forget that I'm waiting for them next door? Could it be that I'm showing my feet somewhere? Did they find anything? Yuli was full of worries now, but she took out her phone and looked at it for a long time, but found that she did not have any contact information between Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Just now, she told the boss that she had become friends with Yan Bingxue and the others, but only now did Yuli realize that she just thought they had become friends. At this time, Su Chen and his family were already on their way to rafting in the mountains. Tuanchuan and Lele heard that they were going to go rafting today and were looking forward to this project. Mom and Dad, didn't Nan's aunt want to play with us today? Why didn't they come? Tuanchuan asked suspiciously. Su Chen didn't want to talk too much about the adults with the two children, and just asked her, Tuan, do you want to be friends with Nan? We are friends, there is nothing to think about. Then you want to play with them today? Tuanchuan thought for a while, and shook his head gently, although I and Nan are friends, I don't think friends can stay together every day, right? My brother and I prefer to play with my parents. And Tuanchuan pursed her lips, frowned, and said, I don't like Nan's aunt very much. I think Nan seems to be very afraid of her aunt. Sometimes Nan and I have a good time with my brother, but when his aunt came, she would tremble with fear. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were a little surprised when they heard what their daughter said. Yuli is already a superb means, and Nan is a genuine autistic child. I thought that the two children would not find any clues, but I didn't expect them to be so careful. Su Chen was driving, so Yan Bingxue explained Yuli's identity like two children. Hearing that Yuli, like the other aunts a few days ago, was here to quote her father, Tuanchuan was immediately unhappy. Humph. No wonder I don't like this aunt, so she's not a good person either. Dad, you are the best father in the world, you can't be fooled by these bad aunts. Tuanchuan and Lele will protect you, my brother, and I will not be like those bad aunts. We want to protect Dad. Hearing her daughter's warm words, Su Chen looked at her in the rearview mirror with a smile. Okay, after that, Tuanchuan and Lele will do what they say. When you encounter these bad aunts, you must protect them. Good Dad. Don't worry, Dad, Tuanchuan's eyes are brighter, you can tell who the bad aunt is at a glance. Dad, Lele will also work hard, although this time it's my sister who sees it first, but Lele also knows that Nan's aunt is very strange, although Nan likes to play with us, but we don't know her, she is old. Come and play with us, it looks very wrong at first sight. The two children analyzed the analysis in a straightforward manner. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest. Update. No ads. The strongest dad, 100 million signed in at the beginning. The 480th chapter of the text volume is a showdown, and I have seen through Yue. Long time ago. All day, Su Chen's family had a great time because they got rid of those with ulterior motives. I experienced a handful of alpine rafting, ate local specialties at a nearby farmhouse at noon, and went around the flower field in the afternoon to take a lot of photos. Tuanchuan and Lele happily posted on their moments, and the Su family in the imperial capital soon sent a video of condolences. Chin, your family seems to be having a good time in Yunqing. I saw the photos of Tuanchuan and Lalifa. The scenery of Yunqing is really beautiful. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Mom, the scenery here is really good, and there are many places to play. You and Dad can come and play if you have time. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele were running in the flower field, the two little guys could not be seen, only their giggling could be heard. Grandma, it's really beautiful here. Giggle, it's very beautiful. We Tuanchuan and Lele don't come to watch Grandpa and Grandma in the video. You two little guys have been out for so many days. Grandpa and Grandma miss you. We miss Grandpa and Grandma too. It's alright, we'll be going back tomorrow. We can meet at that time. Tuanchuan said, sweating profusely, with red cheeks. Seeing the little guy like that, Lin Xiu quickly said, Why are you sweating so much? Be careful that the two children don't catch a cold. It's okay, Mom, our family, Tuanchuan and Lele, are doing well. Su Haqian asked Su Chen, Son, are you coming back tomorrow? Well, I only said to come and play for 5 days. Now it's almost time. The two children will start school soon. It's time to go back. Alright, it just so happened that your second grandfather has already prepared the banquet, but the time has not yet been determined. Since you guys are coming back tomorrow, let's hold a banquet the night after tomorrow. After attending this banquet, the two children should also go home. Going to get ready for school. It is good. After hanging up, the family continued to play after the video call. On the last day of their journey, they didn't come back until after 9:00 in the evening. Just about to open the door. The door next door opened. Yuli stood at the door with a smile. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, you are today. Do you have anything to delay? Su Chen patted Yan Bingxue. She immediately understood what her husband meant and entered the house with her two children. When Yuli saw this, the smile on her face slowly disappeared, leaving only a face of embarrassment. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Is there something I'm not doing well? Miss Yuli misunderstood, your acting is great. When Yuli heard this, her pupils shrank involuntarily. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? I've been waiting for you today, but after waiting for more than an hour, I found out that you've already gone out first. I still don't know what's going on. How can you not even guess this? Let's go first, although because we have seen through your plan, go back to your boss and tell him not to do these useless things. It is impossible for me join the Bao group. Hearing the Bao group, Yuli's face changed completely. Even though she wanted to pretend again, she knew that it was meaningless. Mr. Su is really smart, but I don't know what I'm doing, and what I'm doing is not good enough. I actually let Mr. Su see it and asked Mr. Su for advice. It's not necessary. Su Chen only left 3 words, and Yuli's face suddenly changed. I was angry in my heart, but I didn't dare to get angry with Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen was about to enter the house, Yuli hurriedly said, Mr. Sue, please wait a moment, our boss said that as long as you are willing to join our treasure group, the conditions previously offered to you are still valid. If you want to ask me, we will definitely satisfy you. Mr. Sue. Suchin went directly into the house without talking to her. The next morning, Suchan's family left Yunqing and boarded the plane back to the imperial capital. And those people who stayed in Yunqing immediately returned to their lives. An emergency meeting is being held over there. Yak frowned and sat in the highest position. The people below were talking. How can so many people be sent out, and none of them have anything to gain? This Suchen is not tempted by beauty. What Mr. Ike picked out, they are all first-class beauties, 7 beauties. Plus Rika, who is detached. I didn't expect that Suchen would be able to resist such a temptation. Everyone's eyes were full of shock. The beauties chosen by Ike had all seen them before, and they were all first-class women. Moreover, these beauties were raised by Ike on weekdays and were only used to entertain important guests. People like them could only watch from a distance. Not to mention Rika. Rika is a talented girl, not only talented, but also very beautiful. She can be regarded as the number 1 beauty in their push group. Ike rubbed his temples with a headache. This Suchen is really insufferable. Chairman, I think the more Suchen is like this, the more we can't give up. Although our strategy didn't succeed this time, Lu Shi's side also failed. Su Chen is not moved by our beauty plan, and naturally, he will not be attracted by other mecha groups using this strategy, so we are now, you can rest assured, that the only opponent to push is the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Ike sighed heavily. You guys are really optimistic. A Dragon Academy is already very impressive. Suchen has made a generation of mechas, and now the world is paying attention to the Dragon Kingdom's mechas. If we let him develop the 2nd generation mecha, then do we, the international mecha group, have room to survive? I really don't understand what Suchen wants. Rika is the trump card in my hand. So many people have looked at her for so many years, but I have rejected them. I want to give her to Suchen now, but Suchen doesn't want her. Last time I gave him such favorable conditions at the summit, and he still insisted on returning to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. You all think about it for me. Is there any way to win Suchen over, the 2nd generation? The data of the mecha, I'm bound to get it. Everyone in the conference room lowered their heads, and no one dared to answer at this time. Suchen can refuse the generous material conditions offered by Ike, and also turn a blind eye to these beauties who were delivered to the door. What else can they do with such Suchen? Looking at the silent crowd, Ike threw the documents in his hand heavily on the table. A bunch of trash. It's fine if you can't make mechas, let you think of a way. You don't even dare to say a word. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest. Update. No ads. After Lu Shi finished the phone call with Yuli, he sat leisurely in the office and hummed a song. Humming, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Ike, you old fox, this time I finally lost it. When I get Suchen's mecha data, don't say you are a stinky old man. Even if you push the group, I won't take it seriously. Over the years, the losses I have suffered in front of you, I will repay you double. Ha ha ha. Lu Shi's complacency didn't last long. When Yuli came back the next day, Lu Shi saw her appearing in the conference room, and his eyes were full of surprise. Yuri? Why are you back? Yuli lowered her head. I'm sorry, boss, my mission failed. Lu Shi frowned. What's the matter? Didn't you say everything went well when You called me yesterday? Why did it suddenly fail? Boss, I always thought things were going well and I played flawlessly, but I don't know what's going on. Suchin doesn't know when he started to doubt me. Yesterday we originally made an appointment to be together. I went out to play, but their family let my pigeons go directly. I originally wanted to ask at night. My attitude was very good, but Suchin had seen through everything. He asked me to come back to you and tell you, no matter what our conditions are, he can't come to our group. When Lu Shi heard this, his face changed immediately, and he sat back to his position weakly. What exactly went wrong? Yuli lowered her head and shook her head. Boss, I'm sorry, I really don't know how he saw it. I followed your instructions and tried my best to get close to Yan Bingxue. I have always avoided suspicion towards Su Chen, but in fact, Yan Bingxue's attitude towards me has been lukewarm for the past 2 days. Little girls with autism are better. Lu Shi let out a heavy sigh and didn't speak for a long time. At this time yesterday, he was still complacent. He felt that he had beaten the old fox Ike this time, and he had even fantasized in his heart. When he gets the mecha data, or draws Suchin into the Bao group, he can ride on Ike's head in the future and pay back all the humiliation he has suffered over the years. But now, when he wakes up, he realizes it's just a daydream of his own. Without the data of Su Chen and Mecha, the Bao group will never be able to surpass the push group, and he will be severely pressed by the old fox of Ike. Those people in the audience saw that Lu Shi was not in a good mood, so they all said below. Boss, don't be angry, Suchin was originally a tough bone, didn't Ike also fail? Yes, boss, you see that you only sent Yuli, but I heard that Ike sent 7 beauties to approach Suchin in various ways, but Suchin ignored it. Speaking of this matter, the men in the conference room all showed their shocked expressions. They are also men. It is really unimaginable that Suchin can see through all kinds of beauties and all kinds of ways to deliver them to the door, and he is unmoved. And they also know that at the Mecha Summit, their boss offered Suchin very favorable conditions, and even said that even the Bao group could surrender. But Suchin still refused. Is such a man who is not moved by any wealth and power and beauty, is it real? Devi also received recent news from Suchin. The assistant reported the situation on Ike, and Lu Shi sighed to him, and after listening to Gevi, he couldn't help laughing. President, Tue and Bao have already taken action. Are we really doing nothing? After all, they are also one of the 3 major groups. Originally, they lagged behind the other 2 groups in mecha technology. If they really succeeded in winning Su Chen, their group's survival would be even more difficult. Gue smiled and said, "What are you doing? Isn't the result already obvious?" All the people Ike and Lu Shi sent out went back in dismay. At this time, do you still want to touch this bad head? But if we don't do anything, we're not doing nothing, we can't do anything. Last time we met Su Chen, he made it very clear that he would not betray the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the mecha he made, it must be in the name of the Dragon Academy and the Dragon Kingdom. It's impossible for us people to win him over. Let's talk about cooperation, but there are some opportunities, but unfortunately our group is not qualified enough to attract people's eyes. Gu Wei said calmly. So, how to approach Su Chen's road? Su Chen told us last time, work hard to do our own mecha research work, and go to Su Chen when we are qualified to cooperate with them. That's the only way to get close to him. It's impossible to shake a man like Su Chen if you want to use such an Unprofessional trick like Ike and Lu Shi's. After listening to the words of his own president, the assistant laughed. Softly, President, you still have a thorough understanding. But I was really surprised when I heard the news today. The ones sent by the Tuahibo group were all first-class beauties, and I heard that even the Rika next to Ike went into battle in person. That's the treasure by Ike's side. I brought it with me to important occasions all these years, but I never let her accompany any boss. I didn't expect that this time, for Su Chen, Ike would actually do this. But what amazes me even more is that when Su Chen is facing so many beauties, he is still calm and calm. He can see through the identity of the other party at a glance, and he is not moved at all. This Mr. Su Chen is really amazing. Devi remembered the last conversation he had with Su Chen, and his eyes were full of approval. Su Chen is indeed a talented person. Although I have only met him once, his conversation and temperament are still fresh in my memory until now. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that a young man in his early 20s had such an aura. At that time, I knew that he would have a bright future in the future. After Longhua announced the Mecca this time, the name Su Chen is also a household name, but I believe that his future achievements will be even greater, so hurry up and order them. Let's not listen too much to things, let alone ask all researchers to follow up on the Mecca announced by Longhua to do professional research in this area. We must improve our level as soon as possible so that we can have the opportunity to cooperate with Su Chen. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest. Update. No ads. The strongest dad, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Chapter 482 of the main text, many of the gift givers, the Su Chen family, returned to the old house in the imperial capital. The two children enthusiastically introduced to you the photos of their play in Yunqing this time. Yan Bingxue took out the gifts she bought for everyone, and was sharing it with Lin Shou over there. Su Jianqing called Su Chen into the study. Su Chen pushed open the door and went in, and found that the second grandfather, the third grandfather, and the father were all there. Chen, how are you playing in Yunqing these days? Second Master Su asked gently. Very good, second grandpa, everyone is gathered together today. Is there a family meeting? Su Chen looked at the big guy's eyes and asked, did something happen at home during my absence? Su Iri and Su Jianqing glanced at each other. Su Iri got up and walked out. When I came back, I had 2 big boxes in my hand. Second Master Su opened the box, which was full of bright banknotes, and in the other box were heavy gold bars. Chen, this thing was sent this morning. We knew you were coming back today, so we didn't deal with it for the time being, and didn't make any noise about it. Who sent it? Push group or treasure? It was sent by a woman. She represented the push group. After she put the things down, she left. Your second grandfather sent someone to chase and didn't catch up. Chen, they all sent the money to the house. You have been in Yunqing these few days, has nothing really happened? Su Jianqing asked. They knew that I went to Yunqing, and they sent some people there, but it was just a small issue that didn't affect me, so I didn't say it. Then what to do with the cash and gold bars? Are you looking for someone to send it back to the push group? Su Iri asked. Su Haqian looked at his son and said, Chen, this is a huge sum of money. It's too unsafe to put in our house, so we have to send it out as soon as possible. It's okay, Dad, Grandpa, you don't have to worry, I'll handle this matter. Su Chen called Mr. Jing directly and told him that the push group had sent Something. Mr. Zheng was very efficient. After an hour, the vehicles in the military area took away the things. As for how to deal with it later, Suchin naturally didn't need to worry about it. After finishing the 2 boxes, Su Iri breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Su Chan and said with a smile, "Our family Chinchin is really amazing. Rejecting so many temptations at a young age." Just now, they asked Suchin about what happened in Yunqing, and they knew that Suchin rejected the beauty plan of the 2 groups. Su Jianqing laughed, "These people think that this thing can impress my grandson? Whether it's money, power, or beauty, my grandson can get it with his own strength. By the way, Chinchin, tomorrow is our family's dinner party. This dinner party, I discussed it with your second grandfather, and changed the position. That has always been agreed upon. You can take a look later." Suchin nodded and saw the plan for the banquet seats from the second grandfather. "My second grandfather and I are very disgusted by what the Su family has done recently, so this time we put the Su family at the second table when we were lining up." Su Jianqing said. "No problem, Grandpa, second grandpa, and the Su family's actions are really disgusting. It's not good for our family to cooperate with such people." "That's right, your second grandpa just changed his position because of what you said before. We put the Hua family on the main table. That boy from the Hua family is a good person. They handed you a few, it's a second post, but because you returned to Zhonghai, we'll push it for you, and at the dinner tomorrow, if you have a chance, you can have a chat with him." After a few people finished chatting about business, when they came out of the study, Tuanchuan and Lei were telling their grandma and grandma about their drifting in Yunqing. "Grandma, rafting is fun. I was sitting in a small boat with my parents and my brother, jumping off a high mountain, and on the way, we also fought water fights with other boats, our clothes, it's soaking wet. Dad is very powerful. The splash is much higher than others. There was a boat that wanted to splash us with water, but they couldn't get Dad, and they almost overturned their own boat. It's funny." Tuanchuan's face was flushed, and Lin Xiao and the old lady of the Su family also listened with relish. "It's really fun to go to Yunqing this time. If it wasn't because I had to go to school and I had to go home to attend the party at my grandparents' house, I didn't want to come back, and I wanted to continue playing for a few more days." "Tuan Lei is not having fun yet?" Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Tuanchuan shook his head and said, "Not yet, if there are still a few days of vacation, we can play a few more days." The old lady Su said, "It's okay, Tuanchuan Lei, the great-grandma told your parents about the doctor, and when you are on vacation next time, I will take you out to play together, okay?" "Okay, then we will play in another place next time. We went to Sanya with my parents, and then went to Yunqing. Next time, we will change the place. In the future, my brother and I will follow behind my parents and travel all over the dragon country. It's not just our dragon kingdom, but we can also go abroad to play with children. When we grow up, ask our parents to take us abroad to play too. Travel around the world." Lei said happily. When Suchin came out, he happened to hear his son and daughter say these words, so he walked over, sat by his wife's side, held his wife's hand, looked at the 2 little guys and said, "You want to go out with your parents? Travel the world?" "Yeah. As long as I hang out with my parents, Tuanchuan feels very happy." "Wife, since this is the wish of Tuanchuan and Lei, then our family will make a plan. Every winter vacation and summer vacation, we will take Tuanchuan and Lele out to play once, and we can play in the surrounding area or in the Dragon Kingdom. When you have a longer vacation, you can go abroad to play. When these two children grow up, we can almost travel all over the world. Yan Bingxue nodded, agreeing with this idea very much. Okay. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard it, they looked at each other excitedly. Tuanchuan said happily, "That's great. From now on, we can go out to play several times a year." Tuanchuan, in order to travel around the world in the future, we have to learn more languages. I will get 100% in the next foreign language class. Giggle, Tuanchuan will definitely be fine. Lin Xiao looked at them with a look of relief. Our family, Tuanchuan and Lele, are so good. They are really good kids who love learning. When I think of going abroad to play, I immediately think about learning foreign languages by myself. Yeah, we Tuanchuan and Lele have always been very self-conscious about their studies. They are all smart and studious children. There are only a few days left in the summer vacation, so you can have a good time in your hometown. These 2 days, Su, the old lady said with a smile. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest. Update. No ads. The strongest dad, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Chapter 483. The evening banquet was the next day of the Su family's banquet. The Su family prepared early, brought carefully selected gifts, and the whole family was dispatched. In the car, the old man of the Su family said to everyone, "Tonight's banquet is very important. It will affect the relationship between our family and the Su family in the future. You guys will cheer me up later. The first 2 times our family met Su Chen, we didn't have a good time. I guess the Su family has already felt bad about it. Otherwise, at the children's party that day, our family couldn't even accept invitations. Not. And these days, I called the second master of the Su family. I originally wanted to come to visit, but he shied away for various reasons. Tonight is our only chance to see Su Chen. You all give me your money. Raise the spirit of 12 points, and never make any mistakes again. Especially Ru Hui. Su Ru Hui was suddenly named by her grandfather, pursed her lips and lowered her head, her face a little unsightly. She didn't want to come to today's party. Grandpa insisted on her coming. The last time she was so embarrassed in front of Master Su Chen, she was directly ignored by the other party. Now what face does she have to see Master Su Chen? Su Yongxing couldn't see his daughter being so wronged, so he frowned and said, "Dad, I think the Su family is getting more and more excessive now. Our Su family is one of the 3 major families in the imperial capital, right? We have cooperated with the Su family for so many years. How could they treat us like this? And about Ru Hui, our family. Ru Hui is a well-known young lady in the imperial capital, and she is very fond of Su Chen. Even if Su Chen doesn't like Ru Hui, she shouldn't ignore her like she did at the tender meeting. This makes Ru Hui Duo lose face. Enough. Do you know what it means to be prudent in words and deeds? I just made you guys feel good, and you will drop the chain for me now. If you have this attitude, you don't have to follow me to participate in today's event. The dinner party is over, go home for me, face the wall and think about it." Seeing that the old man was angry, Su Yongxing immediately closed his mouth. The old man sighed and said, "The Su family's strength cannot be underestimated now. They have won the cooperation project of the military region, and their status in the imperial capital will only get higher and higher, so our family must not oppose the Su family at this time. How can it be so serious? Dad, even if his Su family is strong, then our Su family is not weak. The Su family's project from the military region does not conflict with us. Our family is in the commodity business, and the previous business is done. Even if their Su family soars into the sky, our Su family's position in the imperial capital will remain unshakable. Confused? Do you think it's that simple? The Su family is doing business in the military region. It is true that there is not much conflict of interest with us, but this business circle is closely related. If you offend the person who shouldn't offend, then everyone will come against you. It can't be used as a bet. Water can carry a boat or capsize it. We want to cling to the Su family not because their family can bring us any real benefits or because we offend them. We are fighting with the whole world. Enemy. Okay, with your elm heads, it will take decades to understand these things. Just follow my instructions today, Ru Hui, don't mess around tonight, stay by my side. Honestly, you also saw that Su Yunsong's little guy ended up, that bastard boy will do bad things, so today I just let him stay at home. If you dare to make a fool of yourself today, then you will be fine after you go back. Stay in the ancestral hall and reflect for 2 months before coming out. When Su Ruhui heard grandfather's severe punishment, she could only nodded slightly. The Hu family is also preparing to attend today's dinner. However, their family has not yet set off, because there is an important member who has not returned. Everyone in the Hu family was flushed today, and it was obvious that they had a big happy event. Grandpa, is eldest brother really coming back today to go to the Su family's dinner party with us? Yes, your eldest brother called me this morning. I said that I was going to attend the Su family's dinner party this evening. He specially asked us to wait for him. Mr. Hu said happily. Hu Xindao, the youngest grandson of the Hu family, said in surprise, this is really strange. When has the eldest brother attended such a dinner party? This time I heard that the Su family's dinner party even specially greeted you. Let us wait for him, eldest brother here. Did it suddenly change? Stinky boy, how can you say that about your big brother? I'm telling the truth, Grandpa, don't you know what kind of person the eldest brother is? In order to avoid these social events in the business field, the eldest brother has been hiding in the military area, especially in recent years. Everyone has returned in the imperial capital. There are only a handful of times to go home. When there are activities during the festivals, he hides far away. Every time he says he has something to do. When have he attended such a banquet? It seems that this time Big Brother also attaches great importance to the Su family's banquet. When Mr. Hu heard this, his joyful expression changed slightly. I'm afraid your eldest brother doesn't care about tonight's dinner party. Before he could finish speaking, the door of the house was suddenly pushed open, and the burly Hu Xinji was standing at the door in a velvet suit. Everyone hasn't left yet? It seems that it's time for me to come back. Hu Xinji was not only tall, but also had a strong voice, which made people know that he was a trainer. Brother, you are back. Xinji, you haven't been home for more than 3 months, haven't you? I don't know how to come home and see. Grandpa and Grandma are old now, and they usually want to see you children. Hu Xinji was surrounded by everyone, so he was not in a hurry to greet him. And just said, Grandpa, I think everyone is ready, why don't you go to the Su family dinner now, don't waste time. You kid just entered the house and didn't even take a sip of water, so you were anxious to attend today's dinner party. Did you come home to see us, or did you come back specifically for the Su family's dinner party? Mr. Hu said. Nothing. Said angrily. Hu Xingji said directly, of course I came back for the Su family's dinner party. If I come back to visit my grandparents and the family, when will I not come back? You. Mr. Hu shook his head straight after listening. You stinky boy is really showing no mercy at all. Fortunately, your brother is taking care of things in the business field. If you open your mouth and go out, you must not offend everyone. Grandpa, don't scold eldest brother, although eldest brother doesn't say these polite words, but eldest brother is the pride of our family now, and has a high status in the military area. The strongest dad signed 100 million at the beginning. Most genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest. Update. No ads. The strongest dad, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Text volume chapter 484, the Su family is going to be the dominant family. Mr. Hu looked at his eldest grandson and was worried for no reason. Before leaving, he called everyone over and warned, now that everyone is here, I must make some things clear to you first. Tonight is the celebration of the Su family. We are invited to participate. It's a rare opportunity, so at today's dinner, we don't seek to be outstanding, but we must not make mistakes. We must have a good relationship with the Su family, especially Su Chen. Hu Xingji's eyes lit up when he heard Su Chen's name. Grandpa, are you sure that Su Chen will come tonight? I just want to take advantage of today's dinner to have a good meeting with this Su Chen. When Mr. Hu heard the eldest grandson's words, his brows immediately wrinkled. Xingji, what Grandpa said just now was specifically for you. I know what kind of temper you are, but you must not conflict with Su Chen tonight. This young master of the Su family is not as simple as you think. You are in the military region, and you may not know some things. When you are on the road, ask your brother to talk to you well. Xingdao, you'll tell your brother about the Xiaosu family and the Su family in the car later. Needless to say, Grandpa, I heard about Su Zixuan, and I came back for this. Hu Xian knew. Mr. Hu had a headache for a while. You actually know their fate, then you should understand that Su Chen can't be offended, and he also made mechas for our Longhua. You are from the military region, see Su Chen's attitude should be more respectful, and you must not offend him. Hu Xingji didn't speak, but his eyes were full of anticipation for meeting Su Chen tonight. He heard the news of Su Zixuan's defeat in the military area, and also heard that the game was very exciting, which made him always look forward to Su Chen. It's hard to see him today. How could he not do anything? Mr. Hu was good at persuading him, but when he saw his grandson like that, he knew that he didn't listen to a word, and the old man couldn't help sighing heavily. The dinner party on the Su family's side had just started, and the Su family's people arrived immediately. They were the first to come. Master Su, congratulations. Your Su family got this cooperation case from the military region. Really expected. Second Master Su treated the Su family with a bit of indifference in his smile. Su Chen turned a deaf ear to these words, bowing his head and talking to Yan Bingxue gently. Wife, there are many guests today. If you feel tired later, you can go to the back to rest first. You don't have to stay here with us all the time. Yan Bingxue nodded lightly, her cheeks flushed, and she smiled lightly. Seeing such a scene, Su Ruhui's eyes seemed to burst into flames. Those eyes stared straight at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, especially when they saw Yan Bingxue, their eyes were very unfriendly. Su Chen also swept over by himself. Su Ruhui was startled, and hurriedly lowered her head. This scene was seen by the old man of the Su family. He hurriedly glared at Su Ruhui, then turned his head and said to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with a smile. Master Su Chen, after I came back from the bidding meeting that day, I heard about it. I have taught Ruhui a lesson. Ruhui, come over and apologize to Master Su Chen and Mrs. Su. Su Ruhui bowed her head and walked over, holding on to her skirt humiliatingly with both hands, but did not dare to disobey grandfather's order. I'm sorry, Master Su Chen, Mrs. Su, that day I said I was ignorant and said something that shouldn't be said. I hope you don't care. Su Chen snorted lightly and responded. Their lukewarm attitude made the Su family feel that they were slapped hard. At this time, the guests behind him also came, and the old man of the Su family said embarrassedly, then let's go first. After he finished speaking, he led his family into the hall sullenly. After entering the door, the face of the old man of the Su family suddenly collapsed. Su Yongxing's face is even more ugly. When has he suffered such cold eyes? He was about to speak, but was stopped by the old man. Because the people who lead the way are still the servants of the Su family. If the gossip reaches the ears of the Su family again, I am afraid that the relationship between the Su family and the Su family will become more tense. Mr. Su walked straight to the main table over there. For dinner parties like this, their place has always been sitting with the host. In his opinion, only their Su family can be compared with the Su family in status. But this time, just when they wanted to sit down, the servant in front said, Master Su, your place is no longer here. This way please. Mr. Su was stunned for a moment, and the hand holding the chair stopped awkwardly in the air. The family was then taken to a second table. Master Su, your place is here, please take your seat first. After finishing speaking, the servants left. The Su family stood at the second table and looked at the main table over there, their faces suddenly extremely ugly. Now that there is no one else, Su Yongxing scolded directly. The Su family is too much. How can we arrange us at the second table? Dad, take a look, they have completely ignored our family now. Our Su family is one of the 3 major families in the imperial capital. At a banquet like this in the past, which time did we not sit at the main table? In terms of position, this time they actually put us at the second table. Are there so many people in the Su family that they can fill the main table? Su Ruhui had just been criticized, but when she thought of Su Chen, she couldn't help but say, Dad, it may be because Master Su Chen is back. There are more people in the Su family, so the main table can't be seated. Mr. Su snorted coldly, humph. The Su family really wants to dominate the imperial family now. Su Yongxing said, yes, at this kind of banquet, our guests are guests. How can we not even have a seat at the main table, even if there are more people? At the main table, then at least as a father, we should sit at the main table. Let's go. Forget about us people. After all, we are all juniors, but Dad and the old men of his uncle's family are on an equal footing, so why should they sit at the second table? Dad, we can't just let it go. If we endure it today, I'm afraid everyone will know that the emperor belongs to their Su family. When the old man heard this, he turned his head and stared, confused. That is to say, the old age, the brains in the business field have not improved at all. What day is today? Today is their Su family's celebration feast, celebrating their acquisition of the mecha business in the military region, waiting for the business to start. The Su family in the imperial capital and even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, isn't it a single family? The reason why they dare to be so arrogant is because they have the capital. You can't be careful when you speak. Then can we really just swallow our voices today? Su Yongxing said in a low voice, very unconvinced. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and we'll talk about it after a while. Master Su knew. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest. Update. No ads. The strongest dad, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Volume 485th chapter, the Su family finally sat down in the row of seats. The family comforted each other, but everyone's heart was actually very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the guests who came in behind saw their family members sitting there and took the initiative to come to say hello. One by two, their flattering attitudes finally allowed the Su family to regain a trace of face. The faces of Old Man Su and Su Yongxing finally became better. At this moment, the people from the Hua family arrived, and they were also brought in by the servants. Mr. Su was already ready and felt that the people from the Hua family should sit at their table. The Su family, and the Hua family are the three major families in the imperial capital, but the Hua family has a lot of limitations because they are in the martial arts business, and they have gradually declined over the years. Was sitting at the second table. Today, I want to sit at the same table with them for dinner. Although it is a bit shameful, the old man of the Su family thinks that the table will be big later, so he can sow discord and have a good chat with the Hua family. Now the situation of the Su family, if the two of them can join forces, there may be a turning point. Just thinking about this, the smile on the corner of Old Man Su's mouth had not yet lifted, but when he saw the scene over there, it suddenly changed. Because the servant took the Hua family to the main table. The people of the Hua family seemed to be a little surprised, and asked about it, and the servant said there was no problem. Mr. Hua, your family's seat is here, please take a seat first. The Hua family looked at each other in dismay, and saw joy in each other's eyes. Although their family did not compete for the position of the main table, they were very happy to see the Su family sitting at the second table, and they were arranged at the main table. After sitting down, Hua Xingdao couldn't help saying happily, "Grandpa, I really didn't expect that the Su family would put us at the main table this time, and the Su family could only sit at the second table." Mr. Hua was also very happy. Looking at the faces of the Su family over there, he lowered his voice and said, "You all restrain yourself. I know that you are all happy now. I must be happy. Over the years, the Su family has done a good job in their commodity business. Every time they encounter this kind of occasion, they bully us. Which banquet didn't put us at the second table? This time is really happy, they just saw us sitting at the main table looking like we ate flies overnight, haha." Although Mr. Hua was happy in his heart, but he still told the guy, "Don't be too complacent, don't forget that today is the Su family's banquet. The Su family arranged us at the main table to show that we attach great importance to our Hua family, and this is also true for our Hua family. A rare opportunity, you all have to perform well later. Grandpa, don't worry, the grandson knows it in his heart." To say that this young Master Su Chen is really courageous, the Su family offended the Su family at the previous banquet, this time the young Master Su Chen just Arranged it like this, let everyone I see it all, I think young Master Su Chen. Is this? Hua Xingdao said with a thumbs up. After Hua Xingji heard what his brother said, his eyes became more and more expectant. This young Master Su Chen is indeed unusual. Although he is in this business circle, he has not lost the arrogance of young people. I think if the Su family is called by someone like Su Chen, the business circle of our imperial capital will be in the future, I'm afraid it's better than it is now. At the Su family's side, each and every one of their teeth was about to be shattered. Su Yongxing clenched his fists. Dad, this Su Chen is so arrogant. How could he make such an arrangement? Whatever we say, the Su family has a much higher status in the imperial capital business circle than the Hua family. It doesn't matter if we don't have the main table, but now the Hua family can sit at the main table, but we are arranged in the first place. Second table, sitting with these people from small families, isn't that slapping us in the face in public? Old Master Su didn't know that Su Chen's arrangement was tantamount to slapping them in public. Although he was angry, there was no other way. He could only look at the Hua family over there indignantly. Seeing them talking and laughing at the main table, he was even more angry. Enough said? Before I came here, I asked you to remember each one of you clearly. No matter how humiliating we eat tonight, we will endure it for me. Now that the Su family is in the limelight, let's only to be able to avoid its edge. The temporary tolerance is only for the sake of greater brilliance in the future. The guests were almost there, and the Su family also returned to the hall. Seeing them walking towards the main table, the Hua family immediately stood up and took the initiative to greet them. The surrounding tables are also full. The second table sitting next to the Su family is the Sun family, another family in the imperial capital. The Sun family has been in the electronics industry over the years. Because it keeps up with the trend, the development is not very good. Not bad, but the Sun family started relatively late, and it was completely incomparable with the three major families in the imperial capital. The Sun family and the Su family can't speak the same thing. Now that the two of them are arranged to eat at the same table, although the Sun family is happy, it is really a shame for the Su family. The guests also saw this scene in their eyes, and whispered below to discuss. This time, the Su family's table arrangement seems to have a special meaning. Isn't it all the Su family who sat at the main table before? Why has it become the Hua family this time? Could it be that the arrangement is wrong? How could the Su family make such a low-level mistake? All of this must have been deliberately arranged. Have you forgotten? At the banquet held by the Su family for young Master Su Chen last time, the Su family made such a big incident. Offended Master Su Chen, it is estimated that the Su family is punishing them. This young Master Su Chen is really courageous. On such an occasion, he actually gave the Su family a slap in the face. If you want me to say that the Su family is self-inflicted this time, every time I attended a banquet before, which time did the Su family not bully others? I feel that I have done a lot of business these years, and I don't care about us people at all, right? The attitude of the Su family is not bad. After all, the Su family has a great business, but they have a lot of cold eyes on the Hua family. I didn't expect that this time I accidentally kicked the iron plate and offended the young master of the Su family. I think the young master of the Su family is really not an ordinary person. He is not only outstanding in ability, but also quite courageous. If he dares to arrange such an arrangement today, his attitude towards the Su family will definitely be unambiguous in the future. It seems that the life of the Su family will not be easy in the future. The guests talked a lot, most of them were melon eaters, and they all looked like they were watching a good show. Because the Su family has really ruined too many passers-by on weekdays, so when everyone saw the Su family like this, most of them were gloating. Although this banquet hall is large, the gossip of the big guy also spread to the ears of the Su family, and the people of the Su family could see it clearly when they saw the excitement. The Su family felt that their face was about to be lost, especially when they saw the Su family and the Hua family chatting happily at the main table. Everyone in the Su family gritted their teeth with hatred. On such occasions, they did not dare to say more. Today, the Su family arranged them at the second table, which is nothing more than a loss of face. If the Su family completely fell out with the Su family on this occasion, the Su family will definitely not let them go in the future. Business affairs. Mr. Su looked at the crowd and warned them with his eyes not to act rashly, so the family sat there in silence. The Sun family on the opposite side also took the initiative to chat with them. In the eyes of the Su family, the Sun family and them are not on the same level at all, but sitting at a table for dinner tonight, everyone is watching jokes, paying attention to the Sun family. I am afraid that the people around me will even talk about it. Old Master Su was already in the back, thinking secretly, this Su Chen is really smart. With such an arrangement, their family is really suffering. The atmosphere on the main table was very happy. The Hua family was in the martial arts business. Although they had been involved in the business field over the years, they were also contaminated with some worldliness, but since everyone was born in martial arts, it was inevitable that they looked upright. Looking at them, I think they are just right. Second master, the eldest master of the Su family, congratulations. Congratulations, the Su family has been doing business in the military region for all these years. This time Longwa's mecha business is in the hands of the Dao Su family. We ordinary people, that is 100, don't worry. Besides, this mecha was made by Master Su Chen, second Master Su. The Su family is really talented, Master Hua said with a hearty smile. Hua Xingdao followed his grandfather and said sweetly, Grandpa Su young Master Su Chen is now the hero of our Dragon Kingdom. I am really honored to have dinner with your family today, and this will be enough in the future. I've been a bull for half my life. Second Master Su smiled and talked to them, and Hua Xingji over there always kept his eyes on Su Chen. His eyes were direct and enthusiastic, with a bit of provocation between men. Su Chen quickly noticed it and looked up at him. Looking at each other, Su Chen saw that the other party was a man who looked stern and dignified. He was about 30 years old. He was wearing a straight suit with broad shoulders. At first glance, he was a trainer. And he was sitting there with a straight back, and this posture was a bit like someone in the military area. Seeing Su Chen looking over, Hua Xingji immediately stood up and stretched out his hand towards Su Chen. Hello, Master Su, my name is Hua Xingji. Su Chen shook hands with him, and the second Master Su looked at them with a smile. Xingji is also back. No wonder I was overjoyed to see the old man of the Hua family today. It turns out that the baby's eldest grandson also came back. Chen, you don't know this one yet. This is the eldest grandson of the Hua family. He has held a high position in the military region at a young age. He is the pride of the Hua family. Huixingji looked at Su Chen and said, Master Su Chen, I am afraid we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. This time I will take over the mech-related matters in the restricted area. I have never had the opportunity to say hello to you before. When I came to the military area for training, I happened to go out on a mission, but after watching the video, I have been in contact with your mecha all the time. You are amazing, and this mecha is also very perfect. Everyone in our team was shocked. Su Chen heard that Huixingji was in charge of handing over the mecha, so he smiled and nodded at the other party. As a result, the two will probably have more intersections in the future. Seeing this scene, the people of the Su family could not help frowning. Su Yongxing whispered, Why is this Huixingji here? The old man said, Huixingji is the person in charge of the mecha of the military region. Otherwise, why do you think the Hu family can sit at the main table today? The Hu family has already taken the lead. It seems that we have to find another way out. Su Yongxing's expression became solemn when he heard what his father said. And the guests below are also discussing this matter. Huixingji is back. It seems that the eldest grandson of the Hu family made a special trip to say hello to Su Chen this time. Master Su Chen made a mecha. And the eldest young master of the Hu family happened to be in charge of this matter in the military area. Look. After coming here, the cooperation between the Su family and the Hu family will probably be even closer. Today's arrangement of the Su family's position seems not only to punish the Su family for their previous actions. The eldest young master of the Hu family is in the military area. He is a hot red man, not to mention the ability of Su Chen's young master. If these two cooperate, it will be incredible. Now everyone is wondering whether Huixingji came back this time to have a good relationship with Su Chen and the Su family. Huixingji on the main table suddenly looked at Su Chen and said, Master Su Chen, I am in the military area. I heard that your fighting skills are very good. I want to try to compete with you. Huixingji's voice was loud, and the Su family sitting at the second table could hear these words clearly. The Sun family also immediately talked to the people next to them, and it was passed on from 10 to 10, and soon all the guests in the hall knew that the eldest young master of the Hu family had challenged Su Chen as soon as he came, and it was also a martial arts challenge. Just now I was still guessing whether the two met this time for cooperation. And now everyone is showing a surprised look. What is the eldest young master of the Hu family doing? Isn't the Hu family wanting to follow in the footsteps of the Su family? They have already sat at the second table during the summer vacation. The Hu family finally sat at the main table at this time. Why? But the eldest young master of the Hu family is going to challenge the young master Su Chen at this time? Based on Master Su Chen's temperament, I guess the Hu family won't have any good fruit to eat this time. Our imperial capital has been really lively recently. What the Su family did at the banquet last time, I thought it was a good show, but I didn't expect that at today's banquet, another eldest young master from the Hu family came and challenged Su Master Chen's fighting skills. I have long heard that the last time Master Su Chen and the Su Zishuan from the Su family were very exciting, but unfortunately only the people from the Su family could participate. If the young master Su Chen really wants to compete with the eldest young master of the Hu family, then we will have a feast for the eyes. These melon eaters who watched the excitement didn't think it was a big deal at all, and they all stretched their necks to look at the main table over there. The old man of the Su family even snorted coldly old man who brought his eldest grandson here. He originally wanted to have a good relationship with the Su family, but this eldest grandson of his family really will offend people as always. I want to see how long their Hu family can sit at the main table this time. When the Hu family heard Hu Xingji's words, the smile on their faces suddenly froze. Hu Xingdao looked at his elder brother anxiously, and secretly pulled his elder brother's clothes under the table. But Hu Xingji stood up straight and looked straight at Su Chen over there, without any intention of backing down. The old man of the Hu family could only say with a smile, "Second Master Su." "Master Su, young Master Su Chen, I'm really sorry, this son of my family has usually been in the army for too long, and our family is a martial artist. This kid has liked these since he was a child, and let the big guys see." Jokes. Su Chenshao doesn't have to take what this kid said to heart. "Xingji, please sit down with me quickly. Today we are the guests invited by the Su family to celebrate the Su family's victory in the mecha business in the military region. What did I tell you before I came? Don't be fooling around, hurry up. Sit down and eat," Mr. Hu said seriously. But Hu Xingji didn't seem to have heard these words. He turned a deaf ear to his grandfather's admonition and his little brother's little actions below, and just looked at Su Chen over there. "Master Su Chen, let's have a match." The two sides were at a stalemate, and the people around were also happy to watch the fun. The Su family all looked at Su Chen, meaning that it would be good to let Su Chen make a decision. So Su Chen looked at Hu Xian and knew, "Young Master Hu, let's listen to Mr. Hu and eat first. There are many guests at this banquet today, so you can't make everyone hungry just because of your own wishes." Belly. When Hu Xingji heard what he said, he immediately said cheerfully, "No problem, then after we finish eating, you can compete with me. I heard that you and Su Zishuan played very well. I have been looking forward to the showdown with you. After dinner, we must have a good fight." Su Chen smiled without saying a word, and the second master Su over there also took care of everyone to eat. The old man of the Hu family looked somewhat embarrassed. But the other tables were very lively. Everyone is discussing this. "Master Su Chen, this is the challenge. It seems that we can see a wonderful game tonight. I see that the faces of the Hu family are embarrassing, but Master Su Chen doesn't seem to be angry, and I don't know what the situation will be in the game later. This eldest young master of the Hu family is not simple. I heard that the eldest young master of the Hu family was a martial arts idiot in the early years. He is not very good at cultural classes, but he is really invincible to beat the imperial capital with one hand. Come on, he happens to be in the martial arts business. He has been practicing in his own martial arts hall since he was a child, and when he was in his teens, he had already fought all over the imperial capital. That's right, and you young people may not know that in the early years, the eldest young master of the Hu family made a lot of noise because of the fight in the martial arts hall. Man, I heard that it was a master hired by the Hu family martial arts academy. Originally, he came to learn martial arts. As a result, the teenage Hu family eldest master heard about this, and without saying a word, he came up to challenge him. He was 3 or 4 years old. But the other party was a man in his 30s. He originally took this as one thing, but when he came to power, he didn't know whether he underestimated the enemy or whether the eldest young master of the Hu family was really powerful, so he beat him down. I know this too. I remember that the Hua family was very embarrassed to apologize to the other side's martial arts gym. It was said that a master was sent here, but even a 13 or 14-year-old baby from the Hua family couldn't beat it. The eldest young master of the Hua family also threatened that the other party's martial arts hall was not good at all, and he was embarrassed to call himself a master at this level. It was a big trouble. Since then, the old master of the Hua family has started to control the eldest young master of the Hua family. At that time, the old man of the Hua family was afraid that the eldest young master would go the wrong way, and seeing that his cultural class was not good enough, he sent him directly to the army, thinking that the military region had strict rules and could hone his temperament well. I thought about taking him back after 2 years, but I didn't expect that after the Hua family's eldest master entered the military region, he liked the life in the military region very much. From the age of 15 to the present, not only did he not return to the Hua family, but he also held a high position. Then the eldest young master of the Hua family must have improved his fighting skills over the years. After all, in the army, it was a drill with real guns and live ammunition. That's right, if it weren't for the eldest young master of the Hua family, he would have been sent to the army at the age of 15, and what about Su Zishuan of the little Su family? The eldest young master of the Hua family has been in the military region for years, but he has participated in many famous battles. Yes, I don't think he has anything to say about his skills. But I think young Master Su Chen is not bad either. Although I didn't see the fight between young Master Su Chen and Su Zishuan, I heard someone from the Su family describe it to me vividly. Master Su Chen's skills, that's a great one. That's right, although young Master Su Chen is young and his colleague is also working in research, but looking at his body, he looks like a trainer. And in addition to the last battle with Su Zishuan, he can be considered a young and famous. Today's really in a fight with the eldest young master of the Hua family. It is uncertain who will win and who will lose. Okay, I don't think everyone should fight anymore. Since we are so interested in this game, why don't we start a gamble? I support young Master Su Chen in my heart. Young Master Su Chen has created so many miracles at a young age. I believe that in this game tonight, he will definitely perform well. Then I want to support the eldest young master of the Hua family. Although the young Master Su Chen has indeed created a lot of miracles, I think that fighting such things can only be gained in actual combat exercises. The eldest young master of the Hua family is in the military area. For so many years, he has participated in so many wars with real guns and ammunition. I believe his resilience and foundation, that must be nothing to say. I press Master Su Chen. Master Su Chen is now the number one in my mind. No one can challenge his authority. I'm pressing the eldest young master of the Hua family. After all, I have seen the game of the eldest master of the Hua family back then. I want to crush young Master Su Chen. Betting on the other tables began to be lively. Only the Sun family and the Su family were sitting together, which was inevitably a little embarrassing. Everyone in the Su family is now waiting to see this good show tonight. In their view, what the Hua family did was tantamount to suicide. The atmosphere on the main table was exceptionally good. Although the Hua family was a little reluctant to let go because of Hua Xingji's remarks, the Su family did not mention it later, and they enthusiastically learned about the current economic situation of the imperial capital. The atmosphere at the table gradually calmed down. Only Hua Xingji was alone, because he was anxious to compete with Su Chen, so he was absent-minded during a meal, rubbed his fingers from time to time, and wished he would go on stage to fight immediately. He stared at Su Chen opposite from time to time, and after seeing Su Chen put down the tableware, Hua Xingji immediately said, "Master Su Chen, since you have finished eating, let's start now." Su Chen chuckled and said, "Master Hua, you must be too impatient. You have just eaten dinner now, so it is not suitable for vigorous exercise. And you see, the other guests are still having dinner. Why don't we all take a break? I will let the people go to prepare the ring now. After the dinner is over, we can start." Hua Xingji frowned slightly. "Master Su Chen, I'm a rude person, I'll just say it if I have something to say. I just want to fight with you. It wasn't a troublesome thing at first. Why do you keep pushing and resisting? Wouldn't you dare?" When Mr. Hua heard this, cold sweat broke down on his forehead, and he hurriedly grabbed his eldest grandson, regardless of his identity. Looking at Su Chen over there apologetically, he said, "Master Su, I'm so embarrassed. This stinky boy in my family is a martial idiot. Don't look at him as a dog-like person, but he can't speak with a low EQ. Don't take the 2 words he said just now. This kid has no other intentions, just heard that. You are good at skills, so I feel that I have found a suitable opponent, so I want to compete with you. He has a quick temper, so don't know him in general." Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. He still sees people very accurately. This Hua Xingji is just like what Mr. Hua said. He is outspoken and has a low emotional intelligence. Although the words are a bit ugly, they are not like those who came up to provoke him." Then a game. The person next to them listened to the conversation between the two and immediately had a comparison in their hearts. It seems that Mr. Hua's decision is quite correct. The eldest young master of the Hua family can only develop well in the military area. If this is in the business circle of the imperial capital, it would be too easy to offend people with one mouth. Comparing these two, young Master Su Chen seems to be too good. He is really good in everything. Although he is young, he is well-rounded in dealing with people in such an occasion. Master Su Chen is worthy of being the eldest grandson of the Su family. Although he just returned to the old house not long ago, he did not show any timidity in such a big occasion, and arranged for us people properly. I think the Su family will be in the future under the leadership of Master Su Chen. He will definitely reach a higher level. After everyone had finished eating, the ring at the back was already set up. Master Su talked about the competition and invited everyone to watch it together. So a group of people went to the martial arts hall at the back, and Su Chen and Hua Xingji went to the backstage to change their clothes and prepare. Those relatives of the Su family have become popular figures at the moment. Everyone surrounded them and asked how Su Chen's skills were. The last time the people of the Su family watched the fighting match between Su Chen and Su Zixuan, they were not worried at all about Su Chen's skills. Let's watch it later. We have nothing to say about Master Su Chen's skills. Even if we meet the eldest young master of the Hua family, Master Su Chen will definitely win. Today's game will definitely be extraordinarily exciting. You didn't see the match between Master Su Chen and Su Zixuan last time, but today you can have a feast for your eyes. Those who suppressed Su Chen would win when they heard this. Immediately happy. And those who overwhelmed the eldest young master of the Hua family to win. People were always a little worried in their hearts. They feel that the eldest young master of the Hua family has rich experience In actual combat, and from the perspective of his body, the eldest young master of the Hua family is obviously much stronger. Confident, they couldn't help but worry. You must know that Su Chen is very good at creating miracles. In this game. Tonight, I don't know if Master Su Chen will still create miracles. Hua Xingji quickly changed his clothes and went on stage. When he stood on the stage, the people below couldn't help but take a breath. This body is really good, nothing to say. He has dark skin and strong muscles. At first glance, he looks like a person who has undergone strict physical training for a long time. Moreover, he has several scars on his body, one of which is a gunshot wound. This is proof of actual combat. The women discussed in a low voice below. The eldest young master of the Hua family is too predictable. The muscles on his arms are as hard as rocks. I feel like he can carry me with one arm. And these abdominal muscles. The figure of the eldest young master of the Hua family is almost on par with that of a professional bodybuilding coach. Just by looking at this figure, you can see that his fist is extremely powerful. Originally, everyone was discussing the body of the eldest young master of the Hua family, but as soon as Su Chen came out over there, the women closed their mouths one after another. Looking at Su Chen one by one, fire even burst out in his eyes. Wow, Master Su Chen's figure is too good. I used to see Master Su Chen wearing a suit, but I couldn't tell. It turned out that under the shirt, it was such a strong figure. Master Su Chen is really a walking clothes rack. He looks thin in clothes and fleshy when undressed. This figure is much better than that of the eldest young master of the Hua family. That's right, as soon as Master Su Chen came out, he instantly felt that the eldest young master of the Hua family was a little too strong, or Master Su Chen's figure looks better, and those 8-pack abs are too attractive. Master Su Chen's upper body must feel very comfortable. Su Chen's skin is whiter than Hua Xingji's, it is a healthy wheat color, and the body is not to mention, there is no shortage of chest muscles and abdominal muscles, and it is just right, not exaggerated, and the texture of the muscles is clear. Such a figure, coupled with those handsome facial features, simply made the women on the scene scream madly in their hearts. It was also the first time that Su Ruhui saw Su Chen taking off her shirt. She stared at Su Chen with infatuation, and felt extremely regretful in her heart. Why doesn't such a handsome man belong to him? If she can get Su Chen, no matter what the price is, she is willing. It's a pity that only Yan Bingxue is in Su Chen's eyes. She has already taken the initiative, but Su Chen still ignores her. Su Ruhui couldn't help sighing softly. The ladies in the imperial capital also looked at Su Chen one after another. After Su Chen came out, Yan Bingxue walked up and thoughtfully helped him arrange his hairstyle. When the women in the audience saw this scene, they were going crazy with jealousy, wishing they could become Yan Bingxue and see the male got up close. Although I really wanted to go up and see Su Chen, no one dared. With Su Ruhui's foreshadowing, now the eldest ladies in the imperial circle all know that young master Su Chen will only be good to his wife and nothing else. If a woman dares to do anything, it is self-indulgent. The elders in the family told them that even if they liked Su Chen, they could only restrain themselves. You can see this figure now, that woman can withstand such temptation. Hua Xingji saw Su Chen on stage, and saw Su Chen's figure, and his eyes became more and more excited. It seems that this time I will definitely be able to have a good fight with my opponent. At first glance, Su Chen's figure looks like a trainer. This muscle does not look like those accumulated in the gym relying on protein powder all day long. At first glance, the smooth lines are the result of long-term training. Huixingji was very excited to meet Su Chen as an opponent. He can't wait to have a wonderful duel with Su Chen in the ring. The match was about to start. Huixingji looked at Su Chen and said, "Master Su Chen, since the two of us are in the ring, there is no identity to speak of. Later, we will all rely on our hands and fists to meet each other. Be careful to hurt you, please forgive me." Hearing this, Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth and said, "The young master of the Hu family is too confident, it's not certain who hurts who." When Huixingji heard this, he was even more excited. The referee announced the start of the game, and the two immediately shot. This time, Su Chen's style of play is completely different from that of Su Zishuan's last time. He has understood the advanced fighting skills of the system, and he has nothing to say about his skills. Moreover, Huixingji is different from Su Zishuan. Huixingji is the king in actual combat, no like Su Zishuan. What he learned originally was the game routine. Therefore, in the confrontation with Huixingji, the most test is the ability to respond on the spot. The audience under the stage did not expect that the game was so wonderful. From the beginning, the two sides attacked each other very violently, and everyone didn't have time to react, but I kept cheering. The relatives of the Su family were the most vocal. They had seen the match between Su Chen and Su Zishuan. They thought they had already seen the world. But they didn't expect today's match to be completely different. At the beginning, it was as exciting as the finals. No, it's even more exciting than the finals. Huixingji is a very strong opponent, and young Master Su Chen is also taking the lead. The game between these two people looks really exciting. Master Hua is really good. Today's game is much more exciting than that day. The opponent that day was Su Zishuan. Master Su Chen didn't have to use all his strength at all, but this time it was the young master of the Hua family who came in person. Both sides are strong players. The process is definitely more exciting than the game that day. On the stage, Su Chen turned around beautifully to avoid Huixingji's onslaught. At the same time, he swept his right leg back and swept out a beautiful swipe. Huixingji, who was dedicated to the attack, took a step back and narrowly avoided this move. After the two pushed away, Huixingji wiped his nose excitedly, and said to Su Chen, "Master Su Chen is really powerful, I read you right, you are a very powerful opponent, come again." The two continued to fight, and the scene on the arena was very lively. Even the referee hid under the stage and watched the game on the arena with anxious eyes. A game was played very well. Although neither of them reached the point of the other, they both had a great time. Su Chen also recognized or knew this opponent very much in his heart. This feeling of being against an opponent, for both of them, made them feel excited. At the end of the first half of the game, the two of them were still intact. Except for the physical consumption, neither seemed to have reached the key point of each other. From this point of view, the result is somewhat difficult to distinguish. The referee announced the halftime break. After Su Chen and Huixingji shook hands, they returned to their respective arenas. Seeing this scene, the women in the audience gasped, and looked at the sweat dripping from the two of them, especially Su Chen. This scene really makes people feel weak. When Yan Bingxue saw her husband's sweaty appearance, she couldn't help clearing her throat affectionately, and her eyes began to flicker. Seeing her husband walking towards her, she hurriedly took the prepared towel and handed it to her husband. Suchen didn't reach out to pick it up, but brought his face closer. Yan Bingxue understood, chuckled lightly, took the towel, helped Suchen wipe the sweat from his cheeks, and then wiped the sweat from his body. When the towel wiped Suchen's chest muscles and abdominal muscles, there was a sudden breath of cold air from the audience. When Suchen heard this voice, the corners of his mouth could not help but raise. These women seemed to be completely fascinated by their figure. The damn charm of nowhere. It is estimated that tonight, the material in these women's dreams is today's game. Tuanchuan and Lei ran over, and Tuanchuan handed the water cup in his hand to his father. Lei said aside, "Dad, you just played so well." "Dad, come on." Suchen touched the heads of his son and daughter, and said with a gentle smile, "With the encouragement of our family Tuanchuan and Lei, and my mother." Wiping my father's sweat in person, my father now feels full of energy. Then Dad must win later. My daddy is the best daddy, and no one can match daddy. Husband, the eldest young master of the Hua family is really good, but I also believe in my husband. I will definitely win him. Come on, husband. With the encouragement of his wife and children, Suchen nodded confidently. Don't worry, Dad will come back with the first place for you later. After the start of the second half, Suchen and Hua Xinji did not show any signs of exhaustion, and after a short rest, their offensive became even more violent. The people in the audience couldn't believe it. At the beginning, everyone was discussing and cheering enthusiastically, but now there is no one talking, and everyone is watching the game intently. This game is really more exciting than professional. Suchen punched Hua Xinji on the chest, and Hua Xinji on the opposite side didn't show weakness at all. He took the blow and swept his foot on Suchen's thigh. This was the first time the two had attacked each other's vital parts, and both of them could not help but take a step back. The people in the audience were thrilled, especially the people of the Hua family. Seeing that the two of them fought so fiercely, the old man of the Hua family stood up excitedly. The Hua family's mentality is very entangled now. Of course they hope that Hua Xinji can win, but the opponent is young Master Suchen. Even if they win on this occasion today, they don't know what price they will pay. But if he really loses, he will inevitably feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, Hua Xinji has been an invincible player in the world since he was a child. Mr. Hua was still tangled at first. Now when he sees the two of them attacking each other, he only hopes that the game will end soon. No matter who wins or loses, don't make any trouble. The people of the Su family were happy at the time. Gleefully looked at the Hua family over there. Su Yongxing said with a smile, the Hua family is simply killing themselves. I think their family is going to be completely finished this time. Boy, Hua Xinji really caused trouble for his family since he was a child. Their family finally went to the main table once, and the look in our eyes from there just now was arrogant enough. I didn't expect this brilliance to be so short-lived. Whether we win or lose this game, I guess their family will be kicked out later. Already. The old man of the Su family also smiled happily, as if he was watching a good show. However, Su Chen's skills really surprised him. He originally thought that Su Chen's talents were in the research of mecha, but he didn't expect that even his skills were so outstanding. Great-grandson? Looking at the backs of his own family, the old man of the Su family couldn't help sighing. Hua Xinji on the stage received a fist and rubbed his chest with a serious face. Suchen over there looked down at his left leg and raised his eyebrows. The two continued to attack, and the fight lasted for nearly 10 minutes. The audience is now almost silent, and everyone's attention is on today's game. At this moment, Su Chen finally found the opponent's flaw, and a side kick directly kicked Huixingji's waist. Huixingji saw him come up and wanted to dodge, but the fist he swung out of his hand couldn't be retracted. The tendency of his body to lean forward could only be turned around in an emergency, but he still didn't dodge the blow. This mistake alone put him at a disadvantage. Before he could take into account the kick on his waist, Su Chen's fist immediately followed, and Huixingji hurriedly dodged, but he still received a solid punch on the face. Su Chen's fist seemed to be wearing the wind, hitting the corner of Huixingji's mouth, instantly turning blood. The referee blew the whistle, and the game was suspended. There were warm cheers from the audience, and everyone shouted loudly, "Master Su Chen is mighty! Master Su Chen is really amazing!" This situation has clearly been divided into winners and losers. Huixingji also knew that he lost, but still frowned tightly, feeling that the fight was not enough, and his eyes were still full of fighting intent. The Hu family master said quickly, "Master Su Chen is really amazing. It seems that my new knowledge is not your opponent." This is equivalent to acknowledging Su Chen's victory. Su Chen clasped his fists towards Huixingji. "Master Hu, you lose, accept it." "I did lose, but Master Su Chen, the game just now wasn't fun enough. Why don't we have another game? Whether we win or lose this game, I just want to play with you again." When the Hu family heard this, they stepped forward to pull Huixingji. Su Chen smiled and said, "Master Hu, today is a dinner party hosted by our Su family, and there are many guests. The game just now is enough, let's have a good time next time." Huixingji frowned in disappointment, still looking at Su Chen, apparently not having enough fun. The people of the Su family walked over swaggeringly. Su Yongxing looked at Huixingji and said with a sneer, "Young Master Hu really refuses to admit defeat? I heard that the eldest young master of the Hu family is a martial idiot, but he didn't expect that he could not afford to lose." "Yes, since the rules have been set, you have already lost, and you are still pestering Master Su Chen to do what? Does it mean that you have to win to end it? If the Hu family did this, didn't they take the book too seriously? Today is the banquet held by the Su family. The purpose is to celebrate the Su family's acquisition of the military region's business. We are all here to congratulate you. From the Su family, we can't waste the time of all of us just because the eldest young master of the Hu family is alone. And the result of this competition is obvious to all. There is no need for the Hu family's eldest young master to be unconvinced. Or is it that the Hu family's eldest young master was instructed by some people to destroy tonight's dinner party? Su Yongxing's words meant something, and every sentence pointed to the Hu family over there. He wanted to say that their Hu family did not obey the rules and deliberately came to cause trouble. When the old man of the Hu family heard this, he frowned anxiously and turned to look at the second master Su over there, his eyes filled with guilt. "Second master, Master Su, the Su family's words are too serious. My Shinji is indeed a little naive today, but he just wants to learn from Master Su Chen. We have absolutely no other intentions." Both Su Jianqing and Su Iri didn't look good, but they didn't look good, not because of the Hu family, but because the Su family was sowing discord in public. Huixingji knew what kind of person this child was, and these people in the imperial capital knew very well. Second Master Su shook his head gently, but didn't say anything to the old man. of the Hua family. The people in the audience didn't dare to speak, and they didn't know what the situation would turn into next. The atmosphere seemed to suddenly become tense. At this moment, Su Chen, who was standing on the stage, suddenly laughed. Hua Xingji over there also smiled helplessly, turned his head and gave Su Yongxing a serious look, and then looked at Su Chen and said, "Master Su Chen, it seems that we can't fight tonight. If there is a chance next time, come to the military area, and then we will have a good fight on the playground." Su Chen nodded and said, "No problem, there must be this opportunity." Seeing the two of them shaking hands and making peace, and chatting with a smile, Su Yongxing was a little confused. "Master Su Chen, this young master of the Hua family is obviously a bad visitor, you." Su Chen looked at him coldly and interrupted his words, "Mr. Su, this is just a game between me and the eldest young master of the Hua family, the two of us. On stage, don't think there is anything. Do you Su family care? Too wide? Tonight is our Su family's banquet, and this competition is also my promise. Are you used to being the master at your own house, and you want to have the addiction of being the master when you go to someone else's house?" Su Yongxing was completely stunned, frowning furiously. And the old man of the Su family, who had held back his anger all night, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Obviously offending their Su family's life, why does the eldest young master of the Hua family, Master Su Chen, still use their family for surgery? It's okay to embarrass them in terms of location arrangement. Now, in front of so many people, embarrassing their son, the outside world doesn't take their Su family seriously. The old man of the Su family immediately stood up, guarded his son behind him, looked at Su Chen and the second Master Su who were in front of them and said, "Master Su Chen, isn't what your Su family did tonight a bit too much? We're just speaking to be fair, it's not our Su family who are going to challenge you. You don't say that the Hua family is not, but you are accusing our Su family in public. Is it true that all our Su family members are dead? No one can be the master, right? Second master of the Su family, our Su family has always respected you, but what you did tonight was too disappointing. Although there are no clear rules on the arrangement of positions, every time we have a banquet in the Su family, don't we arrange your Su family at the main table? Today, an old man like me came to congratulate you personally, but your family is not. Put us at the second table, that's fine, we didn't want to make trouble, but you guys are going too far. What's wrong with my son saying that just now? Isn't what the Hua family did at your party today to make it clear that they would not get along with your Su family? Or is it that the Su family has tacitly cooperated with the Hua family now and plans to come here? Exclude our Su family together? At the last dinner party, my family Ru Hui and Yun Song just had a PK with Mrs. Su and 2 children. As a result, Master Su Chen asked our family to apologize in public, but the old man of me pulled his face and brought my family apologize to you, but shouldn't the Hua family's actions today pay the same price as us? Su Chen listened to the words of the old man of the Su family and sneered. It turns out that the old man of the Su family felt that he apologized to us in public that night and lost the face of your Su family? If so, why didn't he say it that day? I heard the words of the old master of the Su family, and I must think that there was nothing wrong with what I did in the first place, so it is no wonder that you can't see that I and the young master of the Hua family are fighting against each other, completely different from the scene of that day. Different. That day, Su Yun Song bullied the children first. He Lai PK said that my two Children are just fighting for justice for the other children, and the lady of your Su family didn't come to my wife with an attitude of sparring. For the competition, I ask you to apologize. If you are not satisfied, you can say it on the spot. There is no need to find the Hua family's unhappiness on an occasion like today. And today's location arrangement, this is a decision I made. In the business field, the focus is on the interests of cooperation. The old man of the Su family will not even understand this principle, right? Anyone who has the ability to cooperate with our Su family can sit on the table. The main table. My arrangement is beyond reproach. If the Su family is not convinced, there is no need to hold it. The gate of the Su family is there, and we will not keep guests. The Su family froze in place. Grandpa Su never thought that Su Chen would say these words in public. He clearly wanted to drive them away. Originally, thought it would be too much to put them at the second table, but I didn't expect Su Chen to talk now without showing any affection, and in front of everyone, they were going to kick their Su family out of Su banquet at home. The old man of the Su family gritted his teeth angrily, but looking at Su Chen's attitude, he knew that things had not changed. So he turned his head to look at the second master, Su. He felt that Su Chen had just returned to the imperial capital and became famous at a young age. He was indeed too arrogant, but the second master of the Su family had been in the imperial capital for so long and had been in charge of the Su family. Give them the face of the Su family. Second master of the Su family, I don't know if Su Chen's remarks represent the attitude of your Su family. If so, then our Su family has nothing to say. The reason why Mr. Su dared to say this is because he believed that second Master Su would definitely not drive them out of the Su family directly. Otherwise, the scene tonight would be too embarrassing. Who knew that at this time, second Master Su smiled at Su Chen and said, Master Su may not know that at the last family meeting, Chen Chen was already the heir of our Su family, and what he said would naturally represent us. The meaning of the Su family. Su Jianqing directly greeted the security guard next to him. Didn't you hear what the young master said? Why don't you go and open the door for the Su family? This chasing attitude is surprisingly consistent. The old man Su was embarrassed and wanted to find a place to get in. Looking at the guests watching the fun, the old man of the Su family was about to bite his teeth. He waved his sleeves heavily, gritted his teeth, and said, What do you want to do standing here? People have already chased people away, so why don't we stay and congratulate them? Let's go. Before Su Yongxing left, he couldn't help but look back at the people of the Su family and said, Master Su Chen really does not leave room for things. Don't blame our Su family for being ruthless when we meet in the business field in the future. The people of the Su family didn't seem to pay any attention to his threat. Su Yongxing's last words not only did not restore any momentum, but made their Su family look more like a clown. Old man Su was so angry that he kicked Su Yongxing in the leg. Hurry up and leave. What do you do with so much nonsense? Seeing their family leave, the guests couldn't help but boil inside. Everyone was shocked by the development of the situation tonight. Master Su Chen is too rigid to actually drive out the Su family directly, in front of so many people. This is a direct announcement that their Su family will not interact with the Su family in the future. If it is an ordinary family, it doesn't matter, but the Su family is one of the three major families in the imperial capital. Young Master Su Chen's attitude is really admirable for his courage. The Hua family didn't expect things to develop like this. Seeing the Su family leaving in despair, the Hua family were happy, but in such an environment, they didn't dare to relax at all. Although young Master Su Chen wasn't angry just now because of Hua Xinji's behavior, he even scolded the Su family in public, but this is a matter between the Su family and the Su family. Now that the Su family has left, I don't know if the next unlucky one will be their Hua family. Su Chen on the stage didn't mean to embarrass Hua Xinji at all. He nodded lightly with him and turned to step down. Hua Xinji followed in 2 steps and said with a hearty smile, "Master Su Chen, I have made a deal with you as a friend. You are not only skilled, but also different from those in the business field. I admire your courage. However, what I admire most is your skills. Next time we are in the military area, we must choose an open venue and have a good fight. This small arena is really not conducive to performance. I don't think we can play well today. Have fun." Su Chen believed it now. This Hua Xinji is really a martial idiot. No problem. Su Chen smiled. The two got off the stage and went to the back to take a shower and change clothes. The guests also gathered around and congratulated the people of the Su family. "Second Master, young Master Su Chen's skills are really good. I didn't expect that even the high-level officials of the military region are not a match for young Master Su Chen. Master Su Chen is amazing. Today, we really benefited from Master Su Chen and watched such a wonderful game. Second Master, this young Master Su Chen from your family is really an almighty genius." The people from the Hua family saw that neither Su Chen nor the people from the Su family were angry, so they dared to walk up. The old man of the Hua family said with a smile, "Second Master, this young Master Su Chen is really surprising. I didn't expect to be so good at it. This is the first time that our Xinji has met an opponent who can't beat him. I can't believe it. I still want to laugh now. I'm really sorry today. It was originally your family's banquet, but it was so messed up by our Xinji that everyone's time was wasted." Second Master Su waved his hand and said, "Master Hua, since our family Chen thinks this game is a match between him and the eldest young master of the Hua family, what else can we say? I will care. After all, everyone watched a wonderful game because of it." When everyone saw Second Master Su's attitude, they immediately smiled and said, "Yes, today's match between young Master Su Chen and young Master Hua is really exciting. I think this evening's dinner party is not bad." The atmosphere in the front hall was pleasant, and Su Chen came out after taking a shower and found that Hua Xinji did not leave early, but was waiting for him in the dressing room. Seeing Su Chen coming out, Hua Xinji immediately walked up and took the initiative to reach out to Su Chen and said, "Master Su Chen, we don't know each other, right? Today's competition is very exciting to me. I am very happy to meet an opponent like you. I'm stupid and can't say anything pretty, but what I want to say is that as long as you are willing, the two of us will be friends in the future." Su Chen smiled and said, "Master Hua, you are the person in charge of the mecha in the military area, and I am the maker of the mecha. We will naturally be friends in the future, and I also feel very good when we fight with you tonight. Carefree." Haha, Master Su Chen is really a cheerful person. I like it. I have made a deal with you as a friend. You can rest assured about the mecha, whether it is the military region or the Dragon Kingdom. Now I am very concerned about this matter, and I myself I am also very interested in mechas. I believe that this mecha you made will become the most powerful weapon in the new era. You are responsible for the research, and as for the work of the military region, just leave it to me. Hu Xingji has a very upright face. He has been in the military region since he was a teenager. As soon as he opens his mouth, it makes people feel that he is a person from the military region. Su Chen's impression of Hu Xingji was not bad, and it was rare for him to meet such a strong opponent. What he comprehended was advanced skills. Hu Xingji could compete with him, and he had to rely on finding flaws to win, which was really commendable. The two walked out talking and laughing. The Hu family finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw such a scene. This banquet of the Su family completely changed the entire business situation in the imperial capital. The Su family, who was kicked out of the house, discussed future countermeasures that night. With such a commotion today, the cooperation with the Su family is definitely impossible to continue. The old man of the Su family immediately asked people to sort out all the cooperation cases with the Su family. Only after finishing the sorting did I realize that there has been really not much contact with the Su family in these years, and most of them are begging the Su family. If the contract is terminated, there is no loss for the Su family at all. But even so, the Su family could only bite the bullet and propose to terminate the contract, so they lost a large amount of liquidated damages. The old man of the Su family felt that this was showing his attitude. Otherwise, in front of so many guests, all the big and small families in the imperial capital saw that they were driven out by the people of the Su family. Although they lost a sum of money, the Su family felt that the money was not as important as face. But what they didn't expect was that what happened next was far beyond their expectations. It's like the butterfly effect. After they terminated their cooperation with the Su family, the other party suddenly changed their minds on many cooperation projects they were discussing recently. They found various reasons and said that they could not cooperate with the Su family in the future. And some small families who have been with their family before are now looking for various reasons in each other's contracts. In just one day, the Su family terminated dozens of cooperation cases. Those cooperation cases with the Su family were the liquidated damages they paid, but in other cooperation cases, they did not receive the other parties' liquidated damages, because there were many overlord clauses when the contract was signed before. Big, keep squeezing these small families. Now these small families are actually in the same spirit, and the alliance has sued them together. The court's judgment has not yet come down, but due to the large number of people who sued them, in order to quell public anger, the contract can only be terminated first. As for the responsibility of both parties and the issue of compensation will be sorted out later. But for the Su family, it was a complete disaster. A lot of money was lost, and a lot of contracts were terminated. The key is that these compensations cannot be recovered. The company's working capital has suddenly lost a lot of money. Due to the break of the capital chain, many of its subsidiaries of small businesses can only choose to temporarily close. But this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that after the Su family expressed their attitude, they had always been better partners with their family, but now they are making things difficult. As the so-called tree falls, whose sun is scattered, and the wall falls, and everyone pushes. The current Su family is the building that is about to collapse, and no one wants to step forward to help. On the second day after the party, the Su family was so busy all day that the whole family's mobile phones were almost never stopped, and every call was almost always bad news. Last night, they also swore that they would make the Su family pay the price. This time, but they didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. The next day. In the evening, the old man of the Su family finally turned off his mobile phone. He angrily smashed the mobile phone on the ground and shattered it. The whole person collapsed on the sofa weakly. Su Yongxing also looked very tired. He even forgot to shave his stubble in the morning, and now he looks dirty. Dad, what should we do now in this situation? I really didn't expect the influence of the Su family and Su Chen to be so great. Are these people crazy? After all, our Su family is a big family with a century-old heritage, so they are not afraid to wait for us. When they make a comeback, they can no longer get the slightest benefit from us? Mr. Su closed his eyes and sighed heavily. A comeback. If we can't get through this difficult time, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to make a comeback. Dad, don't say such depressing words. This day is over, and everything will be fine tomorrow. The old man of the Su family opened his eyes quickly, and said with red eyes, "You are an idiot, and you always want to justify yourself. Do you think today is over? Let me tell you, when the stock market opens tomorrow morning, we will a real disaster at home." Su Yongxing couldn't say a word, and looked at his father with a pale face. After the Su family's banquet was over, the two children were about to start school, and the Su Chen family decided to go back to Zhonghai. When they went back this time, they were afraid that they would have to wait for the children to have another holiday before they could come. Thinking that the next meeting would be a few months later, Mrs. Su was reluctant to give up. His eyes couldn't be separated from Tuanchuan and Lei for a moment, and he kept holding Yan Bingshua's hand. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu decided to go back to Zhonghai as well, so there are still many things in the imperial capital that need their help. However, this time the two children are going back to school, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue are busy with work again. It must have been a bit busy during the school year. So they decided to go back first and come back when the children's time stabilized. So the Su family went to the airport to give it to them. Old Lady Su's eyes were red, and Su Jianqing couldn't help but said, "The children are going back to Zhonghai, not to do anything else. Don't cry. Smelly old man, don't I hate my children? You also said that I didn't know who secretly wiped my tears in the quilt last night." Mrs. Su broke through him angrily. Su Jianqing was at a loss for words, and looked at his grandson embarrassedly. "Chen Chen, don't listen to your grandmother's nonsense. I didn't secretly wipe my tears. You just go back with peace of mind. If the two children don't have a holiday, my grandma and I will go there. Look at you, anyway, the villa over there is being renovated, and we have to go over and watch it." Su Chen nodded. "Grandpa and Grandma, you can come over at any time. Although the villa next door has not been renovated, our villa is bigger. Your room has been reserved for you. You can come and stay at any time you want." Su Jianqing nodded and looked at his grandson with a look of relief. The old lady Su took his hand and said, "Chen Chen, your grandfather and I will definitely go there often." After he said goodbye, Su Chen's family boarded a private jet. Just after sitting down, Tang Xian's video call was sent. "Chen Chen, is your family coming back today? Are your father-in-law and mother-in-law coming back with you?" "Yes, Mom, my parents and we came back with the kids." "That's right, you should arrive at Zhonghai around noon. Your dad and I are ready for the reception banquet." My father-in-law and mother-in-law left Zhong Hi this time, but it has been more than a month. If you come back at noon today, you will not go home to cook. Come to our place to eat. Your dad and I went out to buy vegetables early in the morning, and my aunt is already cooking. Lin Xiao said on the phone upstairs, my mother, you and my father-in-law are too polite. This makes me and the child's father embarrassed. What's the matter? When the two of you were in Zhonghai, Lao Yan and I didn't want to go to your house for a meal. This time you guys are going to come back by plane. At noon, it's hard to let you go home hungry and cook meal. Come here together when the time comes. Okay. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Tuanchuan hurriedly came over, grabbed the phone and asked, Grandma, where is Cho-Cho? Is Cho-Cho good at your house? Does he know that my brother and I are going back today? You little fool knows to care about Cho-Cho, but you don't even know how to care about me and your grandfather, Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Tuanchuan stuck out his tongue in the video. She narrowed her eyes obediently. I am also very concerned about my grandparents, but both grandparents are adults, so they can definitely take care of themselves. Cho-Cho is still a child and Cho-Cho is my brother's sister. And the youngest in the family. So of course my brother and I have to care about her. Haha, our family. Tuanchuan's mouth is really becoming more and more fickle. Grandma can't tell you, don't worry, Cho-Cho is doing well at Grandma's house. And he has gained weight recently. Wait. When you come back, it is estimated that you will be surprised to see the little guy. Really? Where is Ball now? Can I look at Ball? Cho-Cho was taken out to play by your grandfather at the moment. You will be back later. Come to Grandma's house for dinner at noon. Grandma has prepared a lot of delicious food for you, then you can see Cho-Cho. Tuanchuan didn't see Cho-Cho and couldn't help pouting, but after hearing what Grandma said was delicious, he licked his lips again. Okay, then Grandma, we won't tell you. Dad, let the plane take off. I want to go back and see Cho-Cho. Suchin reluctantly touched her daughter's little head, said a few words to Tang Shiyun and hung up the phone. 2 hours later, the plane stopped at Zhonghai's airport. The car had been in the underground parking lot before, and now he was just driving to Tang Shiyun's house. They also brought a lot of gifts to Tang Shiyun and Yan Jinwei this time. Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian have been in the imperial capital recently, and they have bought a lot of specialties from the imperial capital. This time they just brought them along. By the time they arrived at Yan Jinwei's villa, the old couple had already been waiting in the courtyard. Su Chen and the others got out of the car carrying large and small bags, and the two families gathered together enthusiastically. The adults were talking, but Tuanchuan and Lei seemed a little absent-minded, looking anxiously behind their grandparents. Yan Jinwei grabbed the two little guys. Tuanchuan, Lei, you two little Dylans have been away for so many days. Do you miss your grandparents? Lei looked up at her grandfather, nodded, and said obediently, I think about it. Tuanchuan and Lei also brought a lot of gifts to Grandpa and Grandma, all in Dad's bag. Tuanchuan also nodded, but still couldn't help asking, Grandpa, where did Cho-Cho go? Grandma just said that you took Cho-Cho out to play. Why didn't you see Cho-Cho when you came back? Yan Jinwei shook his head and smiled and looked at the two little guys. You two little rascals, now that you have Cho-Cho, you are not willing to let your grandfather and grandma go. You know Cho-Cho, don't worry, Cho-Cho is fine, but just went out to play. I'm tired, I'm sleeping in the house at the moment, and we don't know when you will come again, so we didn't pull the ball out and wait together. When Tuanchuan heard this, he happily took his grandfather's hand. Then let's go home soon, I miss Chocho so much. Grandpa and Grandma, come here too, you haven't seen Chocho yet. Chocho is really super cute. Yuan Yuan is super cute, and her fur feels very comfortable. When Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu heard this, they immediately followed with a smile, and the family walked into the house chatting and laughing. As soon as the door of the entrance was opened, a furry little guy rushed over. Seeing so many people at the door, the little guy seemed startled, took a few steps back, and looked at everyone from a distance. Tuanchuan and Lele were clamoring to see Chocho just now, but they really saw Chocho, but the two little guys didn't move. The 6 pairs of eyes looked at each other, and Chocho seemed to finally recognize that the people who came were his little masters. The two go around in circles. Tuanchuan and Lele finally reacted, and immediately squatted on the ground, holding up the ball that kept wagging its tail. Chocho kept digging into Tuantuan's arms, and his furry head kept rubbing against Tuantuan and Lele. Ha ha ha, Chocho, you are too excited. Oh, Chocho, don't lick me, it's my brother and sister coming back. Little Chocho, calm down a little. This way, my brothers and sisters won't be able to take a good look at you. Chocho stuck his tongue out excitedly. He had been separated from the little masters for so long. Now that he suddenly saw the two of them, it was difficult to calm down his excitement. Tuanchuan and Lele were seated on the ground by it, and the two embraced it. Seeing this scene, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but take out her phone to record it. Buying a puppy at home is indeed the most correct decision. The picture of the baby and the dog together is so healing. The 3 little guys made out for a while. Chocho's emotions finally calmed down, and Tuanchuan and Lele finally found a chance to stand up, but Chocho always followed the two of them, no matter where Tuantuan Lele went. Chocho. They were always at their feet, never leaving. Chocho has really grown up a lot. Grandpa and Grandma, you have taken good care of Chocho. I can barely hold Chocho now that it is so heavy. Suchin smiled and said, Chocho is a large dog. It is estimated that in 2 months, she will be bigger than the two of you. I'm afraid she will be holding you by then. After listening to his father's words, Tuanchuan Lele touched Chocho's little head and said, Chocho, have you heard what my father said? You have to grow up quickly, so that you will soon surpass your brother and sister. And when you grow up, we won't have to be separated anymore. When we go out to play in the future, we can also take you with us. Chocho didn't know if he understood the little master's words. He happily tugged at Tuantuan's arm, his little tail wagging. Tuanchuan was taken aback by her cute appearance, and hurriedly shouted to Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu, Grandpa and Grandma, come and see, Chocho is really cute. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu came over. Seeing such a cute puppy, they couldn't help but reached out and touched the little guy's head. Chocho seemed to sense that they belonged to family, and did not reject the 2 grandparents who met for the first time. Instead, he sniffed at their feet in a friendly manner, and then put his little head on Lin Xiu's. On his pants, he rubbed softly. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu touched Chocho's head and said, our Chocho is really smart. The first time I met my grandparents, I knew we were a family. Tang Shiyun over there smiled and said, yes, our family's Chocho is indeed a super smart dog, although it is a little smaller than the puppy next door. But much smarter than the puppy next door. Recently, we often go out to walk the dog with Grandma Su next door. Our family's balls are very well behaved. They have always followed me, and Lao Yan. Even if we encounter something that interests us, he will not run very far. Last time, I went out with Chocho alone, with a courier in my hand. There were a lot of things, and a small courier bag accidentally fell off. Chocho saw that I didn't have the hands to pick up the things. Biting the courier bag. And coming home with me, such a small guy is so smart, it must be amazing when he grows up. Tuanchuan and Lele listened to Grandma telling these stories about Chocho at home. They couldn't help touching the little guy's head and praised, Chocho is really good. Chocho did such a great job. My brother and sister brought you gifts. Tuan Tuan bought a lot of delicious food for Chocho. Now Chocho can't eat too hard food, so Tuan Tuan bought it a milk cake. When the bag of the fragrant milk cake was opened, the aroma came out. Chocho seemed to realize that this was his own food and circled around happily. Can't wait to pull Tuanchuan's arm, wanting to eat the milk cake in her hand. Tuanchuan broke a small piece, but he was a little afraid to feed Chocho with his hands. When feeding Chocho at home, he always put the food in the food bowl, but now he is holding a milk cake, which needs to be broken. I gave it to Chocho in small pieces. Now Chocho is impatient, and Tuanchuan can't go to get the dog's bowl. It was the first time to feed by hand, and I was a little scared in my heart. But she believed in Chocho, so she comforted Chocho and said, Chocho, you can't be too anxious. If you are too anxious, you will bite my sister's hand. Sister will feed you, you eat slowly, okay? Chocho looked at Tuanchuan, as if she was seriously understanding what she said. Tuanchuan stretched out his hand carefully, but Chocho was still in a hurry. When such a small dog suddenly saw the fragrant food, he opened his mouth impatiently and bit down. Tuanchuan hurriedly took his hand back. Although he didn't bite her, he still surprised Tuanchuan. Suchan and Yan Bingshiwei hurried over, but Tuanchuan waved at them, Dad, Mom. I'm fine, the ball didn't bite my hand, she's just a little anxious, I'll tell her better, let's talk. Seeing that her daughter was so sensible, Suchan didn't step forward, but still stood aside to watch carefully. Although Chocho is a very well-behaved puppy, he is a dog after all and cannot understand language as well as a human being. Moreover, even human children, when they see food when they are young, behave uncontrollably. But Tuanchuan was very patient with Chocho and continued to talk to her. Chocho, you were in a hurry just now, you scared my sister, you can't do this. The little guy seemed to understand what she meant. He just took the food away in a hurry, and found that Tuanchuan was startled, and the little guy shrank aside. At this moment, Tuanchuan stretched out his hand again, holding a piece of milk cake in his hand. Chocho didn't pounce as excitedly as before, but cautiously came to Tuanchuan's hand, opened his mouth slowly, and took away the cake in her hand. Food. Tuanchuan jumped up happily, Dad, I'll just say Chocho is very good, she's not in such a hurry this time. The 4 elderly people over there were also relieved, and they felt extremely warm in their hearts when they saw the beautiful pictures of children and puppies getting along. After the family had a lively reunion dinner, Suchan took the family back to his villa. After a night of rest, the 2 little guys had their last day off the next day, and they made an appointment to meet their best friends. It means that school is about to start, but the children can't wait to see their good friends. As soon as Tuanchuan and Lele got home, they picked up their mobile phones and told their friends that they had returned to Zhong. Hi, Lily said immediately. I wanted to meet Tuanchuan, so I made an appointment to go to the mall the next day. However, Su Qian and Yan Bingxue had to go to work the next day, so Lin Xiu and Tang Shiyun took the children to play. The two children are very happy when they go out with their elders, because when they go out with their parents, they will stop them from many things, but Grandma and Grandma are different. Grandma and Grandma spoil them both very much. Early the next morning, Lin Xiu took two children to meet Tang Shiyun, went out to eat breakfast that the two little guys liked, and then went to the agreed shopping mall. Lily and several other kindergarten children also came as scheduled, and they made an appointment in the same paradise in the shopping mall. Qiu was naturally brought with him. After returning home yesterday, they immediately brought Qiu back. They have not been willing to part with the little guy for a moment from the evening to now. If they want to go out to play today, they have to take the little Qiu with him. Brought. Seeing Qiu, Lily said happily, to Anchuan, Qiu is growing so fast. It's grown a lot more than the last time we met, and it's getting cuter and cuter. Hearing his friend compliment his puppy, Anchuan was very happy. He touched Qiu's little head and said, "Yes, Dad said that Qiu will grow bigger than my brother and me in a while. Qiu will be able to protect the two of us at that time, and now she is still a child, my brother and I will protect her." Lily looked at her enviously. Anchuan, I envy you so much, you can raise Qiu, and I also told my parents that I wanted to raise a puppy, but my parents said that raising me was hard enough. I have another puppy, the two of them usually have to go to work, and there is no one at home to take care of the puppy. Seeing the loss on his good friend's face, Anchuan comforted, "It's okay. Lily, I will often bring the ball to play with us in the future, so that you can see the puppy often." Lily immediately became happy when she heard this, nodded and said, "Okay, I can see Qiu often from now on. It's great, you are really my good friend." Anchuan. Over there, Lei is sharing the experience of traveling to Yunqing with his good friends. Said they went climbing mountains and swimming lakes, and pretty interesting things. Lily and Anchuan were also attracted, sitting on the sponge cushion, listening to Lei tell about their experience in Yunqing. The children stretched out their hands and held their chins one by one, listening with gusto. Yunqing sounds really fun, but it's too far away from Zhonghai. I've never been that far before. After talking about it, I'm really envious. You two can be so young, playing around with my parents. Last time you went to Sanya, the farthest place I have been is my grandmother's house. If only my parents were as good as yours, so they could also bring I went out to play together. Lei, tell me more about your rafting in Yunqing. I find it very interesting. Is rafting like the big boat that flew down from the top in the playground? Lei shook his head. It's not the same, you're talking about the torrent in the playground. The torrent in the playground is only a short distance, and it ends at once, but the rafting is very long. We start from the high mountains, drifting down. It's more than half an hour on the way, and there are other boats. We can fight each other in water. My dad is super strong, no one can beat us, but when we came down, we were all soaked. Wow, that sounds fun. Anchuan said, it's okay, Xiaoyu, my father said that we also have a place where we can float in Zhonghai. When we are on holiday, you can also ask your parents to take you to Zhonghai for rafting. The children nodded, and there was another plan in their hearts. Listening to Anchuan and Lei talking about their experiences outside, they are really envious. After the children shared their summer experience, they started to play their Several children passed the ball to each other with small balls. Obviously a little tired. Because every child was so enthusiastic. When she first came, she was surrounded by children, and everyone wanted to come up to touch her head and tease her, and she was about to get tired of playing. Cho-Cho was drowsy next to him, and Tuanchuan and Lei went to have a good time with the children. Suddenly, the ball lost control in one of the children's hands. Due to the force of the throw, it was about to move towards Tuan. Smash over. Lin Xiao and Tang Shuyun, who had been watching this side from outside, immediately stood up and ran up anxiously to stop them. But they were sitting too far away, and even if they reacted at the first time, the speed could not keep up. Just when the ball was about to hit the ball, a chubby and fluffy puppy suddenly pounced on it and slapped the ball to the side with a small paw. Tuanchuan was startled, and after reacting, she hugged Cho-Cho and said excitedly, "Cho-Cho, you are really amazing, you just protected my sister." Tang Shuyun and Lin Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief and came over to reward Cho-Cho with a delicious milk cake. "Our Cho-Cho is really good, and they have already protected my sister." The children hurried over, and the child who just accidentally threw the wrong ball immediately apologized to Tuanchuan. "I'm sorry, Tuanchuan, I just slipped my hand." Tuanchuan shook his head. "It's all right, it's just a little accident, and we have Cho-Cho to protect me, so I'm not injured." Everyone looked at the puppy on the side. Lily said enviously, "Tuanchuan, your Cho-Cho is really good. I will protect you. I was startled just now, but I saw Cho-Cho's reaction so fast, it's really amazing." Tuanchuan looked at her ball with pride. The little guy seemed to know that she had done the right thing, squatting between Tuanchuan and Lei, sticking out her little tongue. The corners of her mouth seemed to be raised, revealing that a smug smile. Suchen came to the Dragon Academy today, and the second-generation mecha also plans to do research in the Dragon Academy, but all the research data is shared with the Mecha Research Department of the Chaofan Group. Knowing that he was back, Yuan Lao came to Suchen immediately, and the two sat chatting in Suchen's office. Before Yuan Lao had time to speak, there was a knock on the door of the office. Lin Fifan stood at the door and looked at Suchen with a smile on his face. "Brother Su, I heard that you were back, and came here immediately. I didn't expect the teacher to be more impatient than me. I came to you so soon. Do you want to say something? Will I be here? Bother you?" Yuan Lao saw his own land and said angrily, "I have already come. I see that you have been talking about your brother Su every day recently. If I drive you out now, I guess you have no mind to work. Just come in and sit." Lin Fifan walked in and closed the office door. He sat next to Suchen with a smile on his face. "Brother Su, I have been conscientiously completing the tasks you gave me these days when you were not here. I have already remembered what you told me last time. I lived there, and I made a simple design drawing according to your guidance. After you have finished chatting with the teacher, can you take a look at my work cabin with me?" Suchen nodded and said, "No problem." Lin Fifan smiled happily, looked up at the teacher and said, "Teacher, do you have something to say when you come to see Brother Su? Come on, I'll take Brother Su's time later." Yuan Lao looked at Su Chen and then at his apprentice. The difference was really obvious at a glance. Old Yuan said with a smile, "Fifan, what you called Brother Su is really right. Although you are a few years older than Su Chen, I think you are not as mature and stable as others. Just sit here and wait." Brother Su, and I do have something to talk about. Xiao Su, I heard something recently. You brought your family to play in Yunqing, didn't you? Yuan Lao asked. Su Chen nodded, yes, Tuanchuan and Leilei's summer vacation is about to end, so our family went to Yunqing to play. I heard about what happened to you in Yunqing. I really didn't expect that. The major mecha groups are now desperate to win you over. They even came up with such a move and sent so many beauties to use beauties for you. Count. This has caused some impact on your journey, right? Su Chen smiled and said, it doesn't matter, my wife and children just concentrate on playing with ourselves. Old Yuan laughed heartily, haha, I've heard about this too. I heard about the women they sent out. You can see through them at a glance. Their conspiracy is in front of you, and there is absolutely no room for timing. Xiao Su, you are really young and promising, and your willpower is very firm. I heard that both the Tweet group and the Bao's group have taken action and photographed a lot of various beauties to find you. I originally wanted to using the beauty trick, I didn't expect that, all of them failed. When Lin Fifan heard these words, he couldn't help but praised, Brother Su. You are so good, how do you know that those big mecha groups in the world have sent them? If I met a beautiful girl, I would definitely feel this way. It's my own charm. Yuan Lao laughed at him, if you were, I would be fooled right away, so you can only call Su Chen as Brother Su, whether it's at the level of research or in other areas, you still have a lot more. A place to learn from Su Chen. Hearing this, Lin Fifan immediately sat upright, looked at the teacher solemnly and said, Teacher, don't worry, I have now regarded Brother Su as a role model in my life, which is my goal, although I know that I will definitely not be able to catch up with Su Brother's pace, but I will work hard to follow him and continue to learn from him, and strive to be able to attack Brother Su in the future. Yuan Lao nodded with satisfaction, and continued to say to Su Chen, Xiao Su. The major mecha groups are so anxious, presumably because they know that you have started the second-generation mecha plan, but I don't know about you now. How are the preparations, although the first-generation mecha is powerful enough, the second-generation mecha is not in a hurry, but since you have already proposed it, I believe you must have an idea in your heart. Su Chen nodded, I have already made the design drawing, and the details may need to be improved. After the design drawing is completed, the second generation mecha will officially start production. Lin Fifan immediately said excitedly, Brother Su, you are so amazing, you actually made the design of the second generation mecha so quickly, I think. The first generation mecha you made is already powerful enough, I really can't imagine the second generation of mechas. What kind of product will the generation mecha be? I wonder if I have the honor to take a look at the design of the second generation mecha? Before Su Chen could answer, Yuan Lao immediately glared at him, Fifan, you stinky brat is getting carried away, right? Before the second generation mecha was made, the design drawings were all absolutely confidential content. How could Brother Su tell you this content at this time? Neither you nor I have the right to know the content of the design. After Brother Su is done, we will strive to be the first audience. Bar. Lin Fifan nodded, that's right, I'm sorry, Brother Su, I was so excited just now. Su Chen smiled and said, it's fine, but the design drawing of this generation mecha, now it is indeed better for me alone to know, the major mecha groups are paying attention to this matter, and one more person who knows it is more dangerous. Yuan Lao nodded, Xiao Su is right, At this time only Xiao Su knows the content of the design drawing is the best, and it's useless for those of us to know. Fifan, you have the time to be curious, why don't you study the generation of mecha made by your brother Su? Maybe you can gain something. Xiao Su, you can be a second-generation mecha with peace of mind. No matter what requirements you have, just put them forward to us. Even if our Dragon Academy can't satisfy them, the military area will definitely satisfy them. There is no problem with the second-generation mecha. I will arrange it. I am concerned about the actual operation of the first-generation mecha. Since the second-generation mecha has been put into research, the first-generation mecha must complete the follow-up part as soon as possible. The operators' training still needs to be done quickly. Su Chen said. Xiao Su, don't worry about this matter, the military region is doing it as soon as you want. And speaking of this, I have to say that your cousin, Suja, is also an amazing talent. When I was on the phone with the military region a few days ago, they even mentioned it to me, saying that Suja is the most potential player this time. And now we are 80% sure, we can calculate that Suja will be the last. The winner. When Yuan Lao talked about this matter, his eyes couldn't help but be a little excited. Xiao Su, your Su family is really talented, and now your venue has high expectations, and many people think that he will become the mecha operator. In this way, your subsequent handover work will probably be a lot more successful. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. This kid, Suja, is indeed very good. If Suja becomes the mecha operator, it would be the best. He made the mecha himself, and then Suja controlled it, which not only realized Suja's dream, but also allowed him these confidential contents are not leaked, and are all in the hands of their own families. Xiaozhe has wanted to be a mecha operator since he was a child. Now that he has this opportunity, I believe he will redouble his efforts. If he becomes a mecha operator, many things will be much more convenient. At least I don't have to worry about putting the mecha shouted that in the hands of outsiders. Some secrets will be leaked. Yuan Lao nodded and said, yes, I also said the same to the military region. The military region's idea coincides with yours, but the most important thing is that your family's Xiaozhe is indeed outstanding. After all, our training class is not a trouble. For play. The two continued to chat for a while. In the end, Lin Fifan couldn't bear it any longer, and urged the teacher to leave quickly. Yuan Lao reluctantly left the office. Lin Fifan immediately took Su Chen to see his research results. Extraordinary group. Yan Bingxue returned to the company early this morning, and Gu Yusen also came. Around 9 o'clock. Ms. Gu was sitting on the sofa in the office, chatting with Yan Bingxue over there while eating the fruit plate prepared by Special Assistant Zhang. Shuer, you've really changed now. Yan Bingxue asked without looking up, what have I changed? You used to be a strong woman who only knew about work, but now that you have Mr. Su, you start to stop thinking about government affairs. If you let go of the company's affairs, let it go. Every time you leave, it takes 10 days and a half months. Your attitude towards work in the past was completely different. Your Mr. Su is so powerful, and the relationship between the two of you is so good. I feel that if this continues, you may soon return to your family and focus on developing your love and family business. Yan Bingxue raised her head, looked at her best friend and said, it is definitely impossible for me to go home and be a housewife. A woman can't give up her career no matter what, especially since my husband is so good. I have to keep up with his pace, become a more powerful woman, so as to be qualified to stand by his side. Also, although I'm outside these days, I haven't delayed my work in the company. I haven't changed, I'm just stronger than before. Now, I can fully take care of things in the company, family, and love. Yan Bingxue said proudly. Really? You've been out for so long, and you can still manage the company's affairs? You were not like this before. When I asked you out to play, you always said that you couldn't let go of the work at hand. Gu Yusin couldn't believe it. People will definitely grow up. As the saying goes, those who are close to Zhu are red, those who are close to ink are black. I will naturally become stronger and stronger by following my husband all day long. When Zhang Tasuk heard the words of his own president, he immediately provided corroboration. Miss Gu, I can fully testify for the president on this point. Although the president has often been out of the company recently, she handles everything in the company. That's right, the data from last month's financial report shows that our sales have increased by 10%. Gu Yusin's eyes widened in shock. After reading last month's financial report, she couldn't help but give Yan Bingxue a thumbs up. My family's Schwer is really getting better and stronger. Now she's strong enough to have both love and money, and her family and business are in good hands. The little girl really admires her. Yan Bingxue was amused by her exaggerated tone. But Gu Yusin said again, Shui, are you really not going to give up your job? I heard you say those things recently. I think your husband is really eye-catching. In the future, you will have to take care of your career and love, will you? Will you be too busy? Yan Bingxue said confidently, I've recently come to understand that it's better to draw money from the bottom of the pot than to stop the boil. When dealing with a rival in love, I must correct my attitude. For a man as good as my husband, I have a rival in love. It is unavoidable if I only know jealousy. In the face of every rival in love, then I will only be a burden to my husband, so what I have to do is to make myself stronger and make the extraordinary group bigger and stronger. I want everyone to know that the woman Su Chen likes is not an ordinary woman, and in the future, I want others to mention that his wife is the CEO of Chaofan Group when they mention her husband's name. Yusin, I have already made up my mind. After I come back this time, I will work harder and take the extraordinary group out of the country. In the future, the name Yan Bingxue will not only be known to everyone in Longhua, but also to have a place in the world. Only in this way can I be qualified to stand by my husband's side. Gu Yusin stretched out the thumb she had just retracted. Schwer, I think you've changed now. You've become more and more confident, stronger and stronger, as expected. You're close to Zhu Ziqi, following your Mr. Su. Behind you, you are more powerful than before. I believe in your strength. Yan Bingxue smiled handsomely. Just wait and see, I will make the Chaofan Group bigger and stronger, especially the Mecha Research Department. In the future, my husband will continue to study mechas, and I can't hold back my husband. The Mecha Research Department must keep up with her husband's pace. This time in Yunqing, I have written down all the mecha groups that want to seduce my husband with their beauty tricks. In the future, I will make the Mecha Research Department of the Chaofan Group bigger and stronger, and I will buy them all. I'll see what else they can do. Gu Yusin was completely stunned and couldn't help but say, Schwer, do you Know that what you said just now is really domineering. I think with your momentum just now, you can definitely realize your acquisition plan, then I can follow you to enjoy the happiness in the future. As soon as I think that my best friend will become a well-known strong woman, and I have to acquire those big mecha groups, I instantly feel like I have become a fork, haha. The next day was the day when Tuanchuan and Lele started school. This is the first time that Su Chen has brought two children to sign up. Of course, he can't be absent at such an important moment. Yan Bingxue also arranged the work, and together with her husband, brought Tuanchuan Lele to the kindergarten to sign up. Today's park is extraordinarily lively. On the day of registration, almost all parents came in person. A lot of children haven't seen each other in a summer vacation, chatting in a group. Tuanchuan and Lele only got together with a few good friends yesterday, but they are still very excited today. As soon as Su Chen and Yan Bingxue entered the park with their two children, parents immediately came to greet them. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, are you here today to send your two children to sign up? You two are very busy people. I didn't expect to send two children over in person today. Tuanchuan and Lele must be very happy. Mr. Su, last time we grilled together, the secret sauce you taught us to mix. I went back and tried it, and I felt pretty good, but my son said that it was not as good as yours, and he shouted every day. I want to have a party with Tuanchuan Lele, and I want to eat the barbecue you made. Listen to my children, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su have been traveling with Tuanchuan and Lele in the past few days. My children are envious. They say that Tuanchuan's parents are the best parents in the world, and they complain about me and his father. The two of them were too busy to take him out to play. The parents surrounded Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, as if they were the focus of the crowd. Tuanchuan and Lele are also very popular among the children. They both have outstanding looks, plus their excellent performance when they went out for a barbecue together last time. Now the children in the class like them very much. The kindergarten teacher came out, and the children immediately gathered around enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Chen, the milky voice was full of vigor. The female teacher surrounded by the middle smiled happily, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help rising when she saw so many cute babies. Hello kids, did you have fun this summer? Did you miss Teacher Chen? I think Teacher Chen, I often think of you during summer vacation, said Tuanchuan sweetly. Teacher Chen looked at her happily, really? Teacher also misses Tuanchuan very much. Teacher saw that Tuanchuan's family was on TV, as well as the circle of friends of Tuanchuan and Lelefa. Your family is very happy to go out and play. Yes. Wrong? Well, it's super fun to hang out with my parents. We also think that Tuanchuan is super fun. Yesterday we heard about Tuan and Lele going out to play. Teacher Chen, we are so envious of Tuanchuan and Lele, they are super fun to play outside, Lily said beside. Mr. Chen looked at the children and said with a smile, the 2-month summer vacation must have been very interesting for each of you. Today is the first class of the school. Mr. Chen wants to hear about the children's summer vacation. The story at home, please share your summer experience with Mr. Chen and the classmates later. After the registration process is complete. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the children have their first class in kindergarten this semester. The content of the first class is to let the children share their summer vacation experience and what new things they have gained during the 2-month vacation. Teacher Chen hopes that parents can stay and listen to this content. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat on the stools in the back row of the classroom, with other parents accompanying their children to the first class. 3 or 4-year-old babies can speak freely on the stage, and they speak milkily. Some children talk about interesting things in the summer vacation, which makes the children and parents in the audience laugh. When Lily came to the stage, she said a few small things that happened to her during the summer vacation, and then looked at the group under the stage, and said that compared with the summer vacation of the group, her summer vacation seemed a bit boring, and I hope that in the next vacation, my parents can also play with him everywhere like a group of parents, and also talked about the last time we had a barbecue by the riverside, saying that it was the happiest day in the summer vacation, playing with the classmates, as well as the performance of the troupe at that time. Many children were involved in this incident, so when Lily talked about it, everyone also spoke freely below. The children took the teacher's hand and told the teacher that they had a really good time at the last barbecue by the river. Teacher Chen listened to what happened by the river and looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with surprise. He never imagined that in just one summer vacation, these 2 talented children in the class had made such great progress. It is true that both parents are geniuses. The 2 children are just over 3 years old, and they have shown abilities that are different from ordinary people. When it was Tuanchuan's turn to come on stage, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue both looked at their daughter on stage. Yan Bingxue clenched her fists and cheered for her daughter off stage. Tuanchuan also behaved very generously, standing on the podium without any shyness. With a sweet smile on his face, he began to tell about his gains this summer, including returning to the imperial capital at the beginning, playing with the family, and then returning home to follow the parents to choose the interest class, as well as the experience of studying in the interest class. I had a great time this summer. Although I miss my classmates and teachers and everything in the kindergarten, I know that everyone is spending the summer vacation and resting. I have met a lot of new children in my interest class. Friends, I also learned a lot of new things. My father said that after I go to school, I can continue to go to the hobby class on weekends. I also like to go to the hobby class to learn new things. The little guy's experiences in the imperial capital and is eager to learn attitude made Mrs. Chen couldn't help but say after her speech, our children have had a very fulfilling summer this summer. Not only did I go to other places to play and gain knowledge, but I also learned some new things. I believe that Tuanchuan's gains in this summer will make her future study and life more exciting. Let's applaud the Tuanchuan children. Okay? There was warm applause from the audience. Children and parents applauded for Tuanchuan, who came down from the podium happily. Then Lele went to the stage. Her sister got so much applause, and Lele felt more courageous, so she said that she and her sister spent the summer vacation together, but there are still many things that the 2 of them can share. Lele came to the stage and told everyone about his trip to the imperial capital with his sister, and then the family went to Yunqing for a tour. Speaking of his interest class, Lele said that learning mathematical Olympiad is really interesting. It talked about the rules of many math problems and solved many of his previous doubts. Then Lele talked about going to participate in the little robot competition by himself. I completed this little robot independently. I was able to complete this little robot and won the first place, not only because I participated in the interest class, but because my father is a very powerful person. He made a big mecha, and I want to be an excellent researcher like my father in the future, so in the summer, I often go to the Dragon Academy with my father, where my little robot is made. The teachers and children in the kindergarten all know that Laylay's little robot won the award. At that time, everyone also shared the news on the moments, and they were all proud of it. Teacher Chen also said, the teacher watched Laylay's award-winning live broadcast. Laylay's robot is really powerful. The teacher was shocked at the time. We Laylay are really a little genius. Teacher Chen believes that Laylay will be like his father in the future. Just like being a very good researcher. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at their son on stage proudly. The performances of Tuanchuan and Laylay were very good, and they were very prominent among the kindergarten children. As parents, the two of them sat under the stage and received the envious eyes of a group of parents, and they were quite proud in their hearts. Especially Su Chen, he found himself very successful as a father. The son and daughter are so excellent, and this feeling of pride because of the child is a little strange, but it makes people feel extremely beautiful. After all the children's speeches, Mr. Chen came to the stage to make a summary. The children in our class have gained a lot during the summer vacation. The teacher just heard your story and felt very happy for you. Especially the children Tuanchuan and Laylay in our class have gained a lot during the summer vacation. The other children should also learn from Tuanchuan and Laylay. Next, the teacher will reward you with little red flowers. Today, every baby speech is very good, so everyone can get little red flowers, but Teacher Chen feels that Tuanchuan and Laylay have experienced a lot this summer. The harvest is also very large, so children Tuanchuan and children Laylay deserve the reward of 3 little red flowers. Do the children think what the teacher said is right? Yes. Mr. Chen, Tuanchuan and Laylay are really great. We are all very envious of them, so we should give them 3 little red flowers. I also agree. The content just shared by Tuanchuan and Laylay is so wonderful. I really hope that I can travel with my parents like them. I also think they should get 3 flowers. All the children agreed with the teacher's approach, and were full of envy and longing for the summer life described by Tuanchuan and Laylay. A lot of children looked back at their parents and said aggrievedly, when they are on vacation next time, I hope their parents can take them out to play like a group of parents. The parents were a little helpless, shook their heads, and sighed, and said, these little guys have heard about the experiences of going out to play with Tuanchuan and Laylay, but they didn't hear that Tuanchuan and Laylay signed up for interest classes this summer and learned a lot. Gained a lot of energy. Dad Lily looked at his daughter, who was coquettish in front of him. With a smile, he said, Lily, since you envy Tuanchuan and Laylay so much, during the winter vacation, my father will study like your Uncle Su, and I can play with you with my mother, but just like Tuan and Laylay, play there is very little time, and the next step is to study in an interest class, and your parents will also sign up for an interest class for you, so that you can continue to attend classes and study every day. Do you think it's good? Lily immediately hesitated when she heard that she had to go to class to study. Although Tuanchuan and Laylay were very tempting, she still wanted to have fun at home, watch cartoons, and play with toys. If she went to an interest class, it would not be like a vacation. The little guy thought about it for a while, and said sarcastically, Dad, we can learn about Tuanchuan and Laylay going out to play, but we don't have to learn about them going to the hobby class. Lily spit out after speaking, stuck out her tongue and ran back to her place. But when parents saw this scene, their hearts were moved. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, It seems that these children in our family are really very different from Tuanchuan Lele. Tuan Lele is really studious and very smart. Like the two of them, they have shown amazing performances now. The talent is really amazing. In addition, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su's education methods are also very good. They are so busy that they can take time to take their children to study and travel together. The two children grow up in such an environment. Only then can they be as good as they are now. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I used to say that Tuanchuan and Lele are two genius babies. And let my children learn more from Tuanchuan and Lele when they are at school. But today, after listening to the two little guys' summer vacation, it turns out that it is not only my children who have to learn from Tuanchuan Lele, but also from Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, such excellent people, are willing to spend time to accompany their children's growth. But all day, I feel that I am too busy with work and the financial pressure is too great, and I say that I can't find time to educate my children, but just thinking about it, I am just busy. It's only a short summer vacation, and Tuanchuan and Lele have made such great progress. I feel that the gap between my child and the two talented babies is getting bigger and bigger. I used to think that it was because of Tuanchuan and Lele. They are just two gifted babies, so they performed so well in school. Now I find that they are not only smart and talented, but also work harder than others. It seems that we and our children still have a lot to learn in the future. Woolen cloth. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, you two are role models in the parent circle. It is a great honor for my children to study in the same class with babies like Tuanchuan Lele. Suchan and Yan Bingxue were simply surrounded by the praises of their parents. This feeling of being praised for being a child is really not bad. Tuanchuan and Lele got 3 little red flowers, respectively. All the little red flowers have been emptied this semester. Now every baby has a little red flower attached. The names of Tuanchuan and Lele are ranked first and second. The other children have only 1 small red flower, only the 2 of them have 3 small red flowers, which are particularly excellent and outstanding. On the photo wall over there is also the Little Red Flower Award from last semester. Suchan saw at a glance that Tuanchuan and Lele were at the top of the ranking, and they pulled out a long distance to the 3rd place, and the little red flowers were full of them. 2 rows. Seeing that the 2 little babies from home are doing really well in school, Suchan and Yan Bingxue went back to work after having lunch with Tuanchuan Lele at noon. The 2 children also started their normal kindergarten class life. In the afternoon, Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao went to pick up 2 children from school, and then Lin Xiao started to prepare dinner. Su Haoqian took Tuanchuan and Lele out for a walk. Qiu has now finished the 3rd shot, his body's immunity has improved a lot, and the environment in the villa area is very good, so Suchan allowed Tuanchuan and Lele to take Qiu to play in the community. Su Haoqian led the 2 children, and the children held the ball. Qiu didn't seem to get used to the feeling of being pulled by the traction rope. When he first went out, he was reluctant to move forward. The whole figure seems to be growing together with the floor, and the 4 feet don't know how to move. Lele pulls it twice, and the little guy is dragged for a distance. Grandpa, what's wrong with Qiu? Has his leg hurt? Why doesn't he seem to be able to walk? When I was at home, Qiu was still running happily. When my brother and I went home, Qiu rushed over Su Haoqian looked at the two little guys, and explained to them with a smile. Qiuqiu's legs are fine, everyone is happy, today is the first time for you to bring the ball out to play, isn't it? Tuanchuan nodded, thought for a while and then said, but before, my brother. And I would also play in the yard with Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu likes to come out and play. After Tuan finished speaking, he looked at Qiuqiu, who was unwilling to move on the ground, in doubt. Su Haoqian touched Tuanchuan's little head. Tuanchuan, Qiuqiu is fine, but it's the first time she wears this leash today, so I'm not used to it, let's walk with Qiuqiu for a while, and Qiuqiu will get better. After listening to Grandpa's words, Tuanchuan pouted and said, is it because I feel uncomfortable wearing this ball? Is it possible not to wear it? No, Tuanchuan, if Qiuqiu is not wearing a leash, she will be so excited that she will scare the other neighbors, and there are cars driving by on the road. If there is no leash, Qiuqiu will be very dangerous, puppy. Dogs don't know how to avoid danger. Su Haoqian explained patiently. Tuanchuan and Lei squatted beside Qiuqiu, and after listening to Grandpa's words, the two began to persuade Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu, don't be afraid, okay? This rope is used to protect you and other children. It won't hurt you. Yes, Qiuqiu, you have to be brave, just like you protected your brothers and sisters before. You are a brave puppy, and you will definitely be able to overcome the leash, right? Qiuqiu, brothers and sisters believe in you. Qiuqiu was lying on the grass, sticking out his tongue, and looking at the two little masters with his big round eyes. Although he couldn't understand their words, he could sense their emotions. The little guy snorted and slowly stood up. Tuanchuan looked at his brother and grandfather happily, and said excitedly, Qiuqiu has stood up. Su Haoqian whispered to them both, well, our balls are very brave, just like our Tuanchuan and Lei. Next, let's take the balls and slowly practice the traction rope. Lei nodded. He slowly pulled up the traction rope. When the rope was taut, Qiuqiu seemed to be frightened again. Tuanchuan quickly squatted down and stroked Qiuqiu's back to soothe her emotions. Qiuqiu, it's okay, just follow your brother's strength, we won't hurt you. Maybe it was encouraged by Tuanchuan, or maybe it was because the little master Lei was holding him. Qiuqiu summoned up his courage and took a step slowly. Tuanchuan said patiently, yes, Qiuqiu, that's what it looks like. Will you continue to follow your brother forward? The little guy followed slowly, and Lei walked forward carefully, step by step, encouraging the group. Soon, Qiuqiu got used to the traction rope. On the road, the little guy ran forward happily, and Lei followed behind her, happily chasing. Tuanchuan happily held Grandpa's hand, raised his head and said with a smile, Grandpa, our ball is really good, I'll learn it so quickly. Su Haoqian smiled and said, Qiuqiu is amazing, and we Tuanchuan and Lei are also great teachers, I quickly taught Qiuqiu. When Tuanchuan and Lei heard what Grandpa said, they both laughed happily. The three of them were walking their dogs outside, and they met a neighbor kid who was also out for a walk. Qiuqiu saw the kid and was so excited to go forward. Lei quickly tightened the rope. However, Qiuqiu's excitement still shocked the children on the opposite side, and quickly hid behind the parents. Tuanchuan came over quickly, touched Qiuqiu, and said to the children, it's okay, miss, Qiuqiu is very good, she won't bite, she just likes you, so I want to come up and smell you. When the parents saw two cute children and a cute puppy, they immediately smiled and comforted their children, baby, don't be afraid, you see, the Little sister and the little brother's puppies are very friendly and little. The younger brother is still pulling the puppy won't hurt you. After Cho-Cho was pulled by Lele, he knew that his behavior might be wrong, so he obediently stopped by Tuanchuan's side and looked at the children on the opposite side. The little girl stuck her head out from behind her mother and looked at Tuanchuan, Lele and Balls curiously. Finally, she couldn't help looking up at her mother and said, "Mom, little brother and little sister's dogs are very cute." The woman smiled and said, "Yes, this puppy is very cute." "Can I go up and touch it?" the little girl asked her mother. The woman said, "You have to ask the owner of the puppy dog. Go and ask the little sister and the little brother if you can play with their puppy." The little girl took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Tuanchuan Lele, and said shyly, "Little brother, little sister, can I touch your dog?" Tuanchuan Lele nodded generously. "Of course you can." The little girl came over, squatted beside Tuanchuan, and Cho-Cho looked at her curiously. She stretched out her hand, but shrank back in fear, looked at Tuanchuan embarrassedly and said, "I'm still a little scared." Tuanchuan said with a smile, "It's okay, miss, my Cho-Cho is super friendly, you see." Tuan Tuan said. He reached out and touched Cho-Cho's little head. Cho-Cho not only did not resist, but also obediently sent the little head to Tuan Tuan's hand, like that. It was really cute. Seeing Tuanchuan's movements, the little girl couldn't help but muster up her courage again, and quickly touched Cho-Cho's head lightly. Then she ran back to her mother excitedly, and said happily, "Mom, I touched the puppy's fur is so comfortable." When Tuanchuan and Lele heard this, they said to Cho-Cho on the ground, "Cho-Cho, did you hear that? Miss Sister also likes you very much." Su Haoqian stood behind him watching this beautiful scene, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. So cute. Cho-Cho is very cute. Tuanchuan and Lele are even cuter. In the evening, Su Chan and Yan Bingxue came back from get off work, and as soon as they opened the door, they smelled the familiar smell of food. Yan Bingxue said to her husband while changing her shoes, "Husband, I feel like I haven't eaten my mother's food for a long time. It smells really good. This is the smell of home." Although the chefs in the family are all 5-star chefs, for Yan Bingxue, the most delicious food is the food made by her husband and mother-in-law Lin Xiu. Her husband's cooking skills are better than professional chefs, although her mother-in-law Lin Xiu is not a professional chef. But they are all home-cooked dishes, and there is a different kind of warmth in them. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard the movement in the entrance, they immediately got up from the ground and ran to the entrance to meet their parents. Cho-Cho also followed the little master excitedly. "Dad. Mother." Tuanchuan and Lele hugged each other one by one, and warmly welcomed Su Chen and Yan Bingxue home, and Cho-Cho circled around the hosts excitedly. Lin Xiu, who was busy in the kitchen, and Su Haoqian, who was cleaning up the children's toys in the living room, also looked at the door and said with a big smile, "Are you back? Go wash your hands, dinner is ready, and it's open soon." Su Chen hugged Tuanchuan, listened to what his parents said, turned his head, and looked at his wife beside him gently. Life is so beautiful now. After washing his hands, Su Chen just sat down on the dining table, and Tuanchuan and Lele slipped off the stool, ran to the study, and came with the exam papers for today's class exam. Mom and Dad, today, on the first day of school, the teacher said to check if we were lazy during the summer vacation, so there will be an in-class exam in the afternoon. This is the test paper for my brother and I. Do you want to guess how many points did my brother and I get on the test? Woolen cloth? Seeing Tuanchuan's smug expression, Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mom thinks that our family Tuanchuan and Lele are so smart, and they love studying very much during the summer vacation, so this time, they must have won another 100 in the exam. Points, right? Lele nodded excitedly, Mama is right. The two little guys showed the test papers to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. 6 test papers, all 100%. Looking at the red checkmarks full of papers, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were full of relief. Lin Xiao said cheerfully, our family Tuanchuan Lele is awesome. I got 3 perfect marks on the first day of school. Tonight, Grandma specially made you your favorite chicken wings. I will eat more rewards later. Take yourself. Su Chen also did not hesitate to praise the two babies. Tuanchuan Lele, you have done a great job. Dad thinks that you are all dads. Pride. When Tuanchuan Lele heard this, he immediately showed his little white teeth. Happily. During dinner, Tuanchuan and Lele talked about today's exam. Tuanchuan said, Dad, I think my hobby class is really useful. When I took the math test today, I did it very fast. Other children are still fiddling with the pencils in the pencil case with their fingers. I only need one. When you see the question, you can figure out the answer. Dad, after school, I will continue to go to interest classes, so that I can solve more difficult math problems quickly in the future. Lele also said, my mathematical Olympiad is also very useful. The questions the teacher gave us are much more difficult than today's test paper. I will do the harder ones. Today's test paper is too easy for me. My sister and I will finish it in a while. We raise our hands and tell the teacher that we have finished, but the teacher still doesn't believe it. Really? Our family, Tuanchuan Lele, is so good. Can we submit papers in advance? Lin Xiao asked. Tuanchuan nodded, that's right, my brother and I finished before half a class. And the other children haven't finished writing after a class. Lily told me that she thought the topic was too difficult, and she also wanted to learn from me mental arithmetic, so she doesn't have to break the eraser into a lot of pieces to calculate in the future math exams, and waste an eraser every time she takes the exam. She is so distressed, haha. Lily's approach is the same as Xiaoyu's. Xiaoyu, my deskmate, also likes to break off erasers to do math problems. Every time the math test is over, he asks me to borrow erasers. I think they are so funny. Lele and her sister said. Seeing the happy appearance of the two little guys, Su Haoqian smiled heartily. Chin, Bingxue, our family Tuanchuan Lele are really too talented babies. It seems that this summer vacation is really rewarding for them. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were naturally happy when they saw this scene. Su Chen added chicken wings to Tuanchuan Lele, and Yan Bingxue added another big chicken leg to each of them. Tuanchuan Lele's performance today was superb. In the morning, my parents were envied by the parents of many children because of the two of you. Both my parents felt very happy. So tonight, Tuanchuan Lele can eat more meat. Thank you, Mom and Dad. The family had a lively dinner. Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian went out for a walk. And Su Chen took his wife and children to enjoy the warm family time. The family was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and Qiu was lying on the edge of the sofa bored. Tuanchuan looked at the puppy in the cartoon, and at Qiu who was accompanying him on the ground, looked up and said to Su Chen, Dad, you said that the age of the puppy is different from ours, although Qiu is now, it's only been 3 months, but if it's a child, it's actually equivalent to a 5-year-old baby. My brother and I started kindergarten when we were 3. So now Chocho is also of school age? Suchan looked at his daughter, thought for a moment, nodded and said, what? Tuanchuan said makes sense, but dogs are different from humans. They don't have a school and don't need to study specially. We teach Chocho some ordinary things in our daily life as usual. The skills and movements are just fine. Tuanchuan added, our family Chocho is so smart, I think it would be too wasteful to just teach her some skills that other puppies can learn. Look, my brother and I have studied hard. We are praised as genius babies. If Chocho also studies hard, then he is a genius dog. Chocho definitely wants to be a genius dog, so that everyone will like her and praise her as soon as they see her. Tuanchuan likes this feeling more and more recently. Her efforts are seen by everyone. Everyone says she and her brother are very smart, and the children envy her and her brother, so she thinks learning is actually a great thing. Ball, such a cute puppy dog will definitely like it. Suchan looked at her daughter, trying to understand what she was thinking about with her innocent little head. Tuanchuan is right, our Chocho is very smart now. If we can learn more, he will definitely become a genius dog. Then you say, how can we let Chocho learn more things? Suchan asked along her words. Regarding this question, there seems to be no answer in Tuanchuan's heart. Dad, I want to think about it with my brother, and let our Chocho become a genius dog. The two children sat on the floor beside them, put the ball between them, and seriously began to think about this issue. Tuanchuan, the two of us study in schools and interest classes. If Chocho wants to study, there is no special school. Should we hire a teacher for Chocho? After listening to it, I think this idea is not bad. So the two came to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to discuss. After listening, Yan Bingxue said, if you want to teach Chocho something, you don't need to hire a teacher. There are many videos of dog training on the internet. Before, parents did what they taught on the internet. If you want to train Chocho, you can be your own teacher of Chocho. Tuanchuan and Lele glanced at each other, and Lele said happily, sister, Mom is right, if we were Chocho's teachers, Chocho would definitely be happier. Suchan found some videos on the internet, all of which were training dogs. And they looked very professional. Tuanchuan and Lele sat on the ground and watched the video playing in the notebook. The two little guys watched it very seriously, and even took notes with the small notebook. It seems that they are really determined to cultivate Chocho into a genius dog. After watching the video Suchan found for them, Tuanchuan and Lele had a lot of experience, so they brought Chocho's favorite dog food, and planned to start doing some simple things on Chocho as demonstrated in the video just now. Train. Before Suchan and Yan Bingxue had already taught Chocho how to sit and shake hands, today Tuanchuan and Lele decided to teach Chocho to give their master high fives, as well as the movements of turning in circles. Tuanchuan and Lele are full of confidence. Brother, I think the puppy in the video is not as smart as our Chocho. The puppy quickly learned these two actions, and our Chocho will definitely learn it at once. Lele nodded, that's right, our Chocho has always been very smart. I'll definitely learn it after watching it once. Sister, let's start teaching Chocho according to the video. Seeing that their son and daughter were so optimistic, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, who had taught the two movements of the ball before, glanced at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Yan Bingxue originally wanted to remind her son and daughter that little dogs Can't understand human language, so in the process of teaching, you must be patient. It may take some process, and you can't learn it all at once for a long time. Many dogs are pre-trained. But Suchen stopped her and said softly, "Wife, let Tuanchuan and Lele try it out for themselves. These things are what Tuanchuan and Lele want to do, we just need to watch by the side." The difficult process can also make them understand that not everything can be done overnight. Recently, our family, Tuanchuan and Lele, have been praised a lot because they are very smart and eager to learn. The two little guys are full of confidence. I am also very happy, but I don't think life can be smooth sailing all the time. Not only do we have to teach them to grow in good times, and teach them to persevere in the face of setbacks. When Yan Bingxue heard her husband's words, she smiled and said, "Husband, you should think more thoroughly every time you think about a problem, so let's watch them quietly." After Tuanchuan and Lele started training over there, they soon felt that things were not as simple as they thought. Chocho is a puppy, and his concentration is not high, especially after seeing the dog food he likes to eat. He is so focused on eating, there is no way to concentrate on what Tuanchuan and Lele are saying and doing. What? After repeating the ball several times, but still unable to concentrate, Tuanchuan finally became a little discouraged. Bye-bye ate another piece of dog food for Chocho, and Tuanchuan put the dog food in his hand back into the bag, frowning, and said to his brother, "Brother, why is our Chocho so stupid today? I don't understand. What shall we talk about?" Lele was also very puzzled, scratching his head and watching the balls, smelling everywhere on the ground, still looking for dog food to eat, and said helplessly, "I don't know what's going on. The dog in the video, I learned it after watching it twice, but I have demonstrated to Chocho several times just now with you, and Chocho seems to be completely incomprehensible. I think this method is unreliable. Chocho only wants to eat after seeing the food." Chocho didn't watch the demonstration of the two of us at all. She kept staring at the dog food in my hand. It seems so, but those people in the video also use food to train dogs. If the dog does it right, you should reward the dog, otherwise how would Chocho know that he did the right thing? Lele rode. Tuanchuan sat back on the sofa and said with a pouting voice, "It's so difficult. It turns out that it's so difficult to teach a dog to learn." The daughter looked at the ceiling in annoyance, and the son's drooping head looked at Chocho on the ground helplessly. Chocho didn't understand what happened to the little masters. On the ground, the scared little eyes looked at the two little masters with some guilt. It seems that making Chocho the first step to become a genius dog, too. Children and a puppy have encountered unprecedented difficulties. Seeing this scene, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue continued to sit there motionless, wanting to see how the two babies would deal with the difficulties and setbacks encountered in the process. Just when Yan Bingxue felt that Tuanchuan and Lele were about to give up, Tuanchuan over there suddenly jumped up and ran to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue's side. "Mom and Dad, my brother and I don't seem to know what to do. When you taught Chocho to shake hands and sit down last time, how did you get Chocho to concentrate? You teach me and my brother." Suchin felt very happy when she saw that her daughter not only did not give up, but also came to learn from herself. It seems that Tuanchuan and Lele are not only smart, but also good at facing various situations, so they know the truth of perseverance and success. Tuan Tuan, it took a long time for my mother and I to teach Chocho last time. Chocho is a puppy, and he is only 3 months old. He is still very young. And he can't control himself when he sees food. Cravings for food, so you must be patient and take it slow. Maybe Chocho won't learn it this time, but next time it will suddenly understand what you mean. Hearing his father's words, Tuanchuan seemed to regain his confidence. He turned his head and said to Lele, who came over, "Brother, then we have to keep working hard and teach Chocho a few more times, and Chocho will definitely be able to learn." Lele just heard what Suchin said, and the expression on her face returned to ease. He nodded and cheered on each other with his sister. "Yeah. Tuanchuan, we have to be a good teacher with patience, just like our teacher Chen. You see, sometimes when teacher Chen teaches us to learn, we don't listen to it again. It will be done, but Mr. Chen is very patient. When I ask him, she will tell me again seriously, and we have to be patient with our balls like Mr. Chen. Brother is right, we have to have confidence in Chocho, and we also have to be patient. I believe that our family's Chocho can definitely learn it." The two children comforted each other, and then squatted on the ground to comfort each other. There were some lost balls over there. After a while, Tuanchuan and Lele carried Chocho to the sofa. Lele excitedly said to his father, "Dad, Tuanchuan and I have just discussed a good way to help Chocho learn and make her a genius dog as soon as possible." Suchin asked curiously, "Really? Did you and your sister come up with a good solution?" Tuanchuan held the ball and said, "My brother and I not only learned a lot at school, but also learned a lot of new knowledge while watching TV and movies. A lot of words were learned while watching TV. So my brother and I decided to let Chocho also try this way of learning. Mom and Dad, can you give me and my brother the remote control now? We want Chocho to watch cartoons about puppies. In this way, Chocho sees his own kind. Even if he can't understand our human language, he can understand the actions of his own kind. Maybe a smart ball, just like me and my brother. I learned something by myself. Although I don't know whether the two little guys' method will work recently. I beg you, there should be no way to get interested in or focus on what's playing in the video at this time, right? However, since Tuanchuan and Lele are willing to try hard for this matter, Su Chan and Yan Bingxue naturally support it. After all, practice brings true knowledge. So Suchin handed the remote control to his son and daughter, and Tuanchuan immediately found Snoopy's cartoon, watching TV while holding Chocho, and kept explaining Snoopy in the video to Chocho. Then some of the actions made and the meaning of this action. At the beginning, Chocho didn't seem to focus on the TV, but because he was lying in the arms of the little master, listening to the gentle and patient voice of the little master, Chocho didn't leave, and he obediently lay on Chocho's lap. Later, Chocho seemed to understand that the little master was telling himself about the flashing pictures on the TV, so the little guy looked at the TV. Lele discovered this scene, touched Tuanchuan's arm quietly, and pointed to Chocho silently, his eyes full of excitement. Tuanchuan found that Chocho was also watching TV seriously, and immediately, like his brother, he couldn't be happy. Tonight, the two of them watched the cartoon with Chocho for an hour. When Su Chan and Yan Bingxue called them upstairs to sleep, the two little guys were still discussing this matter. "Brother, I think the method of watching cartoons for Chocho to learn is very useful. Although Chocho may not be able to learn anything yet, he can at least concentrate on watching TV with us. Just watch more dogs. The cartoon, Chocho should be able to understand, right?" Lele thought for a while and said, "Sister, I don't think we should just let Cho watched these cartoons, although Snoopy's cartoons also tell stories about dogs, but Snoopy's image and there is a big difference between Cho at home. Cho may not understand. The Snoopy in the cartoon is himself. If I come back tomorrow, I will find some movies about dogs. It's better to follow our Cho. It's the same breed, so the balls can learn better, don't you think? Brother, you are so smart, you are right, although Snoopy is a puppy, he doesn't look like our Cho at all, and he may not see Snoopy. I think it's her kind. If it's a movie, and it happens to be the same breed as Cho, then Cho will immediately understand. The two little guys said it righteously, and decided to come back tomorrow to find some movies about dogs. From now on, they will spend 1 to 2 days a week with Cho to watch movies together with Cho, and try to cultivate Cho into one a genius dog. Seeing the two of them working so hard, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled knowingly. Next, the Su family returned to its previous state. The two children began to leave early every day and return to kindergarten at night, and they also took a day off every weekend to go to the interest class. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue are struggling in their respective jobs. In recent days, Su Chen has been at the Dragon Academy of Sciences in order to be busy with the second-generation mecha. As the president of Chaofan Group, Yan Bingxue naturally stayed here. Recently, my wife doesn't know what she is busy with, but every night after she gets home, she still has a lot of phone calls and video conferences to open. Su Chen happened to be working hard on the second-generation mecha, and both of them were busy. But this time, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue handled work and family very well. Although the two of them would occasionally work overtime until 8 or 9 o'clock before returning home, after learning from the previous Su Chen incident, they would not. When it is time to work overtime, I will call ahead to tell the other party. Although this state of bird food has reduced the two of them to spend a lot of time alone, this life is very fulfilling. And after a few days of such a fulfilling life, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also seem to have found a balance. Both of them can find suitable opportunities to solve their emotional needs for each other in their busy schedules. For example, when Yan Bingxue is not busy, she will take out her mobile phone and send a WeChat message to Su Chen, saying a few love words, or a problem encountered at work, or just a small thing like what did you eat this morning. Some at that time, Su Chen was busy and couldn't reply immediately, and Yan Bingxue didn't think there was anything. When she was busy, she put the phone aside and picked it up next time when she had free time. Her husband must have replied message. Although this chat was intermittent, they both felt very satisfied. This day, Yan Bingxue was busy for a whole morning, and only had free time until the lunch break at noon. So she took out her mobile phone and sent a message to her husband as soon as possible. Yan Bingxue, husband, I just signed 2 more contracts this morning, although I'm a little tired, but these 2 contracts are important big projects for the company. After winning them, I'm closer to my goal. One step. Yan Bingxue, husband, I haven't heard from you all morning. It seems that you are very busy with work today. It's rare to have time for a lunch break today. And suddenly I remembered that I haven't had lunch with you for a long time. But it's a pity. There is an important meeting in an hour, otherwise I will definitely go to the Dragon Academy to find you right now. I really want to have lunch with you. When the 2 messages were sent out, Yan Bingxue didn't expect her husband to reply to the message immediately, so she said it was lunchtime, but because of her husband's recent research on the second-generation mecha. Most of the time during the lunch break at noon, he was with Mr. Yuan. When we eat together, we are talking about work when we eat, and we don't necessarily have time to look at our mobile phones. But as soon as she put the phone down, WeChat's voice rang. Yan Bingxue was just about to give birth to a lazy waste, and when she heard the voice, she immediately picked up the phone again, and immediately checked to see if her husband had replied to her. The WeChat was indeed sent by my husband. Su Chen, wife, the two of us really have a good understanding of each other. I especially want to have dinner with my wife today. When Yan Bingxue saw this sentence, the corners of her mouth rose immediately, and the exhaustion of the morning work was instantly swept away. Yan Bingxue, husband, why don't we have lunch together as we did before? I have a meeting in an hour, so I can't go to lunch with you today, but since you also want to have dinner with me today, then let's eat together in the video later. As soon as Yan Bingshue's news was sent, the door of the office was pushed open. Su Chen looked down at his phone, and then looked at his wife over there, with a smile on his face. Wife, you don't need to eat in the cloud, my husband, I will personally bring you to eat with you. When Yan Bingxue saw Su Chen appearing in the office, she ran over excitedly and jumped and hugged Su Chen. Husband, why are you here again? Yan Bingshue's voice was full of excitement. The door to the office had not been closed. Her excited voice was clearly heard by the female secretaries in the secretary room outside, and she rushed over. The action of hugging Su Chen can also be seen outside. Zhang Tasuk covered his eyes helplessly, thinking in his heart, it's over. These girls in the secretary's office now must know that the president has a second face. No way, every time the president encounters Mr. Su, it's like a completely different person. But thinking about it carefully, the sudden appearance of Mr. Su must be a very romantic and happy thing for the president, right? This morning, I signed 2 contracts with the president behind me. Coupled with the recent work intensity, Special Assistant Zhang also felt a little tired, and the president must be even more tired. At this time, Mr. Su suddenly came. In the midst of his tired work, suddenly there was a light of love, a handsome husband, delicious food, and this sudden surprise. At such a moment, can that woman bear it? Zhang Tasuk quietly took his hand down and looked at the 2 people in the office enviously. Yan Bingxue hugged Su Chen and still felt dissatisfied. At this moment, of course, there was only a kiss, which was even more eager. But just when Yan Bingxue was about to raise her head to kiss her husband, Su Chen suddenly blocked her mouth with her index finger. Yan Bingxue looked at her husband suspiciously, not understanding why her husband refused to kiss her. At this time, Su Chen suddenly turned around, closed the door of the office, then pressed Yan Bingxue against the door with his backhand, and lowered his head to kiss it. A group of women who were originally admiring sweet love outside suddenly saw the door of the office closed. They felt lost for no reason, but they couldn't help thinking excitedly. The president and Mr. Su closed the door in the office, and they didn't know what they were doing. What? The president seemed to be coming to kiss Mr. Su just now, shouldn't it be now? A few minutes later, the door of the office was opened, and Yan Bingxue came out with a serious face, cleared her throat, and said to Special Assistant Zhang, Xiao Zhang, come to my office, you will need the content for the meeting later. Sort it out. The female secretaries all looked at her. Although the CEO's expression was still stern, as usual, she was a ruthless female CEO, but with those red and swollen lips, people could see at a glance what had just happened in the office. Everyone's eyes became ambiguous. Yan Bingxue turned around immediately, and Xiao Zhang followed her to the office. I want to have dinner with Su Chen, help me sort out those documents. Special Assistant Zhang walked to the computer over there, and on the sofa on the other side, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue started having lunch. The aroma of the food wafted in the air. Zhang Tasuk touched his hungry stomach and sniffed the aroma in the air. This is the dish of the restaurant that the president likes to eat. Su Chen took out all the plates, looked at his wife and said gently, "Wife, Mr. Yuan has something to do today. I checked the time and went to your favorite restaurant to order these dishes. All of them are you love to eat. Husband, you are so kind to me. You are the best husband in the world. I love you," Yan Bingxue said with a smile, showing a happy heart towards Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and put the tableware and chopsticks away, and then served his wife with vegetables. Yan Bingxue took the first mouthful of delicious food and brought it to Su Chen. "Husband, eat first." Su Chen looked at the meal that was close at hand, and opened his mouth gently. When the special assistant Zhang over there saw this scene, he couldn't help but flatten his mouth. Woohoo! Her single dog is too miserable. Not only was he here to help the president with his work on an empty stomach, but he also had to eat dog food up close. Seeing that the president and Mr. Su were so sweet, Zhang Tezu felt both envy and sadness in his heart. It seems that she should indeed find a boyfriend. Now the CEO is living a happy life every day, and he is the only one who is busy behind the CEO. Every day when he gets home, he can't even eat a hot meal. This is too miserable. But even if you are looking for a boyfriend, you will definitely not be able to find such an excellent husband as Mr. Su Chen, who loves him so much. I really envy the president. Zhang Tasuk thought silently, looked up at the two happily eating over there, then turned around, and started to deal with the work resignedly. Tuanchuan and Lei recently discovered that their parents are very busy at work, but fortunately, they have grandparents to take care of them at home. The two little babies decided to study harder and become the pride of their parents. This new semester, Mr. Chen decided to select some classmates as class cadres, which can not only cultivate the abilities of the children, but also reduce the pressure on the teachers. After all, today's children are super smart and very active. When Mr. Chen posted the news, he told everyone in a democratic way that for the election of class cadres this time, everyone can volunteer, and if there is a position they want to run for, they can come to the stage to give a speech, and then the classmates will show their hands to vote. After Mr. Chen finished the news, the children below all began to have a heated discussion. The positions to be run for this time are monitor, life committee members, and class representatives of each subject. Teacher Chen told the students that the children in each position should undertake the work content, and let the children decide whether to participate in this time. The election, as well as other children, should also be carefully considered, and the candidate is the most satisfied in their hearts. After listening to these words, Tuanchuan turned around and said to his brother behind him, "Brother, I want to run for the position of squad leader. Because my ideal is to become a mother-like CEO in the future. My mother said that if you want to manage the company like her, you must learn the ability to manage well. Just now, Teacher Chen said that to be the monitor, you must manage the class well. I think this matter, it is a good opportunity for me to exercise. If I can manage our Xiao class, I will be able to manage a super big company like my mother in the future." Brother, do you think I'll run for the squad leader? Lele heard her sister's words, and said in agreement, of course, to Anchuan. It's really great for you to have such an idea, it's like I want to study mecha like my father when I grow up, so now I often studying small robots with my father. If you become the monitor, you will be able to manage our kindergarten small class well. My brother will definitely vote for you. Lily at the same table heard the conversation between the two of them and also supported Tuanchuan's idea. Tuan, I think it's best for you to be the monitor. Last time we went to the barbecue, the classmates were in a mess in the supermarket. In the end, you thought of a good way to not only manage us, but also let us helping my mother. I think you are the most suitable person to be the monitor, and if you go to campaign later, I believe that many children will support you like me. After hearing the words of brother and Lily, Tuanchuan became more confident in her heart. She waved her small fist and said firmly, Brother, Lily, with your encouragement, I will definitely work harder. After a short discussion, Mr. Chen announced that the election of class cadres will start soon, and the first position to be elected is the monitor. Mr. Chen asked the children who wanted to be the monitor to raise their hands and give a speech. Raising his hand with Tuanchuan, there is also the big tiger. Dahu is the tallest and strongest boy in this class, and his chubby figure makes him the king of children in the class. Although in the past, Dahu often relied on his own people to be tall and strong, and sometimes bullied other children, but later in that kindergarten parent-child activity, Dahu suffered a loss, and since then Dahu has become friendly many. Later, he often helped the children, so he felt that he had great hope of becoming the monitor. When Mr. Chen saw the two children raising their hands, he naturally preferred Tuan. After all, Tuan already had excellent examples in terms of management ability, and Tuanchuan children were more popular in the class than Dahu, and Tuanchuan was smart. She is beautiful, friendly to her classmates, and very conscious of her studies. As a monitor, she can set a good example for the whole class. However, as a classroom teacher, she did not want to dominate the children's election results, so she asked Tuanchuan and Dahu to give a speech on the campaign together. After Tuanchuan came to the stage, he bowed to the children and said in a friendly manner, Hello everyone, it's a great honor to stand on the podium today and run for the monitor of our small class. I am a lively and cheerful girl. I believe that in the process of getting along for half a year, my classmates know me very well. If I become the monitor, I will serve the teachers and classmates sincerely, and I will lead by example. Play a good leading role, be strict with yourself, and try your best to help everyone. I will help the teacher and manage our small class. I hope my classmates can support me and give me this opportunity. I will definitely maintain the order in the class and make our small class more glorious. Thank you all. Although Tuanchuan's speech was brief, it was not easy for a 3-year-old to have such a clear mind. Dahu was the second to come on stage. He was a little nervous at first, and his words were stumbling, but he said that he was a boy and could better serve the class. Teacher Chen asked the children to elect the most suitable monitor in their hearts, and to show their support for Tuanchuan or Dahu by raising their hands. Before the show of hands began to vote, the children below started talking. I want to be the monitor first. Although the big tiger kid has helped us a lot, I think Tuanchuan is more suitable to be the monitor. Last time he was in the supermarket, he managed very well. I also think that we should choose Tuanchuan, because Tuanchuan is the first in Our class and Leilei's academic performance is very good. The teacher and my parents both said that we should take Tuanchuan and Leilei as our role models. And do Tuanchuan as our role model. It will be even better if you are the class leader. So in the next session, where everyone raised their hands to vote, almost all the children voted unanimously. As the monitor, even Dahu's younger brother, Xiaohu, raised his hand to Tuanchuan. Although Dahu was a little unhappy when he thought that the squad leader was Tuan, he thought about it. Teacher Chen announced, according to the results of our election, our monitor is our Tuanchuan child. Let's applaud for the small monitor. There was warm applause from the class, and the big tiger also came forward to congratulate Tuanchuan. Tuan, congratulations on becoming the monitor. I believe you can be the monitor, but next time if I have this opportunity, I will compete with you. I will continue to work hard. Tuanchuan nodded happily and said, Big Tiger, I will definitely try my best to be the squad leader, and I will never let you have a chance to catch up with me. Leilei came to the stage to run for the representative of the mathematics class. And the students also raised their hands in agreement. Both children became class leaders, and they shared the good news with their parents, grandparents, and family members far away in the imperial capital as soon as they got home in the evening. Everyone is happy for them. Due to being elected as class cadres, Tuanchuan and Leilei's performance in the kindergarten is even more outstanding and outstanding. A new transfer student came to the kindergarten today. Teacher Chen brought a little boy into the classroom. The school uniform the little boy wore was different from theirs. The neat little suit and the well-groomed hairstyle made the little boy look outstanding and high-profile. Teacher Chen said on the podium, Students, be quiet, we have a new student in our class today. Louis, kid, come on stage and introduce yourself, let the classmates get to know you. Louis came to the stage to introduce himself, and then told everyone, Today is my first time here. I bought a gift for all the children, a small ice cream. In this hot summer, I hope this ice cream I can bring sweetness and freshness to everyone, and I hope everyone will like me in the future. He bought ice cream for all the children on the first day, and the children were naturally very happy. The life teacher came in with a big box, and everyone happily went to choose the ice cream flavor. Tuanchuan's impression of this new classmate is not bad, and he is now the monitor of the class, so when Louis stepped down, Tuanchuan took the initiative to say to him, Hello, Louis, I am the monitor of the class, I am. My name is Sumushiwe, my nickname is Tuan. You can call me Tuanchuan just like your classmates. You just arrived in our class. From now on, we will be good friends and classmates. If you need any help, you can come to me at any time. Tuanchuan smiled sweetly. When he laughed, his big eyes curved into a small crescent moon, and there were two cute little pear vortexes at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Tuanchuan like this, Lu Yi's face instantly turned red, and his eyes became a little shy. He nodded lightly and handed it to Tuan with a vanilla-flavored ice cream. Hello, Tuanchuan, I don't know if you like vanilla ice cream. This is my favorite flavor. It's sweet and fragrant. Tuanchuan took the ice cream in his hand and said sweetly, I like it, thank you. After Tuanchuan finished speaking, he took the ice cream and returned to his position. After a while, Louis came over again. Tuanchuan ate ice cream and looked up at him. Louis, what's the matter? Louis felt a little embarrassed when he saw Tuanchuan, and said with a blushing face, Tuanchuan, I just came to this class, and I don't have a place for myself yet. Can I be at the same table with you? When Lily heard this, she immediately grabbed Tuanchuan's arm possessively, looked up at Louis, and said, Student Louis, Tuanchuan already has the same table. I and Tuanchuan are good friends, and we have been together for a long time. If you are at the same table, you should go and be at the same table with other children. Tuanchuan didn't want to change the same table anymore. He and Lily had a good relationship, and they were both girls, so they could usually whisper. However, Louis said, Tuanchuan, you are my first friend in this class. I don't know who I can be at the same table with. I want to sit next to you, so I think I can be faster adapted. He said so, and Tuanchuan, as the squad leader, couldn't ignore it. Since she is a new classmate, she should help him as the monitor. So Tuanchuan thought about it and said, Student Louis, Lily wants to be at the same table with me. Since she doesn't want to change places with you, why don't you ask the children in front of me or behind me to see if any children are willing to join you? Change seats. Louis asked around. Although everyone was used to the current position, Xiaoyu, Leilei's tablemate, was still a little embarrassed because he was eating the ice cream given by others, so he and Louis changed positions. In this way, Louis sat behind Tuanchuan. After moving in, Leilei originally wanted to say hello to the new classmates. But as soon as he looked up, he saw little Louis, who was just talking to his sister. Leilei felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it. But in the next few days, Leilei found that this new tablemate was really strange. Every day in class, he secretly watched his sister, and also prepared a lot of gifts for her. During recess, I would take out all kinds of snacks from my desk and take them out for my sister to choose. Every morning, when I come here, I bring a different gift to my sister. The first day is a small pink comb, the second day is a small mirror of a cartoon character, and then a small Barbie doll. Leilei felt that Lu Yi's attitude towards his sister was a little too attentive. When it was time for get out of class again, Leilei wanted to talk to her sister, but Lu Yi's little friend spoke first. Tuan Tuan, I just started class. The content of what the teacher said is very difficult to understand. Do you understand everything? Tuanchuan nodded. He had the foundation of the mental arithmetic class, and his brother would also guide him in the content of the math Olympiad, so the mathematics knowledge learned in the kindergarten now, Tuanchuan felt that it was a piece of cake. Seeing Tuanchuan nodding, Lu Yi immediately said happily, Tuan Tuan, you are really smart, can you help me? I didn't understand what the teacher said just now, can you teach me? Louis put his little head up, and seeing the two of them being so close, Leilei frowned in dissatisfaction. Seeing her sister turn around, Leilei immediately took the textbook in front of Louis and said to Louis, Student Louis, I am the math class representative of this class, and I can help you with everything about math. Oh, and we are still at the same table. We should help each other. If there is anything you don't understand, you can tell me, and I will teach you now. When Tuanchuan saw that his brother was helping, he immediately said, Student Louis, my brother is very good. He is smarter than me in mathematics. With him teaching you, you will understand immediately. After speaking, Tuanchuan and Lily went out hand in hand. Seeing Tuanchuan leave, Louis kept staring at Tuanchuan's back, with a little bit of loss in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Leilei felt even more that something was wrong. He gently pulled Louis's arm and asked again, Student Louis, is there something you don't understand? Louis glanced at Leilei, took back his textbook gently, lowered his head, and said, "Thank you, Lele, but I seem to suddenly know how to do this question, so I'll take a look at it myself." Lele looked at him, thinking to himself, "This Louis is really strange." He was just about to ask his sister for some advice, but he said he wanted to teach him, and he said he had learned it. This is obviously to say a few more words to my sister. There is a physical education class this afternoon. The teacher has arranged the content of the physical education class in advance, saying that this afternoon is a shuttlecock kicking activity, so 2 children are required to be in a group, and the students should choose their own group members first. As soon as Louis heard this, he immediately asked Tuan, in the physical education class this afternoon, can we play shuttlecock as a group? Before Tuan could speak, Lele and Lily immediately said in unison, "No. Louis, I want to be in a group with Tuan. We are at the same table, and every time there is an activity in PE class, I will be in a group with Tuan. You can find Lele to form a team or another child." Lele nodded and said, "Yes, classmate Louis, why don't you team up with me? My sister always teams up with Lily. They are both girls, so they cooperate." Well, Tuan has no objection to this. "Louis, I will be with Lily, you and my brother will be in the group." Hearing this, Louis immediately showed a pitiful expression, looked at Tuan and said, "Tuan, but I really want to be with you, I just came here, and Lele is my table mate, but I think you are the first person to talk to me, and you are the class leader. If I am in a group with you, I can ask you something about the class during class, so that you can integrate into the class faster." Class. Hearing this, Tuan hesitated a little. After all, he is the monitor and has a great responsibility. Louis is a new classmate. If he can help him better integrate into the class, it is also his responsibility as monitor. So Tuan said to Lily and her brother, "Lily, since Louis has a question and wants to ask me, why don't you go with my brother today? Brother, let's play with Lily today." Although Lily is a little depressed, Lele has a good relationship with her. If you can't go with Tuan, it's good to go with Lele. But Lele was resolutely opposed. Facing his sister with a sense of honor, he didn't know how to explain it to her. 3-year-old children have to base their likes and affections on what they don't understand. In fact, he doesn't know what is the reason for Louis's attitude towards his sister. But as an older brother, he instinctively felt the danger. He felt that Liu Yi's attitude towards his sister was not pure, and he was different from other children in the class. As the older brother of Tuan, he had to protect Tuan and stop Louis from doing so. Do what shouldn't be done. "Sister, since the new classmate wants to know the situation of our class, I think it is better for us boys to form a team, because we are all boys, and I know more than you about what he wants to know." Lily, team up. "Louis, I will form a team with you. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me later in physical education class." Tuan felt that what his brother said was reasonable, so he didn't say anything about it. Watching Tuan and Lily turn their heads, Louis felt depressed for no reason. "This is the second time today I finally found a chance to get along with Tuan, but every time I was destroyed by Lele. Although Lele is Tuan's brother, he can't be like this." Louis took a class in a depressed mood. When it was time for the physical education class, he thought of a better way. Although Tuan has decided to form a team with Lily, if Lily goes to form a team with other children, then he can be with Tuan smoothly. So Louis secretly bought Lily with a stuffed doll after class, and asked Lily to give him the opportunity to group with Tuanchuan. Lily lost her resistance instantly when she saw the cute little toy, and immediately agreed to Louis. When it came to physical education class, Tuanchuan found that his partner was actually Louis, because he asked a little strangely, "Huh? Louis, why are you and me, Lily?" Louis said with a smile, "Lily kid just told me that she still wants to be with Lele, so I'll change with her. Tuanchuan, let's play shuttlecock together. Today, I still have important things I want to do. Tell you." Tuanchuan nodded and didn't think much about it, but Lele over there frowned when he realized that his partner had changed to Lily. When the teacher asked the students to practice shuttlecock in groups, Lele immediately took Lily and ran to Tuanchuan and them. Now that the grouping has been decided, and the teacher has arranged tasks for them, Lele didn't go up to question at this time why he changed the group, but watched the situation on his sister's side while kicking shuttlecock with Lily. Tuanchuan started to practice with the shuttlecock. "Student Louis, we are in a group, we have to practice together. I'll kick the shuttlecock to you, and you can kick it back to me." Louis didn't pay attention to these rules at all, and just kept looking at Tuanchuan with red cheeks. Hearing Tuanchuan's voice, he nodded silently with a smile on his face. After a few kicks, Louis couldn't catch it. Seeing this, Tuanchuan suddenly missed Lily's partner. She and Lily had a tacit understanding when they kicked the shuttlecock before, but it was a bit difficult to kick the shuttlecock with Louis. "It seems that my brother is right, it is indeed a bit troublesome if boys and girls are grouped together. However, as the small monitor of the class, Tuanchuan will of course enthusiastically help every student. Student Louis, you can't catch the shuttlecock I kicked in the past. Did you know how to kick the shuttlecock before? Otherwise, I'll teach you how to kick the shuttlecock first. After you learn it, the two of us will be together. Practice taking turns kicking together." Louis didn't listen to what Tuanchuan said at all. Seeing Tuanchuan approaching him, his face instantly turned redder. He pursed his lips and summoned the courage to say to Tuanchuan, "Classmate Tuanchuan, I have something to tell you." Seeing him say this, Tuanchuan raised his head and looked at him seriously. "Louis, feel free to say whatever you want. If you have anything to ask me, I will definitely answer you." Louis nodded and looked at Tuanchuan shyly. "Student Tuanchuan, you are the first friend I met in this class. From the first time I saw you, I thought you were very beautiful, and your eyes are the best, when I think about it, super beautiful. Also, you are also the first person to talk to me. You are such a cute and enthusiastic child. I like it very much. My dad said that if you meet a girl you like, you have to tell her bravely. So what I want to tell you is, can you marry me in the future?" Tuanchuan never expected that Louis would say something like this to him, and was stunned on the spot. Then, she immediately took a step back and said solemnly, "Student Louis, you misunderstood. I said I want to help you, because I'm the monitor. You can ask me anything about study and life, but this kind of thing won't work. We are still children. We should study hard. We can't focus on this kind of thing. It's wrong to do so." Louis said, "But I really like you, Tuanchuan." Lele had been paying attention to the situation here, but when he saw his sister's panicked expression, he immediately rushed over and put Tuanchuan behind him. He happened to hear Louis's last words again, and he immediately rushed over. He frowned and said, "Student Louis, you really have other thoughts about my sister, stay away from my sister. Louis was a little angry when he saw Lei. Today's visit has ruined his chance to get along with Tuanchuan twice. This time, he was confessing to Tuanchuan, and Lei ran over again, even if Lei was from Tuanchuan. Neither can my brother. So Louis said firmly, Lei, I just like Tuanchuan, I won't stay away from Tuanchuan, I will be by her side every day. Louis said that he was going to look for Tuan behind Lei, but Tuan subconsciously took a step back. Lei rushed up angrily, and smashed his small fist. Louis was punched by him, and was instantly stunned. Lei said, this is just a small warning. If you dare to approach my sister again, I will be welcome. Where did Louis suffer from this kind of grievance? He rushed up and scuffled with Lei. Although Lei has never learned martial arts fighting skills, but after watching his father play 2 games, he also learned some of his father's moves. This kind of professional fighting moves is used in heads-up fights with children. God help. Louis was not Lei's opponent at all. He was beaten to the ground after a few blows, and Lei was writhing on the ground. He had no power to fight back, and could only cry in a hurry. The sound quickly attracted the teacher to come over, and the physical education teacher and Teacher Chen felt a little surprised when they saw this scene. Because Lei has always been one of the best kids in the class and has never bullied her classmates, how could she have a fight with the new transfer student today? Teacher Chen and the physical education teacher immediately went up and pulled the 2 away. Lei didn't continue to beat him, and his eyes were still staring at him. Louis was completely frightened by Lei's beating, hid behind the teacher, and cried, complaining, Teacher, Lei beat me, Lei is too much, you have to punish him. Tuanchuan immediately stepped forward, Mr. Chen, no, my brother didn't hit him on purpose, it was him, he did something wrong. Teacher Chen asked, Tuanchuan, you are the monitor of our class. Tell the teacher, what's going on? The teacher said that fighting is a very serious matter, and children must not fight. Teacher Chen's expression was serious, but Lei said solemnly, Teacher, I know that as a child, I shouldn't fight with my classmates, but as a big brother, I will never allow anyone to bully my sister. Tuanchuan pulled brother. Then I explained to Teacher Chen what happened just now. As a bystander, Lily also confirmed what Tuanchuan said. Teacher Chen listened to the original and couldn't help but look at Louis behind him. This new classmate is really precocious. The physical education teacher and Mr. Chen discussed how to deal with this matter. The physical education teacher said, Mr. Chen, I don't think it needs to be too much. I just checked Louis's body. Lei is still very measured. It's just to scare him, but he didn't actually do it, he only hit the thighs and arms. And didn't hit any important parts. And speaking of this today, it's really Louis's fault. Are all children so precocious now? I've only just started kindergarten, and just a few days ago I started thinking about our lovely Tuanchuan. You want me to be Lei? I can't stand it either. This kid is a toad who wants to eat swan meat. After listening to the PE teacher's words, Teacher Chen said angrily, Mr. Son, you are a teacher, so be careful when you speak. After she finished speaking, she also smiled. In the end, the matter was not dealt with seriously. The teacher told Louis that he should do school things while he was in school, and told him to stop thinking about other messy things, otherwise he would notify his parents. When Louis heard that he was going to call Mom and Dad, he burst into tears. in fear, saying that he didn't dare anymore, and took the initiative to move his position to the previous place, so that Xiao Yu came back to be the same table with Lei again. After resolving Lu Yi's side, Mr. Chen called to Anchuan and Lei, and looking at Lei's bulging appearance, Mr. Chen said, Lei, the teacher knows that you did this to protect your sister, so the teacher doesn't punish you, but the teacher must tell you that next time you encounter this kind of thing, if it is in kindergarten, then let the teacher handle it. After all, everyone's children are very bad, right? Hearing this, Lei nodded gently. I'm sorry Teacher Chen, I'm a little impulsive, but I really can't see others bullying my sister. Teacher Chen touched his head and said with a smile, Teacher knows that Lei is a great little brother, so let's forget about this today. The teacher has already told Lu Yi, I believe he will not do this in the future, then don't do anything to Lu Yi again. As long as he stays away from my sister, I won't trouble him again. The two came out of Teacher Chen's office, looked at their brother with concern, and asked, Brother, are you all right? We just fought with Lu Yi. Were you injured? Lei shook his head, looked at his sister and said, Sister, do you think your brother has done something wrong, and your brother has just become an adult? Are you afraid? No. I think my brother is great. I know that my brother is protecting me. My brother was just super powerful, very brave, like a Superman, standing in front of me, hee. When Lei heard her sister say this, she laughed immediately, patted her chest, and said, This is what I should do. After all, I am a brother, I will always protect you. Tuan, you have to be more careful in the future, but don't worry, even if you don't notice, my brother will definitely protect you and will never let those stinky boys have a chance to get close to you. Hearing this, Tuanchuan couldn't help laughing, looked at his brother and said, Brother, but you are also a boy. Lei said, I'm different, I'm your brother. The two little guys looked at each other and smiled, and said roundly, Brother, don't tell your parents about this today, okay? I'm a little shy. And I don't want my parents to know about my brother's fight. Lei nodded, stretched out his little finger, and said, Okay, let's pull the hook. This is our little secret. Suchan's second-generation mecha has officially entered the production state. And Suchan also participated in the production of the first-generation mecha of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, so the recent work has been extra busy. Yan Bingxue has no time to relax. After returning from Emperor He Yunqing, this time, she has always wanted to shift the focus of the company's work to the mecha research department. The traditional industry of Chaofan Group is automobiles. Although this industry is stable, it is nowadays, there is not much development prospect, and the mecha is different. After her husband's mecha came out, now mecha is a hot new industry. If the mecha research department of Chaofan Group can take advantage of this time to successfully complete the industrial reform, then she wants to make Chaofan Group bigger and stronger. Another empty talk. Recently, Yan Bingxue expanded the mecha research department and negotiated several contracts outside. Now it has been a small achievement. Today, Yan Bingxue received news that Country T will hold a bidding meeting, which is about the production of mecha shells made of titanium alloy materials. Yes. Yan Bingxue thinks this is a good opportunity. So when she got home, she talked to her husband about it. Yan Bingxue looked a little excited, and her eyes were full of longing for the future. Husband, if the Chaofan Group can win this tender in Country T, then our mecha research department will even go international. Everyone talked about the Chaofan Group before, and they were talking about the production of auto parts. This time, I want to let everyone know that the Chaofan Group's mecha research is also very good. Su Chen is concerned about the mecha, and naturally knows the bidding of Country T this time. Wife, I understand that you want to complete the industrial transfer of the Chaofan Group recently, but the competition for the mecha parts bidding project in Country T this time may be very fierce. After the first generation of mechas I made came out, it was exported as a titanium alloy. The T country of a big country, and now it has seen this opportunity, will have this project, and the major mecha groups in the world should not miss this opportunity. Yan Bingxue nodded. I know, husband, it is precisely because of this. If I can win this project cooperation in Country T, then the reputation of the Record Research Department of the Extraordinary Group can go abroad and appear in everyone's field of vision. Wife, I know you have big goals, but I don't want you to be too tired. After all, you already have a husband and I will be responsible for supporting the family, so you don't have to work so hard, just be yourself. What you want to do, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Su Chen doesn't want his wife to be too tired. Participating in this tender will greatly shorten the time for the transfer of the Chaofan Group. If the project is really obtained, the wife and the Chaofan Group will probably be busy for a long time. Pass. Yan Bingxue hugged Su Chen's waist, raised her head, and said confidently, Husband, I don't feel tired, although I know that you are a very good husband. With you, I can indeed rest more and return to my family more. But this is not the life I want. The life I want is to make progress together with my husband. Husband, you are destined to stand at the top of the world. I don't want to just be the woman who silently watches you behind you. Work hard to stand by your side. When Su Chen heard what his wife said, he lowered his head and smiled, nodded, and said, Okay, since my wife has such an idea, of course I will support you. Unconditionally. Mecha is what I am good at after all, and I am also a member of the Mecha Research Department of the Transcendent Group. If there is anything that needs my husband. If you talk to your husband at any time, your husband will definitely drop everything about the Dragon Academy and appear in front of you as soon as possible. With the words of my husband, I instantly feel full of confidence. Well, my husband, I'm going to work first. Before I have dinner, I want to improve this bidding document. Country T has released news. Although the bidding time has not yet been determined, it is estimated that it will not be too long. I must prepare in advance and win this project. After saying that, Yan Bingxue went to the study, full of energy. Su Chen went back downstairs. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao were preparing dinner in the dining room, and the two little guys were sitting there doing their homework. He sat down at the dining table and helped his mother pick vegetables together. What's the matter? Chen, Bingxue dragged you upstairs as soon as she came back. Is there something wrong? It's okay, Mom, and I just told me about her work arrangements. Maybe she and I will be very busy for a while. When Su Haoqian heard his son's words, he smiled and said, It's okay to be busy, it's okay to be busy. The two of you are busy with work, which means that our family will get better and better in the future, but you and Bingxue should also pay attention to your health and combine work and rest. But I can no longer work overtime every day to go home in the middle of the night like before, and I can't eat a warm dinner. Yeah, son, your dad and I decided to stay in Zhonghai for a while longer. We talked on the phone yesterday in the imperial capital. Your second grandfather Said that the house has been very busy recently, but because you have already arranged everything before, so now it's still in good order. We don't have to rush back. Now you and Bingxue are so busy with work, let's stay in Zhonghai for a while, and take care of you too. At least we will have a warm meal when we come back every night. Eat. Suchen looked at his mother and said, Mom, you are too modest, and you told me 2 days ago that my mother came back, and every day I opened the door and smelled the smell of home-cooked food, saying that you and the food I cooked was the best she had ever eaten. Haha, you and Bingxue like it. I won't do anything else, but I will cook some home-cooked dishes. Su Haqian said, Chen Chen, our whole family is quite busy now, because of the mecha thing. Do you think we should find someone to help take care of Tuanchuan and Lei? Your mother and I can still help take care of Zhonghai for a while. Recently, but in case the emperor is busy, I'm afraid your grandfather and your second grandfather can't handle it. When we go back to help, Tuanchuan and Lei suddenly don't have the care of grandparents. I'm afraid they are not used to it. Your mother is still at home, find an aunt to let the children get used to it in advance. Auntie Nanny has always been at home before, but after I married Bingxue, Auntie stayed in Yan's house. Dad, we must not be absent as parents, and hand them over to Nanny. Of course, Auntie is not as good as me, and it's better for Bingxue to accompany you in person. Don't worry, Bingxue and I will definitely be able to handle it. Even if you have a temporary business trip, when you and your parents return to the imperial capital, don't Zhonghai still have the children's grandparents? The father-in-law and the mother-in-law both like Tuanchuan and Lei. The old couple said that as long as we have something to do here, we can send the child to them at any time, and it will be no problem to deal with it for a few days. When Su Haqian heard what his son said, he nodded and said nothing more. After dinner, they returned to the bedroom upstairs. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took a bath, and the two lay on the bed and chatted. The two of them have been very busy with their work recently, and the only time they can usually be alone is the night before going to bed. So even if she was in a hurry to get the bed, before going to bed, Yan Bingxue still obediently took a bath, lay down on the bed, and enjoyed the sweet time with her husband. Lying in her husband's arms, smelling the familiar male hormones on his body, Yan Bingxue felt full of satisfaction and happiness, even if the two of them lay quietly like this, saying nothing and doing nothing. For Yan Bingxue 4. Ice and snow, this is also the best time of the day. Today, Su Chen has something to talk about with his wife. Wife, when you were working in the study today, I had a chat with my parents. And they decided to stay in Zhonghai, to help take care of Tuanchuan and Lei. Recently. You don't have to worry about it at home, but the children still need to spend some time outside. Be careful, we are both busy with work. Why don't we find a security team to take care of the safety of the two children outside? Yan Bingxue felt that this idea was a good idea. Okay, husband, in fact, before Tuanchuan and Lei were with me most of the time, except for the time after school, they also stayed with me in the company, and now they basically go home by themselves, and with our current status prestige, we should really ensure the safety of the two children. Then leave this matter to me. I will contact the security company tomorrow. Chaofan Group has cooperated with several security groups before. I think Shunan Group is not bad, and it is one of the best in Long Kingdom. I have cooperated several times before, and their security personnel are very professional, and I am still very relieved to entrust the safety of Tuanchuan and Lei to them. Okay, I'll leave this to you, wife. The next day, Yan Bingshui invited Gu Yusen to go to Shunan Group. On the way, Ms. Gu said enviously, "Swear, your Mr. Su is really attentive. No matter how busy you are at work, you will never forget. You must protect the two little babies. With such a husband, my family Swear must be very happy." When Yan Bingshui heard this, she couldn't help but be overjoyed, her beautiful eyes filled with a happy smile. My husband has always done a great job in all aspects, that's why I love him so much. Gu Yusen shivered involuntarily, touched the goosebumps on her arm and said angrily, "Swear, can you please understand how I feel as a single dog? Every time I meet you, you will never leave me alone. With your husband, I think the only topic between us is Mr. Su, and every time I eat dog food silently." Pfft, when did Ms. Gu take these things into consideration? I remember that when I wanted to pursue our Mr. Su, you helped me every day. Yan Bingshui recalled the process of chasing her husband at that time. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Gu Yusen also remembered what happened at that time, and said with a smile, "Yes, I didn't think that at that time, you and Mr. Su hit it off, and now it's just like glue, inseparable. I knew you two were so easy to deal with. I was inseparable. I shouldn't have given you all my books that I have kept privately, so that I have no clue now, for fear that you have anything to ask me. I have nothing to teach you. You are too embarrassed to mention those books. I've read 2 of them. It's really weird. The moves in those books don't work for my husband at all." Yan Bingshui remembered that she followed the method taught in the novel at that time and wanted to throwing Suchin down. All of them failed, some of them were blushing, and there was a bit of shyness in their voices. Gu Yusen said, "My novels are the essence of my private collection. Although it doesn't work very well for your Mr. Su, it is more than enough to deal with ordinary people. After all, your Mr. Su is not an ordinary person. That's it. Husband is no ordinary man. Those bells and whistles are useless to my husband, only a sincere heart can impress my husband." Gu Yusen looked at her girlfriend's happy face, and couldn't help holding her chin in her hands, looking at her with envy. "Swear, I found that you and your husband are really earning money and have a good family. After you got married, your career has flourished, and your relationship has become increasingly sweet. I really envy you for finding such a soulmate who fits your heart. If you're envious, hurry up and find one yourself. Yusen, you've been back to China for so long, and you're not going to leave this time, aren't you? Since you've decided to settle down, you can also think about your own. It's a lifetime event," Yan Bingshui said with a smile. As soon as she talked about her own affairs, Gu Yusen waved her hand quickly. "Forget it, Swear, let's change the subject. I am forced to have a blind date at home every day. I don't want to talk about it anymore when I come out. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. I'm in love, but I haven't met the right person, so let's wait until my fate arrives." Seeing her attitude, Yan Bingshui didn't say any more. When they arrived at Shunan Group, the general manager received them personally. Yan Bingshui came up and said directly, "Manager Su, I want the best bodyguard team in Shun and Group, long-term employment and 24-hour service. This is a big business." Manager Su couldn't help but look happy and quickly asked, "Mr. Yan, I don't know why you are the security team preparing for this matter. How long will this long-term employment take? We can help you arrange the details." Is it convenient to disclose the identity of the protected personnel? The objects of protection are my son and daughter. They go to kindergarten during the day, come home at night, and go to interest classes on weekends. There is nothing special about the rest. I plan to make a plan for half a year. For the long term. The manager couldn't help being a little surprised. She wanted the best team of bodyguards and had to be hired on a long-term basis for 24-hour personal protection. She thought it would be a very important person or an important event, but she didn't expect that she was only in charge of home security. Mr. Yan, we have a lot of bodyguard teams in Shannon. For ordinary home security, we can actually choose an ordinary bodyguard team, which can save a lot in terms of price. The best bodyguard team has a high one-day commission. After listening to Yan Bingxue, she didn't even think about it and said, "You don't have to worry about money, I'll transfer the deposit to your company's account later. I want the best team of bodyguards, you just take care of my son and daughter's safety." Manager Su nodded immediately. "Okay, Mr. Yan, I'll help you arrange it now." After she went out, Gu Yusin couldn't help giving her thumbs up, looking at Yan Bingxue with envy. Schwer, as expected, strong women are confident. You don't need to be advised by others to save money. When can I be like you, spending money so arrogantly? Yan Bingxue glared at her and said, "For the safety of Tuanchuan and Lele, I'm willing to spend any money." Su Chen is still working at the Dragon Academy of Sciences today, and the Dragon Academy of Sciences has copied 3 new mechas within this month, based on the generation of mechas made by Su Chen. However, the core part of the mecha is still in charge of Su Chen alone, and the shell and other parts are also broken up into scattered tasks and handed over to other personnel of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, so as to ensure the confidential operation of the mecha, and also it can reduce Su Chen's work intensity and let him focus on the research of the second-generation mecha. Today, the 3 mechas have been completed. Yuan Lao called Su Chen to check whether the 3 mechas are qualified. Other colleagues in the Dragon Academy also came to see. Although they have been very busy these days, but feel extremely happy. Especially seeing the 3 mechas in the hall now, everyone thinks it is super amazing. I really can't think that part of this mecha is also completed by myself. When Su Chen came to the hall, everyone immediately fell in love with him, with admiration written in their eyes. "Xiao Su, you're here. These 3 mechas were assembled yesterday, and I called you here today to let you check whether the mechas are qualified." Su Chen nodded and didn't say much. First, he checked the internal systems of the 3 mechas in the computer system. This was classified content. No one else dared to step forward. Lin Fifan just stood far away, his eyes full of excitement, looking at Su Gu. 10 minutes later, Su Chen raised his head and said, "Old Yuan, there is no problem with the internal system of the aircraft after the assembly is completed. I have been responsible for this before, but I just checked it again, and the systems of the 3 mechas are all it's perfect, with no flaws." Yuan Lao nodded happily. "You are in charge of Xiaosu's internal system. We are not worried about this. After all, you are the maker of this mecha, but these parts are all completed by everyone, and they were assembled yesterday. Well, I don't know if there will be any problems in the operation of the mecha. You still have to try it yourself to know." Su Chen walked to the 3 mechas over there, entered the operation compartment at one time and controlled the mechas to do some simple test actions. It is not the first time that these colleagues in the Dragon Academy have seen the mecha in action, but they are still very shocked. With such a huge mecha and such a complex joint system, how did Suchen come up with it? These people are only responsible for part of the mecha production recently, and they are all conquered by the mysteries. It is amazing to think that Su Chen has completed the entire mecha and connected them all. After Su Chen inspected the 3 mechas, he came down and said to Yuan Lao, "Yuan Lao, there is nothing wrong with these 3 mechas." Yuan Lao breathed a sigh of relief, clenched his fist in one hand, and said, "Great, we have worked hard for a month, and finally completed the above task. These 3 mechas are a great improvement for our Dragon Academy. Xiao Su, you are the light of our Academy of Agricultural Sciences." Haha. Yuan Lao couldn't help but praise. Lin Fifan also came over and looked at Su Chen with a look of admiration. "Brother Su, although I have said this many times, I still can't help but want to say at this moment, you are really a great wife. When I saw your mecha before, I was just shocked. The secrets and complexity of it are beyond my imagination. This time I participated in the production of the mecha, although I was only responsible for a small part of it, but in this small part, precision technology has already made me stunned. What's in your brother Su's head is the sea of stars. You've only seen one star now. Well, I have something to talk about with your brother Su. You can find him later." After speaking, Yuan Lao took Su Chen to his office. "Xiao Su, the mission of our Dragon Academy is now complete. Yesterday, the military area called me to say that the handover work of the military area is almost done. Now we will wait for the 3 mechas from our side to be shipped, and then the actual practice will begin." Speaking of this, Su Chen asked, "Is the operator's training over?" "I haven't received a call from my cousin." "No, the final assessment is in 2 days, but when the military area called me yesterday, they specifically said this. Your cousin Su's performance is very good. Several instructors said that he is the best. The person who may win the championship, I think basically no problem." Su Chen nodded, since the operator's training have been basically completed. Let's start the practical operation as soon as possible. Well, there is another thing. I don't know if the Su family has told you. The military region signed a contract with the Su family before. The military region of the imperial capital plans to make 10 more mechas. Some of the business is outsourced. The border is naturally completed by the Su family. So today, I also want to ask you if you have time recently. The 3 mechas will be transported to the imperial capital. I want you to handle this matter. No one is more suitable than you, and you are from the Su family. I think the imperial capital of the military region should also need you. Yuan Lao said. Su Chen understood what he meant. The mecha was made by him. The previous operator training was completed by a special person, but when it came to the actual operation of the mecha, he still needed some guidance as the maker. Because others had no idea about the mecha. A's understanding is certainly not as profound as his. Yuan Lao raised this matter at this time, probably because he had just returned from the imperial capital and his wife and children were in Zhong. So he had to discuss it with him. If I go to the imperial capital this time, I am afraid I will have to leave. For a period of time, at least 10 days and a half months. Old Yuan, is the time set for the handover with the imperial capital this time? Not yet. When the military district called me yesterday, I said I would discuss it with you and see your arrangement. Okay, then I'll tell you after I've confirmed the time. No problem, Xiao Su. I know that recently, you have devoted most of your energy to the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Everything you have done for the Academy of Dragon Academy and the Dragon Kingdom is very much in the heart of the military region and me. Clearly, the glory that belongs to you will not be lost at all. Yuan Laodao, I understand that these things are not enough to impress you. You are a truly patriotic young man, otherwise I would not have been able to easily say that you came to the Dragon Academy, but because of everything we have done, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely repay you. Su Chen smiled and said, Old Yuan, let's talk about other things later. I just hope that the mecha goes well, the first generation of practical operation and the second generation of production, this is what I care about most now. Yuan Lao nodded and looked at Su Chen in front of him with relief. Xiao Su. It is the country's luck that Long Gua has a young man like you. After Yan Bingxue went home at night, she excitedly told Su Chen, Husband, I have already secured the security staff for Tuanchuan and Lele, and I chose the best security team and signed a contract with them for half a year. For half a year, they will be on call 24 hours a day, in shifts, to protect our Tuanchuan and Lele at close range. This is the information of the security personnel. I want the best team in their company. There are 12 people in total. The detailed information of each person is here. Yan Bingxue put the tablet in front of Su Chen and introduced, Shunan is an old-fashioned security company. It has a history of more than 40 years, and it is one of the best in our dragon country. I have seen every member of this security team. The 12 female bodyguards are all retired from the military region. When they were in the military region, they basically went to the real battlefield. They are also gold medal bodyguards in Shunan. It should be no problem to protect Tuanchuan and Lele. Seeing her busy introduction, Su Chen felt sweet in her heart, grabbed her arm and pulled her gently, bringing her into his arms. Yan Bingxue was startled by this sudden action, but sitting in her husband's arms, she quickly smiled shyly. Husband, what are you doing? I'm talking to you about business. Su Chen put his chin on her shoulder and said softly, Wife, don't tell me these things in detail. Do I have to worry about your work? I don't want to hear anything else now, I just want to stay with you for a while. Hearing what he said, Yan Bingxue's body immediately relaxed, leaning back against Su Chen's chest, her voice softened. Husband, why are you suddenly so clingy today? Su Chen put her arms around her and said, Wife, I may have to go on a business trip for a while. Well? Yan Bingxue looked back suspiciously. On a business trip? Well, the 3 mechas of the Dragon Academy have been produced. Next, they will be sent to the military district of the imperial capital for handover, as well as the actual operation of the mecha. These are only the most suitable for me, so I am going to the imperial capital on business. A period of time. When Yan Bingxue heard this, her pink lips pursed slightly, and her water-like eyes flashed with reluctance. Then will this handover take a long time? It will take at least 10 days and a half months. Su Chen said. When are you leaving? Yan Bingxue asked. I haven't decided yet, Yuan Lao told me, I didn't come home to tell you. First, he said that I will go there after I make arrangements here, but I think it's sooner rather than later for the actual mecha operation. After all, mechas have already come out, and now the international community is very concerned about this aspect. As soon as Suchen finished speaking, Yan Bingxue put an arm around his neck, turned around and hugged him tightly. "Husband, I can't bear to part with you," she said angrily, with a bit of choking in her voice. Suchen gently stroked her back and said, "I can't bear you," and to Anchuan, "Lele, our family hasn't been separated very much since we met again. Especially the two of us, who are going to be away for so long this time. I can't bear you either, but your child is going to school, and you have to be busy with Chow Fan Group recently, and this time, it seems that we really have to go to another place for a while." When Yan Bingxue heard this, her arms were even more tightly around her husband. Just when Suchen thought she would be unhappy, Yan Bingxue suddenly raised her head and said, "Okay, husband, although I really miss you, I know that this is you. You are a great hero of the Dragon Kingdom, and your responsibilities are naturally heavier. As your wife, of course I will support you unconditionally." "Wife, are you so righteous?" Suchen asked with a smile. Yan Bingxue sighed slightly, pouted her pink lips, and said, "Although I am very reluctant to be separated from you for so long, I can't be petty at this time. I have already thought about it, although this time we are going to be separated like this. It's been a long time, but now that communication is so advanced, we can still play video every day, see each other, and hear each other's voices. Just like these days, both of us are very busy with work, but as long as we are free, we can continue to chat on WeChat and share each other's life with each other at any time." Seeing how sensible she was, Suchen cherished his wife more and more in his heart. Hugging Yan Bingxue's waist, Suchen said, "Okay, my wife, I promise you that when I get to the imperial capital, as long as I have time, I will still be like now. Same, I send you WeChat every day, and every day I make time to video with you and the kids." Yan Bingxue nodded, looked at her husband and said, "Husband, I feel really happy to be your wife. With your words, I feel very happy even if we have to be separated for a while. Moreover, two people fall in love, occasionally some sense of distance is also good. When you come back from the imperial capital, we can experience the feeling of Xiabixing's newly married." Suchen was amused by her, hugged her, and said, "Wife, as long as you want, the two of us can be newly married every day, for example, now." He bowed his head and kissed his wife, and Yan Bingxue obediently let him do whatever he wanted. The two lingered for a while. Yan Bingxue lay on his chest softly, and said in a soft voice, "Husband, you can go to work in the imperial capital with confidence. I will take care of things at home, and I will be sure to watch when you come back. By the time I, my two children, and my parents are welcoming you home warmly." Suchen nodded contentedly. "Well, with you here, I naturally don't have to worry. But wife, there are a lot of things going on in the Chow Fan Group recently. You said before that you were going to participate in the bidding in country when I'm not here. You have to take care of yourself and don't even remember to eat when you are so busy, you know? If I see you lose weight when I come back, I will punish you." Yan Bingxue raised her head and looked at him with watery eyes, her eyes full of smiles. "Husband, how can you be like this? Girls nowadays all want to be slim, and after I get married to you, I will be loved by you. I've gained a lot of weight. This time while you're not around, I can just lose weight, and when you come back, you'll see me in a more perfect shape." Suchen lightly patted her little pee-pee, and said sternly, "No. Wife, you are in the best shape now. You can't lose weight anymore. I like how you are now. You have a perfect figure in your clothes, and you feel soft and fleshy when you take off your clothes." It feels good. Yan Bingxue blushed and stared at him with a frown. Husband. Don't be shy, wife, I'm telling the truth. With your current figure, how many women can't do it? You said that. Yan Bingxue picked up the pillow on the side and smashed it lightly on his chest. Su Chen grabbed it and threw the obstructive pillow aside, put one arm around his wife, and continued to do whatever he wanted. Tuanchuan and Lei didn't see their parents when they came back from school today, so they asked their grandparents, Grandpa and Grandma, where are your father and mother? Isn't their car already in the yard? Why didn't you see them? Lin Xiao knew that the young couple had been upstairs for a long time, so she smiled and said to the two little guys, Dad and Mom are back, but they are in the bedroom upstairs now. You go and play with Chocho, don't disturb Mom and Dad. The two little boys nodded and turned to play with Chocho. Su Haqian looked at his wife and said, Qinchin and Bingxue came back very early today, but they have been upstairs for a long time. Is there something wrong? Lin Xiao glared at him and said angrily. The couple talked and laughed when they came back, and Qinchin took the initiative to pick up Bingxue. What could be wrong? It's not that the two of them have been working too hard recently. I'm so busy that I don't have time to get along with myself. I have fun on weekdays, and we two old men and women who get in the way. They came back early today. What's wrong with being alone in the bedroom? Smelly old man, don't you want to hug the little grandson? When Su Haqian heard it, he immediately laughed. Haha, yes, we are all so happy, and now that Qinchin and Bingxue are in a good relationship, maybe we will be able to hug our little grandson soon. When the meal was over, Yan Bingxue went downstairs alone. Her lips were red, and her eyes were still full of water. Su Haqian and Lin Xiao, who had come here, knew what was going on at a glance, and they glanced at each other. Snickered. Yan Bingxue felt a little embarrassed when she saw the eyes of her father-in-law and her mother-in-law. She hurriedly called Tuanchuan Lei over for dinner and wanted her children to help out. Tuanchuan Lei washed his hands and came out. Tuanchuan raised his head and asked his mother, Mom, where's Dad? Isn't Dad coming down for dinner? Your father is on the phone upstairs, and he will come down for dinner later, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Upstairs, Su Chen was on the phone with Yuan Lao. Old Yuan, I have already arranged things at home, and I can leave tomorrow. Elder Yuan on the other end of the phone was very happy and said, Okay, Xiao Su, then everything will be according to your arrangement. Xiao Su, have everything at home been handled? It's not difficult to travel for so many days, right? Su Chen smiled, thinking of Yan Bingshue's considerate look, with a bit of happiness in his eyes. Don't be embarrassed, Yuan Lao. Okay, Xiao Su, then I will contact the imperial capital now. Before noon tomorrow, other things should be arranged. You will wait for my call then. Su Chen hung up the phone, and when he went downstairs, the family was already sitting in the restaurant waiting for him to have dinner. As soon as Tuanchuan saw his father, he immediately slipped off the stool and ran towards him. Dad. Why did you come down so late? Grandma made a lot of delicious food today. And Dad's favorite braised pork. Come and eat. The daughter is simply the sweet little padded jacket of her father, and their family is especially considerate. Su Chen picked up her daughter and the two walked towards the table together. Tuanchuan sat next to Su Chen. During dinner, Su Chen told everyone about his business trip. The tentative time was 10 days. When Su Haqian heard this, he immediately said, Chen, since it's a work arrangement, then you can rest assured. Your mother and I will stay in Zhuhai for a while, and help Bingxue to take care of Tuanchuan and Lei. There are 3 of us in the house, it's nothing questionable. Lin Xiu also said, son, you can rest assured to go to the imperial capital. Your father and I will not go back for the time being. We are here to help. Take care of Tuanchuan and Lei. Suchen nodded, Mom and Dad, you may have to work hard recently. Lin Xiu smiled and said, you kid, what are you talking about? Take care of Tuanchuan and Lei, it's too late for your dad and I to be happy. It's because our family, Bingxue, and you are filial, otherwise young people today, which one? I would like to live with the old man and the old lady. Yan Bingxue took Lin Xiu's hand and said, Mom, we just want to live with you. And Dad? Since you came here, the house has become more lively, and every day I come back from get off work, I can eat the dishes made by my mother. My husband and I both feel very happy to have my father to help take care of Tuanchuan and Lei. It's fine if you don't dislike our old couple, Su Haoqian said. The adults were happy, but the 2 children were a little unhappy. Tuanchuan put down his chopsticks sadly and plunged into Su Chen's arms. Dad, you are going to leave for 10 days. Isn't it possible that Tuanchuan won't be able to see you for 10 days, and 10 days is too long? Tuanchuan doesn't want to be separated from Dad. Lei was also sullen, sitting beside Yan Bingxue, looking at Su Chen opposite. Pouting, Dad, can't you come back earlier if you go on a business trip? Mom only leaves for a day at most every time she goes on a business trip. In 2 days, why do you have to go for 10 days? 10 days is really long, my sister and I can go to school for 2 weeks in 10 days, and there is a weekend in between. You are not at home for so long, my sister and I will miss you very much. Dad, can you not leave? Tuan doesn't want to be separated from you for a day. Since you came back, the head of the group has been very happy every day. Tuanchuan can't get used to the days without his father now. Su Chen found out that Tuanchuan and Lei were still very sensitive in their hearts. He had not been with them for the past 3 years, but when he returned home, Tuanchuan accepted him immediately. Although Lei took some time, he is now with them. He is also a father and son. Now that he heard that he was leaving, although he was only on a business trip, the 2 little guys were probably a little uncomfortable. Su Chen didn't feel good either. Although he knew that this was a job requirement, seeing the 2 babies so sad, it was inevitable that he felt a little distressed. Seeing this, Yan Bingxue said to Tuanchuan and Lei, Tuanchuan, Lei, Dad is going to work on a business trip, although he will be away from us for a while. Dad is all for the best cause of our long kingdom, don't you all like big mechas? Hearing this, Lei thought for a while, and suddenly nodded firmly and said, yes, Dad is a big hero who makes mechas. Heroes are usually very busy. Lei will obediently wait for Dad at home. Seeing his brother's attitude, Tuan looked up at Su Chen, and said with a sullen mouth, well, that Tuan will also accept it, but Dad, you have to agree. Tuan, after you go to the imperial capital, you have to call Tuanchuan every day. Start video work, remember to think about it when you're not busy, and come home to watch it as soon as you finish work, okay? Su Chen nodded, looked at his daughter and said, okay, Dad promised Tuanchuan. Lei, I will miss you every day, and make a video for you when I have time. Well, Dad, then you have to talk to Tuanchuan when you want to pull the hook. You can't secretly chat with your mother every day. If you don't find me and my brother, and I will be sad. Yan Bingxue couldn't help crying and laughing when she heard her daughter's words, and asked, Tuanchuan, when did Dad secretly chat with Mom and not chat with you? Tuanchuan looked back at her, and said righteously with a small mouth, Mom. Have you seen it all? The night before, Mom, when you showed me the video on your phone, I saw your WeChat. It turns out that you secretly chat with your dad every day, obviously. Both of you have gone to work, and my brother and I are also going to school. But my father didn't even chat with my brother, but secretly chatted with my mother. My father is too partial. I only think about my mother, not me and my brother. The little girl said she was extremely aggrieved, but Yan Bingxue at the dinner table couldn't help blushing, especially in front of Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao. Yan Bingxue really wanted to get under the table. I do chat with my husband every day, but this is a little secret between their husband and wife. I didn't expect that they would be discovered by this little ghost and strange guy, and they even said it in front of my parents-in-law. It's so embarrassing. Su Qin didn't feel anything. He hugged his daughter and said, Tuan Tuan. Father and mother are adults, and mother is father's wife, a very important person in father's life, so father only spends more time with mother during the day. Let's talk a few words, but I'm going on a business trip with my dad. So I won't ignore you and my brother, because you two are my dad's son and daughter, and they are very important to my dad, so my dad will definitely contact you every day. The two little guys nodded with satisfaction when they heard what their father said, because they knew that Su Qin was leaving tomorrow, and that night Tuanchuan and Lei ran to their parents' rooms with their little pillows. Without saying a word, he climbed directly onto the bed of the two of them, put down the pillow and lay down, not willing to leave. Mom and Dad, my brother and I are going to sleep with the two of you today. Our family hasn't slept together for a long time. Both Su Chen and Yan Bingxue knew that the two children were reluctant to part with their father, so they didn't say anything, and they kept Tuanchuan Lei in the middle. Tuanchuan slept next to her mother, Lei lay beside Su Chen, and there was only a dim yellow night light in the bedroom, emitting a warm glow in the dark night. Su Chen glanced at his wife, who was separated by two children, and reached out his hand, secretly holding his wife's hand under the quilt. Yan Bingxue was startled and turned to look at her husband. Her brows were shy. It's really shy and novel to do little actions in front of the two little babies. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so hot all of a sudden? Are you feeling sick? Tuanchuan opened his big round eyes, raised his hand to touch Yan Bingxue's blushing and hot cheeks, and asked suspiciously. Yan Bingxue said quickly, Tuanchuan, Mom is fine, Mom just feels a little hot. Is it hot? But my father has just turned down the temperature of the air conditioner. I think it's just right now that I'm covered with a quilt. Yan Bingxue was made more and more flustered by this little guy who asked about the bottom line. He quickly wanted to withdraw his hand from the quilt, but Su Chen deliberately didn't let it go. Not only did he not let go, but he held it even tighter, and directly clasped her with 10 fingers. Tuanchuan touched her cheek and shouted in surprise, I am Mom, your face is even hotter. Dad, look at Mom, is Mom sick and feverish? Su Chen held back his smile and said softly, Tuan Tuan, Mom is fine, but Mom usually sleeps with Dad. There are two little guys on the bed today, so Mom just feels a little hot. Don't worry, go to sleep now. Oh, that's fine. Tuanchuan retracted his little hand, turned around and went back to sleep. Seeing that her daughter was not paying attention, Yan Bingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief and gently held her husband's hand back under the quilt. At this time, Tuanchuan suddenly said again, "Dad, I want to hold your hand too." Sleep. The little guy's voice has not yet fallen, and the action has already been made. Yan Bingxue subconsciously wants to withdraw his hand, but it is still a step too late. Su Chen did not expect that the little guy's movements are so fast, and Lei Lei listened to his sister. The words also said, "I want to sleep." Holding hands too. In the quilt, two small hands instantly touched two big hands that were held together. Tuanchuan was stunned for a moment, and cried out, "What would Dad is really eccentric." He secretly slept with his mother hand in hand, and he didn't tell my brother and me. Dad is too bad. Su Chen was very helpless, so he could only let go of his wife's hand with a smile, folded the hands of the two little guys and his wife's hand, and then held it. "Okay, Dad holds the hands of the three of you, let's sleep together." Stinky Baba, let my brother and I find out. I'll punish you to sleep. Holding the hands of the three of us tonight. So that night, Su Chen held the hands of the three of them with his left hand, and used his right hand as a pillow for the three of them. When he woke up in the morning, both arms were numb. Yan Bingxue rubbed his arm with a smile and said, "Husband, this is called self-inflicted sin and can't live, haha." Su Chen put her arms around her and said, "You still laugh at me, I'm not trying to be sweet with you for a while, who would have thought that too? Little guys would come to sleep with us, or last night." Yan Bingxue knew what he was going to say, so she quickly stuck out her index finger to block his mouth, pointed to the two little guys who were washing in the bathroom over there, and said in a low voice, "Okay husband, Tuanchuan. Lei Lei is still here, you don't say anything." Su Chen put his arms around his wife's slender waist and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? If it wasn't for our relationship, where would Tuanchuan and Lei Lei come from? It doesn't matter if they don't understand now. They will know later that parents are so loving. What a happy thing." Yan Bingxue laughed helplessly. She found that her husband's mouth was really sweet. "However, I'm afraid I won't be able to see my husband for a long time." Video chat is incomparable to this kind of physical contact, so she can't care about the fun. She turns around and hugs her husband, lying on his chest, said, "Husband, you are leaving at noon today, aren't you?" "Kindness. Then I'll take you there. People from the military region should come to pick me up and transport the Mecca. It is estimated that I have to go and tell me." Yan Bingxue pouted, "I don't care, no matter where you go, I'll go see you in person." Su Chen looked at her and said fondly, "Okay." In the morning, Su Chen was waiting for the people from the military region to come. Thinking of going back to the imperial capital, he planned to call his grandfather, but as soon as he took out his mobile phone, Second Master Su called. "Chen Chen, Grandpa AI has good news to tell you." Second Master Su's voice on the other end of the phone seemed very excited. "We just received the news that the military region will build 10 mechas next, and among these 10 mechas, a large part of the projects are outsourced to our Su family. This is a big business. We prepared a good factory is now busy with this matter. Chen Chen, after your grandfather and I got the news, we wanted to call and tell you as soon as possible, or you were smart enough to let the family prepare all of this in advance and get the cooperation indicators of the military region, and now our Su family can receive it. Such a good job." Su Chen already knew about this, but the second master on the other end of the phone was full of excitement, so he said with a smile, it's good, second master, then our Su family will be busy. Don't be afraid to be busy. The point is that after our Su family takes over this business, we will soon be able to return to the peak period, and even be able to do better than before. Chen, don't worry, you made this mecha. Our whole family attaches great importance to it. The Su family will definitely do it well and will never embarrass you. The second grandfather knows in his heart that this time our Su family will do it well. Most of the credit for getting the cooperation case from the military region is still due to you. Although our family has been cooperating with the military region before, this is the first time the mecha industry has been designed. If you hadn't arranged everything in advance, our family would have to, without this opportunity, this first cooperation with the military region represents not only our Su family, but also your face, your grandfather, and I will definitely control it strictly and make everything perfect. Second grandpa, you don't need to have such a big burden, you just need to let go and do it. According to our previous arrangement, there will be no problem with the assembly line of the entire factory, and I will be going to the imperial capital soon. The Dragon Academy is here. After completing the 3 mechas, I will take the 3 mechas to the imperial capital for handover, and since I am back at the imperial capital, I will naturally take care of these. When Second Master Su heard this, he quickly said, I heard some news. I'm calling you today. In addition to telling you the good news, I also intend to talk to you about this. Now there is news from the imperial capital that you are coming to the imperial capital soon. Where did it come from? Your grandfather, and I haven't found it yet, but since our family already knows about it, others probably know it too. This time, the military region has assigned 10 mecha parts and components, and the amount of engineering is very large. Many companies in the imperial capital want to cooperate with our family and get a share of this big deal. Chen, so this time you come to the imperial capital, it is estimated that many people want to find you. Su Chen is now the heir of the Su family, and he made the mecha. Everyone should know that if you want to cooperate with the Su family, you must build a good relationship with Su Chen. As long as Su Chen lets go, that cooperation will naturally come naturally. Su Chen thought that there were indeed several unfamiliar software on his mobile phone that were rejected today. He thought it was a harassing call, but now it seems that someone from the imperial capital wants to contact him. Second grandpa, I know about this. Chen, when are you coming over? Do you want us to pick you up? Do some things in the imperial capital need to be arranged in advance? I guess the news that you are coming to the imperial capital has already leaked out. I am afraid that many people will want to take the opportunity to meet you. If you don't want to be so troublesome, your grandfather and I will arrange it now. Su Chen said, no, second grandpa, you and grandpa should concentrate on managing the affairs of the company and prepare for the next thing. I can handle the affairs on my side myself, and I will follow when the time comes. The people from the military region will go there together. As for those in the imperial capital, don't worry about it. Second Master Su was naturally reassured about Su Chen's ability, so he didn't say any more after hearing what he said. At this time, major companies in the imperial capital were holding urgent meetings. I didn't expect the military region's index to come down so quickly. There are actually 10 mechas. This is a big deal. I heard that the Dragon Academy has completed 3 mechas. Master Su Chen from the Su family is really powerful. After so many mechas come out, I am afraid that Master Su Chen's reputation will be even louder. In my opinion, this young Master Su Chen is not only excellent in mecha research, but also has a business acumen. Although the Su family has been cooperating with the military region before, they have never been in contact with the mecha business. It is this Su. After young Master Chen came back, he immediately initiated reforms with great foresight, so that the Su family could be prepared in such a short period of time and won the bidding project of the military region. Yes, we people can't fight with the Su family now. After all, the Su family has signed a contract with the military region. We can only find a way to cooperate with the Su family. Now the heir of the Su family is Master Su Chen, who is in the mecha. Master Su Chen is also a key figure in this matter. If you want to cooperate with the Su family, getting the permission of Master Su Chen is the top priority. That is a big business for our family's business. And it can change the fate of the family. So now the most important thing is to see who of our 6 major families can be the first to win the favor of young Master Su Chen. Family members, you must do your best. We have always been regarded as middle-class families in the imperial capital. Can we squeeze into the upper ranks? Look at the success or failure of this time. Most of the people discussing these matters are some middle-class families in the imperial capital. The Hu family has always insisted on their own martial arts business. They don't need to think much about the cooperation of the Su family this time. As for the Su family of the 3 major families, since the last Su family banquet, the Su family has faced a major crisis, business has plummeted, and recently it is on the verge of bankruptcy. Cooperation. The 6 middle-class families in the imperial capital feel that this is a good opportunity for them. If they can win cooperation with the Su family, their status will be improved to a higher level. So when they learned that Su Chen was coming to the imperial capital, the 6 major families held an urgent family meeting, expressing that they should prepare in advance and contact Su Chen earlier than other families. However, because of the lessons of the Su family last time, everyone is now testing each other and dare not act rashly. Until now, no one has really contacted Su Chen. The outgoing call was directly rejected, and no one dared to call Su Chen all the time, so everyone discussed it and made plans after Su Chen came to the imperial capital. After Su Chen decided the departure time at noon, he immediately told Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue also immediately put down the work at hand, suspended the meeting halfway through, stood up and said, "Let's start today's meeting here, and you can organize and submit the rest of the content to Special Assistant Zhang Yin. The form of a report. In the mailbox, I'll check back later, I have something to go out now." Yan Bingxue left immediately after speaking, leaving the staff of ordinary companies to look at each other. What's the situation? The president actually left halfway through the meeting. This is the first time such a thing has happened. Yeah, isn't our president always a workaholic? Although today's meeting is an internal staff meeting, the president used to attend in person. Today, he left after receiving a WeChat message. Is there something wrong? Did something happen? Zhang Tasuk, who knew the inside story well, glanced at everyone, and while helping the president pack his things, he said, "Spend more time at work and Less time gossip about the company, there is no problem, the president is just going to see Mr. Su. When a group of people heard this, they became even more gossipy in their hearts. After Zhang Tasuk went out, they immediately spoke freely. I just didn't expect our president to be like this when they were in love. The company's meeting could be suspended for the sake of the old man. It seems that the president was really manipulated by Mr. Su. Mr. Su is such a good man, it's no wonder that the president values so much. Although the meeting was suspended, after our president and Mr. Su were together, the company has gotten better and better. Now we have not only raised wages because of Mr. Su, but also I thought that Mr. Su suspended the meeting and got a little rest time. The love between the president and Mr. Su really made us employees receive great benefits. Yuan Lao personally escorted Su Chen downstairs. Just as he was about to call him to get in the car, he found that Yan Bingshua's car was waiting there. Yan Bingshue got out of the car and took the initiative to say hello to Mr. Yuan. Elder Yuan, I will personally take my husband to the expressway intersection today, so don't bother the vehicles of the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Yuan Lao glanced at their loving couple, and said with a smile, okay, Miss Yan, I'm really embarrassed for taking up Xiao Su's time, then you can send Xiao Su today, the car behind will follow you. Yan Bingshue drove along the way, Su Chen sat in the co-pilot. Yan Bingshue didn't speak at first, and the atmosphere in the car was a little low. Su Chen knew that his wife just couldn't bear him, so when he stopped at the intersection, he took the initiative to take his wife's hand and put it on his mouth and kissed it. This kiss caused Yan Bingshue to break down instantly. She looked at her husband with red eyes and said, I'm sorry husband, I said it yesterday, but today, when I think of you leaving me for so long, I still can't bear you. Silly wife, what's there to be sorry for? I'm also very reluctant to you. Su Chen said with a smile. The two held each other tightly until the green light came on. The vehicles behind were all from the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Knowing that Yan Bingshue was driving in front, he would not drive when the green light came on, and the vehicles behind did not dare to urge them at all. Can only wait silently. After hugging for a while, when the green light was about to end, Yan Bingshue finally continued to drive. Husband, you can go to the imperial capital with confidence, I will take care of everything at home, and my children and I will wait for you to come back at home. Wife, when I'm not at home, you have to take good care of yourself. I will send you videos every day. When they reached the highway intersection, the two bid farewell in the car. It was Hu Xinji who was sent by the military region. Knowing that the person who was docking today was Su Chen, they got off the car early and waited. About to go up. At this time, Lin Fifan from the Dragon Academy suddenly came over and stopped Hu Xinji. I'm sorry, but I'd like to trouble you to wait for a while. Our brother, Su is saying goodbye to his sister-in-law Yi. Hu Xinji was stunned for a moment, thinking that when they were in the imperial capital last time, they saw that the Su Chen family had such a good relationship. Now that they are going to leave for a while, they must have something to say. So, at the highway intersection, a large number of vehicles stopped there and waited until Su Chen reluctantly got off. On the imperial capital's side, the 6 middle-class families also began to prepare urgently. They got the news that Su Chen was leaving at noon today and should be able to reach the imperial capital at night. The major families responded urgently and sent a lot of people to block people at the airport high-speed rail station and expressway intersection, and they We're bound to be the first to see Su Chen. All the important people in the family have been dispatched, and several of the head of the family are still discussing with everyone in the family. We have to see Mr. Su as soon as possible, but we don't know which vehicle Mr. Su will take to come here. Mr. Su wants to transport 3 mechas to the imperial capital. He must be taking the expressway, just like last time. Why don't we go to the expressway and wait? It's true that the mecha has to be transported from the highway, but Mr. Su Chen is a hero, and the military region's arrangement for him must be the best. I think maybe Mr. Su Chen will come by plane, or Grandpa, you should go. Wait at the airport, this time we can't be empty. The head of the Sun family felt that what the grandson said was reasonable, so he immediately took someone to the airport, because the plane from Zhonghai would arrive in about 2 hours, so the time was very rush. The other 2 owners also had the same idea. Everyone rushed to the airport together, and several large families were dispatched at the same time, resulting in a peak period at noon, and the road to the airport was actually blocked. The homeowner sat in the car anxiously, for fear of missing Su Chen, looking at the vehicles in front of them that could not be seen, wishing to grow wings and fly to the airport immediately. At this moment, the mobile phones of several masters rang. Grandpa's son answered the phone immediately, and the grandson said on the other end, "Grandpa, I just told you that there is urgent news over there, saying that Mr. Su personally escorted the mecha over, and the military district personally sent people from the Hua family to pick it up. We'll come over at high speed together later." After Mr. Sun hung up the phone, he looked at the vehicles behind which were also blocked, and without saying a word, he stepped forward and walked back. Several other families also learned the news. Suddenly, many pedestrians appeared on the viaduct, and everyone hurried back. The scene was unusually chaotic. After several big families met, they didn't say hello to each other. Knowing that everyone was here for Su Chen, they didn't dare to delay for a moment. Go to the highway. There was a lot of commotion on the elevated, and Su Jianqing soon received the news. So he called his grandson as soon as possible. Tell Su Chen all the situation in the imperial capital. Chen, the people from the 6 major families are all dispatched now. I guess they will try their best to see you after you arrive in the imperial capital. If you don't want to be so troublesome, I will send someone to deal with your second grandfather immediately. This matter, Su Chen said, no need for Grandpa. I already know the situation. The people in the family don't need to worry about this. I have no problem here. I can handle it myself. It was Hua Xinji who was driving Su Chen in front. The two of them were chatting about the mecha all the way, and they had a great time talking. After hanging up the phone with Grandpa, Su Chen told Hua Xinji in front, "Brother Hua, we'll go directly to the military area after getting off the expressway." Hua Xinji glanced at him in the rearview mirror and asked, "We estimate that we won't be able to arrive at the imperial capital until 5 or 6 o'clock. Don't you plan to go back to Su's house for dinner?" "We'll go to the military region to hand over tomorrow." "No problem, the military region has said everything and listen to your arrangements. Today, you've been in the car for a day. You really need to have a good rest. You can go back to Su's house, or go to the city to find a better place for you to have a good rest. I'm afraid the conditions will not be so good in the military area." Su Chen shook his head and said, "No need, just go directly to the military region. Now the situation in the imperial capital is more complicated. Huixingji is a real person, and he is a little stubborn. Su Chen knows that. If he doesn't speak clearly, Huixingji will definitely take Su Chen to the city to rest for a night according to the above arrangement, and then take him to the military area tomorrow. So Su Chen briefly told Huixingji about the situation in the imperial capital. After Huixingji heard this, he couldn't help frowning. It turns out that these people in the business field are really troublesome. When you encounter something of interest, you squeeze your head and drill into it one by one. You can go directly to the military area with me, so that they will not dare to come. Well, this time I came to the emperor to hand over work matters. I don't want to deal with other troublesome things. Su Chen didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing. Although he just left the house today, he also wanted to get over after the matter here is dealt with, go back to reunite with the wife and children. After all, for Su Chen now, nothing is more important than being a family and being with Mimi. Huixingji looked at Su Chen in the back seat with a bit of admiration in his eyes, and said from the bottom of his heart, "Brother Su, I think it's really a lucky thing that our Dragon Kingdom's mecha came from your hands." Why did Brother Hu suddenly say that? Su Chen asked with a smile. I feel it. You have to know that making mecha is a very important achievement. If it was replaced by other people, I am afraid that I would already be complacent at this time, and I can't wait to classify myself as a national hero. Today I asked you if you would like to go by plane first. The military region also arranged a private jet for you, but you insisted on escorting the mecha to go with me. I was surprised, but when I thought about it, I felt that it was all reasonable. After all, you have never been a person who covets fame. The people from the big families came to you this time. I'm afraid it's all for the sake of cooperating with your family. Although they can get huge benefits from this cooperation, since they come to you, they will definitely have all kinds of flattery and benefits. Ordinary people can't refuse such a temptation. You are the only one who can stay unmoved, Su. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. I've been in the imperial capital for so many years. To be honest, I don't like many people in the circle who do things. My grandfather always said that I look like this, so I can only make some achievements in the military area. Now I see you and I know it's me. There are really a lot of shortcomings. Not everyone can only have one strength. Brother Su, you are an excellent person. In all aspects. You can not only handle your own work, but also handle the mess in the business circle. I can't do that at all. There is a specialization in the field of surgery. Brother Hu can do such a good job in such a position at such a young age. It is already very good. I am very relieved to leave the mecha to you this time. The two continued to chat for a few words, and Su Chen's cell phone rang again, and when he picked it up, he saw that it was a call from Suja. As soon as Su Chen answered the phone, Suja's excited voice came from the other end. Cousin, I have good news to tell you. This time I won the first place in the training of the mecha operator. I successfully obtained the qualification of the mecha operator, and I am the main operator. Congratulations, Xiaojia. Thank you, cousin. I just got my mobile phone, and I wanted to call you immediately to share the good news. Cousin, you are the first person in the world who believes that I can realize my dream, so now I also, if I want to be the first to share with you, I can't wait to fly to Zhonghai to find you right now. But after all, I've been away from home for a month. I miss my grandfather and the others, so I decided to go home and stay for one night. Tonight. I'll go to Zhonghai to find you early in the morning, okay? I have a lot of things I want to tell you. I learned a lot in the military region this month. I originally thought that my understanding of mecha operation was very deep, but after this month of study, I found that the mystery of the mecha, this is something I can't even think about, cousin, the mecha you made is really amazing. I just touched a little bit of fur, and I was already convinced by you. When I really get started with you, the mecha, I believe it must be a very shocking thing. After I meet you tomorrow, I must have a good chat with you. This guy has been in the military region for more than a month, and his personality is still so explosive, and he is very excited when he talks. Suchen smiled and said, you can go home in peace tonight, and you don't have to fly to Zhonghai tomorrow, because I'm on my way to the imperial capital now, and I should be able to reach the military area tonight. Really? Cousin, have you come to Zhonghai? Will I be able to see you soon? Suja asked excitedly. Well, I came to the military region to do the mecha handover and also to guide you in practical operations, so we should be able to meet every day for a long time. Hearing this news, Suja on the other end of the phone jumped up excitedly. That's great, cousin, if you come to personally guide our practical course, I will definitely be able to master the big machine you made faster. Cousin. Tell me as soon as you arrive, I really want to see you soon. Yan Bingxue came back after sending Suchen off, feeling a little depressed. Gu Yusin knew that Suchen was leaving today, so we went to the playground group in the afternoon. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Yan Bingxue in a daze. Schwer. She called twice, before Yan Bingxue responded. Yusin, you're here. Yan Bingxue's voice was muffled, not happy when she heard it. TSK, Shui your husband has only been gone for a few hours, so you can't bear it? Yan Bingxue pouted, she didn't need to disguise anything in front of Gu Yusin. Yes, since we met again, we have never been apart for so many days. The thought of not seeing my husband for more than 10 days makes me feel particularly uncomfortable. Gu Yusin frowned slightly and said helplessly, Shui, I think you were really eaten by your husband. Without Suchen, you really can't do it. Of course, my relationship with my husband is so good, I never want to be separated from him for the rest of my life. Without him, I feel that life is meaningless. TSK, seeing that you look like you are suffering from lovesickness, I will not care about your dog abuse behavior with you for the time being. Knowing that your Mr. Su is leaving today, I came to see you specially, don't worry, this good best friend, when you need me most, will definitely come to you at the first time. These days your husband is no longer, I will come to the company to accompany you more. Okay, but I'm very busy with work, I'm afraid I don't have time to accompany you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Huh? So you know that you are very busy with your work. I thought your husband was gone, and your heart went to the imperial capital. When you just came in, I saw you sitting there in a daze. Gu Yusin had just finished speaking when Special Assistant Zhang knocked on the door and walked in. President, I just got the news that the time for bidding in country T has been set. In 3 days, we must leave the day after tomorrow at the latest. The bidding document has been prepared before, and you just need to make arrangements on Star City. President, what day do you plan to leave? I will arrange the flight ticket. Yan Bingxue immediately became serious when she heard this, and said without thinking, let's set off tomorrow. Whether the Chow Fan Group can successfully transfer the industry depends on this step. This time I must win this project. Seeing her like this, Gu Yusin couldn't help but give her thumbs up and said, Swear, you really are a strong woman in my mind, just because of her husband's appearance of lovesickness. Work, the little girl has to admire it. Yan Bingshui glared at her angrily and said, if you use your slick kung fu in your work, maybe you can become a strong woman too. The most important thing for me in my live streaming career is to be slick. Otherwise, for a few hours each time I live stream, wouldn't my fans have nothing to talk about? By the way, Swear, are you planning to go to Country Tea? Well, it turns out that there is a very important mecha parts bidding meeting, which is very important to our extraordinary group, so I have to go there in person. Must take this project. That's just right, or I'll go with you. Anyway, I've been tired of staying at home these days. My parents and I just hate each other. They don't allow me to move out. If I say yes, you should be allowed to go out to play together. It just so happens that your husband has stopped going on business with you recently. Why don't you take me with you? When you go to work, I will go here to play, and we can have dinner together when you come back. What do you think? Yan Bingshui nodded and said, I have no objection. The two of us really haven't gone out to play together for a long time. This time I went on a business trip by myself. Without my husband, it was inevitable that I would be bored, but with Ms. Gu, the trip would definitely be a lot more enjoyable. The two hit it off, and Gu Yusin quickly went home to pack up. When he returned home in the evening, Yan Bingshui also began to pack his luggage. When he finished eating, she talked about her business trip at the dining table. Both Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao had no opinion, let him concentrate on his work. And they would take good care of the family and the children. With her parents around, Yan Bingshui naturally wasn't worried. But Tuanchu and Lele, when I heard that my mother was going on a business trip, suddenly became unhappy. Lele put down his chopsticks and said sullenly, I'm full. Tuanchuan also left with his brother. The two little guys had just eaten a little bit, and the rice and vegetables in the bowl were still there. Usually, they could finish a bowl of rice. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao glanced at each other. Yan Bingshui stood up immediately and stopped the two little guys who were going upstairs. Tuanchu and Lele, what's the matter with you? Why do you only eat so much food today? Hearing his mother's voice, Tuanchuan was a little emotionally broken. He turned his head and pouted and said, Dad has gone on a business trip. Why is my mother going on a business trip too? Mom and Dad are not at home. You only like work and don't like me and my brother anymore. Lele said with red eyes, Mom, when you were on a business trip, you would always come back at night. Even if you couldn't come back, Aunt Zhang would come to accompany us and come back the next morning, but this time you also. I'm going for a week, my dad is going out for half a month, and you guys are going away for so long, without thinking about my sisters and my feelings. Tuanchu and Lele, why doesn't my mother think about your feelings? Of course my mother doesn't want to leave you, but this incident is really important to my mother's company. I will assure you that I will wait for you over there. Mom will come back as soon as it's over, and she'll bring you a lot of gifts. Mom, what we want is not a gift at all. We want you and Dad to be by our side. After Tuanchuan said some ideas, they went upstairs. Lele also shook his head, unwilling to say more, and followed his sister's pace aggrievedly. Seeing this scene, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but sigh, with a bit of sadness and grievance in her eyes. I hope to become strong enough to stand by my husband's side, but in the process, have I neglected my son and daughter? Bingxue, let's do it first, don't think so much. Tuanchuan and Lele have no other intentions, but Qinchin has just left, and you are going on a business trip again, so the two little guys find it a bit difficult and can't accept it. Think now that I am young, I don't want to be separated from my parents. When they grow up a little, they will understand that you are all for work and this family. Su Haoqian also reassured, yes, Bingxue, don't think so much. After dinner, my mother and I will go to see the two children. Our family is very smart and well-behaved. I believe they can understand Dad. Moms. Yan Bingxue lowered her head slightly and sighed slightly, because she didn't want to worry her parents, she could only nod her head. After eating, Yan Bingxue returned to the room and sent a WeChat message to her husband with her mobile phone. Yan Bingxue, husband, it's time for the tender meeting, and I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. I talked to Tuanchuan and Lele tonight about this, they were both very unhappy and didn't even eat dinner. You said, I shouldn't there be more time for children and families? Su Chen was on his way to the military region at this time. He was chatting with Hu Xingji. When he saw the news from his wife, he immediately raised his hand to stop Hu Xingji from saying, Su Chen, wife, the children are still young. Of course, I hope my parents can accompany them, but adults also have jobs. Just like Tuanchuan and Lele, they also have to go to school. We can't always go to school. I'll be with them all the time. The Transcendent Group is your business. I still want to be a female president like you. Let's talk about it well. My family Tuanchuan and Lele are so smart, they will definitely understand us. Yan Bingxue, I know that Tuanchuan and Lele are very well behaved, but I just saw how unhappy they were. I felt really uncomfortable listening to what you said. It's finally better. Su Chen, then are you going to country tea tomorrow? Is Assistant Zhang going with you? You are on a business trip by yourself, take care of yourself, and send me a message when you get there. Yan Bingxue, don't worry, husband, you don't have to worry about me. When I decided to go on a business trip today, Yusin was also at the company. She said she wanted to go with me, the two of us, and Xiao Zhang, there would be no problem of. Su Chen heard that Gu Yusin was going to go together, and felt more relieved. This time I can't accompany my wife on a business trip, but with my best friend to accompany her, my wife's journey in country tea will not be too boring. At this moment, Lin Xiu also went to the sunroom to find Tuanchuan and Lele. The two little guys were slowly accompanying Qiuqiu. Hearing someone coming in, Tuanchuan and Lele immediately turned around and found that the person who came was not their mother, and the two of them were a little lost again. Lin Xiu walked over and touched the heads of Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan Lele, Grandma has left you dinner, will you eat some later? It's all your favorite dishes. Tuanchuan shook his head, and Lele remained silent. Seeing them like this, Lin Xiu persuaded, Tuanchuan Lele, Grandma knows that you don't want to be separated from your parents, both of them are not at home, even if your grandparents are with you, you are not so happy, but you know, adults have a very busy job. But grandparents can accompany us every day, aren't grandparents adults? Tuanchuan asked suspiciously. Lin Xiu said with a smile, of course grandparents are also adults, but grandparents are already old, and this is because father and mother worked hard and created such a good life for you, so that grandparents can retire early and stay at home. I'll accompany you, otherwise my grandparents will have to go back to their hometown to work at this time. Tuanchu and Lele, don't you both want to be like your parents when you grow up? Your parents are really amazing. They are not only your parents, they are also the heroes of our Dragon Kingdom and the CEOs of the Chaofan Group. They are the pillars of the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Chaofan Group. As their babies, we need your parents, Long Academy of Sciences and Chaofan Group also need your parents. They have a lot of responsibilities, so sometimes they can't balance work and family well. As babies, you should be considerate of your parents. It's because your father and mother are very capable that they can create such a beautiful life for you. You can see that our family lives in such a big house. Grandpa and Grandma, and you both don't have to work so hard. It is precisely because father and mother work hard. In exchange, you usually have to go to school, and there will always be a period of time when you cannot accompany your parents, and the responsibility of your parents is to work. Although they cannot be at home sometimes, when they leave, they are the same as when you go to school every day, no matter what. I miss you everywhere. Lele, didn't you say that the other day? Dad is a big hero, and a big hero is always busy. Tuanchuan, you also want to be a mother-like female president in the future. You have to manage such a big company, so sometimes you can't be at home. Both of you should understand this principle. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard Grandma's words, their hearts were shaken. Grandma, you're right. Actually, I'm not angry with my mother. I just miss them very much because my father and mother are going to be away for a while. And I can't see them. Tuanchuan said with his head lowered. Grandma understands, but baby, mothers like you too will be very sad. You didn't eat dinner just now, and mother didn't eat much. Now that mother is upstairs alone, I must be very sad. You two want to, don't you, go up and chat with Mom? Lele nodded immediately, stood up and said, Tuanchuan, let's go up to find Mother now. The two of us were angry with Mother just now. Mother must be very sad. Mother has to work hard tomorrow. We have to be obedient. Baby, you can't make Mother unhappy. Tuanchuan also stood up immediately, the two said to Lin Xiao, and went upstairs, holding hands. Yan Bingxue was chatting with her husband in the room when there was a knock at the door. She looked up and two little guys came in. As soon as Tuanchuan came in, he rushed towards his mother, and threw himself into his mother's arms at once. Lele also came over and held her mother's hand. Mom, I'm sorry, my brother, and I didn't mean it just now, can you forgive me? And my brother? Mom, my sister, and I already know it's wrong. Although you and Dad can't be by our side, you work hard for me and Tuanchuan, and you have done a good job. My classmates' parents have to go to work every day, sometimes you can't accompany them at home, but you and Dad always work hard to come back to accompany us after finishing work, and we all understand these things in our hearts. Listening to the sensible words of the two little guys, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but redden her eyes, stretched out her hand and hugged her son and daughter into her arms. She said in a choked voice, Tuanchuan, Lele, you two are really good babies. From your mother. Did the mother forgive us? Tuanchuan raised his head and asked. Mom has never blamed you. Yan Bingxue said. Mom, just now my grandma told me and my brother. In fact, my brother and I also understand that you have to leave because of work. In fact, you are also very reluctant to part with me and my brother. My brother and I will not get angry. We'll be obediently at home waiting for you to come back. Okay, our family Tuanchuan and Lele are really good and sensible babies. Mom and Dad really want to be with you every day, but now you are still young, and Mom and Dad are still young. Mom and Dad want to be the best in the world. All good things are given to you. Only when your parents stand higher can they create more for you. However, after today's events, my mother also wants to understand a truth. In addition to creating good material conditions for you, my mother and Dad should also accompany you as much as possible, and when Mom and Dad have finished dealing with this matter, they must plan their working hours well and will not leave you for so long. Tuanchuan and Lele hugged their mother and said happily, "That's great, then my parents will be by our side as before." The three of them hugged happily, and after a while, Tuanchuan raised his head and said, "Mom, although my brother and I just got a little tantrum and did something wrong, what my mother said still counts, wait and live outside. Slowly, be sure to bring gifts for me and my brother when you come back." Yan Bingxue burst into laughter, nodded her head and said, "Who said you don't need gifts just now?" Tuanchuan stuck out his tongue, "Hey, I just said an angry word when I was angry. Mom, don't take it seriously. My brother and I still like gifts, right? Brother." Lele nodded with a smile, took her mother's hand, and said, "Mom, my sister and I already knew we were wrong, so you still have to count the gift you promised us." Yan Bingxue looked at her lovely son and daughter with happy smiles in her eyes. "No problem, Mommy will definitely choose gifts for you." The three stayed in the room for a while, and said with a small mouth, "Mom, I miss Dad. Has Dad already arrived at the imperial capital? Dad can see Grandpa and Grandma. It's a pity that Tuanchuan and Lele have to go to class, otherwise we can go with Dad. Mom, I miss my dad too." Looking at the cute faces of her son and daughter, Yan Bingxue actually wanted to say that she also misses her husband very much. "Just now, my husband said that he was going to the military area soon, and I don't know if he has a place to rest at this time. Posting a video in the past shouldn't bother him, right?" Yan Bingxue pursed her lips and said to the two babies, "Since Tuanchuan and Lele both miss Dad, let's send a video to Dad." "Okay," the two little guys said in unison. Yan Bingxue's video was sent. Suchen was still in Huixingji's car. The two were chatting, and when they saw the video call from his wife, Suchen immediately raised his hand, "Wait, I'll take a video." As soon as the video opened, Suchen immediately saw two small heads in front of the camera. "Dad." The milky voice of the son and daughter makes people's hearts feel sweet. He saw that Yan Bingxue was behind the two little guys, and it seemed that the babies and their mothers had reconciled. "Tuanchuan Lele, are you two good at home?" When the two little guys heard the question from their father, the expressions on their faces could not help but feel a little guilty. Tuanchuan lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, Dad, Tuanchuan made a mistake today, and Tuanchuan just got angry with my mother." "Dad, it's Lele, right? Lele is an older brother. He didn't control his emotions, he didn't coax his sister, and he quarreled with his mother." Seeing the guilty looks of the two little guys, Yan Bingxue put them in her arms. "It's okay, babies, didn't we just reconcile? I believe Dad will understand." Seeing the warm appearance of the three of them, Suchen really wanted to return to them immediately and enjoy the warm moment of their family. "Tuan Lele, Dad heard about this. Dad knows that Dad and Mom are a little Busy recently and can't be with Tuanchuan and Lele every day, but I believe you. Two are good babies and will be considerate of mom and dad. Right? The two little guys nodded seriously. Lele said to Suchen in the video, Dad, my sister and I already knew we were. Wrong, our parents are very powerful, so we are so busy, because there are many people who need parents, not only us, my parents are still other people's heroes, so my sister and I will not have a little temper with my parents like. Tonight we will wait for you to come back obediently at home. Brother is right. Dad, my brother and I will become like parents and people who are needed by others. So in the future, my brother and I will be considerate of my parents. If my parents are not busy, we should stay at home. More. Accompany me and my brother inside, because I really love you guys. Yan Bingxue heard her daughter's words, lowered her head and kissed her son and daughter's cheeks, looked up at her husband in the video, her eyes were slightly red. Husband, our families Tuanchuan and Lele are really sensible. Suchen also looked relieved. Yes, the head of our family and Lele are not only smart, but also considerate of parents at such a young age. Don't worry. After Dad is done, I will definitely see you as soon as possible. The family chatted with Mimi for a while. Suchen hung up the phone, and when he looked up, he found that Huixinji in front of him had been looking at him, and the man in his eyes had a smile on his lips. The eyes of the two met in the rearview mirror. Huixinji was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, Mr. Su, your family is really enviable. When Suchen heard this, he smiled proudly. Your two children are very sensible. You and your wife are great parents who have set a good example for the children. If I form a family in the future, I hope to be a father like you. Yes. Suchen said with a smile. Because the family is envied by others, it is a very happy thing for Suchen. The car drove into the military area, and Huixinji took Suchen to the resting place. The conditions in the military area were poor, but they prepared a spacious suite for Suchen with a kitchen and bathroom as well as a small living room. The furniture was very well placed. Warm. Mr. Su, the conditions in the military region are not as good as those outside. During this period of time, I can only trouble you. If you have any requirements, let me know at any time and we will try our best to satisfy you. Huixinji said. Suchen understood that this room had been carefully prepared by the military region. The TV sofa in the living room and the double bed in the room were all brand new. It's okay, I think these are pretty good. Okay, then you rest for a while, there are no other arrangements tonight. After Huixinji finished speaking, he walked out. Suchen put the luggage in the living room, and then took a few photos of the house and sent it to his wife. Tell Yan Bingxue that this is where he lives in the military region. After sending these messages, Suchen wanted to pack his luggage, but there was a knock on the door. Huixinji just said that there are no other arrangements for tonight, so it's so late, but who is looking for him? Suchen thought it was Huixinji, who forgot to say something else, and went back to it, but when he opened the door, he found that it was Suja standing at the door. As soon as Suja saw Suchen, his eyes lit up immediately, and he came forward excitedly and gave him a big hug. Cousin, that's great, we meet again. Xiaoza? Didn't you say you were going back to the old house tonight? Your training should be over. Cousin, I originally decided to go back to my hometown. The exam is over, and all training has been suspended, but in the afternoon I heard that you are coming to the imperial capital tonight. After thinking about it, I still think I want to watch it as soon as possible. I have come to you, so I decided to stay in the military area for one more night, and I have reported it to the above. They know the relationship between the two of us and specially allowed me to stay for one more night. I will be here to talk to you tonight. Come in. Suchen smiled and led him into the room. After Suja entered the house, he looked around and said in surprise, "Wow. Cousin, your accommodation is too luxurious." Suja is a son and grew up in an old house. For him, the environment in the military area is naturally simple, but he recently lived in the military area for a month, and he lived in the bunk of an 8-person room. Now he suddenly sees Suja. The dusty suite could not help but sigh. Suchen smiled and asked, "How are you doing in the military region this month?" When asked about this, Suja immediately became excited. "Cousin, I came to find you today, just to talk to you about this. I learned a lot from the training class in the military region this month. I feel like I'm one step closer to my dream now. Cousin, these conditions were created by you for me. I would like to thank my cousin for giving me such an opportunity. I will definitely cherish it, and I will never disappoint my cousin." Looking at him like this, Suchen said, "Well, you can feel that you have learned something. After all, the actual operation of the mecha will be started soon. I will teach this class." "Very good, cousin, if you are the teacher, I will definitely be more serious and learn more things." "Cousin," Suja scratched his head a little embarrassedly, "I've studied pretty well this month. Although the test results haven't come out yet, I think I should perform well, maybe I can get the first place." 1. Suchen is very clear about this. He talked with Suja about mecha operation and knew that Suja is very talented in this area, and he is also very hardworking. The day after tomorrow, Yuan Lao told him before that Suja is the person who has the most hope of winning the first place in the hearts of everyone. In addition, he chatted with Huashinji on the road today, and he was full of praise only for Suja. So Suchen nodded confidently, patted Suja on the shoulder and said, "Cousin believes in you." The 6 middle-class families in the imperial capital who were guarding Suchen everywhere were all in vain today. After receiving the news that Suchen had gone to the military area, everyone drove home. On the way, people were discussing this matter. "Hey, I didn't expect to prepare so much, but I still couldn't see Master Suchen in the end. Grandpa, isn't this young master too mysterious?" Everyone was waiting by the exit of the expressway, but we saw the mecha. When we were there, we didn't see the vehicle they were escorting. Obviously they were hiding from us. Yeah, it is estimated that the news that we are waiting by the side leaked the wind, but it seems that Master Suchen wants to see us or not. We're not some beasts. We come to seek cooperation to benefit the Su family. Why doesn't this young Master Suchen want to see us? The younger generation did not understand the reasoning. The owner has rich experience in this area, and after today's incident, he has come to a conclusion. Master Suchen is a researcher. Although he soon became the heir of the Su family after returning to the imperial capital, the second Master Su is still taking care of the matter. Today, Master Suchen's attitude towards this matter is obviously telling us that he doesn't want to get involved in this mess, and it looks like we have to change our strategy. Before, I thought that to get the cooperation case of the Su family, the most important thing was to get the young Master Suchen, but now that the young Master Suchen doesn't want to participate in this matter, then we can't continue to disturb him. This young Master Suchen is not it's so annoying. Just look at the fate of the Su family. Let's continue to work hard on the Su family's side, and when we go back later, let someone prepare gifts and deliver greetings to the old house of the Su family. At this time, the Su family was sitting in an old house. The house looked a few years old and had not lived in it for a long time. Although it was carefully taken care of, there was still a musty smell in the air. Recently, in order to subsidize the company, the newly bought house has been sold, and I can only return to the old house. Although their family is in such a downturn now, and all this is because they offended Su Chen, but at this moment, what they can think of is not how to report Fu Chen, but how to find a way to have a good relationship with Su Chen, so as to change the present situation. Dad, we and the Su family have already made troubles like this. Do you think they can give us the opportunity to cooperate this time? Grandpa, Dad is right. Besides, our family didn't do this business originally, but we wanted to cooperate with the Su family, and we had to invest a lot of money to build a new factory. Mr. Su stared at them. What do you know? In the current situation of our family, if we can't do anything about it, we can only face bankruptcy. If I can get the cooperation of the Su family this time, no matter what the price is, it will be a good opportunity for our family to make a comeback. I don't care how much income this cooperation can bring me, whether to make money or lose money, but I can tell you everyone, our relationship with the Su family has been settled. Okay, now you all listen to me. Our top priority now is to have a good relationship with Su Chen. Taking advantage of Su Chen's visit to the imperial capital this time, we must resolve this matter. Also, the matter between us and Su Chen may not be so easy to reconcile, but the cause of the matter is the conflict between Su Chen's wife and children and us. I think it's better to start from the two children, to Anchuan and us. Lele is more than 3 years old, so it should be easy to coax. Let's get close to the two children first, and then find a way to get close to Su Chen. The next morning, Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen met at the airport, and the two went to country tea together, accompanied by Special Assistant Zhang. In the waiting hall of the airport, Gu Yusen sat down on the VIP sofa, opened her hands, took a deep breath, raised her head and closed her eyes, and sighed. All the long-lost taste of freedom. She sighed for a while, turned her head to look at her best friend, and was about to chat with her good friend, only to find that Yan Bingxue was sitting on the seat with her head lowered, constantly holding the phone to send messages, and the corners of her eyes and brows were full of happy smiles. At a glance, she knew that she must be sending a message to Su Chen again. Since we started chatting in the morning, is it not over yet? Gu Yusen leaned up, curiously, stared at Yan Bingxue's face, and asked, Schwer, you and your husband have been chatting all the way, where did you get so many topics? Didn't you guys only spend a day apart? No, to be exact, less than 24 hours. After Yan Bingxue sent this message, she looked up at Gu Yusen with a happy smile on her face, and said, I'm just talking about some household topics. Tell him I'll be leaving in a while, and he also told me that I'm in the military area. Do something. Hearing these words, Gu Yusen couldn't help frowning, and said incomprehensibly, you young lovers in love, this is the sour smell of love. This kind of topic of what are you doing, and what am I doing, is it really interesting to talk about? Yan Bingxue was in it and said with a smile, you don't understand, maybe you will understand when you have a boyfriend. When two people are together, they Don't necessarily have to have a topic to talk about at all times, even if they share their boring daily life with each other, is also a very happy thing, because chatting is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to tell each other between the lines, I miss you very much, even if you are not by my side, I have your shadow in my life. Gu Yusen shuddered and raised her naked arm to show Yan Bingxue, it's so numb, schwer, I can't believe it, these words came out of your mouth, look at the goosebumps on my arm. Yan Bingxue burst out laughing and pushed the cake in front of her don't be sour, I'll let you eat my cake. Gu Yusen shook her head, no need, this wave of dog food is enough for me to eat. After a while, Yan Bingxue finally put away the phone, and Gu Yusen only knew after asking that it was Su Chen who was busy. Hey now, in Schwer's heart, we only have Mr. Su alone, and only Mr. Su is busy, so I can chat with you for a while. Gu Yusen said aggrievedly at work. Yan Bingxue smiled, of course, my husband is now the number one in my life. But now, he's busy, what do you want to tell me? Speaking of her own affairs, Gu Yusen sighed slightly. I really have a lot to say to you. Since returning to China, in the first period, my parents and I have gotten along pretty well. Recently, we have been quarreling frequently, and we have reached the point where we hate each other. Got it, my job is to do live broadcasts, so I don't support this matter, and I'm urging me to get married and find a partner. I've been tiresome at home recently, and I really want to move out, but my parents disagree, this matter is still being coordinated. Yan Bingxue heard this. Looking at Gu Yusen, he said seriously, Yusen, I grew up with you and watched you come all the way. I know that you like your current career very much. Since you like live broadcasting, then keep doing it. People can only go forward when they do what they love. Schwer, you really are my best friend. I knew that you were the one who knew me best, but my parents only knew how to suppress me, saying that the live broadcast industry had no future. It takes grandstanding in front of the camera to make money, and they don't even know I'm having fun in it. It's okay, Ms. Gu, I'm the first fan of your live broadcast room, and I will continue to support you in the future, cheers, female anchor. Don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. Gu Yusen said confidently. The plane landed at the airport in country tea, and all the special assistant Zhang here have been arranged in advance. In the hotel arranged by the organizer, Special Assistant Zhang applied to replace the presidential suite with 3 bedrooms, exactly one for each person. As soon as Yan Bingxue arrived at the hotel, she immediately took out her mobile phone and sent a video to her husband. When she just landed at the airport, the first thing she did when she turned on her phone was to report to Su Chen that she was safe. When I arrived at the hotel, I immediately opened a video and introduced my husband to the presidential suite in country tea in the video. Last night, my husband arrived at the military area, and he shared with her the environment he lived in for the first time. Today, Yan Bingxue has followed suit. Su Chen saw the suite in the video, and said with a smile, it seems that my wife is living there pretty well, with Miss Gu and Xiao Zhang accompanying you. There, the journey shouldn't be so boring. Gu Yusen appeared in the video, and when she heard Su Chen's voice, she waved to the camera and said with a smile, Mr. Su, hello, although you didn't accompany Schwer to the country this time, but you don't worry, Assistant Xiao Zhang and I will definitely take good care of your wife. Okay, I trust Miss Gu. Yan Bingxue listened to the conversation between the two of them and looked at her husband with a smile on her face. Husband, you can work in the Imperial capital with peace of mind. The three of us are fine here, and Xiao Zhang has arranged everything. I'm in good order, and Yusin is here too. Accompany me, you don't have to worry. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Tasuk, who went out to contact the organizer, came back, and Yan Bingxue hung up the video on the phone. She was sitting on the sofa listening to Special Assistant Zhang's report. President, I have just confirmed our information with the organizer. Everything has been settled, and I heard that several major mecha groups have come this time, and Ike and Lu Shi have also come in person. Look, they all attach great importance to this project. When Yan Bingxue heard this, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Exactly, I have long wanted to meet Ike and Lu Shi for a while. I didn't take the initiative to find them before, but they kept making small movements and constantly disturbing my family life. This time I just greeted them positively. And the Chaofan group must win this project. I want Ike and Lu Shi to understand that Su Chen's wife is not easy to mess with. Yan Bingxue became stern, exuding aura, just like a cold female president. Special Assistant Zhang was also full of confidence, as if he had entered a fighting state. Several well-known international mecha groups have now arrived. At the same time that Yan Bingxue knew their news, they also knew that Yan Bingxue had come to participate in this bidding meeting. Ike sat on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed, smoking a cigar. Hearing his subordinates report this matter, Ike sneered and said, "Oh. A small extraordinary group, who was born in the automotive industry, actually wants to come to such an occasion to take a share of the pie. But it's just right, I want to meet this Mrs. Su." Rika on the side heard Ike's words and felt that the boss was a little underestimated this time. So he said cautiously from the side, "Chairman, this Yan Bingxue is not that simple, otherwise it is impossible for a man like Su Chen to give up on her. Not only did he choose to marry her after graduating from college, but he also married her. Have a son and a daughter. Ike likes to listen to my words the most. Recently, he has suffered many setbacks in his career, especially in front of Su Chen, who has repeatedly failed. After finally insisting on encountering this incident, he is quite confident in himself, and he must not allow someone to grow others' ambition and destroy his own prestige at this time." So he looked back at Rika and said, "What you can't do yourself doesn't mean that others can't do it. Yan Bingxue's ability to become Mrs. Su does not necessarily mean that she is strong, but your failure last time only means that the ability is too poor." He was blaming the last time Rika failed to seduce Su Chen, so Rika didn't dare to say more. Seeing that she stopped talking, I regained her mood and continued to maintain an arrogant attitude. No matter how powerful Yan Bingxue is, she is just a woman, and she is still a young woman. I heard that Chaofan group is her inherited from her father, the family property, the pampered eldest lady. How capable and scheming can she have? Besides, Chaofan group is a halfway monk in the matter of making mechas. They have always been in the automotive industry. They have only started to contact the mecha industry in recent years. How can they be comparable to our professional mecha group? I believe that the organizers' eyes are sharp. This time this project, we are still pushing ahead. Lu Shi also received news, and the assistant asked, "Boss, Su Chen's wife is here to participate in this bidding conference. Can we seize this opportunity? We started from Su Chen last time, but we couldn't start. To the effect, this time, let's go meet this Mrs. Su in person for a while." Lu Shi hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, anyway. The old fox Ike is here this time. He must have gotten the news earlier than us. Let's see how he acts first. Su Chen is really indecisive. He tried so many ways before, but failed to win him over. Now it's better not to offend his wife easily. After all, in Su Chen's eyes, his wife and children are very important. We would rather have no success than have it. After resting in the room for a while, in the evening, Yan Bingxue took Gu Yusin and Xiao Zhang to the restaurant downstairs for dinner. This time, country tea is very powerful. It paid a lot for this bidding meeting and directly contracted this star-rated hotel, so they ate in the restaurant. All are internationally renowned mecha groups. When Yan Bingxue and the others came in, everyone immediately looked at them. The three beautiful beauties were really eye-catching. But the most important thing is that Yan Bingxue not only looks good, but also has a very special identity. For these internationally renowned mecha groups, they have long known each other, but Yan Bingxue is a new face, but everyone knows who Yan Bingxue is. I first knew about Yan Bingxue, of course, because she was Su Chen's wife. Later, I found out that this woman was actually the female president of the Chaofan Group. She was sitting in such a position at such a young age, which is really not to be underestimated. Everyone was very curious about Yan Bingxue, but no one dared to come forward. Except Ike. When Ike saw Yan Bingxue, the group entered the restaurant and immediately walked over with Rika. Hello, Miss Yan, I really admire your name for a long time. This time we finally meet. Yan Bingxue chuckled when she saw Ike, and then said coldly, Hello, Mr. Ike. Although this is the first time we met, but I remember clearly what Mr. Ike did in the past. Woolen cloth. The smile on Ike's face froze for a moment. He did not expect that Yan Bingxue would attack him so straightforwardly. After all, he is the chairman of the Tweet Group. All the mecha groups here. Today, no matter who sees him, they have to say hello politely. He took the initiative to put down his body to say hello to Yan Bingxue. Show mercy. Miss Yan, today we are participating in the bidding of country tea as the person in charge of the mecha group. As for other things, there is no need to talk about it on this occasion, right? Aikipi said with a smile. Yan Bingxue didn't even bother to laugh, and said indifferently, I'm sorry. I'm not only the president of Chaofan Group, but also Su Chen's wife, whether I am at work or at home, I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. The type, Mr. Ike. If it's all right, let's not bother each other. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. I really didn't expect Yan Bingxue to be so tough. Facing Ike, there was no mercy at all. It was the first time they saw Ike. Couldn't even smile in public. Seeing this scene, Lucy couldn't help snickering over there. It seems that my decision is right. This Mrs. Su, like Mr. Su, is a difficult character to deal with. And what we did last time, I think Mrs. Su was still very uncomfortable. Even Ike was stunned. Let's not make fun of ourselves, and try not to offend this Mrs. Su. Ike returned to his place. If it weren't for the restaurant in public, he would have been so angry that he would have flipped the table. Can't get angry, can only stare at Rika next to him. If you are a little useless, how could I lose such a big face in front of a woman? I gave you so many opportunities to get along with Su Chen, but you can't even handle a man. Rika didn't dare to say a word, and stood silently with her head lowered. After Ike got angry, he frowned and said, This Yan Bingxue is really not an ordinary person. It's really beautiful, and a woman's character is not worthy of such an appearance. It's really attractive. No wonder you can handle a man like Su Chen. Only Ike and Rika were eating in the restaurant tonight. Facing the chairman's words, Rika did not dare not answer. So Rika said, "Chairman, this is for sure. If Yan Bingxue is not good-looking and has no personality, then Mr. Su will not be able to like her." When she said that, Ike stared again. "You still have the face to say that your face is not bad. I have been protecting you within the group for all these years, and I have never let you go out to accompany anyone. I just wanted to keep you as my trump card, but you, not even a man can handle it. What a waste, following me for so long. The means are not as good as January 10th, 000th of other people's." Rika didn't dare to speak anymore, standing silently with her head lowered. She was very aggrieved at first sight. Seeing this scene, Lucy really wanted to laugh. Govey also paid attention to the situation on the scene. Seeing that Ike suffered a loss from Yan Bingxue, he lowered his head and smiled. He heard about what Ike and Lucy did to Su Chen before. Fortunately, he didn't do anything excessive last time, and he didn't mess around with the two of them. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to meet Yan Bingxue here today. Gu Wei still did not give up the idea of cooperating with Su Chen and the Dragon Academy of Sciences, but he was different from Ike and Lu Shi. After chatting with Su Chen at the summit last time, he understood that Su Chen is a very patriotic young man, with both talent and personality. It is impossible for ordinary material conditions to impress him. The only thing I can do is to improve my ability and prepare the conditions for cooperation with him so that we can talk. Recently, Gu Wei has been working hard to develop his own mecha group, and now it is a small achievement, but he knows that such an achievement is still too ordinary for Su Chen. But since there is a chance to meet Su Chen's wife now, of course, he must leave a good impression on him. So Govey personally took the waiter and a few plates of special dishes to Yan Bingxue's table. Yan Bingxue, who had just sat down to eat, saw that there was another person next to her, a little impatient in her eyes. However, seeing that the person who came was Gu Wei, she still restrained her expression. Her face was calm, not as indifferent as she had just faced Ike. "Hello, Mrs. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you here. I've seen you on the internet before, but I didn't expect you to be more beautiful in reality. You and Mr. Su are really talented." Gu Wei's speech is still very level, knowing that Su Chen and Yan Bingxue have a good relationship, because every time they meet their husband and wife, they are almost always together. This time Mr. Su Chen did not come, presumably because of "I've been busy at work lately." Last time, Mr. Su Chen rejected so many beauties and traveled with his wife and children. He must be a man with a strong sense of family. Therefore, he addressed Yan Bingxue as Mrs. Su, believing that he would win the favor of the other party. Yan Bingxue nodded lightly, but Gu Wei did not continue to talk in depth, but asked the waiter behind him to bring the dishes. "Mrs. Su, I chatted with Mr. Su for a while after the Mecha Summit last time. After listening to Mr. Su's words, we really benefited a lot. During this time, our group has been working hard in accordance with Mr. Su's suggestion. At the time seeking progress, I have achieved some small achievements now. But it is not up to Mr. Su's standard, but I will continue to work hard. Mr. Su has helped me and our group. I have always been very grateful in my heart, but I rarely have the opportunity to meet each other, and it is inconvenient to go to the Dragon Country to disturb the lives of the two of you. It was rare to see Mrs. Su this time. I asked the restaurant to prepare a few special dishes, which were just prepared by the back chef. I asked Mrs. Su and two friends to try it. This Gevi, speaking and doing things will not make people feel uncomfortable. The other party is so polite, Yan Bingxue will naturally not treat him like Ike. Moreover, the more important reason is that Gu Wei's group has always had a relatively friendly relationship with the Dragon Academy of Sciences, which is different from Ike and Lu Shi. Thank you very much. It's a courtesy. You guys will open a bottle of good red wine at Mr. Gevi's table later, which will be counted on my account. The other party had already prepared the dishes and sent them over. If Yan Bingxue returned it, it would be tantamount to slapping in the face in public. But he would not accept the other party's gift without any reason, so he returned it with red wine. Seeing this, Devi didn't say much, and said politely, "Thank you, Mrs. Su, we will enjoy it." Mrs. Su seems to have brought a friend here this time. I have an extra ticket for the reception tomorrow night. I found an extra ticket when I got it today. Why don't I give it to Mrs. Su? Then I won't disturb Mrs. Su's meal with her friends. See you at the reception tomorrow. Gu Wei put down the ticket, nodded to Gu Yusen next to him, and then left with his own people. Yan Bingxue looked at the tickets on the table, and Zhang Tasuk next to him slapped his forehead and said, "I'm sorry, President, it was my negligence. Miss Gu decided to travel with us. I forgot to report here." "It doesn't matter, isn't this a ticket?" The reception in Country Tea was set before coming, and the number of people was very strict. Each person who came to participate in the bidding meeting could get at most 3 tickets, and those who did not have admission tickets were absolutely not allowed to enter. It was because they knew in advance that they only booked 2 tickets, but saw 3 people coming tonight, so they gave up a seat on their side. The number of people is reported in advance, and it is impossible for them to come out with 1 more ticket. "President, this Mr. Gevi is showing his favor to you again. Most of this is related to Mr. Su. Well, my husband told me about him. Gevi and Ike are different. Gevi also helped the Dragon Academy before, and at the last summit, he didn't directly poach people, but just sought cooperation. My husband has a good impression of him. It's just that their group's technology in Mecca is too backward, and it's really not qualified. After returning to China, they worked hard to pursue progress, and their attitude was still correct. He came to me today to tell me that they have been working hard all this time, and I hope my husband can continue to consider their previous proposal for cooperation. It's so complicated. Sure enough, things in the business world are not suitable for a woman like me." Gu Yusen only felt a headache when she heard these things, like a mess, and she couldn't make sense of it. "Schwer, this ticket should be for me, so if you accepted this ticket, does it mean that you promised them something? If it's so complicated, then I won't go. Isn't it just a reception? Tomorrow night, I can arrange it myself." Gu Yusen didn't want to cause trouble to her friends. Yan Bingxue shoved the ticket into her hand, smiled, and said, "Take it, it's just a ticket, it won't become a tool to buy me, I won't ask too much about my husband's work. What kind of attitude depends on him, Gevi must also understand this, come to say hello, just want to leave a good impression. Don't think too much." Su Chen was in the military area all day today, and carefully inspected the 4 mechas. The mecha he made before has been in the military area, and has been properly kept. At noon, Chen Xiaoping came and ate with Su Chen in person. Mr. Su, long time no see, we finally meet again. I heard Lao Yuan say that after you returned to Zhonghai, you have already started the second-generation airborne research plan. You are a young man with great surprises. This generation of mechas is already complicated. We old men can't understand it. I didn't expect it. You have a new idea so soon, and for young people like you in our long country, the future is really bright. Suchin smiled lightly and said, since I have this ability, then I must hurry up. After a generation of mechas come out, I believe there will be latecomers soon, but it doesn't matter, as long as I am fast enough, others will always be right. Not up. When Qin Xiaoping heard this, he nodded excitedly, looked at Su Chen, and wrote his approval. Mr. Su is really excellent. Your confidence has infected even an old man like me. I'm afraid it will be hard for you to stay in the military region for a few days. Shinji is the person in charge of this handover, as well as in our military region. Excellent talent, he will always assist you in your work. These days, if you have any requests, feel free to ask, and we will definitely do our best to meet them. At noon, I ate with Qin Xiaoping and Hua Xinji. After a short rest, Hua Xinji took Su Chen to meet the training staff. In addition to Suja, there are 15 other outstanding captains and operators all selected after this month's training. The results came out today. Everything was as Su Chen thought. Suja was the best among the crowd. As long as the next practical part performed as before, he would become the main operator of the mecha. Today, these selected operators come to the military region to sign a confidentiality agreement and take an oath, but before that, they need to say hello to Su Chen. A group of young people stood on the playground, and after a month of training, their skin was tanned to a healthy wheat color. All wearing uniform camouflage uniforms, their youthful faces are full of vigor and vigor. When they saw Su Chen coming, they were extremely excited. For these young people, Su Chen, who made mechas, was simply the god in their minds. This is Mr. Su Chen. I didn't expect that I look younger than the video. God, I see that Mr. Su Chen's profile is a year younger than me. I really want to get our Dragon Kingdom's mecha. It was designed by such a young man. As someone who is a year older than him, I feel so useless. When Suja heard these words in the crowd, he felt extremely proud of his cousin. Su Chen came over and greeted them in front of them. When everyone heard his voice, I became even more excited. Everyone is a young man who has gone through layers of selection and will contribute to our Dragon Country mecha cause in the future. I believe in you. We must work together. Come on. An unusually unified and loud voice rang out on the playground. Next, everyone will sign a non-disclosure agreement in turn, and they will also take a unified oath. Suja was also among them, and from time to time secretly winked at Su Chen. In the crowd, Su Chen looked at his small movements and smiled helplessly. Today is the first day. There is no unified practical training. After everyone has taken the oath, they will be under unified management in the military region. They cannot go out for the rest of the time. However, because of Su Chen's relationship, Suja received special care from Qin Xiaoping and allowed the two of them to go back to the old house for dinner tonight. On the way back, Suja seemed very excited, his mouth fell, and he kept talking. Cousin, I am so proud to be your younger brother. You don't even know how much my comrades adore you. They don't know my identity yet. If you knew that I was your brother, you would probably go crazy. Haha, I didn't dare to tell them that I was going home with you this afternoon. I only said that I had other training, otherwise, they would definitely grab me and ask about you. When we were discussing you, I was very happy to hear their compliments about you. As soon as Suchin returned to the old house, he saw a pile of gifts placed at the door. I had seen such a scene last time, but it was far less shocking than this time, and there were still people who gave away expensive luxury cars. Second Master Su and the others came out to pick them up in person. As soon as Mrs. Su saw Su Chen, her eyes were red, and she stepped forward and took Su Chen's hand and said, Chen, you're finally home again, Grandma Mrs. You, it's a pity this time Bingxue and the two children can't come with them. Grandma, Bingxue has work to do, and Tuanchuan and Lei have to go to school. When they are on vacation, I will bring them here. The old lady nodded excitedly, and Su Jianqing on the side said, Chen. Did you see those things at the door just now? They were all sent by the middle-class families in the imperial capital. This time they want to cooperate with us, and they didn't block it before. When I got to you, I went directly to the old house and brought a bunch of things in, but your second grandfather and I didn't take them. They left the things at the door and left. And all these things were piled up there. Second Master Su said, Chen, we haven't touched these things, we just put them there, just want to wait for you to come back and ask how to deal with them. Su Chen thought for a while and said, Second Grandpa, we are cooperating with the military region on this project. Our family is the main person in charge. If there is a real need, part of the work can be outsourced. Which one? I think it depends on ability. The two old men nodded, thinking that what Su Chen said made sense. Since it depends on the ability, it is better to hold a bidding meeting. Everything follows the process. Who can get the cooperation project depends on the strength. Su Iri slapped his thigh excitedly, Chin is a good idea. In terms of mechas, we are after all the first cooperation with the military region, and the mechas are made by us, so we must ensure that everything is safe and tender. It is indeed the best way to not only fall into the limelight, but also to ensure the quality. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Chen approvingly, Chen, you are good at managing business, if it weren't for the fact that you still need to study mechas and have your own pursuits, this old man really wants to let go and take the family home. The business inside is left to you to take care of. I believe you must do better than me. Su Chen smiled and said, Second Grandpa, you are still in good health. You have kept the house in good order these years. I am still young and don't want to take care of so many complicated things for the time being, so I still have to trouble you. You have to take care of yourself. Body, help me manage for a few more years. Haha, Chen, don't worry, as long as you trust me, the old man, I will help you deal with these trivial matters. If you encounter important things in the future, I will discuss it with you like today, or you have an idea. Su Jianqing also nodded approvingly, the idea of bidding is really good. This time, the Su family will definitely not give up this cooperation opportunity. Using the form of bidding will save you from having to deal with them, just right. At this time in Zhonghai, Tuanchuan and Lei are going to school in the kindergarten. The children were taking a hands-on practice class. Tuanchuan and Lei had a good time with the children. The life teacher suddenly came in. He came to Tuanchuan and Lei and said to them both, Tuanchuan Lei, a child And a young lady came to the door, saying that they are good friends of the two of you, from the imperial capital. Do you want to go out and meet? Opinion. Friends? Hearing this, Tuanchuan looked at his brother happily. Brother, friends from the imperial capital have come to visit us. I don't know who it is. Lele felt a little strange, frowned and said, the children in the imperial capital should also go to school. Today is not a weekend, so why would any friends come to see us? I don't know, but let's go out and have a look and ask, won't we know? Tuanchuan stood up happily, took his brother's hand and walked out. The life teacher was with them both. Walking into the courtyard of the park, Tuanchuan and Lele saw Su Ruhui and Su Yunsong standing there, and Su Yongxing behind them. Seeing the three of them, Tuanchuan and Lele's expressions changed immediately. And the excited steps of walking out also stopped. When the life teacher saw the two of them like this, he lowered his head and asked with a smile, what's the matter? Tuanchuan Lele? Are they your friends? Tuanchuan shook his head, teacher, they are not friends of my brother and I. And we don't want to see them, we are going back to class. The life teacher was a little puzzled. Su Ruhui and Su Yunsong over there rushed over when they saw that Tuanchuan and Lele were going back. Su Ruhui said softly, Tuanchuan, Lele, long time no see, we Yunsong really wanted to have the two of you, so I brought him here to visit you. Tuanchuan and Lele were unmoved. Su Ruhui poked Su Yunsong anxiously. Su Yunsong could only take out all the gifts behind him. Tuan Lele, I came to see you, and brought you a lot of gifts, all of them. It's an expensive gift, for you. Neither Tuanchuan nor Lele reached out to pick it up, and refused, we don't need your gifts, so let's go. The life teacher sees that the two sides obviously know each other, but the attitude of Tuanchuan and Lele is a bit strange. So he came forward to ask about the situation. Tuanchuan Lele, what's going on? Do you know these two? Are they your friends? Before the two little guys could speak, Su Ruhui immediately smiled and said, Teacher, of course we are friends with Tuanchuan and Lele, otherwise we wouldn't know their names and where they went to school. We know each other in the imperial capital, and our family is still a family friend with theirs. Tuanchuan took the life teacher's hand and retorted, no, teacher, they are not our friends, so I won't be friends with children who bully other children. Lele also said, yes, we and Su Yunsong have never been friends. He not only bullies children, but also loves to cry and is unreasonable. My sister and I are not his friends. The life teacher immediately understood the situation and knew that Tuanchuan and Lele had a special family situation, so he immediately protected the two children behind him. He said to Su Ruhui and the others, excuse me ma'am, our little friend said I know you too, so please leave right away. Teacher. Su Ruhui wanted to defend herself, but the life teacher turned cold. This is a kindergarten, and it is full of children. In order to ensure the safety of the children, if you don't leave, I will call the security. As she said that, she immediately took out the walkie-talkie and called the security personnel. Seeing this, Su Ruhui could only take Su Yunsong and walked away in despair. But Su Yongxing heard the old man's words and knew that he couldn't give up easily at this time, so he waited at the school gate, wanting to wait for Tuanchuan and Lele to finish school. As a result, they were discovered by the teachers in the park, and the security personnel immediately came out and drove them away. When Tuanchuan and Lele were playing a video with their father at home in the evening, Suchen happened to be eating at his hometown. When everyone heard about the incident during the day, Su Jianqing immediately got angry. This Su family is really endless. It's really unethical to want to start with the child. Second Master Su said, fortunately, we are all smart and know how to protect ourselves, but we still have to pay attention to this matter. With a cold face, Su Chen took out his mobile phone and called the security personnel of Jianan Group. Tell them that if someone inexplicable approaches Tuanchuan and Lei next time, don't think about it, just drive them away. After instructing these things, Su Chen said at the dining table, the Su family is already like this now. I didn't expect that they didn't know how to restrain themselves. It seems that we were too kind before. Second Master, since they dare to come to look for Tuanchuan and Lei, I will never let them go this time. Since their backyard is already on fire, I will pour a bucket of oil and simply burn their house down. Net. I don't want to hear the name Su family anymore in this place in the future. After Su Chen finished speaking, he would like to tell the Second Master what to do. That night, Second Master Su publicly stated as the head of the Su family that he would refuse all cooperation with the Su family in the future, and terminate all business exchanges between the two families, including any business of the Su family, and they would never patronize the Su family. At this juncture, the Su family released this news obviously to list the Su family as an opponent. Originally, after the Su family offended Su Chen, a large number of people defected, and some other small families are still watching, because they dare not offend the Su family. They are afraid that the Su family will make a comeback, but now Su Jiahan has this news, everyone understands that the Su family is over. On the same night, within 2 hours after the Su family released this news, countless small families in the imperial capital also terminated their cooperation with the Su family. As the so-called wall is pushed down by everyone, even the bank directly refused the loan to the Su family. In the past, the Su family had closed down many branches, one after another, because of the problem of the capital chain. Now, without this loan from the bank, even the large group could not support and maintain it. In just one night, the Su family, the second largest family with a century-old foundation in the entire imperial capital, has just declined. The situation on the second day was even more terrifying. Countless shopping malls began to boycott their products, because the Su family represented Su Chen, the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, and what the Su family did was simply against the people of the whole country. The Su family's stores and companies closed one after another. After receiving the news, the 6 middle-class families were both shocked and terrified. What they saw was not only the fall of the Su family, but also Su Chen's iron blooded wrist. This young man is so scary. Country Tea. Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen are going to the pre-bid reception tonight, and Assistant Zhang is also accompanying them. Gu Yusen rarely attends such occasions, but this time she attended with Yan Bingxue, and she was abroad, so she dressed up carefully that day, not only by herself, but also with Yan Bingxue. I went to the stylist specially, found the best stylist and styled them, and even Zhang Tasuk was pulled over. Yan Bingxue sat there and let people play with makeup. She seemed a little bored. Don't take out her phone to chat with her husband. Su Chen asked her what she was doing, and she took a photo and sent it to her husband. Yan Bingxue, I was pulled over by the lively and active Ms. Gu to do the styling. Su Chen knew that they were going to a cocktail party tonight, and saw his wife getting dressed up, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Su Chen, then remember to send me a photo when you're dressed up, and you must remember what I told you before, to participate in such a cocktail party. At night, you must protect yourself, and the dress must be well organized. My wife's beauty, only I can appreciate it. Send me photos before going out. And if you don't obey, I'll take care of you when you come back. Although this tone is domineering, it is very comfortable to hear Yan Bingxue. Seeing her husband so possessive, she feels very sweet, because it means that her husband loves her very much. Yan Bingxue, don't worry, husband, this evening is just a boring entertainment for me, I won't stay for too long. After putting on makeup, the three went to pick out a dress. Gu Yusen took a black halter dress and placed it on Yan Bingshua's body. Shui wear this skirt. My Cher's figure is like a devil. Wearing this sexy dress will definitely shock the audience. Yan Bingxue glanced at the large hollow, and without thinking about it, she directly refused, no. As she said that, she picked up a half-sleeved black dress with a middle collar. It looked very conservative. The design was simple, but the tailoring was good. I want this one. Gu Yusen frowned. Shui, are you sure you want to wear this tightly wrapped dress? Wearing such a dress is simply a waste of money. Yan Bingxue took the dress into the locker room, smiled at the door and said to Gu Yusen outside, this is not a tyranny, don't forget that I am a married woman, I don't know how to wear such revealing clothes. Gu Yusen shook her head helplessly, glanced at the dress in her hand, and quietly said to assistant Zhang next to her, Xiao Zhang, I bought this dress. You will secretly put it away later and give it to you when you return to China. The president, just say it's a gift from me to the husband and wife. She felt that this skirt would definitely suit her best friend, but it was estimated that only Mr. Su could see Shui wearing this skirt. Zhang Tezin nodded and immediately complied. In the evening, the three of them appeared at the reception together. As soon as the three of them entered the door, the venue was instantly quiet. Everyone's eyes were attracted, and the beauty shocked the audience. God, I heard that Mr. Suchin rejected several beauties sent by Ike and Lu Shi before, but I didn't believe it at the time, but now I see Mrs. Su, I understand that there is such a beautiful wife at home, it's really hard to see other women. This Mrs. Su is really unusual. Not only is she so good-looking, but she is also very capable. She has managed the extraordinary group at a young age, and in her hands, the extraordinary group has made rapid progress in the past few years. Yes, in the mecha industry, Chaofan Group is a rising star with great potential. This time the tender will be selected, but it is very strict. You can see that they are all internationally renowned large groups. Who would have thought of Chaofan Group? Will rush out like a dark horse, and go through layers of selection to enter the final bidding meeting. Mrs. Su is really amazing. It seems that the abilities of Su Chen and his wife should not be underestimated. The two are a powerful combination, and they may create more miracles in the future. I saw that the TT group was also coming to this bidding meeting, and I knew that I was an escort. I thought the result was already confirmed, but now I see Mrs. Su, why suddenly there is a kind of ending meeting. What about the feeling of subverting cognition? Do you feel that way? I feel the same way. I believe that Mrs. Su, a dark horse, can definitely bring us unexpected results. Everyone was very curious about Yan Bingxue, and with Su Chen's relationship. Everyone took the initiative to say hello. After Yan Bingxue finished dealing with them, she found a remote corner and sat down, holding a glass of wine and chatting with her husband. Su Chen didn't have any work arrangements in the evening, so he had a lot of spare time. Usually, they both started videos at this time, but today he could only type and chat at the reception. But even so, as long as I can see the news of the other party, I still feel very sweet in my heart. In fact, Su Chen has other arrangements tonight, and the real practical training will start tomorrow, so Chen Xiaoping held a meeting this evening and wanted to hear about Su Chen's future work arrangements. When the wife sent the message, they were in a meeting. Hu Xinji was talking about the Mecca with great interest, and the changes it had brought to their entire military region, and looked at Su Chen over there with admiration. When everyone hears about the Mecca, they can't help but look at Su Chen. But at a glance, he found that Su Chen was holding his mobile phone and chatting with his head down, with a gentle expression between his eyebrows and eyes, and it was not about work at first glance. Chen Xiaoping naturally saw it, but because the target was Su Chen, everyone didn't say anything. Because about the Mecca, it doesn't matter if Su Chen listens or not, the point is what Su Chen talks about, and they are the ones who come to learn. I heard my wife say that the entertainment on her side has ended, and she is looking for a place to sit and drink. The wife also said that today Ms. Gu took them to dinner, and everyone was stunned when they entered the door. Su Chen immediately sent a video over, saying that he wanted to see how beautiful his wife was today. Yan Bingxue didn't know that her husband was in a meeting, so after the video was sent, she immediately took it. Seeing his wife's meticulous makeup and her sweet smile, the smile on Su Chen's mouth became even more obvious. This stunned everyone in the conference room. "Husband, where are you? It doesn't look like your room. It's a bit noisy. Here. Can you hear what I'm saying?" As soon as Yan Bingxue saw her husband, she was in a good mood. Fortunately, she was sitting in the corner. Su Chen is standing in the conference room at the moment. Although he is out for a video chat with his wife, he will not directly chat with his wife in front of the big guy. So Yan Bingxue was talking over there, while Su Chen could only type here. "Su Chen, I can hear, wife, she is very beautiful today. It seems that Miss Gu's eyesight is not bad, but the most important thing is that our wife is beautiful." Yan Bingxue saw this sentence, so she didn't listen to her husband's own words, but her cheeks were still shy and red. Gu Yusin ate something delicious, so she came over to look for Yan Bingxue. As soon as she came over, she saw Yan Bingxue's shy look, her eyes widened in surprise. Pulling assistant Zhang behind him, he said, "Xiao Zhang, did I read it wrong? How could your CEO show such a shy expression?" Zhang Tasuk glanced at the president while eating the cake. "It seems that such things have long been commonplace. It's normal, Miss Gu, when the president and Mr. Su are together, it's like this every day. Since the two of them got married, I have often seen the president's expression, and I'm used to it now." Gu Yusin gave her a thumbs up. "Okay, Xiao Zhang, you are using the convenience of your work to hit CP at close range." Zhang Tezu shook his head with a smile, and said helplessly, "Miss Gu, although CP is happy, I am a single dog. Every day, I see the president and Mr. Su show their affection in front of me, I really bear it in my heart. A lot of pressure." "That's right, it seems so difficult for you, Xiao Zhang. You have to ask your CEO to give you a raise. After all, you are not only his assistant now, but you have to watch your CEO every day. With such an expression, eating dog food all day long and being abused all the time, if you don't take more money, it's really unreasonable." Hearing about the salary increase, Xiao Zhang smiled, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Hey, Miss Gu, in fact, Mr. Su and the president are doing well. Although they are abused by dogs every day, the president and Mr. Su are in a good mood after they get married. I often see the president smiling at me every day, and I feel less tired after work after all. Seeing such a beautiful person as the president every day is pleasing to the eyes and can prolong life. Moreover, the president has given me a salary increase for more than half a year. After Mr. Su came back, the president was in a good mood, and even brought me a lot more salary, so I am very satisfied with this wave of dog food. Hearing these words, Gu Yusin looked at the good girlfriend over there, with a smile on the corners of her eyes and brows. It seemed that after Suchen came back, Shui Er was really living a very happy life, and even the people around her had such strong feelings. Gu Yusin and the others came over, but Yan Bingxue was still chatting with her husband like no one else. After saying a few words, Yan Bingxue realized that her husband seemed to have been silent. No matter what she said, her husband responded by typing. "Husband, can't you talk? You don't look like you're in the house. Are you still working?" "Su Chen, I'm having a meeting with these people in the military region." Seeing this sentence, Yan Bingxue couldn't help but widen her eyes, and said in a low voice, "Husband, so you are still working? Then why didn't you tell me earlier? If I knew you were working, I wouldn't talk to you." "You talked about this? Then you can have a meeting with peace of mind. After you go back in the evening, we will have a video chat." "Su Chen, no, it doesn't matter. For me, this meeting has nothing to listen to. I have already said what I should say." When Yan Bingxue heard Su Chen's words, she felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. My husband still thinks of her when he is at work. Although that's the case, after all, you are having a meeting in the military region. Isn't it not good for me to talk to you directly like this? How about I type with you as well? "Su Chen, I'm wearing a Bluetooth headset, it doesn't matter, they can't hear what you say, only I can hear it." He exposed his left ear, and sure enough he had a Bluetooth headset. These small actions were all seen by those in the military region. Most of the people who came to the meeting today are single, and they are all older men. Even if they have a family, they can't help but feel envious when they see Su Chen and his wife so loving. The two continued to chat for a while, and finally Yan Bingxue was really embarrassed, especially when he heard someone on the other end of the video asking Su Chen some questions. At such a serious moment, she and her husband opened a video here. Although it was indeed a rare experience, I was a little embarrassed to save it, so I hung up the video after saying a few words. Here, Su Chen picked up his mobile phone, and Chen Xiaoping said with a smile, "Xiao Su, Xinji came back to me yesterday and told me that it's so good to envy your family's relationship. I didn't understand it at the time, but I saw it today." "Mr. Su, were you videotaping with your wife just now? Your relationship is too good. When I saw you on the phone just now, my face was full of happy and sweet smiles. It was really enviable." It was not the first time that Huixinji had seen this situation. He looked as if he had already understood the inside story, and said, "What are you doing? I haven't heard the content of the two of them chatting yet. I was sitting in the car yesterday, hearing their family chatting with their two babies. The atmosphere was really good. I never thought about getting married. No matter how much the family urged me, I was not in a hurry, but I heard Mr. Su's family chat yesterday. I suddenly felt that getting married and having Children is indeed a very warm thing. Suchen listened to everyone's words and said with a smile, I'm sorry, my wife has been on a business trip abroad recently. After we got married, we rarely lived apart, so we chatted a lot. Haha, it's okay, today's meeting was originally what we heard from you, what you said just now, and we haven't digested it yet. Besides, watching you and your wife playing video, but we are a bunch of single dogs. Envy to death. Suchen laughed, and the expression on his face was much softer than in the previous meeting. Our family has gone through a lot of things before we can meet again, so the relationship is extraordinarily better. But these are all unrelated to the meeting. It's getting late. Let's end today's meeting as soon as possible. Xiaosu is right. If you have anything to ask, please ask, and let Xiaosu go back to rest early. Tomorrow we'll start the real practical training. I know that you have a lot of curiosity about mechas. Before the mecha was placed in the military area, everyone studied it for so long, but did not understand it. This time Xiaosu came to practice, you can go to the rostrum to observe, and you should be able to learn more in practice. Qinshao Flat Road. The next day, Suchen officially started the practical training of the mecha. And his daily work was much busier than before. On Yan Bingshua's side, the official bidding meeting is about to begin today. For this tender meeting held by T Country, in order to seek partners, everyone came prepared, especially the T Group. I tried to win Suchen over and over again, but they all ended in failure. The T Group has always been the largest mecha group in the world. It started the earliest. With the developed technology of the Great Eagle country, it has always been the leader before. The position of the leader. However, with the rise of the Dragon Academy of Sciences over the years, TT Group has gradually felt a little comfort. Now that Suchen has made the first mecha, TT Group's international status has been greatly impacted. But they can't change this, because they can't research the mecha in a short time. Therefore, winning this project is very important for the entire Push T Group. After obtaining the production rights of titanium alloys, even if they cannot make mechas in a short time, they can also obtain them through these mecha materials. Income to consolidate their current position. This time, Ike invited well-known people to do the bidding, and he checked the whole process by himself. Even the target of the speech at the bidding meeting was also himself. The degree of attention is evident. Their bidding document is really beautiful, but it is hard to change the arrogance that T Group has always regarded itself as the world's number one. In addition, the speaker was Ike himself. He always felt that he was the most powerful mecha organization in the world, and he had a domineering attitude, no matter where he was. When speaking, this arrogance was displayed incisively and vividly. He mentioned in the bidding document that the TT Group is the largest mecha group in the world. Since the T Country has to choose a partner this time, it is undoubtedly the best choice for them to push the T Group, because the only way is to hand over the project to them to get bigger and better returns. Although none of the mecha groups under this sentence, except for Yan Bingxue of the extraordinary group, dared to refute, but the tone of Ike's tone was very unconvincing. Several judges of the organizer looked at each other and discussed silently. In fact, in today's bidding meeting, everyone thinks that the ultimate winner must be the T Group. Although the Dragon Academy has made mechas, the Dragon Academy did not participate in this tender. Compared with other groups, the Dragon Academy, the Academy of Sciences, is an institution affiliated to the Dragon Kingdom. Generally, they do not participate in such commercial tenders. So aside from the Dragon Academy of Sciences, everyone thinks that the one who can finally win the project is to push tea. This is why I can be so confident. The organizers were most optimistic about the tea group. Although Ike's speech was really unpleasant to listen to, they had to admit that the tea group had an exclusive advantage due to its early development. As a rising star, Yan Bingshue's extraordinary group was the last to speak on stage. Most of the people listened with the attitude of wanting to see Yan Bingshue and this extraordinary group that has only emerged in recent years, but I didn't expect Yan Bingshue's speech to be very exciting, which directly shocked everyone at the scene. Listening to Yan Bingshue's speech, Gu Wei nodded repeatedly and said to the assistant next to him, "I didn't expect Mrs. Su to be so powerful. I originally thought that this time I came to participate in this tender. I can only watch the performance of the old Gaiak alone, but I didn't expect Mrs. Su to bring such a big surprise." The speech of Chaofan Group is not only the literal content of the tender, but Yan Bingshue also brought the new form of titanium alloy parts newly developed by Chaofan Group and directly and generously showed everyone the latest research results of Chaofan Group. Yan Bingshue mentioned in the recent period. The Mecha Research Department of Chaofan Group has expanded rapidly. Not only has large-scale factories been established, but the level of researchers has also improved a lot. At the end of the bidding document, Yan Bingshue mentioned that Longwo was the first to produce mechas. Country, this gap is unsurpassed by others, no matter what. This sentence directly shocked the crowd. The judges looked at each other in dismay, and they did not expect that such a dark horse would be killed in today's bidding meeting. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ike over there. Seeing that his face was very ugly, everyone watched jokes on the stage. Although the final result has not yet come out, it is really heartwarming to see Ike so deflated at the tender meeting. The bidding will end at noon, but the organizers still have to discuss internally, so the results will not be announced until the evening. After Yan Bingshue finished her speech, she no longer cared about it. She was very confident in herself and the Chaofan Group. When the results came out tonight, the work here would be over, so there was no other arrangement in the afternoon, so Yan Bingshue took Gu Yusen out to go shopping. He promised to buy gifts for Tuanchuan and Lei. This time he was on a business trip abroad, and he wanted to bring some gifts back to the rest of the family. After buying gifts for the two little guys and the elderly at home, Gu Yusen originally wanted to take Yan Bingshue to visit the women's clothing store and buy some foreign luxury goods. However, Yan Bingshue took her to the men's clothing store and picked up a tie. The clerk came over and asked, "Hello, ma'am, what kind of tie do you want to buy? Is it a gift for young men, or is it based on a certain age?" "I bought it for my husband. He is very young. You can recommend a few for me, and I will see it myself." Gu Yusen stood beside her, watching Yan Bingshue's careful selection. She couldn't help but say, "Schwer, you're screwed, now you're so full of eyes. Only your husband, you finally came to a foreign country, and you didn't even think about giving it to yourself. To buy something, I only have Suchen in my heart." Yan Bingshue was in it, holding the tie in his hand, imagining how her husband would wear a tie. "I'm not just picking gifts for my husband. My husband must be very handsome when he wears the tie I chose. The person who sees the most at that time will not be me, so it's not only for my husband, but also for myself." Gu Yusen shook her head helplessly. She had been staying with Yan Bingshue for the past few days, and she could feel the sadness of a single dog completely. Even before Suchen came, she was eating dog food all the time. Yan Bingxue picked a lot of items, but in the end, Gu Yusen couldn't stand it anymore. Swear, you don't need to buy so many, right? Yan Bingxue continued to choose, and replied casually, of course, I have to buy a little more. When my husband's second-generation mecha is made, he will have to attend more formal occasions, and he will need to buy a lot of suits and ties in the future. My God, women in love are so scary. Gu Yusen couldn't help sighing. In the evening, Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen returned to the hotel with large and small bags. The organizer called, congratulations to Yan Bingxue for winning this project. As a result, other mecha groups also received the news at the first time. Although they could not cooperate, the organizer politely called them to thank them for participating in this bidding meeting, and inform them of the final project. By the way, the extraordinary group. As soon as this result came out, everyone was shocked. All the groups who came to participate in the tender this time, before today's tender, thought that the T group would definitely win this project, but no one expected that in the end, the T country actually chose the extraordinary group. For this result, everyone except Ike was convinced. After listening to Yan Bingshua's speech today, all the mecha groups realized that the current Dragon Kingdom is really not to be underestimated. In addition to the Dragon Academy of Sciences, other mecha groups are also on the rise. Like the Chaofan group, although it started late, because Longhua made the first mecha, they took the lead. And many people knew the result, and they all cried out in their own rooms. Although they also lost the election in the end and didn't get the project. This time, many people are happy when they see the Transcendent group who got the project instead of the T group. Everyone thinks that Yan Bingxue is really a well-deserved hero in women's middle school. Although she is a female president, she is no worse than a man in the business field. The next time they participated in this bidding meeting, they felt that it was really worth it when they could see that the Chaofan group defeated the Tweet group and won the project. Everyone was happy except Ike. After knowing the result, Ike lost his temper and smashed the things in the room into a mess. He can think of the reactions of the other mecha groups at this moment. Everyone must be gloating. Ike said viciously, this country T really depends on people. Isn't it just because Suchen made the mecha, he gave this project directly to Yan Bingxue, an extraordinary group, such a small company? Can you eat this bowl of vegetables? Rika stood beside her and didn't dare to answer anything. In fact, after listening to the speech at the bidding meeting today, she was always worried that Chaofan group was stronger than they thought. However, these reasons do not make sense with the chairman. The chairman is very high, and he feels that he and the Tweet group are the most powerful in the world. Seeing that no one responded to his remarks, Ike felt more and more embarrassed in his heart. The hotel could not stay for a moment, so he immediately asked people to pack up and prepare to leave now. Anyway, I didn't get the project, and they didn't have anything to do later. But no one thought that he was still carrying luggage with them. When he was about to flee, he saw Yan Bingxue in the hall downstairs. The two teams met directly, and Ike was embarrassed and endured through gritted teeth. If he stepped forward to provoke him at this time, it would be tantamount to humiliating himself. If there is a commotion to make things bigger, everyone will probably come to see the joke. So Ike glanced at Yan Bingxue and the others, and then left in dismay. Seeing this scene, Gu Yusen laughed out loud, it's so happy, baby. You're Really a genius. After winning today's project, I don't think anyone will dare to attack your husband's idea in the future. Haha. My share is the best invincible in the world. Yan Bingxue was also very happy to see this scene. Winning this project by herself is a very important step for the transformation of Chaofan Group. It is also the first step to bring Chaofan Group to the world. Starting today, her name, Yan Bingxue, will be known to everyone. It seems to be one step closer to the goal of standing beside my husband. She wanted to share this good news with her husband right now, but Gu Yusin saw her action and hurriedly stopped her. Swear, if you tell Suchen about such a surprise, if you tell Suchen on the phone, isn't it a surprise? Big discount? Yan Bingxue said suspiciously, but my husband and I are now separated, and even if I go back, my husband will stay in the imperial capital for many days. What can I do if I share this good news with him on the phone? Gu Yusin smiled mysteriously, lowered her voice, and said in Yan Bingxue's ear, swear, although your Mr. Su can't go back to Zhuhai now, you can go to the imperial capital. Anyway, when we go back from country tea, don't we all have to take a plane? If we change planes from the imperial capital, it's not very troublesome. It's just a delay of a few hours, and these hours are not a delay for you. You should be very happy to see your husband. Yan Bingxue pursed her lips slightly when she heard her girlfriend's words. She remembered that when she made a video with her husband before, her husband told her that although she has to train every day now, she still has a 2.5 hour break at noon, and she can take a nap after lunch. If you take advantage of this time to find your husband, they should be able to get along for a while, right? Thinking about it, I haven't seen my husband for a few days. Yan Bingxue really misses him. This kind of miss cannot be relieved by chatting with video, voice, and text. Only when he sees the other person hugging each other. Truly, can he relieve his heart. Miss. You're right, this matter must be told to your husband in person. Then let's go to the imperial capital first when we go back. Xiao Zhang, you immediately arrange to contact the person in charge of country tea and tell them that I want to advance the time for signing the contract from tomorrow morning to this evening. Special Assistant Zhang immediately went to do this, but the other party asked, what was the reason for doing so? Do you have any doubts about this cooperation case? Yan Bingxue took the phone and told them, it's nothing, it has nothing to do with the cooperation case. I want to sign the contract in advance, because I want to go back earlier and have an appointment with my husband tomorrow. The other party laughed immediately. Got it, I understand Mrs. Su's mood very well. You and Mr. Su have such a good relationship. Country tea has always been a very romantic country, and I have always heard about the love between Yan Bingxue and Su Chen, so I immediately agreed to advance the time for signing the contract to this evening. Here Yan Bingxue went to sign the contract, but Zhang Tasuk was not idle, and immediately went to change the ticket for tonight. Although I have to take a plane tonight and I have to spend the night on the plane, it is a bit tiring, but Yan Bingxue feels that as long as she can see her husband, everything is worth it. In the evening, Suchen returned to his room, took out his mobile phone, and found that there was no information about his wife. He felt a little strange, knowing that his wife might be a little busy going to the bidding meeting today, but it's already night. Hasn't his wife made time to send him a message? This has never happened before. So Suchen took the initiative to send a message to Yan Bingxue, asking what she was doing, saying that she had returned to the place where she lived, if she wanted to start a video. The two of them had agreed before that they would have a video with each other. every day when they were not at home, and they have been doing this these days. Yan Bingxue quickly replied to the message. Husband, there are too many things to do today, I'm a little busy here, I'm still out now, but I'll be going back tomorrow, or I won't start the video. Tonight, after we get home tomorrow, let's be good video. Seeing his wife's news, Suchin didn't think much about it. After all, this happens when two people are busy. So Suchin told his wife to rest early, and went to bed early. The next morning, when Suchin woke up, he heard the sound of magpies coming from the window. This is a bit strange, and there are magpies in places like the military region. When Suchin was washing, Suja ran over, took his mouthwash cup and brushed his teeth with Suchin. Hearing the chirping of magpies on the windowsill, Suja said with a smile, "Cousin, something good will happen today. A magpie landed on your windowsill early in the morning, and twittered the Annunciation." Suchin is a materialist and doesn't really believe in these theories. But in the early morning, hearing the chirping of magpies makes me feel better. After washing up, Suchin got the phone, but still hadn't heard from his wife. It seems that my wife was really busy last night, and she didn't say good night to him before going to bed. Suchin didn't care about this, put away his mobile phone and took Suja and the others to the playground for training. At about 10 o'clock, Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusun arrived at the imperial capital. But on the way to the military region, Yan Bingxue suddenly thought of an important thing. Can't our foreign vehicles enter the military area? Last night, I was thinking about sharing this good news with my husband in person today, and I forgot about such an important matter. I originally wanted to surprise my husband, but if we are stopped at the door later, we have to call. If my husband came out to pick us up, wouldn't this surprise be greatly discounted? Gu Yusun and Special Assistant Zhang also remembered this when they heard Yan Bingshue's words. After all, the military area is not an ordinary place, and not everyone can enter if they want. Gu Yusun comforted, "It's okay, Shuer, what kind of surprise can compare to you appearing in front of your Mr. Su in person? Whether it's directly in front of him or asking him to pick you up at the door, I think Mr. Su should be able to happy." Yan Bingxue nodded lightly, and now it seems that this is the only way to go. But when they arrived at the door of the military area, the other party just saw Yan Bingxue and confirmed Yan Bingshue's identity. He opened the door without saying a word, and took pictures of the vehicle to take them in. Very respectful attitude along the way. Seeing this scene, Gu Yusun lowered her voice, and said to Yan Bingxue, "Shuer, it seems that your husband's reputation in the imperial capital military region is also very high. Haha, the problem you were worried about on the road was solved so easily." Yan Bingxue didn't expect such a result, but she understood that it was all because of her husband's contribution. "I am so proud to have such a husband." The morning training was coming to an end soon, and the weather seemed to be extraordinarily hot today. After Suchin knew part of it, he let the young operator start the operation by himself, while he walked aside and wiped his sweat with a towel. Inadvertently, he turned his head back, but his eyes were no longer inseparable. Seeing the familiar figure standing on the edge of the playground, Suchin thought he was dazzled at first, but the next second, he saw Yan Bingxue walking towards him happily with a bottle of water in his hand. At first, he just quickened his pace, and then trotted over. Suchin felt that his wife was going to throw himself into his arms. Yan Bingxue did have this idea, but when she saw more than a dozen pairs of eyes looking at her behind her, her eyelids were swollen and a little shy, so She just stood in front of her husband for the last hug and passed the water in her hand. "Husband, have a drink." The young students behind them immediately put down their work and started booing. Suja said even more loudly, "No wonder there are magpies calling from the window this morning." Sure enough, something good happened. It turns out that my sister-in-law is coming, ha ha ha. Yan Bingxue knew Suja's identity, which was a secret among these children. So she didn't talk to Suja in public, but turned around and took out the chocolates she bought from abroad from Special Assistant Zhang's hand and distributed it to those serious, training young children. "Sister-in-law is really nice, obviously came to see our brother Su, but I didn't expect our group to follow suit and eat chocolate from abroad. Thank you for the condolences sent by my sister-in-law. In such a hot weather, my sister-in-law has worked hard." Suchin didn't seem to have recovered from such a surprise. He kept his eyes fixed on his wife, drinking the water that his wife handed over, and suddenly felt that the mineral water became sweet. No wonder the little guy, my wife, didn't say goodnight to herself last night. Now it seems that she should have boarded the plane at that time. Suchin unexpectedly gave himself such a surprise, and Suchin felt quite happy in his heart. I used to see such plots in idol dramas. At that time, Suchin was thinking, what's the surprise? The sudden arrival might bring some trouble. But when it happened to him, Suchin realized that he was really happy as the protagonist. Huashinji came over with an envious look, looked at Suchin and said with a smile, "Instructor Su, you are too enviable, and there are family members who come to condolence. Brother and sister, it's almost time now. You rarely come here again today. I think this morning's training will end here. In the next time, Xiao Su, take your brother and sister to walk around the military area. Have a good time. The weather is too hot, it must be very hard for my younger brother and sister to come all the way. You should go back to rest first." Those students also coaxed, "Yes, instructor, we have learned a lot this morning. Now that my sister-in-law is here, we can no longer take up the instructor's time. Take people's hands soft and eat people's mouths short. Since you have eaten the chocolate given by your sister-in-law, you must have some eyesight. Instructor Su, you can rest assured with your sister-in-law. We will stick to it until the end of the morning training time." The strongest daddy, 100 million signed in at the beginning. Suchin really didn't want to do anything else now, just wanted to quickly bring his wife to the room and give her a good hug. "Although I have not left for a few days, I send messages and open videos every day. I feel that the pain of separation is not so unbearable." But after seeing his wife, Suchin felt that he really missed his wife. So now, he just wants to be alone with his wife for the first time. Yan Bingxue also had the same idea in her heart. Although she was talking to everyone in the crowd, her eyes kept looking at Suchin over there. With those eyes, Suchin immediately understood what was going on. Therefore, Suchin did not hesitate, explained the final task to everyone, and walked to the playground with Yan Bingxue. Gu Yusen, who came with Yan Bingxue, and Special Assistant Zhang, were very acquainted with each other. Seeing the couple walking out, Gu Yusen immediately said, "Swear, Mr. Su, Xiao Zhang and I will not go with you. It's rare for the two of us to come to the military region once, but we don't want to continue to be light bulbs with you too." Although Yan Bingxue wanted to be alone with her husband, but there were so many people now, she was embarrassed to say, "What are you doing here? Go and rest with us for a while." "I'm not going. There are so many young fresh meats in the military region. Getting along with the little fresh meats here, watching them train, isn't it? More fun than following the two of you to be a light bulb, Xiao Zhang, do you think what I said is right? Zhang Tezu is usually embarrassed to talk to the president like this, but today Gu Yusen is here, she dares to say, President Su, we will not eat dog food, Miss Gu and I are still single, you can give us some chance. Su Chen took his wife's hand and said, then leave the opportunity to them. Wife, let's go and rest for a while. Yan Bingxue nodded immediately, followed her husband's pace, and went to the small suite she had seen in the video together. As soon as he entered the room, Su Chen immediately closed the door, then hugged his wife, and the two hugged tightly. Yan Bingxue actually endured very hard just now. When she saw her husband at first glance, she just wanted to hug her husband. Now that I finally had the chance, Yan Bingxue didn't care about being shy, and wrapped her hands tightly around her husband's back, sniffing the familiar smell on his body greedily. It feels so good. The two lingered for a while, before Su Chen sat on the sofa with Yan Bingxue and asked, Wife, why did you suddenly come to the imperial capital? Because I'm already busy with things abroad, I just wanted to go back to China, so I thought about taking a trip from the imperial capital to give my husband a surprise. Do you like this surprise, husband? Su Chen nodded, I like it very much. Wife, you have to prepare more for such surprises in the future. After he finished speaking, he kissed Yan Bingxue's face, and then began to talk about business. Wife, you came here at this time and gave me such a big surprise. It seems that the project in Country T is progressing very smoothly. You already got it? Yan Bingxue nodded proudly, raised her chin slightly, and her expression was full of pride. Of course, husband, what I said to you is not just a talk. I will definitely work hard to stand by your side. This project is only the first step, and I will do better in the future. Well, I believe my wife has this ability. Su Chen laughed. Then Yan Bingxue and Su Chen chatted about what happened abroad. Husband, several well-known mecha groups in the world participated in this bidding meeting, but I personally went to push T Group. He gave an exciting speech, but I didn't expect the final project to be the same. I got it, and Ike ran into me downstairs of the hotel when he left, and I still remember the way he gritted his teeth. He was so dismal when he left, I thought he was going to come up and say something. Unexpectedly, he ran away with his luggage. Husband, this time I won this project, and it can be regarded as the reputation of Chaofan Group to go abroad. These mecha groups must now look at me and Chaofan Group with admiration. This is the effect I want. I have to stand higher, so that these people will never dare to put those messy women around you in the future. Su Chen was very happy when he saw his wife like this. My wife is awesome. My husband will wait and see how you will behave in the future. Yan Bingxue laughed very happily, hugged Su Chen's neck and said, I don't think it's exciting enough to tell you the good news on the phone, so I came here specially to tell you personally. But this is only one of the reasons why I came here. The most important reason is that I really miss you so much, so I found a reason to meet you. Husband, I thought it would be difficult for me to enter the military area. But I didn't expect that as soon as I revealed my identity, they immediately welcomed me in. Husband, it seems that you have already gotten along well in the military area. The two stayed in the room for a while, and when it was time for lunch, Su Chen discussed with his wife, Wife, I have a 2.5-hour break at noon. Since you came to see me, then I will take you out to eat delicious food. Yes. Yan Bingxue shook her head. No need, husband, I ate the airplane meal on the plane, and I'm not very hungry now, and the weather is so hot, you have to take them for training in the afternoon, and you will be in a hurry when you go out at noon. Now, I can't take a lunch break. I am here to surprise my husband, but I don't want my husband to work harder because of me. When Su Chen heard what his wife said, he was moved and said, then I will take you to eat in the canteen of the military area. The food in the canteen of the military area is not bad. Although it is not as good as my craftsmanship, the big pot rice has its unique taste. Yan Bingxue nodded and looked at her husband in surprise. Okay, I've never eaten a meal from the military area before. Husband, this time is also thanks to you. Su Chen knew that his wife had tasted all kinds of food. Of course, it was impossible for his wife to be so happy with the big pot rice in the military region. But because I feel sorry for myself and don't want to make myself work too hard, I am willing to stay in the military area to eat with myself. Su Chen sees everything his wife does. Looking at his wife in his arms, Su Chen felt that his heart was full of happiness. In the past few days, many people have told him that his family is so enviable, and Su Chen also knows that his family is really happy together. After taking his wife to eat in the room for a while, Su Chen held hands with her and went to the canteen of the military region together.